Chapter 1. So, have I transmigrated into a book? Speak. What is your purpose in approaching this king? Within the chamber, a man clad in a dark robe adorned with dragon motifs fiercely grasped the chin of a delicate beauty, his tone laced with malevolence. In his eyes, there was no trace of tenderness, only disdain and indifference towards what he perceived as mere insects that, of course, there was also a violent intent to crush the beauty before him. The enchanting figure, donned in a resplendent red bridal gown, exuded a captivating charm, her eyes sparkling with mischief, making her a paragon of beauty. Glistening tears lingered in her eyes, adding a touch of innocence to her allure. Yet, incongruously, she clutched a gleaming dagger in her hand. It hurts. As Qingxin regained her senses, she felt a sharp pain in her chin and instinctively cried out. Years of experience in the field made her realize in an instant that she was being restrained. Who dares to plot against me? Do they wish to court death? You're about to shatter my perfectly sculpted jaw. Channeling all her strength, she formed a fist and, disregarding the odds, struck fiercely at the shadowy figure before her. Her demeanor was fierce, undeniably formidable. Anyone who dared to provoke her should be prepared to face dire consequences. Wait, why do I have a dagger in my hand? I have no recollection of this. Never mind. I shall strike down my opponent first. She was confident that with this blow, her adversary would at least be mortally wounded, if not slain outright. Qingxin's prowess had reached the pinnacle of the world over 1,000 years ago, transcending all realms of existence. Take note, all realms of existence. This meant that in every world teeming with life, no one could rival her. Thus, the current situation was utterly trivial. Insolent wretch, brace yourself for my wrath. With narrowed eyes, Qingxin awaited her assailant to relinquish his grip in the face of impending doom. Unbeknownst to her, this display was perceived quite differently by the man. Ji Jiuye merely witnessed the woman throw a fist towards him, devoid of any strength, and then close her eyes as if resigned to her fate. She even forgot to utilize the dagger in her hand. How naive, thinking herself a clever assassin. Had she finally realized the extent of her weakness? She possessed some self-awareness. Can this fist of the princess slay an ant? His voice dripped with sarcasm. Ji Jiuye's cold, languid tone struck Qingxin's heart like a heavy stone. What is happening? How can he still speak? Damn it, when did my strength become so feeble? To unravel her confusion, Qingxin hastily opened her luminous eyes, intent on surveying her surroundings. Upon doing so, her heart was struck by the visage of unparalleled beauty before her. With a chiseled jawline and striking features, his countenance was perfectly sculpted, resembling a celestial being untouched by the mortal realm. Only that pair of alluring phoenix eyes, slightly squinted, harbored boundless rage and gloom, transforming him from a fallen celestial into a malevolent being steeped in sin. Tsk, one must admit, his visage is truly captivating, so enchanting that one might be tempted to steal a kiss. However, while his face is indeed striking, this scoundrel has proven to be exceedingly wicked, daring to grasp my chin and to mock me. Qingxin could not hold back as she retorted, "Your mother." Though she received no satisfaction from her actions, at least she could indulge in a verbal release. Was it too much to hurl a curse his way? Ji Jiuye furrowed his brow. Though he did not fully comprehend the words, it was evident they were far from flattering and likely laced with insult. With this thought, darkness deepened in his gaze. How peculiar that a fragile human would lack the awareness of impending death. His entire demeanor grew increasingly cold and fierce. The princess possesses remarkable audacity. I am quite taken aback. In that case, why not accompany me on a journey to hell? A sinister smile curled his lips, reminiscent of a malevolent spirit, as he tightened his grip, the bones beneath threatening to shatter. To him, all were mere ants, easily crushed with a flick of his wrist, utterly fragile. This woman before him was no exception. If she wished for death, then let it be. Let all be destroyed. Ji Jiuye's gaze became even more frigid as he grasped her delicate neck with his other hand, squeezing tightly. The excruciating pain and overwhelming sensation of suffocation jolted Qingxin back to reality. Goodness, is he serious? This wretched creature must be a demon. She hastily struck Ji Jiuye several times, attempting to break free. Without fail, each punch merely tickled him. The dagger she wielded felt as dull as a butter knife. inflicting no harm whatsoever. What has happened to my combat prowess? Where am I exactly? Qingxin's mind raced, desperately recalling what she had been doing before falling into this man's clutches. Ah yes, she had been engrossed in a book. However, she had dozed off mid-read. The tome was titled The Phoenix Maiden Ascendant, penned by the adept plot weaver, Nine-Tailed Cat. Within its pages, there existed a character named Qingxin, a mere pawn who married the formidable antagonist Ji Jiuye and ultimately met her demise on the very day of her wedding in an assassination attempt that failed. Qingxin's presence in the narrative was but a few scant hundred words, rendering her an ultimate minor character. Reflecting on this, she glanced at the dagger in her hand, clearly a token of her botched assassination. Looking down at her bridal attire, an inexplicable sentiment surged within her. Her left eye began to twitch uncontrollably. "Dear sir, cough cough, please grant me mercy." Qingxin swiftly abandoned her previous bravado, adopting a more submissive demeanor. The man appeared serious survival was paramount. To endure and adapt, that is the hallmark of true strength. Ji Jiuye, without a change in expression, cast his gaze downward, resting upon the dagger she held, raising an eyebrow in intrigue. And Qingxin instantly grasped his meaning. With a resounding clatter, she hurled the dagger several paces away and softly implored, "Dear sir, cough cough, spare my life." The intense sensation of suffocation left her no room to utter further words, compelling her to communicate through action. Yet, even in this state, she felt her days were numbered. Now, she gazes with tear-filled eyes, her cheeks flushed, and her delicate willow-like brows knitted together, embodying the image of a fragile beauty. Anyone who beholds her cannot help but feel a pang of sympathy. Even Ji Jiuye seems to have been stirred within. In a moment of inexplicable impulse, he released his grip. Subsequently, he retrieved a white silk handkerchief from his pocket and began to wipe it methodically. With a disdainful snort, he remarked, "Humph," as if he would dare to move recklessly. "I would find it beneath me to sully my hands with your demise." The handkerchief, though pristine and clean, lacked luster and bore some fraying. Qingxin's body suddenly succumbed, collapsing to the ground like a puddle of soft mud. She clutched her neck, casting furtive glances at the handkerchief, gasping for air to alleviate the suffocating pain she had just endured. Thank heavens, she had finally survived. Once she regained her strength, the first thing she vowed to do was to smash his head in. Though she feigned anguish on the outside, her heart was filled with vehement curses directed at the man who had nearly taken her life. After regaining some vitality, Qingxin weakly stood up, her voice soft and syrupy as she deceitfully uttered the following words. "Esteemed sir, having fallen into your hands, I find myself unable to escape. Perhaps you might enlighten me with your name, so that when I reach the underworld, I may extol your virtues and ensure you are reborn as an immortal in your next life." The most pressing matter at hand was to ascertain the name of the man before her. If he truly was the notorious antagonist Ji Jiuye from the book, her predicament would be dire. Ji Jiuye's actions paused, his shadowed eyes scrutinizing Qingxin with intrigue. Was this woman merely a fickle actress, capable of spinning tales with such fluidity? Marrying, yet unaware of whom she had wed? "Ji Jiuye," he spoke, his lips parting to release the cold, unyielding syllables. Since this jester wished to perform, he would indulge her in the charade. Merely an ant, easily crushed by a single finger, he held no fear of her fleeing. Upon hearing those three syllables, Qingxin's eyes widened in shock, and her mind exploded with a resounding clarity. She stood frozen in place, as if immobilized by an unseen force. It was indeed Ji Jiuye. Had she truly crossed into the realm of the story? After traversing through myriad worlds, had she finally found herself within the pages of a book? In that moment, she was torn between elation and despair. Joy surged within her, because Ji Jiuye was the very antagonist she had long admired, the one she had yearned to meet in her dreams. Yet, sorrow swept over her, because Ji Jiuye had come to claim her life, and she was utterly unprepared to resist. Qingxin lamented that she had never felt so utterly constrained in her entire life. Chapter 2: The Little Mermaid. Now that I have arrived, do not even think of escaping. How is it that upon hearing my name, the princess is rendered speechless in fear? His gaze swept over the woman's neck, and his eyes darkened involuntarily. To the world, He was a figure to be revered or reviled. Never had anyone dared to maintain such bold eye contact with him for so long. Could this also be a ploy to beguile me? Quite intriguing. Observing Mu Qingxin still in a daze, unable to regain her senses, he sneered, resembling a paper tiger with hidden blades. His thin lips parted slightly, and he coldly uttered the words that encapsulated his identity. Woman, you have successfully captured my attention. After a brief pause, he commanded, Yi Shi, investigate all the clandestine dealings of the Mu residents. Although he knew that this woman was the daughter of the Mu family, her intentions for marrying here were undoubtedly more complex than they appeared. Ji Jiuye was well aware that the Mu family maintained a close relationship with his nephew, the emperor. Their collusion in orchestrating this marriage surely harbored ill intentions. The schemes they plotted behind the scenes must be thoroughly uncovered. If she remains silent, then I shall investigate myself. Yes, the concealed guard, Yi Shi, accepted the command and departed. Before leaving, he cast a glance at Ji Jiuye. Observe, the prince has been fixated on that woman since earlier, revealing his profound interest, though ultimately she cannot escape her doom. Yet, over the years, the prince had never shown such patience towards any woman. Oh dear, how does it feel to be somewhat neglected? Meanwhile, ever since she was released and learned of Ji Jiuye's name, Mu Qingxin felt a surge of exhilaration, as if she had narrowly escaped a calamity. It was quite thrilling. In just a few minutes, countless thoughts raced through her mind like a rapid carousel. Gajing bus diminor. It appeared he had temporarily abandoned his intent to kill her. This meant that for the time being, her life was spared. Before his murderous intentions reignited, she must first win a modicum of his favor. The initial step towards garnering his goodwill was to say, Your Highness, may I interpret this as you being interested in me? Mu Qingxin's words flowed freely, her voice enchanting, her eyes curving into crescent moons, radiating sweetness. Her delicate fingers caressed her slightly swollen chin and the red marks on her neck, continuing to play the part. Your Highness, my heart truly ached just now. Look, it has turned red. As she spoke, she leaned closer to Ji Jiuye, raising her small face high to ensure he could see clearly. She possessed unwavering confidence in her irresistible charm. Witnessing the fragile woman boldly presenting her face, Ji Jiuye felt an inexplicable stir within. This woman dared to approach me so closely, and she smiles so joyfully. Is she truly a fool? Does she not fear that I might crush her with a mere flick of my hand? He was curious to know what thoughts resided in this little woman's mind. Yet, Ji Jiuye quickly came to understand. It is truly laughable. Why should I concern myself with her thoughts? Once I ascertain her true intentions, I shall dispatch her with a single strike. The musings of the deceased hold no significance. Contemplating this, Ji Jiuye's lips curled into a cold smirk, his head slightly bowed. Narrowing the distance between them, his voice was frigid and menacing. Since you refuse to divulge and wish to divert the conversation, I shall command my men to investigate. I hope the princess can endure until I uncover the truth. Should she perish unexpectedly, it would be dreadfully tedious. The gap between them was alarmingly close. Close enough to feel each other's breath. Mu Qingxin stood frozen, her eyes wide with astonishment at Ji Jiuye's striking beauty. She had entirely forgotten his earlier actions, her mind now consumed by that handsome visage. Her heart raced uncontrollably. Such exquisite beauty, such an alluring aura, utterly captivating. Upon witnessing the shock and fear reflected in her gaze, Ji Jiuye exhaled in relief. This was the response one would expect from a normal person. He had begun to think there might be someone unafraid of him. He then raised his head high, turning with an air of nonchalance as he commanded 2 guards to keep a vigilant watch over her, lest she perish. Yes, the guards replied, positioning themselves at the doorway and securing it. Meanwhile, Mu Qingxin, who had only just regained her senses, exaggeratedly clutched her chest, feigning sorrow as she lamented, it is all his fault for being so impossibly handsome, so devastatingly attractive. How could I resist when that striking face drew so near? I was careless. Next time, I must pay closer attention. In the 9-tailed fox in human form, I must find an opportunity to witness his transformation. But alas, It seems only the original heroine of the tale has beheld such a form. What a pity that I, Qingxin, am not the heroine, merely a supporting character paving the way for her journey. Supporting characters are unworthy of such glimpses. In the original narrative, Ji Jiuye is the regent of the Western Wind Kingdom, wielding immense power, yet he is, in truth, a nine-tailed fox demon, a villain starved for love. He is ruthless and brooding, committing heinous acts and manipulating imperial decrees, much to the discontent of the court. As a major supporting character, Qingxin has been tasked by her father to assassinate Ji Jiuye on the day of her marriage to him. Unsurprisingly, the mission fails, resulting in her immediate demise at his hands. Subsequently, another version of Qingxin transcends into this world, bearing the heroine's halo, cleverly winning Ji Jiuye's trust. However, her sole ambition is to become empress. Seizing a moment when Ji Jiuye is off guard, she plunges a dagger into him. At this juncture, the narrative has only unfolded halfway. Once Ji Jiuye meets his demise, Qingxin loses all interest in the book, finding herself drowsy as she reads. She harbors a strong dislike for the heroine's name. Why must it be Qingxin? Though merely a character apart, it feels like a bad omen, not for any particular reason, but simply because Qingxin finds that her perspective often aligns with her physical appearance. Not only that, she yearned intensely to immerse herself within the pages of a book and behold the stunning visage of Ji Jiuye. To her astonishment, fate smiled upon her, allowing Qingxin to traverse into the narrative. Although she had lost all martial prowess, she was acutely aware of the capricious nature of the formidable antagonist. Thus, she resolved to cling to his leg, striving to win his favor and prevent him from finding a reason to eliminate her. She had already conjured a strategy for this endeavor: to flirt, to seduce him, to ardently entice him. Oh ho ho ho, beautiful maiden, now that I have arrived, you shall not escape. It must be said that those enamored with beauty are truly easily satisfied. Upon reaffirming the reality of her situation, Qingxin's smile took on a rather unsettling quality. Dear host, I implore you to temper your smile. I am the system from the book The Phoenix Lady Ascendant, and you have successfully entered the narrative. I shall now initiate the binding procedure. A sweet, delicate voice suddenly interrupted Qingxin's infatuated thoughts. Stop. What is this nonsense about binding? Who dares to impose a binding upon me? Who do you think you are? Qingxin was no ordinary individual. She was a seasoned veteran who had traversed countless realms and accomplished numerous ultimate tasks. She had toiled tirelessly to earn her rewards and ascend to greatness. Why? So that she could wield the power of choice and refuse tasks she found undesirable. Without a moment's hesitation, she rejected the proposition. Chapter 3. The art of whining and cuteness. Perhaps the system did not anticipate such a forthright rejection. It paused momentarily, then hesitantly attempted to soothe the host. Dear host, call me master. Qingxin interjected, her tone languid yet imbued with an irresistible authority. She was currently vexed, eager to discover Ji Jiuye's whereabouts. Without the handsome figure by her side, she felt a sense of unease. Master, I beseech you, bind with me. Once bound, I can offer you countless rewards. The system, now resembling a pitiful maiden, was on the verge of tears. I refuse, Qingxin asserted defiantly. Master, I implore you. If you do not bind with me, I shall face annihilation. The system's plea was laced with desperation. What do I care? Qingxin rolled her eyes. Flirting with men was her foremost priority. The system was a loss. If not for the instinct to survive, who would willingly adopt such a subservient stance? Master, should I be obliterated, you, too, shall perish. With no other recourse, the system resorted to its trump card. It could hardly believe that someone could be so unafraid of death. What do I care? Qingxin truly was unfazed and rolled her eyes once more. She was bold enough to face death. Could the king of hell dare to collect her? He would tremble before her, for she would obliterate his realm. In that case, humanity would be denied reincarnation, and all sins would be laid squarely upon his shoulders. There exists no dilemma that cannot be resolved with a simple, what do I care? If there is, then add another, what do you care? She adheres to the philosophy that it is better to avoid unnecessary troubles, resolutely rejecting all bizarre occurrences. At this moment, the system's young assistant was utterly flabbergasted, encountering for the first time such an obstinate individual who would not yield. The system's assistant was on the verge of tears, lamenting, "Oh, esteemed master, do you truly feel no remorse for me? If you do not bind with me, you too shall face annihilation after midnight," she cried. "Is this of no concern to you? Do you not dread the thought of vanishing forever?" The assistant, unable to withstand the torment, broke down in a fit of tears, exclaiming how difficult her existence had become. Qingxin paced back and forth in her room, contemplating the assistant's loud outbursts, noticing that the guards outside remained indifferent. It seemed that only she could hear the system's voice, and she instinctively found herself conversing with it in her mind. It felt rather magical, as if she were in a virtual realm. Initially intending to disregard the assistant's whimpering, she inadvertently caught a few alarming phrases: face annihilation and vanish forever. The implications were dire. If she did not bond with the system, she would be erased at midnight. This thought was indeed terrifying. While she was not afraid of death itself, annihilation was an entirely different matter. It was a fate far more dreadful than death itself. After all, it was merely a matter of binding with a trivial system. Once bound, she could easily feign compliance and move on. After all, she was a formidable figure traversing time and space on missions. Anyone who recognized her would address her as esteemed master. How clever she felt. With this realization, Qingxin's tone gradually softened, and she gently coaxed the system's assistant. There, little sister, it is merely a matter of binding with me. Come now, I shall show you mercy and bind with you, so that you will not face annihilation." She sounded akin to a trafficker luring a child. "Really? Truly?" the assistant exclaimed, filled with joy, unaware that this seemingly contradictory woman was merely acting out of self-preservation. "Of course it is genuine. Come now." Qingxin urged impatiently. "All right, esteemed master. Please hold on," the assistant responded, busying herself for a few moments. "Dear host, you have successfully bound with the cuteness overload system. I shall now issue your first system task." "Wait, what system?" Qingxin intercepted, having caught an important detail. "Cuteness overload," the assistant replied, looking rather dazed. What a ridiculous name. The moment she heard it, she deemed it utterly unreliable. Who came up with such a nonsensical title? Qingxin bluntly retorted, "It lacks any semblance of sophistication." The assistant, feeling quite innocent, replied, "The name of the system is not decided by me. Call me esteemed master." Qingxin corrected her. The phrase "Your Excellency" from the system's little sister carried a hint of a sob, suggesting she was on the verge of a heartfelt whimper. Qingxin promptly interrupted her, settling herself onto the nearby bed with her legs crossed, eager for the task to be assigned. To be candid, she yearned to conclude her duties swiftly so she could rendezvous with Ji Jiuye and flirt with him. "Understood, Your Excellency. The first task is to act coquettishly towards Ji Jiuye," the system chirped. "Coquettishly? TSK. This little system seemed rather perceptive. "Very well," Qingxin acquiesced, rising to seek out Ji Jiuye, intent on charming him with her playful demeanor. "Hey, darling, just wait for me." "Your Excellency, task acceptance complete. Next, I shall present you with a beginner's gift pack. Furthermore, since you have already acted coyly towards the regent once, this task is deemed completed, and you shall receive a completion reward." Is this a joke? Are you kidding me? This task was finished far too quickly. I didn't even get the chance to be playful with darling. Qingxin's eyes dimmed slightly as she sat back down, disappointment flooding her gaze. Let's see what treasures you've brought forth for me." "Certainly, Your Excellency. Please hold on a moment." The system little sister busied herself, unveiling an array of peculiar items: healing ointment, a whip, candles, a shovel, and some jute rope. Qingxin's expression darkened. Was this truly the beginner's gift pack? None of these items appeared to be of any legitimate use, save for that jar of healing ointment. "I can't believe this. I must have been duped. This ridiculous system." "Indeed, Your Excellency. This is a carefully curated beginner's gift pack that best suits your regal disposition. Are you satisfied?" The system little sister cheerfully introduced her selected items. The esteemed host she was bound to was a queen among queens, deserving of gifts befitting her status. Befitting? Have you lost your mind? What use do I have for these? A whip and jute rope. Are you suggesting I bind someone? Ji Jiuye? He is far too adorable to be tied up. This is utterly absurd. This system is a complete fraud. Qingxin lamented her choice. Your Excellency, if you find this unsatisfactory, I also have a chance for a lottery draw available, the system little sister offered, taken aback that her queen-like host did not appreciate her gifts. Nevertheless, she had a backup plan. Yes, a lottery. Hearing this, Qingxin's lips twitched slightly. The odds of such things were notoriously elusive. However, having come this far, she might as well take a glimpse at the prizes. With a series of operations, a circular spinning wheel materialized before her. The moment Qingxin gazed upon it, panic set in. The wheel was divided into 3 segments, with the first segment declaring, "Complete all system tasks immediately and return to the original world," comprising a staggering 55% of the wheel. In the second section, it states, "Complete the first task to receive all rewards and randomly take away a handsome man, returning to the original world," which accounts for 44%. The final section mentions, "Gain the passive skill, achieve 100% affinity with all beasts," accounting for 1%. TSK, TSK, TSK. Given these odds, I shall soon return to my original world. Won't I? That simply won't do. Is there a way for me to decline this reward? Qingxin regretted her decision. If I happen to draw one of the other 2, wouldn't that be a wasted trip? Just like a leisure excursion? Esteemed master, the reward has been distributed. Should you refuse, you will be erased at the hour of the rat today. Erased again? Very well. I accept my fate. I am weary. Let destruction come. If I truly return to my original world, I shall consider this an elaborate dream. Upon awakening from the dream, stop, stop, stop. That cannot happen. I must remain here to guard Yi Bao. Fine, fine, let us draw. How does one proceed? Esteemed master, you need only click on the word start. Qingxin examined the wheel closely. Indeed, at its center were the words start. With a casual flick of her hand, she pressed down. As expected, the wheel began to spin rapidly. With each rotation, Qingxin's heart raced. Only by drawing the reward that accounted for 1% could she continue to stay in this world, by Yi Bao's side. Oh hot, Yi Bao. I don't want to leave you. Perhaps the second reward would suffice. Regardless of which handsome man I draw, I could always exchange him for Ji Jiuye. Therefore, I beseech you, do not let me draw the first reward. Qingxin anxiously watched the spinning wheel, her heart pounding, her palms slick with sweat. She had never felt such tension during her past missions. Yet here she was, anxious for a man. Nonetheless, Yi Bao is worth it. Please. The wheel seemed intent on heightening her suspense, spinning for what felt like an eternity without stopping. Just as Qingxin was about to utter a curse, the wheel began to slow. As it neared a halt, she embarrassingly covered her eyes. She was afraid to see the outcome. Little system, quickly check which reward it is. If it's the first, do not tell me. I shall end it right here. She asked the system with a tremor in her voice. She truly did not wish to return to her original world. She wanted to accompany Yi Bao. Congratulations, esteemed master. You have received the third reward. With a probability of 9,999, this is indeed impressive. The sweet and surprised voice of the little system girl reached Qingxin's ears, instantly allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. Thank goodness it was the third reward. Wait, a probability of 9,999? Are you jesting with me? Qingxin rubbed her eyes and looked at the wheel again. Indeed, the third reward accounted for only 1%. There was number 9999. Skeptical, she glanced once more. Beneath the reward explanation, there was a line of small text. It read, probability 0005, probability 0005, probability 9999. Qingxin was left speechless. The terms proportion and probability clearly bore different meanings. This trick resembles that of a street vendor, with the subsequent numbers inscribed in such minuscule script. Who devised this system? So deceptive. Very well. As long as I'm not transported back to my previous world, I shall accept it. Regarding the passive skill that grants 100% affinity with all beasts, she has little inclination to delve into its intricacies. As long as she can remain by Night Treasure's side, that is sufficient. And what the next reward? Mu Qingxin inquired with a lack of enthusiasm. She yearned to undertake the task once more, lamenting softly. As soon as she posed her question, a spinning wheel materialized in her mind. Esteemed one, this is your lottery reward for completing the first task. Please proceed. The wheel was still divided into 3 segments. The first segment read, receive 10 strawberry-flavored lollipops, accounting for 80%. The second segment stated, receive 100 strawberry-flavored lollipops, comprising 15%. The final segment noted, receive 10,000 strawberry-flavored lollipops, with a mere 5%. This reward, these proportions, must surely be fictitious. She scrutinized it closely, noting the absence of any fine print beneath the reward description. The corners of Mu Qingxin's mouth twitched. This system appeared exceedingly dubious. Resigned, she clicked to begin, and the wheel spun once again. She gazed vacantly at the wheel, harboring no hope for the outcome. Whether it be 10 lollipops or 10,000, it mattered not, as long as she could stay here. The wheel soon came to a halt. Landing on, received 10,000 strawberry-flavored lollipops. At that moment, she glanced back at the reward description. Indeed, a line of small text appeared below, stating, probability 0, 005, probability 0, 005, probability 0, 9999. Mu Qingxin's mouth twitched again as she cursed. Curse system, what a scam. System, feeling a bit hurt by the insult, but hesitant to voice it. Esteemed one, the lollipops can be stored with me. Whenever you need them, simply ask. Esteemed one, there are a few matters I must advise you on. Please listen carefully. Mu Qingxin replied perfunctorily, lacking enthusiasm. Firstly, the ultimate goal of this narrative is to capture the heart of the nine-tailed fox, Ji Jiuye, and make him fall in love with you. Therefore, the upcoming tasks will be related to Ji Jiuye. To fall in love? No wonder the first task was to act cutely towards Ji Jiuye. The ultimate objective is to win him over. Although the purpose of the system remains unclear, this task aligns perfectly with Mu Qingxin's desires. It is merely unfortunate that this task may never be completed in her lifetime. The original text mentioned that Ji Jiuye harbored a white moonlight in his heart. The original heroine was cognizant of this fact, leading Ji Jiuye to believe she was that very white moonlight, thus earning his trust. While Mu Qingxin yearns to flirt, whether she can indeed succeed remains another matter entirely. For that wretched author never revealed who Ji Jiuye's white moonlight was, even until his demise. Truly, the nine-tailed cat is adept at digging pits. What a deceptive character. Due to the objective of the strategy targeting Ji Jiuye and recognizing your overwhelming strength, the system has implemented a force prohibition function on you. You're permitted to attack only individuals other than Ji Jiuye. Upon hearing this, Mu Qingxin's eyes sparkled with delight. Ah, how splendid! She had initially thought her magical powers had vanished, only to discover that this was a deliberate design targeting Ji Jiuye. No witties, no witties. How could she possibly harm her precious knight? Is there anything else? To ensure fairness among the other characters within this narrative, your combat power will be set to match that of the second-ranked individual in terms of strength. Moreover, you cannot attack others at will and must adhere to the laws governing this world. Hearing this, Mu Qingxin pouted. Why should she, brimming with combat prowess, be relegated to second place? Why not first? However, as long as she could be by knight's side, these concerns seem trivial. Is there anything further? Chapter 5. Milk Petal Bath, emerging fragrant and fresh. That is all, esteemed master. Should you have any queries in the future, feel free to inquire at any time. I shall always be here. The system's sweet, cheerful voice resonated once more. Well then, could you please fetch me a lollipop? Certainly, esteemed master. Mu Qingxin approached the bedside, and as she opened her palm, a familiar red-wrapped lollipop appeared in her hand. An Alps lollipop, strawberry flavor, her favorite brand. She leaned back against her pillow, expertly unwrapping the lollipop and placing it in her mouth. Subsequently, a barely audible sigh escaped her lips, perhaps unnoticed even by herself. The familiar taste of strawberry enveloped her palate, bringing her a long-lost sense of comfort. This comfort prompted her to unconsciously close her eyes and drift off to sleep. In her dreams, she reflected on her life prior to traversing into this narrative. Mu Qingxin was originally a denizen of Blue Star, who, due to her unique soul, was appointed as a high-level task executor by the planet's supreme ruler. Executors traverse various timelines, fulfilling tasks aimed at maintaining the local temporal order. With each task completed, their abilities are enhanced. The more challenging the task, the greater the enhancement ultimately received. Due to her exceptional capabilities, Qingxin consistently undertook the most difficult missions, resulting in the most significant boost to her powers. Thus far, she had acquired a lifespan of 10,000 years. With her bodily functions reaching peak levels, she could not have been in better condition. However, the extension of her life was not necessarily a blessing. Executors operated independently of one another, with no connections between them. As the years passed, her family and friends, lacking such longevity, had all succumbed to the passage of time. Ultimately, all familiar faces had vanished. She longed deeply for a companion who could endure alongside her, providing her with lasting company. In the regent's palace, within the study, "My lord, we have uncovered the truth," Knight 10 reported, kneeling on one knee, his head bowed in utmost respect. Ji Jiuye stood with his back turned to Knight 10, hands clasped behind him. The sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating only the tips of his toes. The rest of his form remained shrouded in darkness, casting him as a brooding, bloodthirsty demon. "Speak." The atmosphere remained frigid, and each time Yishur heard the sound, his body instinctively trembled. Returning to the prince. "As you have surmised, Mufu has indeed tasked Qingxin with assassinating you. She failed in her attempt today and will undoubtedly seek another opportunity to strike," Yishur reported, quivering as he conveyed his speculation, wishing to alert his lord to the formidable nature of this woman. "Umph." Ji Jiuye emitted a cold snort, devoid of warmth. "Does she truly believe she can kill me?" Yishur, puzzled by Ji Jiuye's reaction, cautiously pondered whether he should eliminate her. Just as Ji Jiuye was about to acquiesce, the image of Qingxin's bright, sparkling eyes flashed through his mind. They were radiant, almost gleaming, resembling a small sun. Strangely, he felt an impulsive desire to preserve those eyes. "No need. I shall deal with her personally. I wish to use her eyes as marbles." The first part of Ji Jiuye's statement was tolerable, yet the latter was rather unsettling. His frigid tone bore a hint of fervor, revealing the essence of madness. Upon hearing this, Yishur paused momentarily. His master was indeed ruthless. Thus, it is wise to avoid provoking this master. With no further commands from Ji Jiuye, Yishur vanished from sight. Meanwhile, Qingxin had awakened. Unbeknownst to her, the lollipop had fallen from her mouth, adhering to her clothing and rendering it sticky. Coincidentally, she was not fond of the cumbersome bridal attire, so she summoned her servants to prepare warm water for her. She intended to bathe, change her clothes, and adorn herself beautifully before meeting Yi Bao. However, when Ji Jiuye received a report from servants stating that Qingxin wished to bathe, his eyes narrowed slightly before instructing the servant to prepare the water. Was this woman not still plotting to assassinate him? Why was she now contemplating a bath? Did she intend to seduce him? With this conclusion, Ji Jiuye scoffed. How base. The servants moved swiftly, and soon a large tub of hot water was carried in. "Wait a moment, young man. Do you have any fresh rose petals and milk? Please fetch some for me," Qingxin called to one of the guards, making her demands with an air of entitlement. A milk and rose petal bath was befitting her esteemed status. Moreover, she had grown accustomed to such indulgences. Without them, she felt unclean. The guard paused, evidently taken aback by Qingxin's shamelessness. While his master was intent on eliminating this woman, she seemed oblivious, still indulging in her whims. "No." The guard, disinterested in further engagement, simply refused and exited the room. After closing the door, he noticed no further sounds from within and dismissed it. After a while, when silence persisted, the guard thought, could it be that this woman has escaped? Panic surged within him, prompting him to rush inside and check. Upon entering, he found Qingxin standing perfectly still in the center of the room, her smile eerily strained. "Young man, could you please prepare some petals and milk for me?" Qingxin dragged her elongated charm, once again imploring the guard. Strangely, the guard responded as if his soul had been instantaneously drawn away, replying in a dazed manner, "All right." He continued to move in a stupor, bringing in the items and then exiting mechanically. A satisfied smile crept upon Mu Qingxin's lips as she shed her garments, muttering to herself that it seemed the original owner's charm technique was quite effective. Initially, she had intended to coerce the guard through force. But recalling her position within the narrative, she recognized the necessity of adhering to the local customs. Following the principle of avoiding unnecessary trouble, she opted to employ her charm. To her surprise, the results were quite remarkable. Delighted, she slipped into the bath, her mood buoyant, and began to hum a cheerful tune. A milk and petal bath, fragrant and refreshing. She would soon meet Yi Bao, all fragrant and delightful. Meanwhile, upon learning that a guard had been enchanted by Mu Qingxin's charm, Ji Jiuye felt an inexplicable surge of anger rise within him. He instructed the guard to stand watch at the gate, warning that any further indiscretions would cost him his life. Yes, Knight 10 immediately accepted the command, though he couldn't shake the feeling that the prince held a peculiar interest in this woman. After completing her grooming, Mu Qingxin donned a different red gauze dress. As she examined herself, something fell off. Upon noticing the trailing hem, she frowned. Grasping the hem, she tore it away with a few swift motions, revealing her long, porcelain-like legs. Much better, she mused. However, her gaze fell upon the shoes beside her bed, and her frown deepened. Those shoes were quite unattractive. Never mind. I want to wear them. She was already accustomed to being barefoot. After circling the room, satisfied with her appearance, a smile graced her lips. Yi Bao's sister's coming. Chapter 6. Inciting Ji Jiuye to kiss your neck. Mu Qingxin was statuesque, her red gauze dress hugging her flawless figure, exuding temptation. Her long, straight legs were particularly captivating, complemented by her delicate, fair feet that sparkled like jade, evoking fanciful thoughts in those who beheld them. Her face was a masterpiece, with perfect features that radiated an air of noble pride and allure. Originally, this body was intended for the protagonist of the story, and the author had diligently crafted her as a celestial beauty. Now that Mu Qingxin had traversed into this realm, her form was astonishingly identical to that of her reality. This was fortuitous, as it felt as though she had arrived in person, without any sense of discomfort. Gracefully, she turned, stepping forward with poise as she opened the door, preparing to inquire with the guard about Ji Jiuye's whereabouts. Although she possessed considerable strength, she preferred not to resort to violence immediately, as it would suggest a lack of intellect. Oh, what happened to that young man? She wondered aloud. Regardless, I wish to know where Ji Jiuye is. I must find him. Her voice, imbued with a unique allure, flowed into the guard's ears like the tinkling of spring, causing his heart to tremble. Such a bewitching beauty had the audacity to directly utter her master's name. While he admired her boldness, he felt a deeper sense of regret. A virtuous woman faces imminent demise. Those on the brink of death need not be burdened with excessive knowledge. Thus, the guard, disinterested in engaging her in conversation, refrained from further discourse. The guard who had just spoken to her was summoned by the 10 lords of the night, and he vanished without a trace, leaving her in solitude. He had no desire to converse with her. He wished to preserve his own life. Murmuring with subtle annoyance, Mu Qingxin narrowed her eyes. These insignificant fellows were rather unruly. Reluctant to resort to force, she once again employed the enchanting skills of her original self. Consequently, the guard obediently divulged the whereabouts of Ji Jiuye. With a derisive snicker, Mu Qingxin strode gracefully, unhurriedly making her way to the location indicated by the guard. Within the royal manor, shadows lurked everywhere. The concealed guards observed the woman as she wielded her charm, strutting through the courtyard with unabashed confidence. They dared not intervene. Having just reported to Ji Jiuye, the secretive guards adhered to his command. She was not to be obstructed, thus they discreetly retreated into the shadows. As she walked, Mu Qingxin sensed something amiss. In this vast royal estate were all the guards. Hadn't Ji Jiuye ordered them to keep a close watch on her? Why then, was she met with no resistance? Pondering, her beautiful eyes flickered, and she stifled a light laugh. Ah, this was all part of Ji Jiuye's design. Knight's treasure. How amusing. Dear sister is utterly enamored with you. Congratulations, esteemed master. You have triggered a random task. Incite Ji Jiuye to kiss your neck. If the kiss is successful, you shall gain 2 life points. If Ji Jiuye refuses, you will receive only 1 life point. Gentle reminder, a life point will be deducted from you for each day that passes in this literary realm. Should your life points reach 0, you shall be erased. As Qingxin leisurely continued her journey, she heard the gentle chime of the system's notification. She froze in place, setting aside the peculiarity of the task. She considered the notion of life points. Goodness, a deduction of 1 life point per day? If they were to reach 0, she would face erasure? What absurd premise! Qingxin exclaimed. System, kindly elucidate what this random task entails and the implications of life points reaching 0. Why was this not disclosed from the outset? Esteemed Master, you have just activated a random task, and there was no opportunity to inform you. The system will issue random tasks based on your daily conduct. Upon completion of these tasks, you will receive life point rewards according to the extent of your success. Oh, and one more thing. Main tasks do not contribute to life point rewards. Hence, the only means to acquire life points is through the fulfillment of random tasks. The system meekly clarified. Listening to this, Qingxin couldn't help but chuckle in exasperation. So, if I fail to trigger random tasks, I won't be able to accrue any life points? I demand a refund. I'm done with this. What a wretched system. How utterly infuriating. Once you bind yourself to this system, there is no turning back. Otherwise, you shall face erasure. Qingxin was now thoroughly bewildered. She realized that the system's most frequent warning was about being erased. Curiosity piqued. She wondered who held such power to erase a life so casually. Moreover, the essence of the system's repeated words indicated that no matter the circumstances, Qingxin was compelled to follow the system step by step. Any act of defiance or refusal would risk annihilation. After dominating various realms for many years, she found herself in this unprecedented position of passive subjugation. This sensation left her feeling quite stifled. She clenched her teeth, a flicker of ferocity igniting in her gaze. As her mind raced with countless thoughts of dismantling the system into a myriad of fragments. Ultimately, she exhaled deeply to alleviate the pent-up frustration within her. A gentleman avenges himself. 10 years is not too late. Once she completed her tasks, she would undoubtedly extract this wretched system and obliterate it. With this thought, Qingxin restored her eerie smile and inquired of the system about her current life value. It was prudent to clarify this matter beforehand. Otherwise, she might find herself completing a task only to vanish in the process. How absurd would that be? Your current life value is 3, the initial value. Additionally, considering your recent arrival and adjustment difficulties, the system has graciously granted you a 3-day life value freeze period. This means that for the next 3 days, your life value will not be deducted. Qingxin's lips twitched in irritation. If that's the case, should I express my gratitude? Thank you for your immense kindness in freezing my life value. She inhaled deeply once more, then exhaled heavily. Very well, splendid. Once again, she donned her sinister smile and strode toward Ji Jiuye with a fierce determination, as if she were preparing for a confrontation. This scene did not escape Ji Jiuye's notice. His expression remained stern, the fury in his eyes intensifying. Is this insignificant insect finally unable to sit still? Does she seek to kill me? He scoffed, eager to see what scheme she might employ. Along the way, Qingxin pondered how to accomplish this absurd task. To incite Ji Jiuye to kiss her neck? Who was he, after all? He was the ultimate villain, the type who would kill at the slightest provocation. Although he currently bore no murderous intent toward her, she could not dismiss the possibility that undertaking this task could alter his disposition. While it is said that dying beneath a peony may be considered romantic, one must be alive to revel in such romanticism. If she were to perish, what romance could there be? Typically fearless, Qingxin found her worldview thoroughly shattered. System, I shall not rest until I bring you to ruin. Chapter 7. Winning him over. Making him the precious one in her palm, despite her grievances, Qingxin remained deeply concerned for her own life. To survive in this world, she required life value. And life value was contingent upon her triggering random tasks, which, once completed, would yield rewards. Furthermore, Each day demanded a slight expenditure of life value. Should her life value reach zero, Qingxin would face obliteration. Currently, she possessed 3 life points and a 3-day freeze on deductions. After clarifying the intricacies of life value, she steeled herself and resolved to fight. Engaging in this task could lead to dire consequences, yet abstaining from it would inevitably result in her demise in a matter of days. It is better to take a gamble. She wagers that Ji Jiuye will not take her life. With a sense of ease, she approaches the door to Ji Jiuye's study, feigning nonchalance as she knocks softly. Employing a coy tone, "My lord, I have missed you dearly. May I come in?" Before she can finish her sentence, the door swings open of its own accord. Maintaining her composure, she suppresses the remainder of her words and steps inside. "My lord, what are you occupied with? A moment away from you feels like an eternity. I truly long for you." Upon entering, she finds Ji Jiuye seated behind his desk, prompting her to switch into a servile demeanor. Nonetheless, this reflects her genuine feelings. She indeed misses him fervently. Ji Jiuye remains silent, his expression dark as he observes her entrance. What is this woman scheming? Just moments ago, she appeared intent on taking his life. How can she now don such an insincere smile? Is this part of her strategy? To lower his guard before delivering a fatal blow? Noticing Ji Jiuye's reticence, Qingxin raises an eyebrow, contemplating whether he has chosen to dismiss her. Yet, who would engage with someone harboring murderous intent? The desire to kill is still fresh. No, she must make Ji Jiuye understand that she harbors no intention of harming him. Not only does she wish to spare him, but she aims to endear herself to him, making him the treasure of her heart. "My lord, I am aware that you might believe I intend to kill you. However, rest assured, since my arrival, I shall not bring you any harm. On the contrary, I will protect you, eliminating any troublemakers that cross your path. Perhaps you may not believe me." Qingxin earnestly articulates her words to Ji Jiuye, as if making a solemn vow, her sincerity palpable. Yet, she hesitates before delivering her final line. "Perhaps you may not believe me, but in truth, I am a celestial being sent to rescue you." This statement rings true. Her goal is to win his heart, to offer him warmth, and to inspire his affection. Initially, Ji Jiuye remains unmoved by her earlier declarations. However, her concluding remark unexpectedly strikes a chord within him. He recalls a time in his youth when a graceful woman had saved him. When he had inquired about her name, she had replied playfully, "I'm a celestial being sent from above, here to wait and rescue you." Her tone was light-hearted, yet imbued with warmth, like a gentle sunbeam illuminating his heart. Since that moment, he felt as though his heart could no longer accommodate anyone else. "You are a celestial being?" Ji Jiuye scoffs coldly, his gaze still frigid. In his heart, only that woman is deserving of such a title. Others do not measure up. Witnessing Ji Jiuye finally utter words, Qingxin feels a surge of relief. As long as he is willing to engage with her, there remains a glimmer of hope. Yet, what is with his tone? It carries an air of insolence. "My lord, do I not resemble one?" Qingxin's lips curved slightly as she gracefully strode towards Ji Jiuye, her long legs moving with an alluring elegance. Her demeanor radiated an elegance that could only be acquired through countless battles, exuding a calm and poised presence. In that instant, she resembled a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. Ji Jiuye's heart was profoundly stirred. He gazed at the woman before him, bare-legged and barefoot, momentarily lost in a daze. It was as if he were witnessing once more that pure, ethereal fairy, stepping gracefully towards him, glowing with an aura of light. Ready to embrace him, this woman was adorned in a similar fashion. Oomph. Ji Jiuye snapped back to reality with a cold snort. This woman truly had the power to disrupt his thoughts. She was perilous. She must be eliminated. He resolved to crush her the moment Qingxin drew closer. Unbeknownst to Qingxin, Ji Jiuye's inner turmoil was raging. She continued to approach him, contemplating how to entice him to kiss her neck. If she wished to draw closer to Ji Jiuye, she needed to take the initiative. She planned to walk directly to him and employ her charm to compel him to act. She believed her strategy was quite sound. Upon reaching Ji Jiuye, Qingxin blinked her eyes at him, unleashing her enchanting powers. The two locked eyes for a full minute, their gazes intense, until Mu Qingxin's eyes grew dry and tears began to fall, while Ji Jiuye remained unmoved. What on earth was happening? Was her charm ineffective against him? Mu Qingxin cursed inwardly. Meanwhile, Ji Jiuye merely perceived that the woman before him had some peculiar issue with her eyes, as she blinked incessantly. My esteemed master, have you forgotten what I mentioned to you? The system has activated the force prohibition function. You can only attack individuals other than Ji Jiuye. Thus, my esteemed master, you cannot employ charm against Ji Jiuye. The soft voice of the system reappeared, providing an explanation without hesitation. Mu Qingxin was taken aback. Surely charm couldn't be classified as an attack skill. She hadn't harmed him, due to the inherently guiding nature of charm. It cannot be ruled out that you might lead him to harm himself. Therefore, you cannot use charm against him. Mu Qingxin lamented. This is unacceptable. That is also unacceptable. How on earth am I to complete this task? I'm exhausted. Let it all come to an end. Whatever will be, will be. Completing a task is indeed troublesome. Resigned, Mu Qingxin decided to drop the act. Boldly, she laid her cards on the table, declaring to Ji Jiuye that she was simply enamored with his physique and had no intention of killing him. So, you understand, right? There's no need for such wariness. It truly lacks interest. As she spoke, she audaciously sat upon Ji Jiuye's desk, crossing her legs nonchalantly. Her slender, pale legs fell into Ji Jiuye's line of sight. And oh, those delicate, fair feet. Ji Jiuye was taken aback. Who in the world would dare to so openly seduce him? And to be so straightforward? I crave your body? Ji Jiuye, he thought to himself how he resembled one of those little courtesans. Indeed, she was a bold and reckless woman. The princess sits at my table. Do you find it comfortable? Ji Jiuye's expression was stern, a hint of an elusive smile gracing his lips. Yet his words carried almost no warmth. Anyone with keen insight could discern that this was the precursor to Ji Jiuye's wrath. Yet remarkably, Mu Qingxin seemed unfazed and provocatively retorted. Of course it's uncomfortable sitting at the table. What? Does the prince wish for me to sit upon your lap? She then scrutinized Ji Jiuye's chest with a smitten expression, adding, if the prince were to plead with me, it wouldn't be out of the question. How audacious. To suggest that I should beg her? To implore her to take advantage of me? Ji Jiuye's complexion darkened, his gaze swirling with tempestuous emotions. As if on the verge of an explosion, not only Ji Jiuye, but even the hidden guards in the shadows widened their eyes in disbelief. This woman truly possessed an extraordinary audacity. One could only wonder how the prince would choose to punish her this time. Would he cast her to the back mountain? Or would he enact a more gruesome fate? Chapter 8. I beg you, sit upon my lap. Mu Qingxin observed Ji Jiuye's unwavering demeanor and felt a flicker of doubt. Could it be that Ji Jiuye was allergic to women? How could he remain so unyielding in the face of her seduction? Was she truly devoid of any allure? No. She needed to intensify her charms. She descended from the table, leaned in to lift Ji Jiuye's chin, and slowly moved closer, intending to kiss him. Yet, Ji Jiuye remained unresponsive, his icy gaze fixed upon her, seemingly impervious to her advances. However, beneath the surface, tumultuous waves churned within him. Their proximity was so intimate, and Mu Qingxin's attire was audaciously revealing. Legs and feet, should they be displayed so freely? Not only that, as Mu Qingxin drew nearer, Ji Jiuye caught a whiff of her fresh rose and milk fragrance. Just the scent alone was tempting enough to make one yearn for a taste. He felt an inexplicable urge to draw closer to her. The realization struck him like a bolt. He feared he was losing his sanity, desiring to approach this woman. Ji Jiuye gritted his teeth in an effort to suppress his feelings, the pain in his jaw a reminder of his restraint. How brazen, to dare to flirt with the prince. Beware, lest the prince cast you to the back mountain to feed the wolves. Knight 10 could no longer contain himself. He emerged from the shadows, exclaiming loudly. After spending over a decade by the prince's side, he had never witnessed such a daring woman, bold enough to openly seduce the prince. This woman was the first and would undoubtedly meet the most grim fate. Upon hearing Knight 10's words, Ji Jiuye furrowed his brow, casting a cold glance his way. He pondered, had new wolves recently arrived at the back mountain? How was he not informed? Knight 10, upon receiving that gaze, was momentarily taken aback. What had that look meant? Was the prince blaming him? Was he reproaching him for chastising that woman? The prince was actually faulting him for her sake. Oh dear, how unfortunate. Crack. Knight 10 could hear the sound of something within him shattering into countless pieces. The back mountain? Upon hearing those two words, Qingxin's interest was piqued. The original text described how the rear mountain of Ji Jiuye was home to numerous ferocious beasts, each more formidable than the last, capable of effortlessly slaying a person. Coincidentally, she recalled the passive skill she had won in a lottery, 100% affinity with beasts. If taken literally, it implied that beasts would instinctively desire to be close to Qingxin. She felt an urge to test this theory in the rear mountain. Thus, she withdrew her hand from Ji Jiuye's chin and turned her body to inquire with Yi Shi about the way to the rear mountain. However, before she could speak, Ji Jiuye forcefully turned her back. Gazing intently into Qingxin's eyes, he articulated each word with precision. I beg you, sit on my lap. His tone bore no resemblance to that of supplicant. It sounded more like a command. Qingxin stood frozen, blinking her bewildered eyes. Could it be that Ji Jiuye had truly lost his mind? Did he just say he was begging me? Little system, I must not have misheard, right? Ji Jiuye indeed said I beg you, correct? The phrase I beg you is ordinarily unremarkable. Yet, when uttered from Ji Jiuye's lips, it transformed into a grand spectacle. A man so cold, proud, and brooding actually said he was begging me? Indeed, Master, Ji Jiuye did utter those words. Go for it. It appears he has developed some fondness for you. Just continue your efforts, and it will be no trouble for him to fall in love with you. Once reassured of her sanity, Qingxin beamed with delight and boldly settled into Ji Jiuye's embrace, her arms naturally wrapping around his neck. Since he had already pleaded, why hesitate any further? Meanwhile, Yi Shi watched in utter astonishment, his jaw nearly dropping. It was evident that his master intended to engage with that woman in a most intimate manner. What sort of allure did this woman possess? No, it was more appropriate to question if the master had undergone a change in temperament. Was he beginning to favor women? Had he previously been averse to them, only to be magically cured upon encountering this woman? The absurdity was overwhelming. Yi Shi silently stepped aside, turning his back and closing off his senses. At that moment, Ji Jiuye appeared calm on the surface, yet within, his thoughts churned like boiling water. He was perplexed as to why he had yielded to her. All he desired was her attention. Almost instinctively, he had agreed to her earlier request. Once the words had left his mouth, they could not be taken back. Since you have already requested it, why not grant me a kiss as well? Look at these red marks on my neck. They were left by your earlier grip, and they hurt immensely. My lord, I need your kiss to feel better, Qingxin playfully pouted, her voice imbued with a unique charm that almost shattered Ji Jiuye's defenses. Ji Jiuye grew increasingly agitated. Once more, this woman had disrupted his peace of mind. He felt an urge to chastise her. A kiss, is it? Very well. I shall indulge you. Ji Jiuye lowered his gloomy gaze, wrapping his large hand around Qingxin's waist, pulling her closer into his embrace. He then leaned down, truly kissing her neck. The man's cool lips brushed against the woman's delicate, fair neck, akin to a bloodthirsty wolf sinking its teeth into the vulnerable flesh of an innocent rabbit. Qingxin's body trembled, as if struck by an electric current, rendering her weak and powerless. Her mind went blank. Did he really kiss her? Goodness, what a surreal day this was. Congratulations, esteemed master, on completing the random task. Coax Ji Jiuye into kissing your neck. Ji Jiuye's kiss was successful, and you have gained 2 life points. Your current life points stand at 5. Please, esteemed master, strive for more life points. The system's sweet voice chimed in at just the right moment, sounding particularly excited. Qingxin replied, Thank you so much. Feeling the gentle figure in his arms gradually go limp, a glint of mischief flickered in Ji Jiuye's eyes. A woman, does your heart race as well? With this, the score was settled. Concluding this, his mood instantly lifted. As his spirits soared, he felt an even stronger urge to draw closer to Qingxin. This woman seemed to have an irresistible allure, enticing him toward further indulgence. The beastly instincts of the nine-tailed fox within him surged forth, and two gleaming fangs suddenly emerged. Without a moment's hesitation, he sank his teeth into her flesh. The sound of flesh tearing echoed through the air as blood, fragrant like roses, flowed into his mouth, offering profound satisfaction to his inner being. Yet this sudden turn of events left Qingxin in a state of panic. Initially, she merely intended for Ji Jiuye to kiss her. But what was happening now? Was he truly going to devour her? Oh, how terrifying! Let me go! Ji Jiuye, she cried, struggling and flailing, desperate to escape his grasp. However, Ji Jiuye disregarded her pleas, tightening his hold instead. One hand gripped her slender waist while the other restrained her head, rendering her utterly immobile. She was like a lamb awaiting slaughter, quietly resigned to her fate. In a frenzy, Qingxin thought, "Little system, think of something quickly. I'm about to be drained of blood. Esteemed master, I am afraid I am unable to assist. I possess no offensive capabilities." Qingxin lamented, "This is it. I might lose my life over a mere task." She couldn't help but add, "What a truly surreal day this has been." Chapter 9. Fear not, for I shall personally tend to your wounds. Only after Ji Jiuye had satisfied his thirst did he release Qingxin. She sprang away from him like a spring, exclaiming in frustration, "That damned Ji Jiuye has actually bit my neck. What'll I do if I end up disfigured?" Once she retreated to what seemed a safe distance, Qingxin covered her neck and glared at Ji Jiuye. "Ji Jiuye, are you a dog?" "Ah, a dog. Such a creature could never compare to me." "Oh, my dear consort, are you insulting me by calling me a dog?" Perhaps due to having consumed a portion of the blood from the woman before him, he found himself yearning for her presence even more. He lowered his gaze to his hands, yearning for the sensation he had just experienced, the delicate waist that seemed too fragile to hold, and her back, soft and boneless when she moved restlessly. It was not merely these features. Every part of her exuded an overwhelming allure. Even her strands of hair were irresistibly fragrant. He licked the blood lingering at the corner of his lips, finding a morsel of satisfaction within. He felt utterly deranged. How could he become so infatuated with her in such a brief span of time? Qingxin had initially intended to continue reprimanding him, but then she recalled that Ji Jiuye could end her life at any moment. She found herself unable to retaliate. Instead, she thought, "Oh dear, how could I dare? I meant to say, if you're a dog, then I share the same zodiac. What a coincidence." She chuckled, covering her neck, uttering insincere words. Observing her demeanor, Ji Jiuye couldn't help but find it amusing. Though she appeared defiant, she was suppressing her true feelings, resorting to insincere remarks. "Come here," Ji Jiuye beckoned her, a slight smile gracing his lips. His cool voice drifted through the air, devoid of the previous chill. Qingxin remained rooted in place, wary of his intentions. Who could discern what Ji Jiuye might contemplate next? She was no fool. Noticing her reluctance to approach, Ji Jiuye's smile widened, and he gestured again. "Come here. Do you not understand?" This command carried a hint of frostiness. Qingxin blinked, reluctantly inching forward. Upon her arrival, Ji Jiuye produced a small porcelain vial from his robe. Uncapping it, and dipped a finger into the ointment within. What was he up to? Did Ji Jiuye intend to poison himself? To apply a deadly toxin? To silence her? Or was he concocting yet another scheme to torment her? Did he plan to inflict harm upon her? Ji Jiuye, I have done nothing. Even if I had intended to, I did not succeed. You cannot simply kill me. The moment she witnessed his actions, Qingxin instinctively retreated several steps, her face a mask of resistance. The earlier surprise at Ji Jiuye's maneuver still lingered. She was now akin to a deer, once bitten by a snake, forever wary of the rope. Who could predict what other reckless actions he might undertake? Ji Jiuye hesitated, letting out an inaudible sigh. What could possibly be going through that woman's mind? Did she truly believe he wished to end her life? He rose, almost as if teleporting, appearing beside Qingxin, leaving her no chance to escape. In her anxiety, Qingxin stood frozen, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, resembling a wounded fawn gazing up at Ji Jiuye, looking utterly pitiful. Ji Jiuye paused, his hand that was to apply the ointment gently caressing her neck, administering the healing balm with utmost care. Do not be afraid. I will personally tend to your wounds. This ointment is a miraculous remedy. No matter the severity of the injury, it will heal swiftly and leave no trace. Ji Jiuye was uncertain why he felt compelled to explain himself. He merely wished to alleviate her fears. Qingxin blinked at his words. It seems this formidable antagonist intended to administer medicine to her. Why didn't he mention it earlier? She was under the impression that Ji Jiuye meant to silence her permanently. It frightened her to death. Ji Jiuye, while biting, exhibited a degree of restraint, resulting in a wound that was not severe, and the bleeding ceased swiftly. A cool sensation emanated from the injury, alleviating some of the pain. Qingxin felt rejuvenated. She could still flirt. Ji Jiuye, tending to his own wound, indicated that he harbored no ill feelings towards her. The absence of disdain could only lead to affection. Your Highness, by explaining this to me, are you attempting to ease my mind? In other words, Your Highness, do you care for me? Qingxin had entirely forgotten her previous resistance and was now consumed with thoughts of seduction. Her alluring voice lingered in Ji Jiuye's ears, stirring something within him. His once proud composure teetered on the brink of collapse. This woman was truly untouchable. Ji Jiuye scoffed, gripping the chin of the enchanting beauty, and coldly remarked, "Woman, do you truly believe this prince cares for you? Do not delude yourself. My explanation was merely to ensure your cooperation. Do you really think I would concern myself with an insignificant insect? I advise you to contemplate how to explain yourself to the Mu household. Your father entrusted you with a task, and you have failed to complete it, yet you still live. Have you considered the consequences?" With that, he turned elegantly, leaving behind a chilling silhouette for Qingxin. Did she think he cared for her? Such a notion was absurd. It was utterly impossible. Then why did the prince go to such lengths to explain? Surely, I will face punishment from my father for failing the task. But why would you convey so much to me? Is it because you do not wish to witness my punishment? In other words, Your Highness, you are indeed concerned about me. Qingxin gazed at Ji Jiuye's hasty retreat, a smile gracing her lips. Regarding Ji Jiuye's awareness of the assassination incident, Qingxin was not taken aback. His shadow guards possessed an extensive intelligence network, infiltrating various domains. To uncover information was as effortless as a mere thought. Furthermore, having relinquished her intent to assassinate Ji Jiuye, she felt no fear in speaking candidly. This could also serve as a subtle provocation, enticing him further. Over time, even if he remained indifferent towards her, he might come to realize that he should care for her. Such is the power of psychological suggestion. Indeed, upon hearing this, Ji Jiuye paused. Could it be that his earlier demeanor signified concern for her? Odd, for he truly felt no regard for her. This woman must be attempting to deceive him with her cunning words. How sly. Ye sure, the princess is unwell. Take her back to her quarters immediately. Ji Jiuye commanded coldly, seemingly intent on forcibly removing Qingxin from his presence. He could no longer allow her to disturb his peace of mind. Yes, Ye Sure promptly appeared, ready to escort Qingxin. He anticipated that she would resist leaving. However, to his surprise, Qingxin willingly made her way outside. At the last moment, she turned back reluctantly, casting a playful smile at Ji Jiuye. "My lord, see you at dinner." This smile left Ji Jiuye momentarily entranced. In his daze, he heard her whisper, "Be good, let us dine together tonight." He was filled with anticipation, yet the woman did not appear until dawn the following day. He waited for her throughout the night, lost in longing. When he finally came to his senses, the woman had vanished from his sight. Would she truly depart from him? Ji Jiuye gazed at the empty courtyard, his eyes deepening with sorrow, his demeanor growing colder. How could she not implore him to stay? Chapter 10. Fondness for Qingxin calling him Yi Bao. Ji Jiuye watched Qingxin leave with a calm, cold gaze, yet a tempest surged within his heart. Her silhouette bore an uncanny resemblance to that woman, the heartless and resolute woman. Where could she possibly be? Why had she abandoned him? The mere thought of her pierced his heart as if stabbed by a sharp blade, causing him excruciating pain. The malice in his eyes intensified, his hands clenched into fists, knuckles turning white. He bit down hard on his jaw, producing a series of ominous cracking sounds akin to devouring bones, a chilling noise indeed. With a resounding crash, Ji Jiuye's desk exploded into splinters. The books, once supported, fluttered down like autumn leaves. Among them was a portrait that seemed to possess an aura of sentience. Landing at Ji Jiuye's feet, it was an image of a woman, her legs bare, seated gracefully on a stone, exuding elegance and nobility. Originally a magnificent portrayal of beauty, yet her face remained untouched, a void of emptiness. It was not that the artist lacked desire, but rather he had forgotten her visage. Indeed, the artist was Ji Jiuye himself. The woman he yearned for day and night had slipped from his memory entirely. Bending down, he picked up the portrait, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. He then murmured softly, reminiscent of the tender cooing between birds, "Am I unworthy of your presence because I have forgotten your face? Fairy sister, when shall you return to see me? I have grown so strong now." After the pinnacle of heartache came the depths of longing and sorrow. As dusk fell, a tear, long in the making, cascaded down, landing upon the woman's face in the portrait, smudging the image. A profound sense of helplessness assailed Ji Jiuye once more, a deluge of despair threatening to engulf him. He even contemplated that since the fairy sister would never return, perhaps it would be better to perish, as if it were of little consequence. As this thought took root, dark miasma began to seep from him. Initially faint, it deepened and thickened with each despairing thought. Just as it seemed he would be consumed, Yi Shi burst in. "Master, Master, wake up. Are you lost in your thoughts again?" Knight 10, disregarding the consuming dark magic, reached out a hand to pull Ji Jiuye from the swirling black mist, urgently calling out in an attempt to awaken him. As Ji Jiuye was extracted, his consciousness gradually returned. He beheld the sinister black magic. "What is this?" Daring to attempt to devour this king, Ji Jiuye coldly raised his hand, and pure, white spiritual energy instantly dispelled the dark essence. "What precisely is this black magic? Why does it manifest whenever I am in a low mood?" Ji Jiuye furrowed his brow deeply, but unable to comprehend, he decided to abandon the thought. Observing that the sky outside had completely darkened, it was time for dinner. He would soon see that audacious woman again. At this thought, Ji Jiuye's gloomy expression softened slightly. This change went unnoticed by him, but was keenly observed by Knight 10. Knight 10 swallowed hard, pondering. Has the master recalled some form of punishment? Why did his expression suddenly shift, displaying a peculiar smile? As the master and servant were lost in their own thoughts, Qingxin approached gracefully. "Knight treasure, it's time for dinner. I specifically came to escort you." Her voice, laden with endless allure, combined with a sticky tone, sent a chill down Knight 10's spine. After all these years, he had never encountered such a pretentious woman. Yet, this woman was audacious enough to seduce his master. It seemed she was not far from her demise. Knight 10 discreetly glanced at Ji Jiuye, confident that he would show disdain, perhaps wishing to crush that woman on the spot. His confidence was unwavering, but the moment he beheld Ji Jiuye's expression, it crumbled to dust. He was astonished to see a long-lost glimmer of light in Ji Jiuye's eyes. It was as if an effect had been conjured. "What did you just call this king?" Ji Jiuye asked, a slight smile playing on his lips, seemingly taking great interest in this address. Uncertain of Ji Jiuye's temperament, Qingxin found herself at a loss for words. She was unaware whether Ji Jiuye appreciated being addressed in such a manner. After all, in the original storyline, the former female protagonist had always called him by name. Ji Jiuye had regarded her as his beloved, completely indifferent to the use of his name, even considering it a term of endearment. As if that were not enough, the most infuriating aspect was that the former female protagonist had mercilessly slain Ji Jiuye. After all the trust he had placed in her, the mere thought of the original plot made Qingxin seethe with anger, wishing to confront the author. "Your Highness, do you like or dislike this form of address? Could you provide a hint? I feel quite flustered." Qingxin stammered, her fingers nervously twisting the ribbons on her garment in a chaotic manner, resembling a somewhat clueless little darling. Yet, this small gesture captured Ji Jiuye's attention even more. Why does this action feel so familiar? It seems that I recall someone who is equally mischievous, constantly playing with the corners of their garments unconsciously. Who could it be? Before he could clarify this thought, Ji Jiuye was once again engulfed by an overwhelming infatuation for Mu Qingxin, as if under a spell. Affection. Almost instinctively, Ji Jiuye parted his thin lips and uttered two icy words. This left both Yi Shi and Mu Qingxin in shock, frozen in place. They began to doubt their own senses. Yi Shi, my lord, truly you dare to speak such words? Have you ceased to be the original master? Could it be that someone has substituted you with a mere impostor? Mu Qingxin, is this the infamous, unapproachable, ruthless villain? To hear the word like from him is akin to burning incense for hundreds of years. The most crucial point is, such affection should be directed towards the heroine. I am not the heroine. I am merely a nearly dead, insignificant pawn. What? Has the princess lost her ability to comprehend human speech? Ji Jiuye observed Mu Qingxin's astonished expression, entirely oblivious to the fact that he was the root of the chaos, and instead teased her nonchalantly. Unable to comprehend human language? Mu Qingxin felt her temper rising. This villain, despite his admirable appearance, was utterly insufferable in every other regard, especially his tongue. Not all, my lord. I simply heard a little dog barking just now and was momentarily taken aback. Mu Qingxin, as if nothing had transpired, gleefully approached, linking her arm with Ji Jiuye's. Her tone overly affectionate. Internally, she calculated her next move. Ah, you know I am insulting you, yet you possess no evidence. If you choose to overlook it, splendid. But should you take offense, well, that would imply you acknowledge yourself as a dog. Ji Jiuye concealed his amusement behind lowered eyes. Oh, what a coincidence. I too heard it just now. However, it was not a single bark, but several. Goodness, if we were to discuss dogs, Ji Jiuye surpasses them all. Chapter 11. A night with Ji Jiuye. Mu Qingxin's lips twitched, suppressing the urge to explode, responding with a strained smile. Ah, how wonderfully coincidental. Thus, Yi Shi watched as the two of them exited in a remarkably harmonious manner, his eyes wide with disbelief. That woman was one thing. But what on earth was happening with his master? How could he allow her to cling to his arm without any sign of repulsion? This was utterly baffling. Regarding Ji Jiuye's lack of resistance to her actions, Mu Qingxin paid it no heed. During dinner, she received a main quest from the system. Dear esteemed one, the system now issues a primary task. Within 3 days, prepare your most exquisite dish for Ji Jiuye. The reward for task completion remains a lottery draw. Esteemed one, please confirm whether you wish to accept this task now. The system unexpectedly announced the task, its voice still soft and gentle. Mu Qingxin promptly retorted, What if I never accept? Then you shall be erased at midnight tonight. Mu Qingxin, very well. I shall accept it now. Erased once again. She was curious to know who possessed such immense power. She meticulously calculated the time, realizing it was precisely dinner time, and that she could still manage to prepare something today. Therefore, after assisting Ji Jiuye to the dining table, she excused herself under the pretext of stomach ache and slipped into the kitchen, ready to embark on her culinary endeavor. After much contemplation, Mu Qingxin decided to concoct a modified version of a heartfelt soup for him. By the time Mu Qingxin stealthily entered the kitchen, the shadow guard had already informed Ji Jiuye. Confounded by her intentions, Ji Jiuye merely instructed them to observe quietly and remain on standby. O woman, what is it that you truly wish to accomplish? Why resort to deception? Ji Jiuye's eyes narrowed, filled with an ominous glint. Meanwhile, Mu Qingxin, upon discovering the kitchen was deserted, had a strong inkling that this was indeed Ji Jiuye's doing. He must be curious to ascertain her true motives. However, that was inconsequential. It was merely a matter of preparing a dish, and if he found out, so be it. She surveyed the kitchen's contents, finding everything she needed, save for one essential item, red wine. In fact, not only red wine, but even ordinary liquor was absent. How peculiar, in such a grand royal residence. Do they not indulge in alcohol? Does Ji Jiuye himself abstain from drinking? Mu Qingxin inquired, Little system, do you possess any red wine? The system promptly replied, Dear master, would you like to activate the exchange function? Upon activation, you may use life force to procure the items you require. Shall I proceed with the activation now? An exchange function reliant on life force? For some reason, Qingxin felt that this feature might prove to be quite burdensome. Does activating this function require the expenditure of anything? This time, Qingxin resolved to tread carefully, wary of inadvertently falling into the system's trap. The system replied, "No need for that, dear master." Overjoyed, Qingxin declared, "Then let us activate it." The system responded, "Please hold on, dear master." "All set, dear master. You may now utilize it. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to reach out to me." Within her mind, Qingxin discovered that a button labeled Life Force Exchange had been added to the barren interface. Her heart raced with excitement, and her trembling hand pressed the button. Subsequently, a new interface emerged, displaying only one option for red wine, with a note stating that a bottle of red wine required 4 points of life force. Goodness! With a mere 5 points of life force remaining, a bottle of red wine costs 4 points? How outrageous! Qingxin felt tears welling up in her eyes. "You wretched system, just wait," she muttered under her breath, resigning herself to the exchange, while secretly resolving to devise a plan to undertake more random tasks. With only 1 point of life force left, her days were numbered. Having made her decision, Qingxin wasted no time gathering the ingredients and began to cook. To avoid arousing Ji Jiuye's suspicion, she cleverly masked the pouring of red wine with water. After considerable effort, the heartfelt soup was finally ready. When she placed it before Ji Jiuye, half an hour had already elapsed. Ji Jiuye remained seated, eagerly anticipating what Qingxin would ultimately produce. Upon gazing at the presentation of the soup, Ji Jiuye furrowed his brows. It bore a somewhat sanguine hue. Could it be that Qingxin had concocted it using her own blood? How morbidly peculiar. However, the heart-shaped sweet bananas beside it appeared rather appealing. "My lady, this soup you have prepared is likely unpalatable even to a dog," he remarked, his tone frigid and laden with undisguised disdain. The words ignited a desire within Qingxin to retaliate. Summoning every ounce of her strength to quell her emotions, she forced a smile, albeit insincere, and replied, "Your Highness, this is a heartfelt soup crafted especially for you." The words heartfelt soup lingered in her thoughts, unspoken. Heartfelt? What a joke. This is a special version of Mengpa soup, made just for you. Do give it a try. Mengpa soup. Ji Jiuye pondered the term. He was aware that Mengpa soup was a potion consumed before reincarnation, enabling one to forget all remnants of their previous life. His thoughts inadvertently drifted to that woman. "Sister Fairy, did you also drink Mengpa soup, thus rendering me a mere specter in your memory?" His gaze darkened instantaneously. Noticing Ji Jiuye's disquiet, Qingxin, though oblivious to its cause, instinctively wished to alleviate the look of despondency upon his countenance. Her irritation towards him dissipated in an instant. She began to explain the nature of her Mengpa soup with genuine warmth. This dish was based on a secret concoction, enriched with salmon and spinach in addition to conventional spices. Both ingredients are known to evoke joy. Furthermore, those sweet bananas beside, it would also elicit feelings of happiness. The very essence of Mengpa soup is to inspire forgetfulness of past sorrows. Although he grasped little of her explanation, it seemed that Qingxin had endeavored to craft this soup solely to uplift her own spirits. Ji Jiuye could not help but raise his gaze to Qingxin, pondering her intentions. Was her gesture born of concern for him? She had claimed she would protect herself, and that she was drawn to him. Now, she had prepared a bowl of soup to aid in forgetting past grievances. Could it be that her actions were rooted in affection for him? A myriad of thoughts coursed through his mind in an instant. Ultimately, he resolved to consume the entirety of the soup. Though it contained a substance he feared, alcohol, which he could not tolerate even in the slightest, he felt compelled to honor Qingxin's efforts. He could not allow her intentions to go unappreciated. Thus, he consumed every last drop of the sanguine concoction. Despite its peculiar taste, the thought of Qingxin's sentiments rendered it delectable. Once Ji Jiuye finished the bowl, the system issued a new task. "Congratulations, esteemed one, for triggering a random task. Spend a night with Ji Jiuye. Upon completion, you will unlock the progress tracking feature for courting Ji Jiuye. You will then be able to assess his level of affection towards you. When the affection level reaches 100, your pursuit will be deemed successful. Note, this random task is classified as a special task and will not yield health rewards. Will you accept, esteemed one? Upon hearing about the task and the reward, Mu Qingxin's eyes sparkled with excitement. A night together? Progress inquiry? She eagerly rubbed her hands together. I shall accept. Chapter 12. The silver-haired beast with 9 tails. Congratulations, esteemed one. The task has been successfully accepted. Additionally, the task, prepare your signature dish for Ji Jiuye within 3 days, has been completed. The reward has been issued. Would you like to draw your prize now? Mu Qingxin replied, not just yet. I shall wait until I return tonight to draw. Understood, esteemed one. Should you have any inquiries, do not hesitate to summon me. I shall always be here. Mu Qingxin thought to herself, pondering how to entice Ji Jiuye to spend the night with her. Should she be direct and say, hey, young man, let us sleep together tonight? Allow me to pamper you. She imagined Ji Jiuye blushing and replying shyly, but sister, be gentle. I fear pain. Hee. In a flash, Mu Qingxin conjured an entire scene in her mind. However, she realized such scenarios might never materialize in her lifetime. With a sigh, she shifted her approach, playfully saying, Night treasure, look, the soup is all gone. How about granting me the favor of spending tonight together? Besides, we are already bound as husband and wife. It is not inappropriate. She gazed at Ji Jiuye with hopeful anticipation, wishing for his acceptance. Surprisingly, upon hearing her request, he felt an overwhelming impulse to agree. He himself was perplexed by this reaction. Whatever Mu Qingxin asked, he instinctively wanted to comply, as if under a spell. Yet, he recalled having consumed some wine earlier that day, and soon it would take effect. He wished to keep this matter to himself. Why is the princess so impatient to share a bed with me? Are all women from the Mu household so unreserved? His tone remained icy, utterly unchanged by a bowl of mangue soup. Mu Qingxin felt a surge of frustration. She had hoped that, after consuming her concoction, he would treat her more kindly. Clearly, she could not place her hopes too high. Oh, your highness, what words are these? As a married couple, it is only natural to share the same chamber at night. Are you perhaps afraid of my inadequacies, leading you to decline? She feigned a dramatic expression of regret, hinting at her insinuations. Astute as Ji Jiuye was, he promptly understood her implications. His expression darkened, eyes shadowed. Whether I am capable or not remains to be seen. However, you shall never discover the truth, for I hold no interest in you whatsoever. His words were unyieldingly harsh. Mu Qingxin pouted. Behold, this is the infamous, unfeeling villain. It seems only a protagonist blessed with destiny can share a bed with him. To stir the heart of such a formidable antagonist, one might as well wait for the sun to rise in the west. Very well, if you are unwilling, so be it. There is plenty of time ahead. There is no rush. She sulked, disappointment etched across her face, realizing the prince truly was a heartless scoundrel. In light of this, Qingxin gracefully withdrew, bidding the prince to rest well that night. With a casual turn, she departed without a trace of lingering attachment. It was this resolute departure that left Ji Jiuye's heart feeling hollow, as though something profoundly significant had slipped away. Regret began to seep into him. Had he acquiesced to Mu Qingxin's request from the outset, he would not have been subjected to such a heart-rending sight. He watched helplessly as Mu Qingxin vanished, unable to utter the words of retraction. His status forbade him from expressing such sentiments. That night, Mu Qingxin was left to guard the empty room alone. The reward for the task assigned by the system amounted to little more than a few mundane recipes, rendering the experience rather dull. Consequently, Mu Qingxin retired to bed early, cursing Ji Jiuye to a lifetime devoid of true love in this life and the next. As the night unfolded, some slept soundly while others languished in regret within their chambers. At the stroke of midnight, the Ji residence was enveloped in silence, a serene stillness prevailing. The luminous moonlight bathed the estate, illuminating it as brightly as day despite the absence of artificial light. In that moment, a white figure stealthily emerged from the study, resembling a human with cascading silver hair that shimmered under the moon's glow. Notably, atop its head were 2 delicate, fluffy ears, alert and ever-moving, scanning the surroundings. Upon closer inspection, This peculiar creature bore not just one but several tails, perhaps 7 or 8, a fluffy mass entwined together. Upon exiting the study, the silver-haired being glanced around, determining its bearings. Initially intent on moving forward, it hesitated, raising a hand to release a stream of ethereal energy that ascended into the sky, forming a protective barrier over the Ji estate. Slowly, the energy descended, evenly distributing itself across every inch of the grounds, casting a spell of slumber upon all within, binding them in sleep until the designated time had passed. Having completed this incantation, Ji Jiuye strode confidently, his silver hair flowing behind him, with 9 fluffy white tails trailing carelessly. He made his way to Qingxin's chamber, pinpointing her bed with precision. Upon witnessing her serene, sleeping face, a tide of tenderness surged within him, overwhelming his heart. As he approached her, he felt as though his heartstrings were tugged, consumed entirely by thoughts of her. Now transformed into a 9-tailed fox in human form, he discovered an intensified dependency on Qingxin. The scent of rose milk wafting from her stirred his emotions into disarray. Unable to restrain himself, he climbed onto her bed, possessively enveloping her in his embrace, greedily inhaling her fragrance. He yearned to imprint this essence upon his very soul. That woman had departed, yet this being must never leave him. Absolutely must not. A mysterious glimmer flickered within his violet eyes, as if he were contemplating something profound. The following morning, anticipating the imminent end of the slumber spell, Ji Jiuye quietly rose and departed. His silver hair had returned to its natural dark hue, and his enchanting violet gaze had transformed back into a mundane brown, rendering him indistinguishable from an ordinary person. As he left, he cast a lingering glance at Qingxin, a hint of reluctance in his expression. He noticed her delicate feet exposed, stirring something within him. An object seemed perfectly suited for this woman. Once Ji Jiuye had taken his leave, Qingxin awoke languidly. She nestled her neck and glanced at the blanket draped over her, feeling a sense of bewilderment. She was known to be a restless sleeper. Typically, she would find her blanket neatly arranged before sleep, only to awaken with it inexplicably kicked to some distant corner. Yet today, the blanket remained firmly in place, snugly covering her. This was uncharacteristic of her. Moreover, she had slept so soundly through the night, all the way until dawn. It was well known that due to her frequent missions, she often encountered peril even in her dreams, which left her with a light sleep where even the slightest noise would rouse her. Qingxin couldn't shake the feeling that she had undoubtedly missed something extraordinary during her deep slumber. Meanwhile, Ji Jiuye returned to his study, rummaging through his possessions. Ultimately, he unearthed a dusty box containing a pair of anklets adorned with bells. With a shadowy gaze, he retrieved the anklet, murmuring to himself, "You shall remain by my side forever." Chapter 13. I hold no interest in you. With the anklet in hand, Ji Jiuye made his way to Qingxin's chamber. He intended to adorn her with it. He sought to bind her to him for eternity. At that moment, Qingxin received a notification from the system. "Congratulations, esteemed master. Random task. Spending a night with Ji Jiuye has been completed. You have unlocked the heartthrob degree inquiry function." Qingxin paused in her dressing, bewildered. How could the task be deemed complete? She had no recollection of spending the night with Ji Jiuye. Surely, this unreliable system had made an error. Qingxin, I say. This system, could it be that a glitch has occurred? Tasks not performed are being marked as completed? It seemed the system was equally perplexed, taking a moment before responding, tinged with a hint of grievance. "Esteemed master, my programming should be infallible. Last night, after you fell asleep, I entered a dormant state as well. Hence, I'm unaware of what transpired. However, the completion of the task is unequivocal. Even in slumber, the system automatically logs the data." Qingxin, so, this implies that something significant must have occurred last night. Indeed, esteemed master, I suspect that Ji Jiuye stealthily infiltrated your chamber. He must have held you through the night for your task to be validated as complete. Is that truly the case? Qingxin furrowed her brow, meticulously reflecting on the events of the previous night. However, Last night, she slept so soundly that she was entirely unaware of whether Ji Jiuye had visited her chamber. Oh, why did I sleep so deeply? Spending a night with Ji Jiuye is such an important and romantic affair. How could I have missed it? What if he did something to me that I cannot recall? How awkward would it be to meet again? Wait, Ji Jiuye clearly claimed to have no interest in me. Yet he sneaked into my bed? Is this what they call tsundere? By all accounts, has Ji Jiuye already developed feelings for me? With this thought, Mu Qingxin's spirits lifted, and she slightly curled her lips. Little system, quickly checked Ji Jiuye's degree of affection for me. She eagerly rubbed her hands together. Given Ji Jiuye's behavior, his feelings for her should not be insignificant. Hee. All right, esteemed master, I will now conduct the inquiry. Ji Jiuye's degree of affection for you is... Huh, how strange. Mu Qingxin, what is it? Could it be that Ji Jiuye's affection for me has reached 100? Is the task completed directly? Esteemed master, is not as such. Ji Jiuye's degree of affection for you is 0. What? 0? Are you kidding me? Little system, take another look. How could it be 0? He has shared a room with me and still feels nothing? Is he the type of man who is all about physical pleasure but devoid of emotional depth? Esteemed master, please trust that the system is absolutely infallible. Ji Jiuye indeed has no feelings for you. The system's little sister sensed Mu Qingxin's disbelief and repeatedly emphasized her unwavering accuracy, appearing quite aggrieved. Mu Qingxin rolled her eyes. If you're never wrong, does that mean I, Mu Qingxin, lack charm? After a day of intimate contact, he hasn't felt even the slightest flutter. Not even a bit. How frustrating. Esteemed master, it's not that there isn't a chance. As long as you continue to follow the task, you will undoubtedly succeed in winning Ji Jiuye's heart. Please don't lose heart. Keep it up. If there rests nothing else, I will take my leave now. You can call for me if needed. Mu Qingxin rolled her eyes once more. The only way to successfully win Ji Jiuye's heart in this lifetime is if I can traverse back to reality from this book. She shook her head, casting aside those thoughts, and prepared to indulge in a bath. Only a fragrant rose milk bath could elevate her mood. After bathing, the beautiful maiden dried herself and was just about to don her attire when Ji Jiuye burst through the door in a hurried manner. His speed caught Mu Qingxin completely off guard. My heavens, it turns out Ji Jiuye is quite the lecher. Not only did he sneak into my room in the middle of the night, but he also spied on me while bathing. In her flustered state, she grabbed her clothing to cover herself, yet some areas remained exposed, such as her waist. In truth, she was not afraid of what Ji Jiuye might do. She feared that he might do nothing at all. Upon entering, Ji Jiuye beheld the beauty emerging from her bath, shyly half-concealed, her delicate form partially revealed, provoking endless imagination. Initially, Ji Jiuye harbored no interest in any woman. However, upon witnessing Mu Qingxin's bashful demeanor, his heart was inexplicably stirred. He stood there in a daze, contemplating an explanation for his actions. He wished to clarify that it was not her allure that compelled him to stealthily observe her bathing. Yet, when he noticed the red birthmark on her waist, he was seized by an overwhelming impulse and rushed toward her in a fervor. Mu Qingxin's heart sank, realizing that she had caught the attention of this lecherous fox. Did he desire her at this very moment? Well, it wasn't entirely out of the question. Who wouldn't want a handsome man? Just as quickly as the thought crossed her mind, Ji Jiuye enveloped the partially concealed Mu Qingxin in his embrace, his gaze fixated on her back. Thus, their posture became one where Mu Qingxin was compelled to bend slightly in Ji Jiuye's arms, turning her back to him. The fabric was thin and soft, rendering her motionless, a sensation both thrilling and unnerving. Indeed, this lustful fox could hardly contain himself. Ji Jiuye's thoughts were consumed by the red heart-shaped birthmark around her waist. He recalled that the heartless woman who had abandoned him bore a remarkably similar mark in the same location. Why? How could this woman possess such a birthmark? What a coincidence! Could it be that she was the ethereal sister from years past? Ji Jiuye's right eye twitched, feeling as though the answer was just within reach. He meticulously searched his memories of that woman. Unbeknownst to him, Mu Qingxin felt a sense of awkwardness. This lecherous fox, who had been so eager moments ago, now seemed frozen in place. Had he experienced a change of heart? Despite her being an untouched maiden, he appeared to be the one hesitating. Growing impatient, she exclaimed, "Your Highness, have you seen enough? Merely watching without action. Is that how you operate? If you're incapable, just say so. There's no need to only use your eyes." Her words betrayed no hint of timidity or shyness, as if she had long anticipated such a scenario. What audacity! How could this woman be so shameless? Ji Jiuye was momentarily taken aback. His thoughts abruptly halted, feeling as if he were the one being taken advantage of. How could a woman be allowed to seize the initiative in such a situation? With this thought, a chill returned to his gaze as he coldly pushed Qingxin away, disdainfully declaring, "Humph, I have already stated that I possess no interest in you. Do not attempt to enchant me with your beguiling tactics." Chapter 14. Someone is infatuated with you. As Qingxin was pushed away, she instinctively wrapped her clothes around herself, ensuring she was thoroughly covered. Upon hearing Ji Jiuye's frigid remarks, she pouted and replied, I understand. My allure must be zero, hence your lack of interest. If you truly find me unappealing, you should leave promptly. I need to change my clothes. If you do not depart, I shall consider you a rogue." Qingxin felt quite disheartened. This Ji Jiuye was impervious to reason. Even a flicker of interest from him would have provided her with some encouragement. Truly, he was a difficult man to deal with. Ji Jiuye stood motionless, gazing at Qingxin with an inscrutable expression. The rich aroma of rose milk lingered at the tip of his nose, making it hard for him to part from her. Observing Ji Jiuye's reluctant demeanor, Qingxin was about to speak when she noticed something remarkable. Ji Jiuye's ears were actually slightly flushed. Could it be that he was still an innocent little fox? Her eyes sparkled mischievously, and the corners of her mouth curled up, a plan forming in her mind. So the little flirtatious fox refuses to leave, does he? I shall make you regret it. My dear knight, I misspoke earlier. I have already become your wife, so everything about me belongs to you. Feel free to gaze upon me. I am quite generous. Qingxin's voice, imbued with an innate allure, pierced through Ji Jiuye's heart, stirring ripples within. Not stopping there, she boldly approached him, as if intending to topple him. Ji Jiuye's eyes narrowed slightly. This woman, one moment keeping him at arm's length, the next drawing near with fervor. What was she truly thinking? I have already emphasized that if such things are to occur, it shall be initiated by me. This is the dignity of a man. A smirk played upon Ji Jiuye's lips, his gaze growing darker. He strode forward, enveloping Qingxin in his arms. In that instant, the scent of rose milk filled his senses, invigorating him. This fragrance alone brought an unparalleled sense of tranquility. The woman in his embrace was delicate and petite, resembling a fluffy little rabbit, and he felt an overwhelming urge to crush her into his very being. My lady, since you are so eager, I cannot refuse. His voice was low and devoid of warmth as he swept Qingxin off her feet, allowing her garment to flutter to the ground as he made his way to the bed without looking back. At that moment, Qingxin was in a state of utter bewilderment. Where was the promised, innocent little fox? Why was she no longer shy? Her demeanor suggested a certain familiarity with the situation. If he were to discover that she was inexperienced, would he mock her? Surely, it wasn't he because she was nervous. Your Highness, wait. I'm just too anxious. I'm not prepared. Qingxin immediately cowered, burying her face against Ji Jiuye's chest in a feigned display of shyness. Ji Jiuye let out a scoff, ignoring her. This woman was far too skilled at changing her expression, seamlessly switching between two personas. Who could fathom her true intentions? Yet, her bashful appearance was undeniably captivating. What is this? My lady, weren't you just impatient? Now, you're nervous? Which of your words hold truth, and which are mere pretense? Or perhaps you are merely playing a role, and in reality, you hold no affection for me? With a swift motion, Ji Jiuye tossed Qingxin onto the bed. Upon hearing her soft gasp, he remarked sarcastically. Qingxin was momentarily rendered speechless. This Ji Jiuye was truly infuriating. Dislike her? How could she dare? My dear knight, what are you saying? I adore you more than anything. Without a moment's hesitation, Qingxin lavished praise upon the handsome Ji Jiuye. Clinging tightly to his leg was of utmost importance. Oh, my beloved truly favors me? Ji Jiuye raised an eyebrow, leaning closer and pinning the lovely maiden to the bed, rendering her immobile. As she felt the weight of his presence, Qingxin's cheeks flushed with warmth. Yet, without a second thought, she continued her flattery. Of course, knight, you are like a jade tree swaying in the wind, dashing and suave, unmatched in charm, truly one of a kind. I adore you above all. Ji Jiuye was speechless. Since you hold me in such high regard, I am at ease. Rising, he seized one of her feet, continuing in his indifferent tone. You are wed to me now. So remain by my side and do not leave. This foot shall serve as an ornament beside me. Qingxin's skin, fair and delicate from a rose milk bath, was now reddened under Ji Jiuye's grip, evoking sympathy. What is happening? Does Ji Jiuye intend to sever my feet for decoration? How bizarre. I cannot allow this. I rather like my feet and have no desire to lose them. Knight, I swear I will never leave you. I implore you, do not harm my feet. In a panic, Qingxin struggled weakly. Though her strength was considerable, she could not bring herself to retaliate against Ji Jiuye, leaving her to be toyed with like a mere puppet in his hands. Ah, are you afraid, my beloved? Ji Jiuye tightened his grip once more, as if to wrench her foot from her body. Ouch, ouch, it hurts. My lord, it truly pains me. Her sensitivity to pain was acute, her brow furrowing as she softly pleaded. Unconsciously, Ji Jiuye's grip loosened slightly, his inner thoughts questioning. I have only applied a bit of pressure. How can she be in such distress? Are women truly this delicate? For such fragile beings, one must tread carefully. Be good. I shall apply medicine for you. He produced the ointment he had used the day prior to tend to her injuries. The sight of it reminded Qingxin of his fervent bites on her neck, and she realized why he carried it with him. How convenient for him to torment and then soothe. How can the original author portray such a twisted villain? She mused. Is it feeling better now? Does it still hurt? After applying the ointment, Ji Jiuye's tone seemed to soften, sounding unexpectedly gentle. In that moment, Qingxin felt a strange illusion that perhaps Ji Jiuye's temperament had changed. She imagined him smiling at her, saying, Qingxin, I adore you. I wish to be with you every day. The thought of the moody and violent Ji Jiuye smiling tenderly sent shivers down her spine. Such a demeanor was utterly inconsistent with his character. Knight's medicine works wonders. It no longer hurts. Well then, my beloved, would you remain by my side for all eternity? As the words faded, Ji Jiuye had already placed the prepared golden anklet on Qingxin's foot, showing no signs of negotiation. Noticing the gleaming anklet adorning her ankle, Qingxin realized she was firmly ensnared by Ji Jiuye. However, why did this anklet seem so familiar? It appeared to be hers. Chapter 15. Your lips shall only be touched by me from now on. Do you understand? Over a century ago, she recalled having 2 golden anklets as well. Each anklet was adorned with small bells that jingled melodiously as she walked, a delightful sound. During one of her missions, she had lost the anklet, and despite her efforts, she could not find it, ultimately giving up the search. To encounter it again after so long, even within the pages of a book, was indeed extraordinary. My beloved, does this anklet please you? Will you wear it for a lifetime? Once you don it, you belong to me, and I shall ensure you remain by my side forever. Ji Jiuye coaxed, cradling her delicate, porcelain-like feet against his heart. Only by fastening the anklet could he truly feel that Qingxin would not leave him, granting him a semblance of security. All right, Knight Treasure, do not fear, I shall not abandon you. At least not until she had successfully won over Ji Jiuye. What might unfold thereafter was uncertain. She requested a strawberry-flavored lollipop from the system, unwrapped it before Ji Jiuye, and playfully urged, Knight Treasure, have some candy. Once you do, you shall have no fears. The sweet aroma could uplift one's spirits and instill a sense of calm, a habit she had long cherished. When Ji Jiuye spotted the strawberry lollipop, his pupils dilated in shock. How could she possess such a thing? This candy, apart from that woman, belonged to no one else. Who exactly was Qingxin? Could she possibly be the celestial sister from over a century ago? No, that was impossible. The celestial sister must be at least over 100 years old. Yet this Qingxin was merely 17. What was going on? As Qingxin noticed Ji Jiuye frozen in place, seemingly stunned, A flurry of questions arose in her mind. Was he afraid she had poisoned the candy? She placed the lollipop to her lips, took a lick, and cheerfully declared, "No poison." Before she could finish her sentence, Ji Jiuye surged forward, capturing her lips with precision. The sweet, strawberry flavor flooded their mouths, reminiscent of a century ago, unchanged. What connection did Qingxin have with the celestial sister? As Ji Jiuye savored the familiar taste on his tongue, an insatiable desire for more welled within him. He had become deeply entranced by this woman. Perhaps taken aback by Ji Jiuye's boldness, Qingxin found herself momentarily unprepared. The man was exceedingly domineering, leaving her no chance to breathe, consuming all the strawberry essence from her mouth until only the metallic taste remained. "I have tried it as well. There is no poison." Ji Jiuye gazed intently at the enchanting beauty before him, soft and alluring, exuding a beguiling charm. Her plump, glistening lips still radiated allure, enticing him to draw closer once more. Before Qingxin could fully comprehend the situation, she was swept away by a tempest of fervor, lost in a haze. Just as she felt she could no longer breathe, Ji Jiuye released her. "My dear consort, that was merely a mark of affection. Your lips are now exclusively for my touch. Do you understand?" Ji Jiuye explained with utmost seriousness. The dazed Qingxin caught only the phrase "mark of affection," which sparked a flicker of excitement within her. According to the original text, Ji Jiuye was once a nine-tailed fox spirit, possessing a profound sense of territoriality. For that which he deemed his own, he would inevitably leave some form of mark. Hence, his earlier declaration of a mark of affection must refer to this very notion. Could it be that he has acknowledged my existence? Qingxin felt a surge of happiness. This signified that Ji Jiuye was gradually beginning to accept her. "Rest assured, my night treasure, I shall belong solely to you. Promise me, you two will be mine alone, all right? Only yours." It seemed Ji Jiuye absorbed her words. His powerful heart began to race erratically. "This woman needs me." At that moment, the cheerful voice of the system girl chimed in. "Congratulations, esteemed master. The system has detected a significant increase in Ji Jiuye's affection for you, now reaching 50. With your continued efforts, I believe the task will soon be accomplished." "Is it really just 50? That seems rather swift." Qingxin pondered, reflecting on whether she had said or done anything particularly special to provoke such a sudden stirring in Ji Jiuye's heart. "Esteemed master, I suspect it was your declaration of belonging solely to him that imbued his existence with meaning. It was then that he began to feel for you. Keep up the good work." "Very well. I promise you, I shall forever be yours." Ji Jiuye's tightly pressed lips parted, though his voice remained deep. It now possessed a warmth tinged with resolve. Just as Qingxin prepared to respond, she heard Yishu reporting from outside. "Master, another assassin has arrived and has been captured and confined in the dungeon. Please give your orders." "Another assassin." The warmth in Ji Jiuye's tone instantly cooled several degrees. "My dear consort, I have matters to attend to, but I shall return to you later." "All right. Love you, night treasure." Qingxin obediently replied. "Good." Ji Jiuye gently stroked Qingxin's cascading hair before departing, enveloped in a heavy atmosphere. He vowed that anyone daring to disturb his intimate moments with his consort would meet a grim fate. Once Ji Jiuye had left, Qingxin dressed herself and examined the anklet adorning her ankle. The anklet consisted of 2 gold rings, one thick and one slender, the latter adorned with 5 small bells that jingled sweetly, reminiscent of larks in flight. Upon closer inspection of the thicker ring, she noticed a tiny heart engraved on the inner side, its outline nearly worn smooth by the passage of time. At this moment, Qingxin remained still, yet the anklet emitted a faint, jingling sound, as if imbued with a spirit of its own. Upon hearing that familiar sound, Qingxin smiled. "Little bell, after such a long time, you have finally returned to my ankle. Rest assured, I shall not misplace you again." Indeed, this pair of anklets was the very one she had inadvertently discarded. However, she held no recollection of the circumstances surrounding their loss. Perhaps it was related to Ji Jiuye? Nevertheless, she would inquire about it when the opportunity arose. In the study, Ji Jiuye was enveloped in an aura of hostility as he coldly inquired, "Have you determined who sent them?" Yishur promptly responded, "Your Highness, they were dispatched from the palace." "Ah, my dear nephew cannot sit still, can he? Has he issued orders in person? I refuse to believe that a mere child can pose a threat to me. Toss them into the back mountain, and let the wolves feast." Yishur shuddered at the command and hurried off. Every assassin who had failed in their attempt was invariably cast into the back mountain. Save for that woman. What was it about her that could entice the prince to her bed in the dead of night? Just then, as Qingxin finished her preparations for breakfast, she heard a whistling sound slicing through the air, followed by an arrow that was shot into the room. Attached to the arrow was a slip of paper. Steadying her nerves, Qingxin glanced out the window but saw no one, then reached for the note. Upon reading its contents, she gasped in disbelief. It was a threat to her life. Chapter 16. Hold on tight, and you shall be rewarded when we disembark from the carriage. This scene did not escape the watchful eyes of the hidden guards. However, they were stationed too far away to discern the message on the note. They reported back to Ji Jiuye, conveying both the details and the distressed expression on Qingxin's face. Upon learning of this, Ji Jiuye merely furrowed his brow. Regardless of whom Qingxin was in contact with, as long as she remained by his side, he would allow her to indulge in her whims. During breakfast, Qingxin fixed her gaze on Ji Jiuye, eagerly attending to him, serving dishes and inquiring about his well-being, fearful that he might not be satisfied with his meal. Several times she opened her mouth to speak, only to swallow her words back down. Noticing her awkwardness, Ji Jiuye initiated the conversation. "My beloved consort seems to have something on her mind." Caught in the act, Qingxin offered a sheepish smile. "Hee, Your Highness, I do have a matter to discuss. I wish to return to the Mu residence, and I hope you will grant me your permission." Return to the Mu residence, you say? Mu Yuankai, her father, had surpassed the age of 40. Due to his unwavering loyalty to the current emperor and his skillful flattery, he had secured a commendable position, having risen to the rank of Grand Tutor to the Crown Prince, second only to the Grand Tutor himself. The late emperor had passed away, and the new emperor, Princess Qingxin, ascended to the throne at the tender age of 13. At that moment, Ji Jiuye had declared himself regent, acting upon the late emperor's wishes, thereby wielding control over the governance and military of the entire Qingxin kingdom, with no one able to challenge his authority. Princess Qingxin, ambitious and proud, harbored aspirations to eliminate Ji Jiuye, seeking to seize military power for herself. In contrast, Ji Jiuye remained indifferent, steadfastly refusing to relinquish his authority. Ji Qingxin, in a fit of madness, relentlessly pressed Ji Jiuye, opposing him at every turn. Strangely enough, a multitude of ministers rallied behind the new emperor, vociferously calling for the downfall of the regent, clamoring to seize power for themselves. Yet, in the end, they were all vanquished by the transmigrated female protagonist, who ascended to the throne as the empress. In Qingxin's eyes, these ministers were nothing more than a disorganized rabble, utterly incapable of discerning right from wrong, blindly following the new emperor in their reckless antics. Her father, Mu Yuankai, had secured the position of Grand Tutor to the Crown Prince solely due to his fervent support of the new emperor. With sufficient flattery, one could easily ascend a high office. "What are you going back for?" Ji Jiuye inquired nonchalantly, sipping his porridge, his tone inscrutable. "I wish to fetch my maid." Qingxin dared not elaborate, as she had just pledged to remain by Ji Jiuye's side. Her father, holding a stance contrary to Ji Jiuye's, would never permit his beloved daughter to consort with what he perceived as a villain. Thus, her decision to return to the Mu household was, without a doubt, a challenge to Ji Jiuye's trust in her. Ji Jiuye swallowed his porridge, took another spoonful, and said, "Very well, I shall accompany you." He then calmly finished his bowl, elegantly wiped his mouth, and departed to instruct the servants to prepare a carriage. Qingxin stuck out her tongue, feeling a pang of guilt. She had not deceived Ji Jiuye. Her return was indeed to rescue her maid, Zisu. The letter she had just received was penned by her dear father, Mu Yuankai. In it, he stated that, following her failed assassination attempt on Ji Jiuye, she was expected to return immediately to face punishment. Should she fail to comply, her maid's safety would be jeopardized. The original Qingxin had never contemplated assassinating Ji Jiuye, It was her father's threat concerning Zisu's life that compelled her to act. Now, learning of her mission's failure, her father naturally wished for her to return to the Mu estate. It was widely known that the regent, Ji Jiuye, was a malevolent figure, while the Mu family stood as the epitome of virtue in opposition. Regardless of their actions, there would always be justifications crafted in their favor. For instance, their feigned intention to marry Mu Qingxin to Ji Jiuye was, in truth, a guise for assassination. Such blatant schemes, in the eyes of the common folk, were perceived as acts of justice. They never considered whether the original Mu Qingxin was willing to partake in such deeds. They were not Mu Qingxin. Who would care? As long as there was entertainment to behold and the nation endured, who cared if anyone was harmed? Mu Qingxin found herself torn with anxiety, fearing that Ji Jiuye might misconstrue her actions as betrayal, while simultaneously worrying for Zisu's safety. With a heavy heart, she climbed into the carriage. Ji Jiuye had deliberately left a space for her, remaining still in a pretense of slumber as she entered. Mu Qingxin, hesitant to speak, sat silently beside him, nervously twisting the ribbons on her attire into a braid. Despite Ji Jiuye's outward composure, his inner turmoil was tumultuous. He was gripped by fear. Alas, the wall of trust she had painstakingly built had crumbled in an instant. He feared that after Mu Qingxin returned home this time, she would no longer belong to him, and he dreaded the prospect of being abandoned once more. He understood that the shackles could not possibly confine Mu Qingxin. Thus, he sought something larger to bind her. Simultaneously, he instructed Yi Shi to investigate matters concerning the strawberry lollipop, wishing to confirm whether Mu Qingxin was indeed the fairy sister of Yur. In his memory, there was no candy store in the entire West Wind Kingdom that offered such a flavor and packaging. Furthermore, both Mu Qingxin and the Mu family were natives of the West Wind Kingdom, rendering the possibility of foreign imports improbable. However, if she were indeed the fairy sister from a century past, possessing such candy would not be surprising. By clarifying the origins of this unique lollipop, he could ascertain Mu Qingxin's true identity. Fairy sister, do you truly not remember me? Ji Jiuye, he sensed the stillness of the woman beside him and promptly opened his eyes to find Mu Qingxin half closed, leaning against the carriage. Her brow furrowed as if in discomfort. Suppressing the tumult of emotions within, he softly addressed her, "My dear?" Mu Qingxin, upon hearing Ji Jiuye's call, struggled to open one eye and lazily responded. Suddenly realizing that her current state appeared somewhat alarming, she added, "Oh, I'm just a bit carsick. There's no need to worry about me. I will be fine once we disembark." Her voice was faint. Ji Jiuye's expression remained impassive. "I am not worried about you." Yet instinctively, he leaned closer to her, maintaining a stern facade. "You may lean on me." "Thank you," Mu Qingxin replied without hesitation, continuing to nestle closer. Just then, the carriage jolted unexpectedly, and Mu Qingxin lost her balance, sliding down. In the nick of time, Ji Jiuye extended his arm, catching her and pulling her into his embrace. As he inhaled the delicate scent of rose milk emanating from her, his heart raced uncontrollably. It was peculiar. Ever since he learned of the possibility that Mu Qingxin might be the fairy sister, he found himself particularly fond of her closeness. The more she drew near, the more fulfilled he felt. Mu Qingxin nestled deeper into Ji Jiuye's embrace, finding a comfortable position. "Night treasure, your chest is quite broad. I find it very appealing. Hold me tightly. I shall reward you once we disembark." She was feeling exceedingly unwell and disregarded Ji Jiuye's willingness, decisively making the choice for him. Ji Jiuye tightened his hold, gazing down at Mu Qingxin, choosing to remain silent. "Fairy sister, how I wish that at this very moment it were you in my arms." Chapter 17. Night treasure is the one I cherish. I shall not allow anyone to bully him. From Ji's residence to the Mu estate, the distance was not far, and they arrived in the span of an hour. Ji Jiuye stared blankly at his empty hands, feeling a strange sense of loss within. He found himself reminiscing about the sensation he had just experienced. Upon alighting from the carriage, Mu Qingxin seemed to come back to life, exclaiming, "Ah, the sensation of solid ground beneath my feet is delightful. I feel invigorated again." Ji Jiuye watched as Mu Qingxin revealed her bare feet, his gaze darkening. Why did this woman always prefer to go barefoot? However, upon noticing the anklet around her ankle, his mood inexplicably brightened. She was bound to this prince for life. Mu Qingxin raised her foot, ready to enter the Mu residence, but her body suddenly froze. It seemed as if someone had grasped her. Yibo? She turned back in confusion, only to find Ji Jiuye with an arm tugging at her sleeve, his gaze averted, inscrutable. What was he up to? Oh, Mu Qingxin recalled the moment. She turned to face Ji Jiuye, gently wrapping one hand around his neck, drawing his head level with hers. She then pressed her crimson lips against his thin ones, a fleeting touch. Yibao, how about this reward? Are you satisfied? She laughed softly, like the gentle warmth of spring sunshine. Ji Jiuye's throat moved slightly, his gaze lingering on her fiery red lips, his eyes narrowing in dissatisfaction. The moment had been too brief. He was not content. He then bent down and embraced the beauty, deepening the earlier reward. This scene was perfectly captured in the eyes of her elder brother, Mu Yijian, who had come out to greet them. With a strikingly handsome visage and an air of righteousness, he was vehemently opposed to Mu Qingxin marrying the notorious demon Ji Jiuye. Seeing his younger sister kissing the demon lord made his blood pressure rise. Stop! Let go of my sister! With a thunderous shout, Mu Yijian rushed toward the pair, attempting to reclaim Mu Qingxin. Ji Jiuye was already prepared, gently encircling the delicate waist of the beauty, and with a light step, he soared away, leaving Mu Yijian grasping at nothing. Infuriated, Mu Yijian pursued with equal fervor, declaring, Demon Lord, I'll make you regret this. How regrettable. This prince had never known the meaning of let go or regret. His cold, sinister voice resonated in the ears of those present, sending shivers down their spines as if they had suffered a tremendous blow. The onlookers gasped, astonished by the demon lord's profound prowess. No one dared intervene now. Ji Jiuye gathered his spiritual energy, narrowing his eyes as he focused on Mu Yijian, prepared to incapacitate him. This way, he would no longer be pursued. Mu Qingxin sensed Ji Jiuye's intentions and quickly intervened. Yibao, my brother does not deserve death. Allow me to speak with him, would you? She understood that Mu Yijian's impulsiveness stemmed from his concern for her well-being with the demon lord. After all, in the original story, Mu Yijian was exceedingly protective of Mu Qingxin. Upon the arrival of the original heroine, who intended to kill Ji Jiuye, he had secretly aided her. However, this time, the objective had changed. Surely her brother wouldn't resort to force? Ji Jiuye cast a glance at the beauty in his arms, pausing for a few seconds before responding. Very well. If the princess cannot converse with him, I shall deal with him in due time. Mu Qingxin was speechless. Did this villain only think of violence? Brother, my heart now belongs to him. Please do not make things difficult for him. Once back on solid ground, Mu Qingxin hurriedly dissuaded her brother, fearing another confrontation with Ji Jiuye. Mu Yijian seemed utterly incredulous, retorting, What did you say? You have already given your heart to him. Have you forgotten how you spoke to elder brother on the eve of your marriage? You proclaimed your disdain for him, asserting that you would never harbor any affection for him. Have you truly forgotten? Good heavens, elder brother, please cease your words. Are you suggesting I have an excessively long life? Elder brother, Mu Qingxin exclaimed, interrupting Mu Yijian, then awkwardly chuckled a couple of times as she glanced at the dark-faced Ji Jiuye beside her, attempting to appease him. Darling, he has merely drunk too much fake wine. I assure you, I have never uttered such words. Believe me. Ji Jiuye merely snorted through his nostrils, a mere huff. This woman was adept at changing her demeanor. Who could discern which of her words held truth? Unfazed by his reaction, Mu Qingxin assumed he believed her and turned to persuade Mu Yijian, elder brother. I genuinely hold deep feelings for him. You mustn't engage him in combat. I know you cannot defeat him. How do you ascertain that I cannot? Mu Yijian roared, feeling his dignity affronted. Isn't it apparent to anyone? Elder brother, even if you could prevail, he is the one I cherish, and I shall not permit anyone to bully him. Mu Qingxin interposed herself in front of Ji Jiuye, resembling a protective hen, inciting a surge of indignation within Mu Yijian. His treasured sister, whom he cradled in his hands for fear of losing, was now audaciously speaking to him for another man. No, this cannot possibly be the Qingxin he knew. Alternatively, it could be that Qingxin had been brainwashed and controlled by this fiend. No, he must rescue her. Stealing his resolve, he feigned compliance. Since you forbid me from bullying him, I shall show mercy and spare him for the time being. Yet simultaneously, he pondered how to liberate Qingxin from Ji Jiuye's grasp. At that moment, he noticed the state of Mu Qingxin's clothing, which was tattered and barely concealing her, revealing her long legs, and to his shock, she was not even wearing shoes. This was utterly intolerable. If Ji Jiuye did not pay for this offense, his resentment would remain unquenched. Sister, do not impede me. It is one thing for him to dislike you, but to treat you so harshly. He does not even allow you proper clothing or shoes. Our family, after all, holds a position of prominence. How can we endure such humiliation? I must confront him today. If Mu Yijian truly committed himself, he could indeed hold his own against Ji Jiuye for several exchanges. However, Mu Qingxin was determined to prevent a confrontation. Elder brother, he has never treated me poorly. I chose to dress this way willingly. Please do not misunderstand. He has been quite kind to me. Indeed, allowing her to remain alive and by his side was rather generous for a notorious villain. Yet, the more Mu Qingxin explained, the more Mu Yijian felt she was compromising herself before Ji Jiuye. It was a rhythm that could not be cleansed even by jumping into the Yellow River. You need not further justify that demon's actions. It was he who instructed you to say these things, wasn't it? I understand, and I shall seek justice for you. Mu Yijian seized a sword from beside him and lunged towards Ji Jiuye, who stood behind Mu Qingxin, his demeanor fierce and unyielding. Listen, you two, let us speak civilly. Mu Qingxin implored, desperation evident in her tone. The two individuals appeared ready to engage in a lethal confrontation, yet she harbored no desire for either to come to harm. With no other recourse, she resolved to intervene herself. Although this might reveal her true capabilities, it was imperative to separate them in this critical moment. Since she was designated by the system as incapable of attacking Ji Jiuye, she had no choice but to confront Mu Yijian instead. My dear brother, forgive me. With those words, Mu Qingxin dashed towards Mu Yijian, preparing to repel him. Upon witnessing Mu Qingxin's charge, Ji Jiuye, fearing that his spiritual energy might inadvertently harm her, swiftly retracted his power and flew to her side. My beloved, do you wish to escape? No. I merely wish to separate you two. Chapter 18. Even in the face of public scorn, she would stand by Ji Jiuye's side. Ahem, the prince has misunderstood. Just as Mu Qingxin sought to explain, a deeper voice interrupted her. What kind of decorum is this, fighting in front of the Mu residents? Jianer, how could you be so lacking in manners? Mu Yuankai arrived in response, tall and robust, though slightly portly, yet his presence remained formidable. Upon seeing Ji Jiuye's arm around Mu Qingxin's waist, he felt a surge of displeasure and reprimanded. And you, Ji Jiuye, release her at once. If you do not cherish my daughter, do not tarnish her purity. Ji Jiuye did not relent. Instead, he chuckled coldly. Ah, my beloved, is this truly your dear father? He dares to demand your return home on the very second day of your marriage? It appears your father does not truly understand you. Mu Qingxin had not anticipated the situation would escalate to this point, leaving her at a loss for words. Considering the public spectacle of their altercation, she managed to coax the group into the residence. However, once they reached the courtyard, she firmly refused to proceed any further. Qingxin, what are you doing? Do you truly wish to return to that fiend? Mu Yuankai questioned sternly. Having failed the assassination mission, even if that fiend remained unaware, he could not allow his daughter to continue risking her safety in his presence. Given that Ji Jiuye showed no interest in Qingxin, he resolved to prevent her from returning to face danger. Father, please allow me to explain. I have returned to escort my maid to Ji's house. Moreover, I have deeply fallen in love with Ji Jiuye and wish to remain by his side for eternity. Mu Qingxin turned to grasp Ji Jiuye's hand, revealing her intentions to Mu Yuankai. Ji Jiuye was taken aback by Mu Qingxin's declaration, profoundly moved, staring at her in disbelief. What did you say? What? Both Mu Yuankai and Mu Yijian gasped in astonishment. She declared her desire to remain with that demon for life. Had she truly lost her senses? You love him? Truly? Mu Yuankai's eyes widened in fury as he raised his voice at Mu Qingxin. What is happening? In just one day, has your heart changed so entirely? You have already developed feelings for that demon? Just yesterday, you claimed to despise him. You were even reluctant to feign a marriage with him. In a desperate attempt to ensure Mu Qingxin completed her assassination mission, Mu Yuankai had even resorted to threatening her maid's life. How was it that after just one day, Mu Qingxin had transformed so completely? Mu Qingxin tightened her grip on Ji Jiuye's hand, raising her chin defiantly. Indeed, observing the entranced expression of Mu Qingxin, mesmerized by the man before her, Mu Yuankai remained silent as he summoned Zissou to be brought forth. Zissou, diminutive in stature and merely 14 years of age, 3 years younger than Mu Qingxin, still possessed the innocent disposition of a child. Typically, it was Mu Qingxin who would coax her. Upon seeing her mistress, Zissou rushed over, her skirt lifted, tears brimming in her eyes. "Oh, miss, I thought I would never see you again." Before Zissou could embrace Mu Qingxin, Ji Jiuye swiftly lifted her as one might a chick, his strength seemingly effortless. "Miss, help me," Zissou cried, unaccustomed to such treatment, especially at the hands of the infamous Ji Jiuye. Her tears cascaded as she looked to Mu Qingxin for rescue. "Knight, she means no harm. She's my most trusted maid. Please, do not hurt her, let her go," Mu Qingxin pleaded with Ji Jiuye. She still harbored hopes of having someone to attend to her, for it was well known that no maid resided within the Ji estate. Ji Jiuye cast a glance at Mu Yuankai, who was watching him with a fierce glare, as if to imply he would retaliate should Ji Jiuye act. With a dismissive smile, he turned his earnest gaze back to Mu Qingxin. "She has ill intentions. What intentions could she possibly have? She is but a maid." Mu Qingxin responded, bewildered. "Humph." Ji Jiuye glanced at Mu Qingxin's hand, coldly remarking, "See, the moment she approached, you released my hand, and you claim she harbors no ill will? She clearly intends to take you from me. I have declared it before. If you cherish me, you shall never leave my side. Anyone who dares to take you from me, I shall not forgive, even if she is your maid." With a grim expression, Ji Jiuye began to exert his grip, and Zissou cried out in distress, "Miss, save me." Mu Qingxin paused for a moment, bewildered by the villain's convoluted reasoning. To release her hand equated to wanting to depart from his side, and he contemplated such drastic measures to resolve the matter. "Knight, please listen to me. If you simply set her down, I assure you she will never take me away from you. Trust me, will you?" Mu Qingxin stepped forward, grasping Ji Jiuye's hand in supplication. "Really?" There seemed to be a flicker of doubt in Ji Jiuye's eyes as he relaxed his grip slightly. "Indeed, and if she were to perish, I would be heartbroken. If you hold even the slightest affection for me, you would wish for my happiness, would you not? So, please, do not harm her," Mu Qingxin continued, her voice soft and patient. After a moment's contemplation, Ji Jiuye finally released his hold, casting his gaze aside in silence. Mu Qingxin sighed in relief, quickly supporting the weakened Zissou, whispering comforting words, "It's all right, it's all right." Zissou, holding back tears, dared not weep aloud, feeling utterly aggrieved. Now that Zissou was rescued, there was no longer any need to remain in the Mu residence. After all, her return had solely been to extricate Zissou. As for explanations, those could wait for another time. As Mu Qingxin was preparing to bid farewell to Mu Yuankai, she overheard him issue a decree declaring Ji Jiuye a notorious criminal, deserving of severe punishment. He commanded that all present immediately apprehend Ji Jiuye, promising substantial rewards for those who succeeded. Having witnessed the formidable demon's ruthless act of murder moments earlier, Mu Yuankai was increasingly convinced that his daughter had been ensnared by Ji Jiuye, his charm, and resolved to capture him for immediate justice. The individuals tasked with this mission were no mere amateurs. They were highly trained assassins, specifically cultivated to seize Ji Jiuye. The tyrant must be eliminated to quell the public's fury. "Father, wait. What madness is this? My father intends to capture Ji Jiuye with just a handful of ordinary guards? It is utterly preposterous. Moreover, Ji Jiuye has committed no wrong." Mu Qingxin remained oblivious to the fact that her father had secretly trained a cadre of assassins, lying in wait for Ji Jiuye's arrival. Meanwhile, Ji Jiuye stood on high alert, his gaze darkening as he fixed his eyes on the poised individuals around him. They were but a swarm of ants, should he desire. They would all meet their demise. Qingxin, I understand that you have been bewitched by him, but do not fret, for I do not blame you. However, your father's command to capture the demon is for your own good. You must comprehend his benevolent intentions. Mu Yijian, standing beside them, implored, clearly in agreement with Mu Yuankai's actions, and was already prepared to take the lead. Your elder brother is sensible. Do not act foolishly. Return to your father's side. Mu Yuankai finally spoke again, urging Mu Qingxin to come back. Yet, Mu Qingxin was resolute. If she returned, how could she continue her strategic endeavor? She had already completed half of her mission, and at this moment, retreat was inconceivable. Father, elder brother, I have made my decision. In this lifetime, I shall never leave Ji Jiuye's side. Mu Qingxin's tone grew more resolute, even if faced with the scorn of thousands. She would stand steadfastly by Ji Jiuye's side. Ji Jiuye regarded the eloquent Mu Qingxin, his heart racing erratically. Rebellious girl, little sister, please heed our father's words. Do not provoke his anger. Both Mu Yuankai and Mu Yijian were greatly incensed, jointly admonishing Mu Qingxin. No one could fathom her current sentiments. Ji Jiuye gazed at the obstinate woman beside him. Indeed, Mu Qingxin found the system's final remark entirely superfluous. Who would refuse a task that grants life points? How would one survive without accepting it? She examined the task, to prevent Mu Yuankai from taking action against Ji Jiuye. Casting a glance at Ji Jiuye, who was on the brink of an eruption, she silently critiqued. Is this task not misplaced? It is clearly about stopping Ji Jiuye from striking Mu Yuankai. Nevertheless, critiques aside, the task must be executed. Wait, Mu Qingxin interjected, halting both Ji Jiuye and Mu Yuankai, as well as Mu Yijian in their tracks. Ji Jiuye slowly withdrew his hand, obediently gazing at Mu Qingxin, awaiting her next move. Should she desire his assistance in avenging her, he would not hesitate to lend his strength. Meanwhile, Mu Yuankai and Mu Yijian stood in stunned silence. They had both witnessed how, upon Mu Qingxin's utterance, Ji Jiuye's entire aura was extinguished. Was Ji Jiuye truly so compliant to Mu Qingxin's words? Father, please do not harm Ji Jiuye. He is not as brutal as you imagine. Mu Qingxin adhered to the system's task guidelines, commencing her persuasion of Mu Yuankai to refrain from action. The fundamental issue lay with Mu Yuankai. Had he not been so intent on striking, Ji Jiuye would not have harbored murderous intent. Does that mean he is the gentle soul you envision? Mu Yuankai retorted. Father, you know that is not my intent. I wish to inquire. You incessantly label him as a great demon, yet what earth-shattering deeds has he committed? Has he slaughtered the common folk? Mu Qingxin boldly countered. Not exactly, but he has taken numerous lives. Mu Yuankai's assertion held truth. All those dispatched to assassinate Ji Jiuye had met their demise at his hands. Is that so? May I inquire, Father, if someone sought to kill you, would you simply stand by and await your fate? Would that not be foolish? Mu Yuankai found himself momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, he responded, one can resist, but why resort to killing? In my Western Wind nation, murder is intolerable. It is a crime that warrants imprisonment. Mu Qingxin couldn't help but laugh. Very well. Even if Ji Jiuye cannot kill, how many assassins have come for him? Once spared, twice spared. What about dozens or hundreds of times? Should he let them all go? When others relentlessly seek his life, should he still consider compassion? Upon hearing this, Mu Yuankai's resolve wavered, his confidence diminishing. Yet, that does not justify murder. Feeling somewhat exasperated, Mu Qingxin approached Mu Yuankai directly, seizing Mu Yijian's sword and positioning its blade against Mu Yuankai's neck in a mock execution stance. Younger sister, cease this nonsense. Mu Yijian exclaimed in alarm, yet he dared not move, fearing Mu Qingxin might make a grave mistake. Others raised their weapons towards her, but Mu Qingxin merely smiled, tossing the sword back to Mu Yijian. Father, observe. The moment it is not because of your trust in me that you have not resisted. standing obediently in place awaiting my move? Had it been a stranger in your position, you would surely have subdued him by now, would you not? Upon hearing these words, everyone was rendered speechless, exchanging astonished glances. It became evident that the master had deliberately orchestrated the lady's actions. Ji Jiuye gazed at the eloquent Qingxin, his heart inexplicably racing in disarray, enchanted by every word that flowed from her lips. Truly, she is my beloved consort. However, let us set that aside for the moment. Yet, he has indeed caused turmoil within the court and deceived the sovereign. This is a universally acknowledged truth, witnessed by all. Just this alone could condemn him to death dozens of times over. Mu Yuankai found himself a loss, and then presented a matter grave enough to warrant Ji Jiuye's execution. His daughter may not comprehend these intricacies, but he implored her to consider. During Ji Jiuye's years of governance, has there been any insurrection? Have the common folk faced displacement or suffering, even beyond our borders? The formidable General Ji Jiuye has instilled such fear that none dare invade. Might I inquire, Father, if Ji Jiuye sought the downfall of our nation, would he require any underhanded tactics to achieve it? Qingxin continued, Father, in your esteemed position, you ought to ponder how to bolster the nation's strength and ensure the people's stability and prosperity, rather than conspiring with others to unseat those you find disagreeable. After she finished speaking, Mu Yuankai was taken aback. He had always regarded Qingxin as merely a daughter, never realizing she possessed such insight, seeing matters with such clarity. Yet he remained obstinate, asserting that he could not relinquish power entirely. Ji Jiuye, as the regent of the West Wind Kingdom, has committed numerous transgressions, which cannot simply be overshadowed by few words. He must provide the populace with an explanation. Father, you understand these matters of power better than I. Might I ask how old the current emperor is this year? Qingxin inquired. Naturally, he is over 15, Mu Yuankai weakly replied, lacking confidence. Very well. A youth just past 15, coddled from childhood, oblivious to the hardships of the world, still naive. How can he be expected to manage an entire kingdom alone? In contrast, Regent Ji Jiuye possesses ample experience in warfare and adept governance, ensuring the welfare of the common people. In what regard does the emperor surpass the regent? The emperor is young and inexperienced. Do you not see this? I perceive that there are individuals deliberately sowing discord between the regent and the emperor, fostering animosity to exploit the situation and undermine the foundations of our West Wind Kingdom. Father, I understand that my words may not affect any change, and perhaps they will fall on deaf ears, but I do not mind. What I wish to convey is that a person does not simply turn to wickedness without reason. You may not believe in Ji Jiuye, but I do. Though he currently resides in the depths of despair, I am willing to pull him out and allow him to bask in the light once more. I firmly believe that he did not wish to become what he is today. At this moment, Qingxin exuded an undeniable aura, her crimson attire billowing in the wind, her legs boldly exposed, radiating confidence and defiance, a stark contrast to other women. Mu Yuankai was utterly taken aback by Qingxin's declarations. He had presumed that her earnest words were intended to persuade him to believe in Ji Jiuye. However, he soon realized that she had no expectation for others to share her belief. She merely sought to proclaim her unwavering faith in Ji Jiuye. How brazen! Fully aware that no one else believed her, she steadfastly chose to trust him. For the first time, Mu Yuankai felt a profound estrangement from his daughter. Chapter 20. Does Qingxin really cherish him? My daughter, you have matured and formed your own convictions. Today, I shall grant him a reprieve, hoping he will conduct himself wisely moving forward. I must remind you once more, the path you choose is your own. I hope you do not come to regret the words you have spoken today. With a wave of his hand, Mu Yuankai resolved to let Qingxin go. Father, will you truly allow my sister to leave like this? Mu Yijian interjected, stepping forward in an attempt to hinder Qingxin's departure. Yet, Mu Yuankai restrained him, declaring, This is the path she has chosen. Father, enough. Do not speak further, Mu Yuankai interrupted, his gaze intensely fixed on Qingxin, who was on the verge of departing. How had his daughter changed so drastically? Rest assured, Father, I will never regret my decision. Qingxin declared resolutely, departing with Ji Jiuye and Zissou. Even after boarding the carriage, Ji Jiuye found himself replaying Mu Qingxin's words in his mind. She had expressed her belief in him, promising to help him bask in the light of day once more. Regardless of the truth behind her words, at that moment, they filled him with warmth. Mu Qingxin was the only person in all these years willing to stand by his side. He could not allow her to slip away from him. "Night treasure, dear. It's all right. May I lean on your shoulder once more?" Mu Qingxin began to feel nauseous again, effortlessly seeking refuge in Ji Jiuye's embrace, making a decision for him. The familiar scent of rose milk enveloped her senses, causing Ji Jiuye to swallow hard before he spoke in a low voice. Was what Qingxin said true? Does she truly care for me? Of course it's true. I believe in you. Besides, you haven't had it easy these past years, have you? Fear not. With me by your side, everything will improve. All right, dear, I'm feeling quite dizzy. Let us discuss this after we disembark. Mu Qingxin, utterly fatigued, leaned her head against Ji Jiuye and succumbed to slumber in his arms. As Ji Jiuye gazed upon the serene visage of the girl resting in his embrace, his heart softened as never before. After so many years, he finally found someone who understood him. From the moment he entered this world, he faced skepticism, ridicule, and disdain alone, never receiving a single inquiry about his well-being. This isolation stemmed from the fact that his mother had perished during childbirth, unable to withstand the innate powers he possessed. Consequently, he became the scapegoat for her demise, with no one caring for him, and everyone labeling him as a cursed demon. It seemed as though his existence was a blight upon the world. Yet, what fault lay with him? He had never desired his mother's death, nor his father's indifference. He never wished to become what he was. Over the years, he has become accustomed to the perceptions others hold of him. His heart has hardened beyond measure, and he has enclosed himself within a shell. Until now, Mu Qingxin has burst into his life like a blazing sun, illuminating his existence with an unparalleled brilliance. Perhaps the radiance was too blinding, causing Ji Jiuye's eyes to sting, unconsciously reddening his gaze. Ji Jiuye resolved to conceal this woman, to allow her to be his own personal son. He instinctively tightened his embrace, wishing to crush her, to meld her into his very being, to unite them as one. In that moment, as he held Mu Qingxin close, Ji Jiuye realized that every tear he had shed in the solitude of night had been worth it. Each muffled sob had only hardened his heart further, yet now, that once impenetrable heart was shattered by the little person in his arms. The tough exterior dissolved, revealing the softness within, a softness that belonged solely to Mu Qingxin. It was then he comprehended that there existed someone in this world willing to unconditionally believe in him and embrace him. Upon returning to the Ji residence, Ji Jiuye personally lifted Mu Qingxin from the carriage and carried her to the chamber, laying her gently upon the bed, fearful that she might suffer harm because of him. Mu Qingxin found it curious how Ji Jiuye had suddenly become so kind towards her. Could it be due to her words earlier that day? "Night treasure, you can rest assured, I shall protect you well. I won't allow those old fogies to bully you." Ji Jiuye's voice softened, a tone he had never employed before. Mu Qingxin exclaimed in disbelief, "What a surprise. All right, night treasure, I shall protect you as well." Though she sensed something amiss, she responded nonetheless. Ji Jiuye smiled gently, kissed her lips, and softly said, "Qingxin, be a good girl and wait for me. I have something to attend to, but I shall return shortly." "All right, I'll wait for you," Mu Qingxin replied obediently, watching as Ji Jiuye departed. Once he was out of sight, she hurriedly contacted the system. "Little system, quickly check. What is Ji Jiuye's affection value for me? Why does it feel so unusual?" The system promptly responded, "Esteemed master, please hold on. I am retrieving the information for you. Congratulations, esteemed master. Ji Jiuye's affection for you has reached 99. You will soon complete your task." The system was quite exhilarated. This truly was the fastest host it had encountered since its inception. In just a day's time, the target of affection was nearly conquered. The speed was almost unbelievable. Mu Qingxin also found it astonishing. Such rapid progress felt suspicious. Furthermore, the book contained only 20 chapters. Could it be nearing its conclusion? Absolutely not. Mu Qingxin, all right, you go about your business. Oh, by the way, Does that random task count as completed? The system replied, yes, esteemed master. The 5-point life value reward has been fully granted. You now possess 6 life points. With 2 days remaining until the life value freeze period ends. Wishing you a pleasant experience. Do visit again. Qingxin understood. Though she verbally consented, her heart harbored dissent. Ji Jiuye could be so easily conquered. If she persevered for just another day or two, she would successfully subdue the remaining one. At that point, she would be free, rendering any minor system unnecessary. Yet, could reality unfold as seamlessly as she envisioned? If the conquest truly reached fruition, would she still feel the exhilaration she currently experienced? My lady, upon witnessing Ji Jiuye exit Qingxin's chamber, Zissou scampered in, softly calling her name. Ji Jiuye had left such a poor impression on Zissou that the latter felt a twinge of fear. Yes, Su, from this day forth, you shall reside with me at the Ji Manor. You must remember, I am no longer your lady, but the princess consort of the regent. Your manner of address must change. Do you understand? Qingxin sat upright, gently guiding the little maid before her. Although she was not particularly accustomed to having someone attend to her, the original character had grown accustomed to Zissou's presence, leading her subconscious to desire a maid's service. Zissou, timid and delicate by nature, would be a source of discomfort for anyone else. Thus, keeping her close felt far more reassuring. Must we truly live together with that great demon? My lord said. Zissou expressed her reluctance. Su, they harbor biases against Ji Jiuye, and their words hold no weight. Do not heed their nonsense. Furthermore, refrain from referring to him as the great demon in the future. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that Ji Jiuye will not again wish to take your life upon hearing such, Qingxin admonished, half coaxing and half warning Zissou to amend her terminology. The public's prejudice against Ji Jiuye was indeed egregious. Yes, my lady, I shall remember. Thankfully, Zissou was easily swayed by fear and promptly acquiesced. Before Qingxin and her maid could exchange further conversation, Ji Jiuye returned, bearing a steaming vial of unknown liquid, his countenance radiant. Zissou hurriedly withdrew. As she departed, she caught a glimpse of Ji Jiuye's gentle smile as he fed Qingxin something. Zissou pondered. This great demon did possess moments of non-threatening demeanor. Yet, she remained curious about the nature of the liquid. If it were a tonic, the scene would be quite picturesque. If poison, then it would be rather unsettling. Chapter 21. He is infatuated with this woman. Utterly enamored, she recalled that the lady had just informed her that others' biases against this regent were unfounded and should not be taken to heart. She chose to believe that Ji Jiuye offered a remedy. Indeed, the concoction he presented was a miraculous potion for motion sickness, a gift from one of his friends. Now, drink this potion, and you shall no longer suffer from nausea while riding in a carriage, Ji Jiuye said, holding the bowl of medicine, one hand grasping a spoon, which he blew upon before bringing it to Qingxin's lips. Obediently, Qingxin opened her mouth, finishing spoonful after spoonful, before pouting, "Night treasure, this medicine is quite bitter." Ji Jiuye chuckled, setting the bowl aside. Why did you not mention its bitterness while drinking? Now that you have finished, is it not a tad late to voice your complaint? This is Night Treasure's heartfelt offering. It must not go to waste. Qingxin smiled sweetly, her eyes fixed unwaveringly on Ji Jiuye. She had already confirmed that Ji Jiuye had developed feelings for her. Thus, she felt emboldened to indulge in playful antics. This was also a strategic move in her pursuit of Ji Jiuye. With a bit of effort, if she could complete the remaining task, her mission would be fulfilled. The mere thought was exhilarating. You'll complain, won't you? Look at this. Ji Jiuye produced a parcel wrapped in craft paper from his bosom, its bulging form hinting at a delightful treasure. What is it? Qingxin, equally curious, craned her neck to get a better view. Ji Jiuye meticulously peeled away the layers of paper, revealing an assortment of candied fruits, each piece enveloped in a thick layer of sugar glaze, exuding a particularly sweet allure. Wow! Qingxin was genuinely delighted. Who would have thought that someone like Ji Jiuye could be so considerate? Satisfied with her astonished reaction, Ji Jiuye chuckled and picked up one of the treats, personally feeding it to Qingxin. Their lips brushed momentarily, causing their hearts to flutter in unison. It was remarkable how, Despite having only known each other for a day, they had already progressed to intimate gestures like kissing and feeding each other. Is it sweet? Ji Jiuye inquired, gazing at Mu Qingxin's lips, his throat subtly moving. Once she finished the candied fruit, Mu Qingxin playfully licked the remnants of sugar from her lips and smiled mischievously. Very sweet. Would you like to try some, night treasure? Ji Jiuye acquiesced, leaning in to press his lips against hers, now filled with an irresistible allure that gradually ensnared him deeper. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. He wished to remain by this enchanting creature's side, reluctant to part even for a moment. As if anticipating his next move, Mu Qingxin playfully hooked her arm around his neck, deepening the kiss. Ji Jiuye was profoundly moved. This woman was audacious indeed. Yet, he found himself enamored by her boldness, her flamboyance, her affection towards him. He adored everything about her. The two remained entwined, savoring each other for what felt like an eternity until Yi Shi, waiting outside, hesitantly announced, "Master, I have investigated the matter you inquired about." He was trembling with unease. He had not wished to interrupt at such a moment. After all, the master had been absent for far too long. This was a crucial task that had been specifically entrusted to him, and he had to report back immediately. Yet he dreaded disturbing such a tender moment. Indeed, Ji Jiuye's expression darkened instantly. Reluctantly, he detached himself from Mu Qingxin's lips, gently stroking her silky hair. "I must attend to some matters. I'll return shortly. Will you wait for me?" "All right, I will." Mu Qingxin leaned in, planting a kiss on his throat, her demeanor reminiscent of a mischievous sprite, causing Ji Jiuye's throat to convulse. This woman possessed a certain charm. He felt an urge to avoid meeting Yi Shi, wishing instead to claim Mu Qingxin right there and then. Her heart, it seemed, had begun to misbehave as she learned the art of seduction. "Promise me, when I return, you'll understand what it means to yearn for death." The corners of Ji Jiuye's lips curled slightly upwards, forming a dangerous arc. Mu Qingxin, far from being intimidated, boldly smiled, "I'll be right here waiting for you, so hurry back." Ji Jiuye suppressed the tumult of emotions within, biting down hard to compel himself to leave Mu Qingxin. If he lingered any longer, he would truly lose control. Watching Ji Jiuye retreat in disarray, Mu Qingxin smirked mischievously. "A little fox, is that all it takes for you to falter? Can you really not resist? You truly are an innocent little fox." "Cough, esteemed master. May I inquire if you have developed feelings for Ji Jiuye? I would advise against falling for the target of your pursuit." The system interjected at an opportune moment, uttering words that Mu Qingxin found quite delightful. Mu Qingxin retorted, "What do you mean by that? So what if I like him? I adored him even before I entered this narrative. Now that he is right before me, why shouldn't I express my affection? With such a handsome visage, how could I not be enchanted? Esteemed master, based on prior experiences, should you complete your task, you will receive abundant rewards, and you shall return to your original world. If you develop feelings for your target, it may lead to unnecessary complications. When you return to your world, you may find yourself longing for your target, which could lead to heartache. I am merely considering your well-being, esteemed master." "Ah, so that is the matter at hand." Mu Qingxin, unabashed, declared, "Rest assured, little system. I am a woman who traverses the verdant wilderness unscathed. Do you not understand? I am not the type to falter in the absence of anyone." She was confident in herself. After enduring countless years in solitude, she had grown accustomed to her independence. Even if she were to traverse back to her former world, it would be of little consequence. At worst, she would merely return to her solitude. At this juncture, Mu Qingxin remained oblivious to the terrifying nature of habit and the heartache it could bring. "Very well, esteemed master. It is sufficient that you are aware. I shall take my leave now, wishing you success in your endeavors." Ah, the folly of youth. The system sighed inwardly. When the task is completed, the repercussions for the host could be significant. Mu Qingxin exclaimed, "I heard your sigh." System. Choosing silence, the system decided to ignore her. Mu Qingxin pressed on. "Do you still not trust me? I am resolute, truly." System. "All right, let us just pretend I didn't hear that. My lord, I dispatched someone to the Western Wind Kingdom to search for the candy you mentioned, but we found no establishments producing or selling anything akin to it. Yi Shigong reported respectfully, harboring quiet doubts. What could possibly be the rationale behind investigating such an obscure confection? With so many pressing matters in the world, why focus on this triviality? Very well, I understand. You may leave now. Ji Jiuye turned away, suppressing the emotions that threatened to overflow within him. Though Yi Shi found it peculiar, he respectfully withdrew, concealing his form. At that moment, Ji Jiuye hastily retrieved the portrait of the beautiful figure devoid of a face and raised her brush to create her masterpiece. Chapter 22. How did Qingxin arrive? Am I too anxious and waiting? Everything has aligned. The words she once uttered, her dressing habits, her personality, the birthmark on her body, and this unique candy, all correspond with the fairy sister. This indicates that Qingxin is indeed that fairy sister from years past. Moreover, with this painting, Ji Jiuye diligently sketched the features of the beautiful figure. As she gazed upon the likeness on the paper, nearly indistinguishable from Qingxin, the image of that woman gradually crystallized in her mind. That woman was unmistakably Qingxin. It is her. Indeed, it is her. Could it truly be you, fairy sister? Ji Jiuye cradled the portrait against her chest, feeling a wave of pain in her heart, nearly gasping for breath. Why is this happening? Has the fairy sister forgotten me? Has she been reincarnated? How could she not remember me? She yearned to inquire directly with Qingxin whether she still recalled saving a little fox. No, she must not ask. That past, so difficult to revisit, should remain unknown to her. She would surely mock me. She is a resplendent crimson rose, meant to bloom on lofty branches, unattainable. And he, merely a clod of dirt beneath the dense green leaves, dark and filthy. How could they ever match? His thoughts grew ever more despondent. A mysterious black mist surged toward him, threatening to engulf him. Yabao, what are you doing? I missed you so much. Qingxin entered, adorned with anklets that jingled melodiously, only to find Ji Jiuye utterly unaware of her presence, and thus spoke up. She could not perceive that enigmatic black mist. Qingxin? The self-doubting Ji Jiuye suddenly came to. How had she come here by herself? Had he noticed at all? Wait, is that black mist still lingering? Truly, it is relentless. He secretly dispersed the black mist and watched as Qingxin approached. His heart, which was on the verge of closure, began to open once more. How did Qingxin arrive? Am I too anxious and waiting? Ji Jiuye found himself at a loss regarding how to interact with Qingxin. Should he treat her with the same affection he had for the woman who once openly believed in him, or with the reverence reserved for the fairy sister who had rescued him? Qingxin listened intently, sensing Ji Jiuye's apparent aloofness. She hurriedly asked the system, "Little system, quickly check, has Ji Jiuye's feelings for me diminished?" Yet, her face remained adorned with a cheerful smile. Indeed, she had been waiting eagerly for him. "Jiuye chuckled lightly. I still have matters to attend to. Be good and wait for me a moment longer, will you?" Though he smiled, it lacked the warmth of before. "System, esteemed master, I have just inquired. Ji Jiuye's feelings for you have neither increased nor decreased. It remains at 99. This was indeed puzzling. If Ji Jiuye's feelings had not waned, yet he remained so distant, there could only be one explanation. Ji Jiuye harbors unspoken concerns. Could this be related to the matter reported by the Dark Guard earlier? Driven by a genuine concern for the mental and physical well-being of the youth, Qingxin resolved to play the role of a caring elder sister, alleviate Ji Jiuye's worries. "Night treasure, do you have troubles that you cannot resolve? Share them with me, and I shall assist you. If anyone bullies you, I will help you retaliate." Help me retaliate? Huh. I still recall how you lacked any strength to resist when I held you in my grasp. How could you assist me? Nonetheless, it was the first time someone had chosen to accompany him during his moments of distress. Ji Jiuye assumed Qingxin was jesting. "All right, I know you can help me retaliate." However, he soon pondered whether to seize this opportunity to test Qingxin's memory. Did she recall the time he had saved a little fox? Qingxin. Ji Jiuye called her with utmost seriousness, surprising Qingxin. She thought to herself, had Ji Jiuye finally come to terms with his feelings? Was he ready to open up? "I am here." This simple phrase pierced through Ji Jiuye's heart once more, providing him with a profound sense of reassurance. Qingxin, Do you remember our past lives? Ji Jiuye gently pulled her to sit beside him on the chair behind the desk. Qingxin naturally settled onto Ji Jiuye's lap, embracing him. Past lives? I cannot recall. After reflecting carefully, she realized she had lived quite a long life in this incarnation, at least over 1,000 years. When it came to memories of her past life, she found herself devoid of any recollection. I still remember. Ji Jiuye received the expected response without any outward reaction, continuing, in my previous life. I was a little fox. Noticing Qingxin's lack of reaction, he proceeded, at that time, I was very weak, so weak that I was bullied and hunted by other forces, suffering severe injuries. Then, a sister descended from the heavens. She was valiant, effortlessly vanquishing all my foes. She saved me, and we lived together for a time. I admired her greatly and wished to confess my feelings. Yet, when I recovered and sought to express my affection, that sister vanished without a word. Do you know? I was heartbroken. As Ji Jiuye recounted this memory, his voice trembled slightly, revealing the emotions he had long buried. I understand. Qingxin gently patted Ji Jiuye's back in a gesture of comfort. Qingxin, you understand? His words reignited a flicker of hope within Ji Jiuye. Did she remember? He gazed at her with fervor, eager for her next words. Vanishing without a word is indeed quite sorrowful. However, she must have had her reasons for doing so, right? You need not be too distressed. After all, you can always confess your feelings when you meet her again. It is not such a grave matter. After a moment's thought, Qingxin added, of course, if you still remember her visage, and if she happens to have reincarnated as well. Upon hearing her words, Ji Jiuye's heart sank in an instant. Had she truly forgotten? A sharp pang struck his heart, as though a heavy hammer were mercilessly pounding against it. He found it increasingly difficult to bear. He resumed his previous icy demeanor, his tone tinged with impatience. What if she has forgotten me? What if she remembers none of our shared memories? Would you not care if I were to confess my feelings to her? His voice suddenly rose in pitch, betraying a semblance of anger that startled Qingxin. Night Prince, Qingxin stood frozen, perplexed by Ji Jiuye's erratic behavior and his abrupt change in temperament. Was this not a matter of a past life? What relevance does it hold in this current existence? In his previous life, he indeed harbored affections for that sister. Yet he has now entered this new realm. Must he still dwell upon the unfulfilled sentiments of his former life? Moreover, if the two of them were truly fated, would they not have encountered each other and fallen in love long ago? Why, then, have they remained apart for so many years? Perhaps realizing his own loss of composure, Ji Jiuye quickly regained his bearings, casting his gaze aside. Observing his struggle to apologize while maintaining his pride, Qingxin felt a sense of understanding. How could someone so accustomed to arrogance suddenly lower themselves before another? Chapter 23, he intends to leave an indelible mark on her heart for eternity. It seems the prince still has numerous matters to attend to. Thus, I shall not intrude. Qingxin thought it best to grant Ji Jiuye some solitary time to reflect. She rose and walked towards the exit, hoping merely to allow him the space to regain his composure. Given his current state, rational discourse appeared impossible. She remained uncertain as to the source of Ji Jiuye's anger. My beloved? Ji Jiuye hurriedly grasped Qingxin's arm, seeking to salvage the situation. However, Qingxin, more composed than ever, declined his overture. Your Highness, I believe it is best for us both to remain calm at this moment. Acting impulsively has never been your style. Upon hearing this, Ji Jiuye realized Qingxin was indeed serious. Is she angry? The thought of her possible displeasure caused a deeper ache within his heart. He instinctively wished to alleviate her anger and sorrow, yet he found himself at a loss, merely watching her depart. Her retreating figure mirrored that of the woman from years past. No, one could say this woman has once again chosen to leave him. Ji Jiuye felt a sense of suffocation, overwhelmed by sadness. Time passed, and he eventually regained his senses, the warmth in his gaze dissipating, replaced by a brooding darkness. Fairy sister, you wish to leave me, do you not? This cannot be. It absolutely cannot. In this lifetime, you shall remain by my side. There is no escape. He steeled himself, instructing Yishur to craft an exquisite set of shackles, selecting the most durable materials and the finest craftsmen. He intended to forge a chain that none could unravel, binding Qingxin firmly to him. Moreover, he commanded Yi Shi to utilize the hardest substances known to man to create an imposing birdcage. His plan was to confine Qingxin within the chains, imprison her in that cage, and shatter her legs, ensuring she would remain in Ji manner, forever at his side. Yet that did not seem sufficient. Far from it. He personally ventured into the dungeon to select a brand new set of instruments of torture, polished to a gleam and exceptionally sharp. He gazed contentedly at the set of instruments of torture, a manic smile creeping across his lips. He intended to inscribe his name upon Qingxin's body, leaving an indelible mark that would bind her to him for eternity. 3 days later, after meticulously preparing everything, Ji Jiuye finally felt that this world was the one he had longed for. During these days, Qingxin and Ji Jiuye exchanged few words. When they did communicate, it was merely polite, a stark contrast to their previous rapport. Qingxin felt a sense of discomfort, while Ji Jiuye was slightly exhilarated at the prospect of enacting his plan. On this particular day, Qingxin exchanged 2 points of life value for a cocktail reminiscent of the sweetness of the original world. She sat alone in the courtyard, sipping amidst the tranquil night. With only 3 points of life value remaining, she had 3 days to live. However, her deteriorating relationship with Ji Jiuye, devoid of any intimacy, had resulted in her inability to undertake random tasks, leaving her life value stagnant. A sense of agitation began to brew within her. She yearned to be the confidant once more, determined to soothe Ji Jiuye regardless of his emotional fluctuations. As she contemplated seeking him out, Ji Jiuye arrived unannounced, eager to invite her to witness a colossal birdcage, to admire the exquisite shackles, and to caress the gleaming instruments of torment. These were the things that had brought him the greatest comfort in recent days. "Night treasure, what brings you here? Care for a drink?" Qingxin generously offered the remaining cocktail in her glass to Ji Jiuye. Aware of its alcoholic content, he refrained from drinking, instead pulling her along with urgency. "I have something wonderful to show you." Qingxin allowed herself to be led, though her thoughts lingered on the unfinished cocktail. "Night treasure, let me finish this drink first." Ji Jiuye dismissed her plea, insisting they see it first and return a drink later. Realizing she was powerless to resist, she resigned herself to the fate of her cocktail. Left alone in the empty courtyard, little did she know, it was this unfinished drink that would unveil a sight she had not witnessed in centuries. Ji Jiuye seemed impatient as he ushered her into the backyard. Upon entering, Qingxin was struck by the sight of a massive birdcage standing centrally in the yard. Crafted from the finest steel, it glimmered ominously under the bright moonlight, emanating a chilling aura that made her shiver involuntarily. "My dear, do you not find this cage beautiful?" Ji Jiuye's tone was laced with pride, as though he were showcasing a treasured possession. "What is beautiful about this wretched cage? Is this the aesthetic of a villain?" Qingxin was about to voice her thoughts when Ji Jiuye continued. "Does my dear like it? Would you care to reside within?" His coaxing tone urged her closer to the cage. Startled by his words, Qingxin's heart raced. Was this nefarious figure truly intending to confine her within the cage? How terrifying! As she glanced toward it, she noticed the cold ground where an exquisite pair of shackles lay, accompanied by a set of sharp, flawless blades. What exactly did Ji Jiuye intend to do? The very thought sent chills down her spine. "Dearest, if I were to move in, would you accompany me?" Qingxin felt trepidation, yet she would not allow Ji Jiuye to proceed unchecked. If he truly wished for her to reside with him, it was not entirely impossible. However, at the very least, he should experience the sensation of being confined within a cage, shackled and restrained. He must comprehend that such notions are fundamentally erroneous. Upon hearing Qingxin's response, Ji Jiuye's dark eyes glimmered momentarily. She agreed. "Of course, wherever my beloved goes, I shall follow." Ji Jiuye chuckled softly, initially intending to enclose Qingxin within the cage and keep her locked by his side. "However, my lord, several esteemed gentlemen request your presence for urgent matters and insist you come to the palace at once." Night 10 delivered the report. Ji Jiuye suppressed the throbbing in his temples, stifling the impulse to eliminate Night 10, and clenched his jaw acknowledging the message. What on earth do these ancient, wretched old men desire? Summoning me to the palace at this late hour? They truly have a death wish. They wish to deliberate, do they? Very well. Once I enter the palace, I shall deal with all of them. Noticing Ji Jiuye's unsettling demeanor, Qingxin hastily embraced him, soothingly whispering, "My dear, you must go. Your duties are paramount. I shall await your return. Please, do not harm them, all right?" She understood Ji Jiuye's volatile temperament. The ministers were provoking him at the worst possible time, likely inciting thoughts of vengeance within him. Murder is hardly a commendable habit. Perhaps her words had a calming effect, as Ji Jiuye's mood indeed seemed to stabilize somewhat. "Promise me, my dear, you shall wait for my return and not venture out." After uttering this possessive command, Ji Jiuye hurriedly departed. He needed to rush to the palace, resolve the political affairs, and return to Qingxin's side swiftly. She had vowed to wait for him. "My dear, wait for me." As Qingxin watched Ji Jiuye hurry away, she exhaled a sigh of relief. Thankfully, she had persuaded him. Otherwise, the ministers would likely face dire consequences. In Ji Jiuye's absence, Qingxin felt liberated in her actions, considering she was unaware of when he would return. Merely standing in the courtyard felt tedious. Thus, she decided to explore Ji Jiuye's study, eager to discover what captivated him during his solitary hours. Chapter 24. This cup of wine, my heart just sipped upon entering the study. Qingxin cast a casual glance around, only to find a plethora of political texts and official documents, all decidedly dull. She meandered about until she arrived at the chair where Ji Jiuye typically sat. The chair was quite spacious, making her appear even more petite as she perched upon it. She curled her legs up onto the seat, forming a small, adorable ball in the process. The waiting time felt interminably dull. Qingxin noticed several sheets of flattened rice paper on the desk and idly began to examine them. To her surprise, she stumbled upon a portrait of a beautiful woman. "Oh, this portrait, it resembles me. Could it be that Ji Jiuye painted this?" Qingxin pondered, lifting the artwork to scrutinize it by candlelight. The more she observed, the more it appeared to be her likeness. In a small system, one might inquire, "Is this painting of me?" The system seemed to respond with a slight delay, finally replying, "Indeed, dear host. Address me as Your Excellency." The system then appeared to regain its composure. "Yes, Your Excellency. What did you just say?" "Hee, I was in a dormant state and did not quite catch that." It sounded rather embarrassed. Qingxin frowned slightly. How could this system automatically enter a dormant state? Does it possess its own time for rest? Quite intelligent, isn't it? What if I suddenly require its assistance? Judging by its previous day's demeanor, it seems utterly unreliable. She sighed softly. "Well, I do not expect much from the system anyway. Do you see this painting? Is it not of me?" "Yes, Your Excellency." Beep. "Congratulations, Your Excellency, for triggering a random task to create a lifelike portrait of Ji Jiuye. Upon completion, you shall receive 2 points of life. Will you accept?" Just as she was speaking, a random task was triggered. Naturally, Qingxin accepted. It would be foolish to refuse a task that granted life points. She inwardly scoffed in this day and age. Not only must one be adept in martial arts and culinary skills, but also in painting. How challenging. Fortunately, throughout her 1,000 years of existence, she had honed various skills, and her painting was of an admirable level. It's merely a portrait. How simple. She promptly retrieved a fresh piece of rice paper, ground the ink, and began to dance her brush across the canvas. With unwavering focus, Qingxin gazed intently at the paper, meticulously outlining Ji Jiuye's features as she envisioned them. At times, she bit the tip of her brush in contemplation, while at others, she tapped the brush against her forehead rhythmically, or tilted her head, closing her eyes in deep thought. She wished to portray Ji Jiuye in a striking manner, so that when he returned, he would commend her. Being praised is indeed a delightful experience. After an indeterminate amount of time, the portrait was finally completed. Qingxin surveyed her masterpiece and nodded with satisfaction. "Indeed, it looks splendid. I am quite pleased." The system responded quickly. "Congratulations, Your Excellency. You have earned 2 life points. Your current life points total 5. Feeling fatigued after such intense focus, Qingxin began to feel drowsy. She glanced around and discovered a small couch tucked behind a screen, its bedding neatly arranged as if seldom used. Without hesitation, she reclined upon it. Yawning, she realized she was quite tired, unaware of when Yi Bao would return. She carefully placed her finished painting beside her, pulled the quilt over herself, and drifted into slumber. Perhaps due to having consumed a bit of wine, she fell into a deep sleep. That night, Qingxin did not return to her small courtyard. Meanwhile, the exhausted Zissou silently picked up pen and paper, composing a brief entry. Today, September 20th, sunny. It marks the 4th day since I arrived at Ji Manor. The moon is not very full tonight, and my heart feels quite empty. I wonder how the princess fared this evening? In recent days, it has seemed that the princess and her husband have not been enjoying each other's company. Today, the princess has yet to return, and I cannot help but wonder if her husband has mistreated her. My concern for her grows. After penning her thoughts, she carefully placed the note into a small box, which already contained several sheets of densely written paper. It appears she has composed numerous pieces. As Qingxin drifted into slumber, a man clad in elegant purple suddenly appeared near her bed. He possessed a strikingly handsome visage, and his attire only accentuated his refined and charismatic presence. Holding a folding fan, he furrowed his brow, gazing at the woman who had claimed his resting place with a hint of ire. Who was this audacious woman, daring to occupy his bed? How could Ji Jiuye permit a woman to trespass in his abode? Just as he contemplated removing Qingxin from his bed, he was struck by the thought that she might be Ji Jiuye's woman. If he were to cast her aside, surely Ji Jiuye would seek retribution. Perhaps it was best not to provoke such a formidable figure. As for this woman, if she wished to linger, let her be. After all, it was but a single night. He was not so petty. With that thought, he snapped his fan shut and departed with an air of nonchalance, leaving no trace behind. The entire scene had been witnessed by the hidden guards, who planned to report to Ji Jiuye upon his return from the palace. Meanwhile, Ji Jiuye, after enduring the cacophony of several ministers, grew impatient and prepared to return home. The ministers and Emperor Ji Chongning could only watch in silent frustration as Ji Jiuye strode away. Once outside the palace gates, Ji Jiuye hastened toward home, eager to reunite with his beloved Qingxin, who awaited him. They would share the confines of that metaphorical cage together. He could not keep her waiting. His thoughts were filled with delightful visions of her patiently awaiting his arrival. He was resolute that she could not leave him. He would not allow it. Yet, he had not considered how long he had been in the palace, or whether she had grown weary and fallen asleep waiting for him. Thus, upon returning to the courtyard and finding no trace of the person he longed for beside the cage, he was consumed by despair. He feared that Qingxin had abandoned him once more, as she had in the past. Over the years, he had endured countless nights yearning for her. But the thought of her returning only to leave again was unbearable. His heart ached with a pain he could not withstand. He could not bear the thought of experiencing the sting of abandonment again. In his agitation, anxiety, reluctance, and heartache, Ji Jiuye lost the ability to think clearly. He frantically searched the entire estate for Qingxin, his mind racing with questions of why she would leave him again, oblivious to the reports from the hidden guards. He even dismissed them from his presence, furious that they could not keep a woman within their grasp. He scoured the rear courtyard and rushed to the quarters she had previously inhabited, yet her figure eluded him. The only remnant he found was a half-finished glass of cocktail resting upon a stone table in the courtyard. The cocktail exuded a captivating sapphire hue, enticing Ji Jiuye to approach it step by step. He moved closer, lifted the glass, and the expression in his eyes was inscrutable. This drink had just been consumed by Qingxin. He recalled how Qingxin had once urged him to drink, but he had declined. He speculated that Qingxin's anger stemmed from this, prompting her to leave him. Qingxin, once I drink this concoction, you shall no longer harbor anger towards me. Will you? You will return to my side, won't you? Resolute, Ji Jiuye tilted his head back and drank it all in one go. The sweet flavor swiftly enveloped his thoughts, and he felt a lightheadedness wash over him, as though his feet were treading on clouds. A sensation of heaviness in his head and lightness in his feet. He stumbled outside, tearing at his clothing as he walked. His hair began to gradually transform into a silvery hue, and a pair of adorable pink-white ears emerged, twitching gently as if savoring the caress of the breeze. Upon returning to the backyard, his 9 fluffy white tails had fully manifested, dancing behind him with a flourish. Without hesitation, he squeezed into the cage, intending to wait for Xin's return. Chapter 25. Xin, so delicate, must be in unbearable pain. The night stretched long, and the winds shifted ominously. What was once a sky adorned with stars and devoid of clouds was suddenly veiled by a thick blanket of dark clouds, obscuring the moon. In an instant, the darkness enveloped the world, rendering visibility non-existent. A mysterious black mist appeared out of thin air, quietly encircling Ji Jiuye, poised to strike. As the night deepened and the dew thickened, Ji Jiuye sat alone on the icy floor of the cage, feeling as though his entire being had become frozen. Yet, he remained unfazed. He was determined to wait for Xin. She had promised to dwell here with him. He could not leave. Ji Jiuye lingered in his stupor, but hope began to dwindle within him. Where could Xin be? Had she lost her way? Or was it that, like last time, she had departed without a trace? Had she abandoned him once more? His gaze darkened, and his heart sank further. He longed for Qingxin, yearning to see her at that very moment. But with Xin absent, what was he to do? Glancing at the chains beside him, an idea sparked in his mind. Xin, if I lock myself away, will you return to me? He approached the shackles, picked them up, and without hesitation, clicked them shut around his own wrists. Satisfied, he gazed at the chains adorning his wrists, a strange smile blossoming on his face. Is this truly the way? As he toyed with the chains, listening to the clanking of iron, a sense of inexplicable exhilaration surged within him. If only these chains were adorned around Xin, how delightful that would be. He sat in silence for a while longer, his longing for Qingxin intensifying, until discomfort began to creep back in. At that moment, he caught sight of the gleaming, pristine blade. The sharp tip beckoned Ji Jiuye to grasp it, and instinctively, he plunged it into his heart. With a soft squelch, the wound was shallow, yet blood seeped through his garments, staining his ivory robe with an enchanting crimson hue. Ji Jiuye appeared impervious to pain, his gaze fixated on the crimson flow from his wound, lost in contemplation. He glanced at the blade in his hand, a frenzied glimmer emerging in his eyes. Etching words onto one's skin must be agonizing. How fragile Xin is. Surely she cannot endure such torment. Thus, he resolved to bear it all himself. With this thought, he tugged at his collar, revealing his broad, warm chest, then guided the knife toward his heart, moving slowly, carving one stroke after another. The blood had long since flowed and dried, only to flow again, forming scabs upon his skin. Yet Ji Jiuye felt not, unwaveringly etching the name Qingxin with unwavering focus. Once he completed this act, a sigh of relief escaped his lips. Qingxin, I have inscribed your name upon my body. Will you remain with me forever? But Qingxin, why do you not return? Do you truly wish to abandon me? Ji Jiuye felt an increasing chill enveloping him, the light in his heart dimming, the pain in his chest intensifying. What should he do? For Qingxin had forsaken him, and despair consumed him. He began to struggle for breath, curling into a small ball, his 9 tails resembling a warm, plush scarf, cocooning him entirely. Qingxin, where are you? I beseech you to find me. I am so cold. At that moment, the concealed black, demonic aura emerged, slithering with familiarity into the cage, wrapping around Ji Jiuye in layers. The night was silent, and Ji Jiuye's consciousness blurred, surrendering to the encroaching darkness, allowing the black aura to invade his being. The dark energy was exhilarated. This was the first time Ji Jiuye had not resisted. How splendid this was, for it could siphon away more of his demonic power to elevate itself. Ha 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 ha! The black aura writhed in excitement, reflecting its jubilant state. In the shadows, Yi Shi, who was silently watching over Ji Jiuye, sensed the gradual depletion of his master's power and promptly emerged to inspect the cage. Indeed, he beheld the familiar black demonic energy, which was voraciously devouring his master's strength. He rushed to Ji Jiuye, attempting to pull him away from the dark mass. Yet Ji Jiuye felt as if he were anchored to the ground, immovable. What is happening? Master? Master? Please awaken. Hurry. Ye shouted anxiously. It was imperative to rescue his master swiftly. Otherwise, that dark energy would sap away countless powers. Yet, his master remained utterly still. What to do? Other shadow guards, upon witnessing the scene, hastily arrived, yet they too were at a loss. Ji Jiuye lay as if firmly pressed to the ground, impervious to their attempts to lift him. What now? Should they report to Lord Du? But Lord Du was elusive. Having just caught a glimpse of him, he vanished in the blink of an eye. What then? Only Lord Du possessed the means to contend with this dark energy. As they debated fervently, they realized that apart from Du Jiuye, none could save their master. Enough, let us treat this dying horse as a living one. Brother Shi, please summon Lord Du at once. If we delay any longer, our master may be in grave danger. Yet Yi Shi had no intention of proceeding in that manner. Firstly, the elusive Duo Yin was nowhere to be found, making it futile to rely on him for assistance. Secondly, the master's current state was a direct result of that woman's influence. Observing the master's demeanor, it was evident that he was deeply troubled. Typically, he seemed quite fond of her, indulging her whims without restraint. Perhaps it would be prudent to summon that woman this time? Although the master appeared reluctant to be seen in such a condition, it might be worth the risk to allow her presence, in hopes that it would alleviate the master's torment from the dark aura. Contemplating this, Yi Shi wore a stern expression. How foolish! Where could one even begin to search for the master now? Should I attempt to summon him through sheer will? The others, upon hearing this, were left utterly bewildered. What was to be done? Would the master truly not come to our aid? He had always been generous to us. We could not betray him at such a crucial moment. Yi Shi rolled his eyes and retorted, "You all are foolish, yet you feign ignorance? Of course, the master will rescue us, but we must consider a different approach." The crowd held their breath, inquiring, "Who?" Yi Shi gestured toward Ji Jiuye's study, indicating that woman. The others widened their eyes in astonishment. That woman possesses such magical prowess? Can she dispel this dark aura? Yi Shi, exasperated by their ignorance, thought to himself, "No wonder you've all remained single until now, truly lacking in romance. Enough of this. I shall fetch that woman. You all retreat and ensure she is not seen." The group, though perplexed, complied and stepped back. Taking a deep breath, Yi Shi braved the ire of the soon-to-awaken Ji Jiuye as he entered the study. Approaching the sleeping Qingxin, he extended his hand. "Who goes there?" To his surprise, Qingxin suddenly opened her eyes and, with blinding speed, seized Yi Shi by the throat, her nails digging in deeply. With a mere fraction more force, Yi Shi would meet his end, feeling the threat to his life. He trembled. Was this woman's prowess truly so formidable? She was indeed a concealed gem. Upon recognizing Yi Shi, Qingxin instinctively released him. What is the meaning of this? Attempting to commit murder at such an hour? It was not fear of Yi Shi that motivated her reaction, but rather the concern that Ji Jiuye had sent him so late for urgent matters. If she inadvertently harmed Yi Shi as long as the master awakens, that dark mist will surely be dispelled by his hand. What did you say? He can no longer endure? Where is he? Take me there quickly. Upon hearing that Ji Jiuye was in danger, Qingxin swiftly leapt from her bed and hurriedly followed Yi Shi outside. How could Yi Bao, so formidable, possibly be in peril? If he could not resolve the situation, it must be incredibly dire. He cannot come to harm. Yi Shi felt a surge of joy as he led Qingxin to the backyard, pointing at the furry creature in the cage. "Your Highness, it's right there." Qingxin immediately fixated on the fluffy mass. At first glance, it was impossible to discern what it truly was. Yet, as Yi Shi explained, it was the prince transformed into a furry form. This revelation ignited an uncontrollable excitement within Qingxin. Ah, could it be the form of a nine-tailed fox? She struggled to contain her exhilaration, hastily approaching to examine it more closely. However, as she neared, she was taken aback by the chilling aura surrounding Ji Jiuye. What was happening? Why was it so cold around him? Without further contemplation, Qingxin rushed closer and touched the fluffy creature. Despite the thick layer of fur, she could still feel an icy chill penetrating through. This was dire. If this continued, Ji Jiuye would surely freeze to death. She reached out to pull him, but he remained as immovable as a statue. What was going on? Yi Bao, you must not be in peril. Since she could not physically rouse him, she resorted to calling out, hoping he would hear her. Yi Bao, Ji Jiuye? Wake up, it's me, Xin. I've come for you, please awaken. Can you hear me? Ji Jiuye, what has happened to you? Please wake up. Her urgent voice carried a hint of panic. She feared that Ji Jiuye might never awaken. Ji Jiuye, can you hear me? Meanwhile, Ji Jiuye felt himself wandering aimlessly through a pitch-black void. Countless wails of tormented spirits echoed in his ears, and his body grew progressively colder, prompting him to wrap his robe tighter around himself. As he walked, he noticed a glimmer of light ahead, like a beacon of hope. He rushed towards it. Surely, that light must be Xin. Yet, upon reaching it, he was met with a harsh rebuke. You, cursed creature, get out. You've caused your mother's death. What right do you have to live? Go perish. The voices belonged to several humans, relatives of his mother, gazing at him with disdain, wishing for his demise. Ji Jiuye faltered, unable to defend himself, as a wave of profound guilt washed over him. Indeed, at his birth, his mother had succumbed during childbirth. As an ordinary human, she could not withstand the overwhelming demonic power he was born with. It was undeniably his fault. Mother, I'm sorry. The light vanished, only to be replaced by another glimmer ahead. With a flicker of hope, Ji Jiuye surged forward once more. As he ran, he realized he had transformed into his nine-tailed fox humanoid form. Silver hair, beastly ears, violet eyes, nine tails, and human shape. It was no longer the form of a demon. He was somewhat perplexed, yet he surged forward, hoping that the glimmer of light was his heart's desire. Upon reaching it, he was met with a barrage of scorn. Get lost. A demon who cannot revert to its true form is unworthy of being a demon. You, a half-demon, deserve to perish. You tarnish the bloodline of our kind. These words came from several powerful high demons who, upon witnessing Ji Jiuye's transformation into a humanoid form, disdainfully expelled him. A demon who cannot revert to its true form, with human blood coursing through its veins, is deemed unworthy of the demon race. Ji Jiuye felt a profound sorrow. Humans despised him. Could the demon race not accept him either? What wrong had he committed? In this vast world, where could he possibly belong? Ji Jiuye's heart grew desolate, extinguishing any flicker of hope. No one in this world cared for him. Perhaps it would be better for him to simply perish. His body grew increasingly cold, and in some places, it seemed to be encased in ice. Qingxin, standing by Ji Jiuye's side, noticed this alarming change. Was Ji Jiuye truly beginning to freeze? What affliction had befallen him? This could not continue. Ji Jiuye would surely die. No, he must not die. He needed to live for her sake. How could she allow her target to perish before their mission was complete? Ignoring Ji Jiuye's freezing form, Qingxin opened her arms and enveloped him in a warm embrace. Intending to share her body heat, she repeatedly urged, Ji Jiuye, I command you to awaken. Did you not wish for my presence by your side? Very well, I promise. As long as you awaken, I shall remain by you every moment, never depart from you. Please, I beseech you, awaken. I shall never leave your side again. Qingxin's efforts seemed futile, as Ji Jiuye's body continued to freeze at a visible rate. Shivering from the cold, she gritted her teeth and declared, Ji Jiuye, if you do not wake up, I shall demolish your Ji residence. If you remain in this state, I will leave, and I shall not return. Wake up at once. Secretly, Qingxin resolved that once Ji Jiuye awakened, he would owe her recompense. It was unbearably cold. Nearby, Yishur observed this spectacle, a smirk twitching at his lips. This woman was truly exceptional. She feigned vulnerability before her master while secretly contemplating the destruction of Ji's residence. Indeed, women were a perilous species. It was prudent to maintain a distance. Thus, he discreetly retreated a couple of steps, stealthily concealing himself from view. Qingxin caught sight of Yishur's withdrawal, her heart racing with anxiety and uncertainty. She continued to speak to Ji Jiuye, hoping that her voice would rouse him. Ji Jiuye, remember, even if everyone forsakes you, I remain. Can you not awaken for my sake? I truly do not wish for your demise. Please, awaken swiftly, will you? As she spoke, her fervor began to wane. What would she do if Ji Jiuye did not awaken? The mere thought of losing him was unbearable. She could only fervently wish for him to regain consciousness before the cold claimed him. The dark mass of demonic energy, initially pleased when Mu Qingxin approached, soon found itself overwhelmed by her furious roar. This woman possessed considerable power, and it had thought it had struck a fortune. Yet, upon hearing her furious cries, the black energy felt as though it might be deafened by her incessant noise. Curiously, her voice possessed a slight psychological intimidation over it. To the entity, her shouts resonated like the relentless clanging of cymbals right next to its ears. It cried out in exasperation, conceding to her, "Enough already. I have absorbed enough this time. I shall retreat and regroup for our next encounter." Gradually, the dark mass began to dissipate until it faded into nothingness. Meanwhile, the ice enveloping Ji Jiuye started to melt away. In the darkness, Ji Jiuye cocooned himself, shutting out the world, unwilling to hear anyone's voice. After all, no one had ever shown him affection. He was surrounded only by malice. Just as despair threatened to consume him, he heard a woman shouting in his ear, threatening to demolish the Ji residence, then declaring she would leave and never return, behaving like a madwoman. Unconsciously, he smiled, reminded of a woman from his past who had promised to return but never did. The two women were strikingly similar. Suddenly, he heard her declare, "Even if everyone forsakes you, I will not." This struck a profound chord within Ji Jiuye. For reasons unknown, tears threatened to spill from his eyes. In this seemingly hopeless world, there was still someone willing to stand by him. Who could that person be? Before he could ponder further, he noticed a radiant point of light before him, vast and warm, reminiscent of the sun. Before he could approach, the light surged towards him, illuminating him instantly. It was a light that belonged solely to him. He remembered her, Qingxin. He etched her name upon his heart, knowing he could never forget her. Qingxin had returned to find him. He needed to awaken quickly and seek her out. He could not let her worry any longer. He rose to his feet and hurried towards the blinding radiance. In his cage, Ji Jiuye gradually regained consciousness, feeling someone tightly embracing him. The warmth of that embrace felt familiar, as if it were from over a century ago. It was that fairy sister. It was Qingxin. She had come back. His awareness sharpened, and as he slowly opened his eyes, he beheld the worried expression of Mu Qingxin. "Yebao, you have finally awakened. You scared me to death. Were those chains on your hands and feet? Who bound you? They will pay for this." Mu Qingxin breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Ji Jiuye awaken. She thought to herself, how could this child transform so drastically in just a moment? Not only had he transformed, but he had also locked himself in a cage. Look at how frozen he is. Ji Jiuye gazed intently at Mu Qingxin, his feelings for her about to overflow. He was certain that this woman before him was the fairy sister from over a century ago. Her gaze mirrored that of the fairy sister perfectly. However, it seems she no longer remembers me, and a pang of pain strikes my heart again. Mu Qingxin observed Ji Jiuye gazing at her with an infatuated expression, and she couldn't help but ponder, has this child become foolish after his transformation? Why is he unable to even speak? Ji Jiuye, are you all right? As she inquired, Mu Qingxin grasped the chains entwined around Ji Jiuye and effortlessly crushed them with her bare hands. Noticing Ji Jiuye's silence, she pressed on, "Yebao, could it be that something is amiss here? Do you still remember me? It's me, Qingxin. Please don't frighten me." She pointed at Ji Jiuye's head and began shouting outside. "Hey, you there? Hurry up and come out. Your master has awakened, but he might have some issues. He has forgotten me. Come out quickly." Yi Shi, hiding in the shadows, desperately covered his ears. There is nothing wrong with the master. The one with issues is this woman. Can't you see the affectionate gaze he has for you? When Yi Shi did not emerge, Mu Qingxin turned back. Ji Jiuye had awakened, his body no longer curled up but slightly stretched, revealing a broad chest still marked with blood scabs, which startled Mu Qingxin. Ji Jiuye, who did this? Who dares to harm you? Tell me, and I shall deal with them right here. It infuriates me that someone would dare to ambush you behind my back. Mu Qingxin was genuinely angry. Such a fine visage. Who could be so heartless as to inflict injury? Before Mu Qingxin could speak again, Ji Jiuye suddenly pulled her into his embrace and kissed her fervently on her chattering lips. This kiss was both domineering and tender, forceful yet cautious. As if he were kissing a precious treasure he feared to shatter. Ji Jiuye's kiss left Mu Qingxin flustered, her heart racing wildly. At that moment, Ji Jiuye seemed utterly transformed. The former Ji Jiuye, with his black hair and brown eyes, was now adorned with silver hair and violet eyes, complete with two adorable pinkish-white beast ears atop his head. It was difficult for Mu Qingxin to reconcile this docile Ji Jiuye with the cold-blooded killer he had once been. Was it possible that Ji Jiuye possessed such a gentle side? The kiss did not last long. Ji Jiuye abruptly pushed Mu Qingxin away, his voice turning cold. "Get lost. Leave before I kill you." Mu Qingxin was taken aback, unable to comprehend what had just transpired. From that kiss, she sensed his affection for her. Yet now he was acting this way. Had she done something wrong? She cautiously approached Ji Jiuye. "Yabao, what is the matter? Did someone upset you? Just tell me, and I will help you take revenge. Why did you suddenly push me away?" Ji Jiuye appeared impatient. "Can't you see? I am a demon. Do you understand what that means? Aren't you afraid of me? Don't you wish for my demise?" Everyone who beheld him in this guise was either filled with trepidation or clamoring for blood, shouting to eradicate the demon race. Thus, he never revealed himself in this form. The people of the West Wind Kingdom were all aware that he was a demon, a half-demon who had caused his mother's death and led his father to an early grave. Though they were filled with indignation, they dared not voice their anger under the oppressive might of Ji Jiuye. Not a single one held any affection for him. All wished for his demise. Thus, he feared that Mu Qingxin would regard him with similar disdain. Now, lost to her own identity, what if she shared the same sentiments as the others? Rather than endure the pain of hearing her utter such words, it would be better to distance himself first, sparing them both the discomfort. With a gentle blink, Mu Qingxin sighed softly and spoke. "I have long known you are a demon, you fool. Are you afraid that I would hate you once I learn the truth? You need not worry. Not only do I not despise you, but I also hold a special fondness for you." Her soft silver hair, delicate pink beast ears, enchanting violet eyes, and the 9 fluffy tails, all perfectly aligned with her sisterly aesthetics. Noticing Ji Jiuye's astonished gaze upon her, Mu Qingxin assumed he doubted her sincerity and continued. "Not only do I not detest you, but I find myself quite enamored. Every part of your being captivates me." Little did she know, as soon as those words left her lips, a glimmer of moisture filled Ji Jiuye's violet eyes, turning the corners a deep crimson. His ears drooped, and the 9 tails fell lifelessly to the ground. His body quivered, lips pouting. "Qingxin, my ears won't stand up. Please touch them. It feels unbearable." Oh my! Mu Qingxin thought she had never encountered such a perfectly delightful request in her life. Chapter 28. My ears, my tails belong to Qingxin. For her touch alone before Mu Qingxin could approach, Ji Jiuye had already ensnared her with his tail, drawing her closer. With arms wide open, he held her tightly in his embrace. "Qingxin, you like me, right? You find me appealing, don't you? Then, would you be so kind as to touch my ears?" He implored. "Your scent is delightful, one that I adore. Do you find my tails beautiful? I have 9 of them." Ji Jiuye held Mu Qingxin close, whispering sweet nothings into her ear while encouraging her to caress his ears, yet refusing to release her. It was as if he wished to entice her, offering a mere glimpse while denying her touch. Mu Qingxin yearned to reach out, but he held her firmly, leaving her unable to do so. "Qingxin, why have you fallen silent?" she thought. "If only you would allow me time to speak. You want me to touch your ears while holding me so tightly. It drives me to distraction." Yet, she could not voice this directly to Ji Jiuye. Aware of his heightened emotional sensitivity at that moment, she knew she must tread carefully. "Night treasure, I miss you dearly. I cherish you. Do you know? I fear you may never awaken again. Therefore, may I touch your ears? Only by feeling them will I find solace." The allure of Ji Jiuye's ears overshadowed even the comfort of his embrace. Upon hearing Mu Qingxin's request, Ji Jiuye promptly released his hold, lowering his head to present his ears to her. "My ears, my tails, they belong to you, Qingxin. Please touch them. Wow. Mu Qingxin's eyes sparkled with wonder at the sight of his fluffy ears. She cautiously reached out, her fingers encountering a smooth texture. The delicate hair feeling incredibly pleasant to the touch. It was a delightful blend of firmness and softness. Mu Qingxin felt an overwhelming joy at having seemingly stepped into the pages of this book. It was truly a worthwhile experience. Ever since she had expressed her lack of disdain for his form and even declared her affection for every aspect of his being, Ji Jiuye was overwhelmed with an impulse to enfold her in his embrace and tease her playfully. Especially now that she was caressing his ear, he yearned to leave his mark on every part of her body. Seizing the moment, as he buried his head into Mu Qingxin's embrace, Ji Jiuye instinctively rubbed against her. So soft. He adored it. He then placed both hands around her waist, exploring freely. They were slender yet resilient. He cherished it. His hands ventured upwards, brushing through her hair, casually entwining a strand around his fingers. Silky and smooth, it bore a subtle hint of rose and milk fragrance. He was enamored. He discovered that, like Mu Qingxin, he cherished every inch of her form. Qingxin. Ji Jiuye lifted his head, a glimmer of realization flickering in his eyes, as if he had stumbled upon an extraordinary thought. The soft ear slipped from his grasp, leaving him momentarily disoriented. She gazed at Ji Jiuye, bewildered by his intentions. Qingxin, shall we move to the room? It's quite cold outside. Okay. Mu Qingxin wholeheartedly agreed, but as she attempted to rise, Ji Jiuye, who had already stood, swept her into his arms. She was barefoot, and her feet ached from the chill. Let me carry you, Qingxin. With that, he strode purposefully toward the study. Inside the study, there was a small couch, conveniently close. He hurriedly held Mu Qingxin tightly, as if fearing she might suddenly escape. No one had ever been so concerned about her departure. Something within Mu Qingxin stirred at this realization. After a millennium, it was the first time someone had cared for her so deeply. This sensation felt rather pleasant. She found herself reluctant to return. If she went back to her original world, no one would care for her as he did. Even if Ji Jiuye were merely a fictional character, she would gladly remain within this narrative for eternity. As long as he did not fall in love with her, she could linger in this story forever. Contemplating this, Mu Qingxin lifted her gaze to Ji Jiuye. The masculine scent of his presence enveloped her, quickening her heartbeat. His handsome visage, accentuated by silvery hair and violet eyes, appeared even more captivating and intoxicating. To share her life with this man seemed rather appealing. Although he possessed a somewhat volatile temperament, he treated her well. At the very least, he held her close to his heart, didn't he? Mu Qingxin pondered whom she was convincing. Was it herself? Qingxin. In the midst of their conversation, Ji Jiuye had already brought Mu Qingxin to the small couch in the study. The disheveled bedding on the couch momentarily caught his attention, but he quickly dismissed it, choosing not to dwell on it. Qingxin, shall we promise to be together forever and never part? He gently placed Mu Qingxin on the bed like a cherished treasure and tenderly inquired. At the same time, his hands began to wander restlessly. All right. Although Ji Jiuye did not articulate his intentions clearly, Mu Qingxin could infer from his actions what he desired. Did it really have to come to this? Qingxin, would you touch my ears? They need attention. Ji Jiuye, resembling a large dog, nuzzled against Mu Qingxin, unable to resist the allure of his ears. She reached out to caress them. Oh, wonderful. As delightful as ever. I adore it. Engrossed in the act of stroking his ears, Mu Qingxin remained blissfully unaware that her clothes had been entirely removed. When she finally registered the chill enveloping her body, she pouted, Ji Jiuye, I'm cold. Qingxin, you won't be cold for long. Saying this, Ji Jiuye retrieved his tail, selecting the thickest one, and draped it over her. Are you still cold? The fluffy tail resembled an exceptionally warm winter coat. Not cold anymore, it's quite warm. Qingxin, stroke my tail. It feels delightful as well. You can use it as a scarf on chilly days. As Ji Jiuye spoke, he began to kiss her tenderly. Soft kisses landed on various parts of her body, leaving faint imprints, making Mu Qingxin appear as though she had been nibbled by tiny insects. A peculiar sensation fluttered within her. This man genuinely cherished her with tender affection. At that moment, She truly did not wish to complete her task or return to her original world. She suddenly recalled that Ji Jiuye's affection for her had reached 99. Considering his current actions, it must have now escalated to 100. This signified that her time to depart was imminent. So soon, it felt as fleeting as a dream. The thought of returning to her previous world caused her heart to ache. She did not want to leave Ji Jiuye. Yet this was fate. If so, then tonight. After all, it was merely within the pages of a book, nothing of great consequence. Host. The system issues a warning. Please refrain from engaging in relations with the target. Please refrain from engaging in relations with the target. Please refrain from engaging in relations with the target. Should this occur, unforeseen consequences may ensue. The host must exercise restraint. Let me reiterate, please do not engage in relations with the target. The system incessantly bombarded Qingxin's mind with warnings, causing her considerable distress. System. Forcibly log off. Instantly, tranquility enveloped her mind. Her heart began to race. What would transpire next? Chapter 29 Qingxin, please don't cry. Your tears trouble me. Qingxin, we promised to be together forever, didn't we? The visage of the man before her, along with his gentle voice, caused Qingxin to succumb entirely. She took the initiative to wrap her arms around Ji Jiuye's neck and smiled sweetly. All right, yet she was acutely aware that the situation was far from favorable. If only Ji Jiuye harbored a modicum more affection for her, the system would deem the strategy a success. What would transpire then was shrouded in uncertainty. Perhaps she would be transported to another realm, or perhaps she would return to her original world. Who could say? This was her inaugural foray into such a narrative, and she was utterly bewildered. The completion of this task had been astonishingly swift. Little did she anticipate that within mere days, she would find herself ensnared, unable to extricate herself. The grandiose declarations of Qingxin, who once proclaimed that one could traverse a sea of greenery without so much as a leaf touching them, now seemed a mere jest upon reflection. Yet, despite the rapid progression, she had come to realize that Ji Jiuye was the singular man she yearned for in this lifetime. And remarkably, this man was utterly infatuated with her. Behold, the name Qingxin was boldly etched upon Ji Jiuye's chest. How could one possibly refuse a man who loved her so profoundly? That evening, as the thick fog lifted and dark clouds dispersed, the somewhat waning moon re-emerged, casting its silvery light upon the earth. Ji Jiuye and his companions remained vigilant in the shadows, patrolling the vicinity, yet they dared not cast their gaze towards the study. They feared for their sight and for their very lives. A night steeped in profound emotions ensued. When dawn broke, the two upon the bed had settled into tranquility. Ji Jiuye had unknowingly closed his eyes, as though he had drifted into slumber. Qingxin lay beside him, her affectionate gaze tracing the contours of his visage. Growing ever more enchanted, she felt that she had no regrets in this life. Noticing his adorably pink ears, she felt an irresistible urge to touch them. They seemed a tad warm, yet that only heightened her delight. Unbeknownst to her, she had become so engrossed that Ji Jiuye woke without realizing it. A smile crept upon his lips as he inclined his head, allowing Qingxin to caress him more freely. My dear, from now on, my ears shall be exclusively for your touch. Is that agreeable? Indeed, she replied. He then took her hand and placed it over his heart, whispering, Qingxin, see, your name is deeply engraved upon my heart. I am yours for life. You cannot forsake me. Upon hearing these words, Qingxin felt as though she had been pierced by 1,000 needles, the pain almost unbearable. I too wish to remain, yet the strategy is nearing completion, and we are destined to part ways. Forgive me, Ji Jiuye, for selfishly claiming you, only to leave once you have fallen for me. I did not wish this. I long to be with you forever. Nevertheless, she maintained her radiant smile, as always, responding yes. In life, you are mine. In death, you shall be my ghost. Agreed, he murmured, listening intently. As she continued to caress him, Qingxin noticed that one of Ji Jiuye's fluffy ears bore a small notch. It was not large, and one would need to look closely to discern it. Night treasure, there seems to be a notch in your ear, she remarked, intending to inquire about its origin. At her words, Ji Jiuye stiffened momentarily before returning to normal. This was an injury I sustained in my past life. For some reason, it has persisted into this one. Qingxin found this somewhat peculiar, yet she chose to believe him. Could you recount to me what transpired back then? Surely you remember? Qingxin seized her playful touching of Ji Jiuye's ear, nestling in his embrace, yearning to uncover more of his story within the confines of their limited time together. If you wish to know, I shall certainly share, he began. I once asked you if you remembered events from our past lives. At that time, I was pursued by various forces, and it was only thanks to a fairy sister that I was saved. As he spoke, Ji Jiuye's gaze dimmed momentarily before he shifted the subject. I had a great fondness for that fairy sister and intended to confess my feelings, but to my dismay, she vanished without a word. I searched for her for a long time. Nevertheless, if I find her in this life, I will surely confess my affection for her. Upon hearing this, a flare of indignation ignited within Qingxin. How could you still think of that fairy sister after everything we've shared? Ji Jiuye, you have me, your little fairy, yet you entertain thoughts of other women. Are you aspiring to be a heartless scoundrel? Her irritation flared, and her hand instinctively sought his ear again, intent on playfully tugging it as if to roast it for a snack. However, due to the nature of Qingxin's existence in this realm, she was unable to harm Ji Jiuye. Thus, her tugging became a mere tickle, devoid of pain. Ji Jiuye, unfazed, responded with a playful smirk, "My dear, that hurts." Yet internally, he mused that she indeed cared for him. Even in her jealousy, she could not bring herself to be harsh. His beloved genuinely loved him, deeply, even if she appeared to have forgotten her past self. Ji Jiuye held on to the hope that one day, his little fairy would remember. Even if she did not, it mattered little, as long as he retained the memories. Who do you think you are calling me your beloved? How could you still think of other women when you have me? Qingxin fumed, turning away in silence. Why was it that she could not strike Ji Jiuye? The urge to hit him was overwhelming. Did he not realize that soon she would be leaving him? The notion of him thinking of another woman, while she bore the sorrow of impending separation, was unbearable. He was merely a character on the pages of a book, unaffected by her departure. He would continue to exist in that world, with or without her. Observing the once joyful woman now sulking away, Ji Jiuye felt a pang of guilt. He gently patted her back, soothingly saying, "Do not be upset, my heart. I swear, in this life, you are my only little fairy, and in every life to come, it shall remain so. Will you not accept this?" Noticing his beloved remained unresponsive, he pleaded further, "Please, my heart, give me a sign." At that moment, Qingxin's shoulders trembled slightly, initially appearing as if she were stifling a laugh. Ji Jiuye chuckled softly. "Are you laughing, my heart?" He then turned her to face him, pinning her limbs so she could not move, only to find her visage awash with tears. "My heart, what troubles you? Why do you weep? Is my fault for making you cry? Will you forgive me? My dear, please do not weep. Your tears cause me great distress. Ji Jiuye, am utterly flustered. Having never witnessed Qingxin in tears before, I am taken aback by the tumult within my heart. Have I truly acted too harshly? Ji Jiuye, please do not treat me so kindly. I fear I might become too attached to you." Qingxin lamented, her eyes overflowing with tears as if they were a cascade. Unrestrained and abundant. Chapter 30. The pain of distance exceeding a mile, the more Ji Jiuye cared for her, the more reluctant she became to part ways. If she were to return to her previous world, who would tend to her with such patience? Who would share her nights and accompany her through life's mundane moments? She found herself unwilling to leave. Yet, the system warned her that upon completing her mission, a return to her former world might be inevitable. In that world, she would be alone, devoid of everything. A world without Ji Jiuye was unbearable. For one who had grown accustomed to solitude, occasional tenderness could easily evoke profound emotion. Had she never experienced such affection, she would not long for it. However, upon tasting a happiness far greater than before, she yearned to grasp it tightly, never to let go. "My dear, we shall always be together. Please do not cry. I will not leave you, I promise. Please cease your tears." Ji Jiuye gently released Qingxin, continuing to soothe her with soft words. He could not fathom why she was in tears, but felt her fragility only heightened his desire to shield her. "Ji Jiuye, I truly do not wish to leave you. I adore you immensely. If I must depart, I will once again face solitude, and I dread the thought. Can you promise me I won't have to leave? Qingxin cried, her breath hitching as if she bore an immense grievance. Ji Jiuye pondered for a moment. He believed he had not spoken any harsh words. Thus, he was certain he had not provoked her. Yet, who could have caused her such sorrow? Enough now, my dear. No one wishes for you to leave. Should anyone dare to make you depart, I shall be the first to confront them. If I were to discover the instigator of this distress, I would ensure they face dire consequences. Upon hearing this, Qingxin felt her heartache deepen. The system existed beyond this realm. Even if Ji Jiuye understood the source of her sorrow, he was powerless against it. Furthermore, sharing her plight might not elicit his belief. Therefore, she bore the weight of it all alone. The pain that one cannot voice amplifies suffering exponentially. Yet, I remained profoundly saddened. Ji Jiuye's heart ached as the sound of her weeping reached his ears. Unsure of how to comfort her, he could only tenderly kiss away her tears, whispering soothingly, "Be good, do not cry." His tail, resembling a plush blanket, enveloped her completely, offering warmth and gentleness. Eventually, perhaps wearied from her tears, Qingxin ceased to cry. She gazed at Ji Jiuye with swollen eyes, meticulously etching his visage into the depths of her soul. She knew that once she returned, she would never see him again. And thus, in this fleeting moment, she resolved to behold him as often as possible. Her eyes were drawn to the scar on his chest, inscribed with her name, and her heart ached anew. "Ji Jiuye, does it not hurt?" she asked softly, reaching out to touch it. The wound had healed rapidly, now scabbed over. Yet remained a sight that could startle the senses. He must be in great pain. "Qingxin, I do not hurt. As long as I am with you, as long as you do not leave my side, I will feel no pain," Ji Jiuye reassured her, placing one of his hands over hers tenderly. "But should you depart from me, I would be in excruciating agony." He had cast a spell upon himself. If they were separated by more than a mile, his heart would ache. Yet this was but a ruse. His only desire was to remain with Qingxin eternally. He was oblivious to her predicament, unaware that she faced a task that would soon lead her to depart this world. He simply wished to soothe her, to keep her from leaving him. "Ji Jiuye, why are you so foolish? Oh, you great fool!" Qingxin exclaimed, momentarily stunned before bursting into tears once more. If she were to leave, would he suffer unbearably? Ji Jiuye was perplexed as to which of his words had upset her, prompting her to call him foolish. All he could do was comfort her time and time again. Throughout that day, he expressed sweet nothings he had never uttered in his entire life, solely to quell her tears. As she wept, Qingxin realized that incessant crying would not yield any solutions. Instead, she resolved to cherish the limited time they had by engaging in activities she adored. Naturally, those cherished activities involved being with Ji Jiuye. She began to kiss him back, repeatedly calling his name. This name, this man, were of utmost significance, and she vowed to remember them forever. Encouraged by her initiative, Ji Jiuye shed his reticence and acquiesced to her desires. Time slipped away unmeasured. From dawn to the sun's zenith, the small study remained abuzz with their shared warmth. As the effects of alcohol waned, Ji Jiuye's silver hair transformed into ebony, all traces of his nine-tailed fox lineage concealed. Qingxin found it enchanting. Could his form truly shift on its own? "Night treasure, your hair, your eyes, your ears." Qingxin mused, reaching to grasp his dark locks, finding them unchanged in texture. Upon hearing her words, Ji Jiuye glanced aside. "When I drink, I transform. I know not how it occurs. When you drink, you change." Qingxin blinked, recalling that he had consumed the heartfelt soup she had prepared a few days prior. Did that mean he had transformed then? Thus, she had missed witnessing his magnificent transformation. "So on that night, you took on the silver-haired form and held me while I slept? How do you know?" Ji Jiuye was astonished. He had cast a sleeping spell. How could Qingxin be aware of such an event? "Well, I know." Upon hearing Ji Jiuye's response, Qingxin was certain that she had indeed missed something more significant than her own life. Qingxin felt a pang of anguish. Why had she slept so soundly that night? Oh, how vexing. Unaware of Mu Qingxin's thoughts, Ji Jiuye sensed a hint of regret in his heart. Putting that aside, he inquired, "Are you hungry, my dear? Shall we have something to eat before continuing?" Ji Jiuye appeared to be somewhat reluctant to move on. All right, Mu Qingxin thought. She wished time could freeze at that moment. However, before leaving, she wanted to do something special for him. After much contemplation, she decided to prepare a heartfelt soup for Ji Jiuye. "Yabao, I shall go and make you another bowl of that special soup we had last time. Wait for me. I will return shortly." With that, she began to dress, preparing to cook the soup. Yet, Ji Jiuye stopped her, asking, "The heartfelt soup? Is it the Mengpa soup I had last time?" Caught off guard, Mu Qingxin laughed awkwardly and explained, Yes, that's soup. Just wait for me to finish it. And don't ask anything else." Ji Jiuye realized she had been teasing him playfully. Nevertheless, he held firm, insisting, "You seem quite exhausted today. How about we save it for next time?" "No." Mu Qingxin resolutely declined. Ji Jiuye was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by her response, but he did not press further, only reminding her to return soon. Mu Qingxin hurried to the kitchen to start the soup. As she left, Ji Jiuye felt a twinge of regret for not assisting her. He promptly followed her into the kitchen. "Yabao, what do you think of Ji Jiuye following you?" Mu Qingxin was somewhat surprised. "What is the matter? I just want to spend more time with my wife. Don't you like it?" Ji Jiuye believed this was his duty. Mu Qingxin merely smiled and said nothing more. Upon entering the kitchen, Ji Jiuye took the initiative to ask, "Wife, what would you like me to do? Wash the vegetables? Gather firewood?" As he spoke, he rolled up his sleeves, seemingly ready to assist. Hey, don't move. Let the servants handle the fire. How can those beautiful hands of yours do such work?" Mu Qingxin stopped him and pulled him to the wall, then called upon a servant to start the fire for the soup. "Oh," Ji Jiuye reluctantly complied, standing still with his eyes seemingly glued to Mu Qingxin. Seeing him so obedient lifted her spirits, and she patted his head, saying, "Good boy. Wait here for me to finish cooking, or you can step outside if you wish. The kitchen is a bit messy. I want to wait here. Don't chase me away," Ji Jiuye replied, sounding a bit like he was pouting. Mu Qingxin found herself at a loss, finally conceding, "All right, you may wait here. If you tire, you can step outside. You're chasing me away again," Ji Jiuye protested. Mu Qingxin fell silent, thinking as long as he was happy, it was fine. She then focused on preparing the soup. Considering that Ji Jiuye transforms into a silver-haired, beast-eared figure after indulging in alcohol and may have pressing matters to attend to, Mu Qingxin, while concocting a heartfelt soup, thoughtfully replaced the red wine with broth. Thus, he would retain his current appearance of black hair and brown eyes. As she simmered the soup, Mu Qingxin's spirit soared. The mere thought that she was preparing it for Ji Jiuye filled her with boundless satisfaction. Cooking a bowl of heartfelt soup for her beloved seemed to be the most joyous endeavor in the world. Watching his cherished woman, adorned with his mark, humming a gentle tune as she prepared the soup, Ji Jiuye felt a surge of happiness. He yearned to draw closer to her. Consequently, he ambled over and embraced Mu Qingxin from behind. The young servant tending the fire, upon Ji Jiuye's approach, instinctively turned away, shutting off his senses, determined not to intrude. Satisfied with the servant's reaction, Ji Jiuye unabashedly buried his head in Mu Qingxin's neck, murmuring softly, "Qingxin." Mu Qingxin, perceiving a matter at hand, responded, The sound of her voice brought immense contentment to Ji Jiuye, prompting him to gently call her again, "Qingxin." Qingxin. Mu Qingxin was at a loss, wondering what he truly wanted. "Qingxin, why are you ignoring me? I simply wish to call you a few times. Is that so wrong?" Ji Jiuye's voice was low and tender, laced with a hint of grievance, evoking a desire to cradle him in her arms and comfort him. Mu Qingxin allowed him to call her, responding, "As long as you like it." Ji Jiuye, emboldened, not only called her Qingxin, but also began to affectionately refer to her as "my dear," each utterance more endearing than the last, causing Mu Qingxin's cheeks to flush. It was the first time anyone had called her with such gentleness, and he had done so repeatedly. Before long, the soup was ready. "Yabao, please let me go," Mu Qingxin urged, hoping Ji Jiuye would release her so she could pour the soup into a bowl. Unexpectedly, Ji Jiuye seized the cloth and in a bold manner, pushed her aside, declaring, "I'll do it." As he reached for the pot, Qingxin hesitated to stop him, fearing an argument might lead to a spill, and instead cautioned him, "Be careful, it's hot." Just as she finished her warning, she noticed Ji Jiuye's hand tremble as he held the pot, clearly having burned himself. "Yebao, did you burn yourself? Quickly put the pot down. Let me see," Qingxin exclaimed in a rush. Despite her recent admonition to be cautious, he had evidently scalded himself. She wondered if this prince had ever engaged in such tasks before. Judging by his clumsy handling, it seemed unlikely. Hearing Qingxin's anxious reprimand, Ji Jiuye couldn't help but smile. He set the pot down and extended his reddened hand towards Qingxin's lips, playfully pouting, "Qingxin, blow on it, it hurts." Without suspicion, Qingxin hurried to inspect the burn. Fortunately, though slightly red, it had not blistered. Contemplating the peril of Ji Jiuye's earlier actions, she couldn't help but scold him. "Next time, be more careful. Freshly cooked items are certainly hot." "Does it still hurt?" she asked, blowing gently on his hand. Though she feigned reproach, she did not forget to provide him with warmth. The woman before him exuded a refreshing scent of rose milk, which wafted to his nostrils, causing him to lower his head slightly and take a deep breath, savoring the delightful fragrance. Listening to Ji Jiuye's nonsensical words, Qingxin straightened her face and inquired, "Do you realize you need to be more mindful next time?" Upon sensing that the little one before him might genuinely be upset, Ji Jiuye corrected his posture and replied, "Understood, my dear, do not be angry." Qingxin still pretended to huff lightly, seemingly in reproach. Ji Jiuye initially intended to continue serving soup, but Qingxin resolutely refused. Fearing that she might become even more upset, Ji Jiuye obediently stood aside, refraining from disturbing her peace. He felt a twinge of regret. Had he not acted so foolishly earlier, she would not have had to take matters in her own hands. Once the soup was prepared, Qingxin, not trusting anyone else to carry it, gingerly took it herself and made her way to the dining hall. Ji Jiuye followed closely behind, acting as her protector. Upon reaching the dining hall, the two enjoyed a delightfully intimate meal together, with Ji Jiuye finishing the entire bowl of lovingly made soup. Still craving more, he licked his lips and said, "I want more." "There isn't any left." Ji Jiuye paid little mind to her words, setting the bowl down with a charming smile. "My dear, we are both satisfied. Shall we continue?" "Continue?" Just as Qingxin was about to respond, she was interrupted, reporting to the master, "Those ministers have sent someone to invite you to the palace again." The smile on Ji Jiuye's lips instantly froze. Which fool dared to disrupt his blissful moment? He turned to see Yi Shi. "Ah, you truly have a death wish," he exclaimed. "They summoned me, and you come to relay the message? Why don't you send them away? Tell them I am unwell and unwilling to go." Ji Jiuye reprimanded Yi Shi coldly, causing him to tremble in fear. Just a moment ago, he had been grinning like a fool in front of the princess. Now, Ji Jiuye was fierce toward him. How pitiful. It seemed the master had indeed fallen for that woman and forgotten about him. "Master, they insist that the matter is extremely serious, and you must be present. I fear delaying your important business, which is why." Yi Shi reported with a hint of grievance. Meanwhile, upon learning that Ji Jiuye would be leaving her again to enter the palace, Qingxin, in a flurry, grasped his hand and pleaded, "Yebao, are you going? Can you please stay? Just a little longer, I beg you." She was unaware of how much time she had left in this place. She merely wished to spend as much of it as possible with Ji Jiuye, even though she knew that others might need him more than she did. She selfishly desired to keep him a little longer. Chapter 32. The Beauty That Brings Disaster. Qingxin's voice trembled with emotion, almost pleading, which tugged at Ji Jiuye's heart. How could he bear to abandon his beloved woman? He turned back, embraced Qingxin, and spoke in a deep voice. "All right, I shall not go anywhere. I will stay here with you." Qingxin returned the embrace tightly, wanting to keep him by her side for a lifetime. Yi Shi, witnessing this scene, stood there in shock. "Master, what about those ministers?" "Foolish one, simply concoct an excuse. No matter how grave their matters may be, they cannot compare to the importance of my beloved. Should you fail to discern priorities next time, take matters into your own hands and spare me the sight of your incompetence. Ji Jiuye reprimanded Yishi, who hastily obeyed and departed, fearing further dreadful words. Upon reaching a shadowy corner, Yishi cast a glance back at his master. The once aloof, fierce, and brooding figure was no longer his. With gritted teeth, he left, intent on venting his jealousy upon those ministers. Ji Jiuye held Mu Qingxin close, gently patting her back. "Do not fear, my heart. I shall not abandon you. Rest assured." Nestled in Ji Jiuye's embrace, Mu Qingxin felt a bitterness akin to a mute tasting a bitter melon, an unexpressed sorrow weighing heavily upon her heart. After a moment in Ji Jiuye's arms, she realized her selfishness. What if the Western Wind Kingdom truly required Ji Jiuye's attention? What if those ministers had urgent matters to address? Reluctantly, she raised her head and spoke. "Night Treasure, what if they genuinely need you? They are inept without your guidance. You must go." Ji Jiuye understood her reluctance to see him depart. "No, I shall not go. I wish to stay by your side. In my heart, you are of utmost importance." He tenderly caressed her hair, twirling a strand and inhaling its fragrance. "No, Night Treasure, you must go. You bear a heavy burden. The Western Wind Kingdom needs you to oversee affairs. If I were to delay you, I could not bear the consequences. Furthermore, I do not wish to be labeled as a vixen bringing misfortune." Mu Qingxin buried herself deeper into Ji Jiuye's embrace, murmuring softly. In truth, she feared not the label of a vixen, but rather that Ji Jiuye, already burdened with a tarnished reputation, would bear further blame because of her. She intended to leave, but could not allow Ji Jiuye to shoulder any additional burdens. "A vixen? Ji Jiuye chuckled. "Indeed, it must be me you refer to as a vixen." "You know that's not what I meant," she protested, but before she could finish, Ji Jiuye silenced her with a kiss. The kiss was long and tender, gradually rendering Mu Qingxin dazed, causing her to forget her intention to argue. After a lengthy moment, he released her, smiling down at her. "Very well, I will go." Although it was her urging him to leave, she felt a pang of sadness at his departure. Her fox-like eyes drooped, concealing her sorrow, and she replied softly, "Oh, then I shall await your return." "Silly wife, I did not say I would go alone," Ji Jiuye scoffed lightly. His adorable wife was simply too endearing. Could he not bring her to the palace? Mu Qingxin's eyes brightened as she lifted her head. "You mean to take me with you? Is that permissible? Will it not trouble you?" Ji Jiuye gently stroked her head and smiled. "Of course. I can take my wife into the palace. Who would dare to say otherwise? Besides, it is they who are troubled, not I. All right." Mu Qingxin exclaimed joyfully, wrapping her arms around Ji Jiuye's neck and bestowing a kiss upon his lips as a reward. Ji Jiuye seized the opportunity to return the kiss. "Now let us set off." He embraced Mu Qingxin all the way, lifting her into the carriage before climbing it himself. Once inside, Ji Jiuye secured Mu Qingxin tightly in his arms, unwilling to let her escape his embrace. Although she no longer suffered from motion sickness, she nestled comfortably against him, seeking a cozy position. Thus, they remained entwined in each other's warmth. Xian, why do you always go barefoot? Doesn't it hurt your feet to walk?" Ji Jiuye casually glanced at her bare feet, pondering how adorable she was, and worried about the implications of her exposed feet being seen by others. Her delicate feet were a sight only for his eyes. It was acceptable for her to dress this way at home, but now they were in public en route to the palace. He could not allow Mu Qingxin to be seen by others in such a manner. I've grown accustomed to going barefoot. It's no trouble at all." "Yibo, look, my feet are perfectly fine," Mu Qingxin replied, lifting her foot, the sound of jingling bells accompanying the motion, bringing it closer to Ji Jiuye's gaze. Indeed, her feet were unscathed and clean. Ji Jiuye marveled at the enchantment she must have cast to achieve such a state. However, even so, he could not permit others to witness Mu Qingxin's beauty. With a gentle flick of his wrist, Ji Jiuye released his spiritual energy, seemingly casting a spell over her lower half. Mu Qingxin, somewhat bewildered, inquired about the nature of the spell. Ji Jiuye smirked mischievously. "It's a marvelous illusion that will obscure your feet and legs from prying eyes outside. Such beauty as yours, Xian, should not be exposed to them." Ah, so he feared jealousy from others. Well, she had no intention of being seen by anyone, anyway. Upon arriving at the palace, Ji Jiuye descended first, then lifted Qingxin down, taking her hand and striding confidently toward the palace. As the regent, his status was equivalent to that of the emperor. Thus they entered without the need for formalities. Upon spotting Ji Jiuye entering, a palace servant hurried to inform the emperor. It was Qingxin's first time within the palace, and she was astonished by the grandeur of the countless palatial structures, resplendent in gold and jade. Her curiosity piqued. She found everything within the palace utterly fascinating. Noticing Qingxin's intrigue, Ji Jiuye tilted his head and asked with a smile, "What is it, Xinxa? Are you enchanted by the palace? If you wish to reside here, I could arrange for my dear nephew to move to Ji Manor, allowing us to live here together, if you so desire." What a proposition, to live in the palace. Yet, she thought, no golden or silver nest could compare to the comfort of Ji Jiuye's abode. I don't want that. I prefer the little couch in your study. Moving in pouted, et presink herdestein. Upon hearing this, Ji Jiuye halted his steps, earnestly fixing his gaze upon Qingxin's eyes. "My dear, that small couch belongs to a friend of mine. Hence, you must not take a liking to it. Understood? We shall share the grand bed." Qingxin's mouth fell agape in astonishment. What? It actually belongs to one of his friends? No, someone like him has friends? At that moment, somewhere far off, the dashing Lord Do Jian sneezed, pondering, "Who is thinking of me?" The various women surrounding him flattered, "My lord, it is I. I have missed you dearly. Indeed, my lord, I think of you every day." "Yes, you only come around every few days. The ladies have been longing for you." Do Jian tilted his head back, taking a swig of wine, and laughed heartily. I knew you all missed me. Come now, everyone shall be rewarded." Saying this, he pulled out a stack of silver notes from his pocket and tossed them aside. The notes scattered across the ground, prompting the women to scramble for them. How shallow, he thought, though his expression of disdain vanished in an instant, unnoticed by anyone. Chapter 33. I am the husband of Qingxin, the beloved of Qingxin within the palace. Ji Jiuye led Qingxin to the council hall. Several elderly men with bushy beards were already seated, awaiting their arrival. Upon seeing Ji Jiuye enter with an unfamiliar woman, they began to murmur amongst themselves. Didn't Ji Jiuye say he wouldn't come? How come he is here all of a sudden? Moreover, he brought a woman along. Look at her. She is quite lovely, yet how unfortunate that she is smitten with Ji Jiuye. Sho, are you not aware? The grand tutor of Prince Mu recently married his daughter to Ji Jiuye. Rumor has it they had a disagreement not long ago. No wonder we haven't seen the grand tutor at court today. Ji Jiuye noticed the ministers glued to their seats. A surge of indignation welled within him. What is this? Do none of you know how to greet me? Have you forgotten your manners? The ministers snapped back to reality, reluctantly bowing. We pay our respects to the regent. Ji Jiuye snorted coldly, pulled a chair beside the main seat, and placed Qingxin there, while he settled into the chair he had just moved. Qingxin obediently sat in the principal seat, offering no resistance. Knight Prince is truly commanding. He is indeed worthy of being her man. The other ministers protested, "Regent, that seat is reserved for the emperor. How can you allow a woman to occupy it?" I believe that is precisely where my woman belongs. Do you not share this sentiment? Ji Jiuye's eyes turned icy as he regarded those ministers with discontent, a fierce impulse to annihilate them brewing within him. The ministers exchanged glances, too intimidated to retort. They were well aware that this ruthless regent would not hesitate to take a life. They had no desire to risk their own. Where is the emperor? Why has he not arrived? Upon witnessing the reactions of the court officials, Ji Jiuye let out a cold snort and inquired. At that moment, a seemingly amiable minister stepped forward and replied, "Your Highness, the emperor is unwell today and unable to attend." This minister, Song Hanmo, the grand tutor of the Western Wind Kingdom, held a position just beneath the emperor, surpassing the status of Qingxin's father, the crown prince's grand tutor, Mu Yuankai. Unwell. I believe he is merely avoiding my presence. Ji Jiuye mercilessly exposed Song Hanmo's deceit. What nonsense about illness. It is all but an excuse. Since the emperor does not appear, it seems there are no pressing matters at hand. I shall take my leave. With that, Ji Jiuye rose, intending to depart with Qingxin. At that moment, a youthful voice emerged from behind the screen. Wait, am I not here? A handsome young boy dressed in a dragon robe stepped forth, his hair bound with a royal crown. Although adorned like an emperor, the youthful air in his eyes was palpable, akin to a child donning adult attire. His outfit clashing with his demeanor. Has the Ministry of Rites not instructed you on proper etiquette? You must address me as imperial uncle upon seeing me. Ji Jiuye retorted coldly, resuming his seat. You. The young Ji Jiuye was about to rebut when he noticed a woman occupying the seat that was rightfully his. Anger surged within him. That was his exclusive position, now usurped by a woman. Who is this ugly woman? Get out of my seat at once. Otherwise, I shall not be gentle. Ji Jiuye stormed over, pointing at Qingxin, demanding her departure. Unexpectedly, Ji Jiuye stood up and positioned himself in front of Ji Jiuye, declaring, "This is my woman. You shall address her as aunt. You will not be so rude. What? You expect me to call this woman, who has taken my seat, aunt? Dream on. You cannot command me. I am the emperor. Hey, ugly woman, vacate my position. It is mine." Ji Jiuye bellowed, yet his threats bore no weight. What do you intend to do to your aunt? Feeling a bit adventurous? I have yet to settle the matter of your hired assassin attempting to harm me. Ji Jiuye directly confronted Ji Jiuye, letting out a cold snort. Ji Jiuye instantly wilted, dejectedly seeking an empty seat. Propping his head with one hand while tapping the table with the other, impatiently stating, "Aren't you officials claiming there is urgent business? Speak swiftly while the regent is present." The ministers, reminded of their duties, regained their focus, with Song Hanmo reporting, "Your Majesty, Regent, it is as follows. Recently, several malevolent entities have appeared near the capital." However, he suddenly hesitated, recalling that a woman was present in the hall, stammering and refraining from continuing. Ji Jiuye, having perceived his apprehension, coldly interjected, "My woman shares my convictions. There is nothing she should not hear. Proceed with your report." Song Hanmo forced a smile, resuming his serious demeanor. "Today, I received a report that several innocent citizens near the capital have been brutally slain and drained of their blood. Our investigations reveal that these atrocities were committed by the demon clan. Behold, this is the evidence left behind by the demons." As he spoke, his right hand was raised. His thumb and index finger pinched together as if grasping something intangible. The crowd widened their eyes to see, discovering a single shining white hair. Qingxin hurriedly glanced over, realizing that this hair was identical in color to Ji Jiuye's transformed state, and it was quite long. Could this possibly be Ji Jiuye's hair? Ji Jiuye's gaze darkened as he regarded the strand. He was certain that this hair belonged to him. Yet, he was perplexed as to why his hair, after transforming, would appear at a murder scene. He concealed his eyes, their expression ambiguous. What was the true intention of these old fellows? "Ah, Ji Jiuye, is this not your hair post-transformation?" Ji Jiuye unabashedly took the white hair and directly inquired, calling Ji Jiuye by name. Ji Jiuye did not confirm nor deny, only coldly replied, "So what? So what? Indeed, so what?" The other ministers turned their gaze toward Song Hanmo. Song Hanmo's expression stiffened, yet he continued, "Thus, we suspect that the owner of this hair is responsible for the deaths of those innocent civilians. We hope that individual will step forward to take responsibility, sparing us from speculating endlessly." With this statement, all eyes in the hall shifted back to Ji Jiuye. It seemed they all suspected that the hair belonged to him. Ji Jiuye had transformed into a silver-haired, beast-eared figure before, a sight that all ministers had witnessed. A few years prior, during a palace banquet, he had been schemed against and consumed a bit of wine, transforming before the watchful eyes of the crowd, an image that remained etched in their memories. Such smooth, glossy silver hair could only belong to Ji Jiuye. Qingxin observed the other's demeanor, sensing they endeavored to force Ji Jiuye into a confession. What nonsense was this? To condemn Ji Jiuye based solely on a strand of hair? What kind of logic was that? Wait, esteemed ministers. What do you mean by staring at my husband in such a manner? Do you truly believe he could commit such heinous acts? Qingxin immediately stood from her seat, scrutinizing the ministers defending him. Upon hearing her refer to him as husband, Ji Jiuye's lips involuntarily curled upward. He looked at Qingxin, who was fiercely protective. much like a child who had received a sweet treat, filled with joy. I am Xine's husband, indeed. Chapter 34. Unexpectedly. The prince that night had bullied the princess into tears. Initially, Qingxin had merely sat quietly in her chair, and the crowd regarded her as nothing more than a beautiful ornament, not truly considering her presence. However, as she unexpectedly interjected a few words, all eyes turned toward her, filled with curiosity, especially Song Hanmo, whose deep gaze was fixated on Qingxin. What was this woman plotting? No, wait. He found himself inexplicably drawn to her. What was happening? How is it that esteemed elders cannot comprehend simple words? Or perhaps I have discerned your thoughts, leaving you too ashamed to speak? If you truly feel immense shame, I would advise you to ascertain the truth of the matter before uttering claims about the perpetrator voluntarily confessing. Should you continue to brazenly slander my husband, then, with a cold and graceful demeanor, Qingxin lifted her delicate hand slightly, and the table before everyone shattered with a resounding crash. The documents scattered across the surface, and teacups were reduced to shards, spilling scalding tea that splashed onto their bodies, causing them to leap in surprise. Thus, you shall meet the same fate as this table, personally obliterated by me. Her husband must never be subjected to such indignities. Ji Jiuye regarded Qingxin's prowess with an expression of astonishment, though he quickly regained his composure. The ministers were taken aback. How could this woman be so audacious? Akin to Ji Jiuye himself? Impudence! Who do you think you are to dare lay hands before his majesty? Song Hanmo exclaimed, his voice filled with indignation. In his understanding, only the regent could act so shamelessly. Oh, who am I? I am the regent's consort. Has Master Song truly grown forgetful? Qingxin scoffed, casting a cold glance at Song Hanmo. The regent's position is equal to that of the emperor, perhaps even superior. As the regent's consort, her status is indeed formidable. You merely wish to save face, yet Ji Jiuye interrupted. The regent's consort holds a position above me. Her words reflect my will. Do you have any objections? Ji Jiuye languidly rose, embracing the petite figure beside him, declaring with authority. The others exchanged glances, uncertain. Who would dare object to your words? Ji Jiuye observed the silence of the others and pressed. Why are you all so reticent? Are you to allow this tyrant to continue his reckless ways? She turned her ire towards Ji Jiuye, clearly defiant. Ji Jiuye, if you have done it, then admit it. Do not use your status to intimidate them. Ji Jiuye looked down disdainfully at Ji Jiuye. Do you still not understand? You should call me uncle. He then recalled Qingxin beside him. Call her aunt. He completely disregarded Ji Jiuye's remarks. Ji Jiuye, fuming, gasped for breath. I shall never call you uncle in this lifetime. You must be the murderer of those people. You wield power as you please, taking lives as if it were trivial. She then turned her gaze to Qingxin. And you, I will never address you as aunt. What you have done is excessive. You shall surely face divine retribution. Since Ji Jiuye refused to acknowledge it, she would take it as his tacit admission. After all, the lives he bore on his conscience were far from few. TSK, dear child, you must learn to respect your elders. Do you not know that? Who taught you to wrongfully accuse your elders? Qingxin immediately expressed her displeasure. Who are you calling a child? You are merely 2 years my senior. Ji Jiuye shouted. Lower your voice. Ji Jiuye coldly retorted, causing her to fall silent, exhaling heavily in resignation. Qingxin paused momentarily, then burst into laughter. Jiuye, at merely 15 years of age, has grown up in the confines of the royal palace, indulged and pampered since childhood. One might wonder if she is now in the throes of adolescence. Upon glimpsing Qingxin's smile, Jiuye mistook it for mockery directed at her. In an instant, her temper flared. Just as she was about to retort, she was silenced by a cold glare from Ji Jiuye, compelling her to swallow her words and express her defiance through her gaze. You are but a child. I shan't hold it against you. However, do refrain from unjustly accusing others. Especially do not learn this trait from those unscrupulous elders. Jiuye turned her face away, choosing to ignore the two wrongdoers. As the farce concluded, Ji Jiuye tightened his embrace around Qingxin, pulling her closer, and spoke icily. If your sole purpose here is to engage in idle chatter, I shall take my leave." With that, he strode away with Mu Qingxin in his arms. On their way out of the palace, Mu Qingxin, puzzled, asked Yi Bao, "Why did you not explain anything before leaving?" Ji Jiuye paused, a flicker of sorrow crossing his eyes, yet he offered no immediate reply. Instead, he lifted Mu Qingxin effortlessly, burying his face in the crook of her neck and inhaling deeply before murmuring, "I have explained before." Detecting the hint of grievance in his voice, Mu Qingxin felt a surge of compassion for the man holding her. The original text reveals that Ji Jiuye's life was shrouded in darkness from the moment he was born, his innate demonic power causing the death of his mother. Since his arrival in this world, he has faced rejection and distrust from those around him. At that moment, Ji Jiuye recalled the ministers, an aura of coldness enveloping him, starkly contrasting the man he was before entering the palace. His gaze turned sinister as he contemplated. These old men truly deserve to be silenced. Seeing his distress, Mu Qingxin approached him gently, soothingly saying, "Do not be disheartened, Yi Bao. I believe in you. I have a plan to restore your honor. If we uncover the truth and identify the true culprit, we can dispel their unfounded suspicions. Shall we?" Her words lifted Ji Jiuye's spirits somewhat, for within this world, only Qingxin truly understands him. He cherished her deeply. Ji Jiuye's expression softened as he pressed a tender kiss to Mu Qingxin's lips, whispering, "You worry for me, and I appreciate it. You are right. Together we shall unveil the truth and find the perpetrator." Mu Qingxin sensed that he was still troubled. Thus she embraced him tighter, hoping to envelop him in warmth. As they returned to the carriage, Zissou lifted the curtain, inviting her masters inside. Upon witnessing Ji Jiuye carrying Mu Qingxin, she was inspired to pen a brief entry that evening. On this day, September 21st, the clouds are abundant. This noon, the princess emerged, her eyes slightly swollen, as though she had wept. Surely, the prince must have troubled her last night. Initially, one might have assumed that the prince, carrying the princess in and out of the carriage and seemingly eager to assist her in every step, did so out of compassion. Yet, to one's surprise, the prince had caused the princess to cry that very night. One can only hope that he would treat her with gentleness this evening. Oh, how terrifying the prince can be. Chapter 35. Night Bao is wonderful. My love for Night Bao ever since Ji Jiuye departed from the palace. Ji Jiuye felt utterly humiliated before the ministers, her temper considerably soured. "What are you all standing there for? Did you not hear that woman accuse us of injustice? Hurry and investigate the case. This incident must be treated with utmost seriousness. Lord Song, you shall personally oversee the matter. We must unearth the true culprit." "Yes, your majesty." This minister will obey. Song Hanmo, adept at navigating the winds of favor, recognized the genuine ire of the young emperor and hastily led the ministers to commence the investigation. Ji Jiuye glared at the departing officials, her frustration mounting. What good were these incompetent ministers if none could contend with Ji Jiuye? "What use are you to me?" Upon exiting the palace, Song Hanmo swiftly proceeded to the Ministry of Justice, instructing Minister Qian Honda to conduct a thorough investigation. "Minister Qian, this case must be scrutinized meticulously. No clue should be overlooked. This is a matter specifically entrusted by His Majesty." His concern for the matter was palpable. Minister Qian, with a grave expression, nodded in acknowledgement. "Rest assured, your Majesty's orders will be dutifully executed." Satisfied with his understanding, Song Hanmo exchanged pleasantries. "In that case, I shall be at ease." After leaving the Ministry of Justice, Song Hanmo settled into his carriage. As he journeyed home, a shadow passed over his eyes, revealing a glimmer of covetousness. Mu Qingxin was indeed quite beautiful, and how brazenly she displayed her legs, seemingly inviting temptation. It appeared the Mu family's upbringing left much to be desired, encouraging their daughter to entice Ji Jiuye. Or perhaps the Mu family had covertly aligned themselves with Ji Jiuye. That duplicitous old scoundrel Mu Yuankai will see what's coming. However, Ji Jiuye truly enjoyed his fair share of romantic fortune. That foolish Ji Jiuye had even cast an illusion upon her. Alas, any illusion would prove ineffective before my true self. With this thought, a flicker of brilliance sparkled in Song Hanmo's eyes, and a sinister smile graced his lips. Upon returning to Ji Mansion, Ji Jiuye and Qingxin did not rush to investigate the recent murder case, but instead retreated to the inner palace. Previously, when Qingxin had just married in, Ji Jiuye had harbored suspicions, which led to her residing in a separate courtyard. Now, having established mutual trust, there was no need for separate beds. Qingxin caressed Ji Jiuye's bed, which was spacious and comfortable, far superior to the one in the previous courtyard. The bed still held Ji Jiuye's distinctive fragrance. She lay upon it, inhaling deeply, detecting a scent reminiscent of lavender. Ji Jiuye entered with a plate of grapes and chanced upon Qingxin sprawled on the bed. Inhaling the scent, he smiled and teased, "So, does this bed smell better than I do?" Hearing his jest, Qingxin quickly lifted her head. "Of course. It cannot compare to your fragrance." She then eagerly accepted the grapes he offered, savoring their sweetness. "Sweetheart, I have meticulously selected each one." Ji Jiuye appeared quite pleased, speaking with utmost seriousness. Qingxin smiled in agreement, exclaiming, "Wow, night treasure is amazing. I adore night treasure." Adore? If that's the case, mere words will not suffice. One must demonstrate genuine affection through actions. Ji Jiuye placed the grapes upon the table and, like a hungry tiger, pouncing on its prey, he swiftly pushed Qingxin onto the bed. In that fleeting moment, the fragrance of rose milk mingled with the subtle aroma of lavender, filling their senses. As they inhaled each other's unique scent, their hearts raced with excitement. What is this feeling? Oh, it is love. The two resembled a couple who had been together for a decade, each movement harmoniously synchronized. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the evening glow ignited the clouds with a fiery red hue, painting the sky in splendid colors. The crimson twilight cascaded down, enveloping the entire Ji residence in a soft, ethereal glow. Unbeknownst to them, Ji Jiuye and Qingxin found themselves atop the roof, reclining against the slanted eaves while gazing at the breathtaking sunset in the distance. They engaged in light conversation, somehow drifting back to the events of the day at the palace. In truth, Qingxin harbored deep concern for Ji Jiuye. Since childhood, he had been misunderstood. Initially, he attempted to clarify matters, but when he realized that his explanations fell on deaf ears, he ceased to defend himself. Qingxin worried that if he were unjustly accused again, he would choose silence rather than speak up for himself. "Night treasure, today in the palace, those ministers wronged you. Hasn't it happened many times before?" She gazed at the distant sunset and slowly spoke. Ji Jiuye paused for a few seconds, slightly taken aback before returning his gaze to the horizon, replying with a simple, "Yes." In truth, Qingxin could deduce the situation without further elaboration from Ji Jiuye. Those ministers had likely become accustomed to placing blame on him. This time, however, his unexpected emergence left them with no grounds to confront him. What if he were not there? What if he were absent from Ji Jiuye's side? Those ministers would undoubtedly continue their unjust accusations. The thought of her impending departure pierced Qingxin's heart, and tears threatened to spill. Considering Ji Jiuye's feelings beside her, she blinked vigorously, stifling her tears. In that fleeting moment, Ji Jiuye sensed something amiss and turned to ask, "Qingxin, what troubles you?" Soon realizing that her distress was likely due to him, he comforted her, "Do not worry, my dear. Let them accuse me. They cannot harm a single hair on my head. Before me, they're like mere jesters, and I can hardly be bothered with them." Qingxin felt this perspective was flawed. "Night treasure, this is not right. If you were not the regent, just an ordinary citizen, then perhaps it would be inconsequential to be misunderstood. But you are the regent of this nation, the leader of the entire realm. Do you understand what a leader most requires?" Ji Jiuye was momentarily taken aback, then looked at the serious Qingxin with a smile. "Oh, how insightful you are." Qingxin. Recognizing his attempt to shift the topic, she insisted more earnestly, "What a leader truly needs is the support of the people. As a leader, to earn the affection of the populace is indeed a profoundly gratifying matter. It is of utmost importance, and you must grasp this, understood?" Ji Jiuye continued to smile, stating, "I have no desire to be a leader. I merely wish to prevent this nation from falling into the hands of petty individuals. The affection of the people, the gratification, None of it concerns me. All I desire is your presence by my side. Do you understand? Qingxin, in a flurry of emotion, exclaimed, but, I am soon to depart from you. She found herself unable to articulate her thoughts clearly, so she settled for, but I wish for you to receive the people's adoration. I do not want you to be perpetually misunderstood. In her urgency, tears unexpectedly streamed from her eyes, rendering her gaze misty and evoking a sense of compassion in Ji Jiuye. The sunset that day was exquisitely beautiful, its gentle light illuminating the delicate features of the girl beside him, rendering her remarkably tender. A soft breeze swept through, causing Ji Jiuye's gaze to flicker momentarily as he comforted Qingxin. All right, I understand. I shall ensure they no longer misunderstand me. If that is acceptable, I will also strive to win the people's affection, all right? Please do not cry. With a gentle motion, Ji Jiuye pressed his lips against the tear-streaked eyes of the girl beside him, saying, when you cry, it makes me want to weep as well. Why must this little one be so prone to tears? Chapter 36. Ji Jiuye dares to keep a beauty hidden away? In this lifetime, it was the first time someone wished not to be misunderstood. He realized how much he cherished Qingxin. Gradually, she ceased her tears, holding Ji Jiuye tightly, remaining silent. Noticing her lingering sadness, Ji Jiuye sought to change the subject. By the way, Qingxin, your skills were remarkable today. I heard you did not possess such profound abilities before. He pondered whether complimenting Qingxin would elevate her spirits. Qingxin paused, her gaze lowered, and softly replied, I shall share a secret with you, but you must promise not to tell anyone. A secret? What could this little one possibly have? Anzai, go ahead, sin. I swear I will keep it to myself. Ji Jiuye's interest was piqued. Qingxin lifted her head, nervously meeting Ji Jiuye's brown eyes, and confessed, in truth, I am not the Qingxin of this world. The original Qingxin has perished. I have traversed from another realm. My abilities in this world should rank second. Do you comprehend my meaning? Because I am not of this world, there will inevitably come a day when I must depart from here, away from your side. I refuse. I will not allow you to leave. You have already abandoned me once. I cannot permit a second time. Upon hearing that Qingxin would eventually leave him, Ji Jiuye lost control of his emotions and embraced her even tighter. What was this talk of traversing realms, of another world? He did not comprehend, but he was resolute that he would not allow the Qingxin before him to leave him once more. Feeling a twinge of guilt, Qingxin, held tightly in his embrace, had initially intended to bear this burden alone. However, she wished for Ji Jiuye to be prepared for her eventual departure, which led her to confide in him. She had not anticipated such a strong reaction from him. Moreover, what did he mean by having abandoned him once? Had they met before? Had she forgotten? Qingxin, I do not wish for you to leave me. Ji Jiuye whispered, almost in a pleading tone by her ear. Qingxin, unable to bear it, swallowed back the words that lingered on her lips. She gently patted Ji Jiuye's back and comforted her, saying, It's all right. I will not leave you. Yet, deep down, she knew better than anyone that the laws of fate were inexorable. When the system rebooted, they would face the moment of separation. She was deceiving Ji Jiuye, and she was deceiving herself as well. On that day, the sunset seemed to linger in the sky for an eternity, as if influenced by the plight of this ill-fated couple, reluctant to depart. That night, before she succumbed to slumber, she resolved to investigate the case the following day to restore Ji Jiuye's innocence, allowing her to leave with peace of mind. Yes, that was settled. At dawn the next day, Qingxin awoke early, intending to rise and freshen up. But the presence of the man she adored most in this life made her abandon that thought. She wished to spend a little more time with him. Thus, she gazed at Ji Jiuye for a while until he could no longer contain himself. Qingxin, how long do you plan to stare at me? Am I truly that captivating? Qingxin smiled. Indeed, Yi Bao is the most enchanting. I can never get enough of you. Oh, Ji Jiuye raised an eyebrow, pulling Qingxin into his embrace and covering her eyes. What about this? When Qingxin lifted her head again, she beheld the transformation of the man beside her into a figure with silver hair and beastly ears, his brown irises shimmering into a dreamlike purple, nine tails cascading beside the bed, looking utterly delightful. This form is even more beautiful. Mu Qingxin nearly squealed in delight. She reached up to touch Ji Jiuye's ears. Her gaze is soft and affectionate. Yi Bao, how can you be so stunning? But can you really transform at will? I thought it only happened when you drank. Had she known, she would have requested his transformation the night before, rather than waiting so long to witness it. Alas, I feel as if I've missed out on countless treasures. If only you could remain like this forever. Yet, those foolish humans, upon seeing you in this form, would only label you a monster. Oh, how ignorant they are. They simply cannot appreciate beauty, unlike me, who can only feel pity for you. Listening to Mu Qingxin's incessant chatter, Ji Jiuye could only chuckle. Qingxin truly adores me in this form. Of course. Yet, when it came to matters of importance, Mu Qingxin was adept at discerning priority. The foremost task now was to swiftly uncover the true murderer of the case and restore Ji Jiuye's name. Thus, she caressed Ji Jiuye's ears and, with a hint of reluctance, proposed, Yi Bao, let us investigate the case today. Relying solely on the Ministry of Justice may not yield results swiftly. Oh, why is Qingxin so eager? If we take action, wouldn't the case be resolved in no time? Those useless buffoons should endure a bit of hardship. Ji Jiuye muttered, his head lowered and voice sulky. Because I wish to clear your name as soon as possible. Mu Qingxin continued to coax, stroking his ears. Clean my name? What a pity. Ji Jiuye raised an eyebrow. What do you mean, what a pity? Mu Qingxin inquired. Alas, my innocence has long been tarnished by you. You must take responsibility for me. Do not think of escaping, he declared, his words strong, yet tinged with a sense of vulnerability. As Mu Qingxin was about to respond, a robust male voice echoed from outside the door. Hey, Ji Jiuye, how dare you hide a beauty within your golden chamber? Get out here right now. Following this, a respectful voice belonging to Yi Shigong could be heard. Lord, our master has yet to rise. You may wait in the study for a moment. Wait for what? I toil ceaselessly to gather information for him, and he dares to hide away, embracing a beauty? No, I cannot swallow this indignation. Ji Jiuye, are you listening? Come out this instant. The man outside, Do Jian, was evidently furious, seemingly wishing to rend Ji Jiuye to pieces. Had it not been for the woman in the room, he would have stormed in with a weapon in hand. Night treasure, who is that outside, treating you with such disrespect? Are you familiar with him? Shall I eliminate him? Listening to the raucous voice outside, Mu Qingxin's mind raced with countless methods of disposing of him. Ji Jiuye, however, paid no heed to the ruckus outside and chuckled. Do not harm him. He is merely a pitiful demon, and I still require his services. Having their moment interrupted by the intruder, they knew it was time to rise. As Mu Qingxin donned her garments, she feigned sudden realization. Oh, I see. He is your subordinate, isn't he? Ji Jiuye began to dress as well. No, he is my friend, residing in the study. Oh, now that you mention it, I understand. Such individuals have a peculiar nickname. Do you know what it is, Night Treasure? Mu Qingxin queried, playfully draping a sheer veil over the door. What is it? A tool. A tool? Shouldn't it be a tool demon? Though she was not entirely sure what a tool entailed, Ji Jiuye could distinguish between humans and demons. Demon? Yes, a tool demon. That is precisely what he is. At that moment, they had both finished dressing. Ji Jiuye tidied himself briefly before stepping out, instructing the servants to bring water for Mu Qingxin to wash up. Upon opening the door, they were met with Do Jian's sarcastic taunts. Oh, what is this? Have you transformed into a fox? Trying to charm the lovely lady with that guise? How lewd of you! Get lost! Get lost! Ji Jiuye calmly retorted with a single word, striding confidently onward. For reasons unknown, since discovering Mu Qingxin's fondness for his silver hair and beastly ears, he had wished to maintain this appearance, hoping to further endear himself to her. Realizing his own sentiment, Ji Jiuye couldn't help but smile before asking seriously, have you clarified the matter? Of course. With me on the case, what issue cannot be resolved? Rest assured, Do Jian exaggeratedly boasted of his prowess, only to halt abruptly upon seeing Zissou, the young girl who was about to enter the room to attend to Mu Qingxin. The petite girl, with her innocent and pure gaze, flitted over Do Jian before hastily entering the room, seemingly shy. Hey, Ji Jiuye, was that girl just now one of your women? Du Jian inquired, slightly disheartened as the beauty slipped from his sight. Ji Jiuye promptly replied, no, I have but one woman. Oh, then I am relieved. I thought her bashful demeanor and averted gaze were directed at you. Turns out it was because of me. With a flick of his wrist, Du Jian elegantly opened his folding fan, believing himself to be quite dashing as he fanned himself. Ji Jiuye cast him a disdainful glance. Was that shyness? Clearly, it was the cowardice of a villain. TSK, what do you know? A young girl displays such an expression only when she encounters someone she admires. You know nothing. Du Zion retorted. Oh, she fancies you? Ji Jiuye feigned surprise. Let me tell you, once my woman finishes her grooming, you can take a look in a mirror. He sat upright on a stone bench in the courtyard, offering his unsolicited advice to Du Jian. What are you suggesting? Do you want me to see just how handsome I am? Du Jian inched closer to sit down beside him. Not at all. Ji Jiuye shook his head. Then what? To behold just how ugly you truly are, and how self-absorbed you must be to think a girl would like you. Curse it, you scoundrel. Du Zion estompé flair dans ton lit. And he let loose a string of expletives. Look at you with your colorful language. Who would ever fancy you? Ji Jiuye continued, unfazed. I don't care. You scoundrel. I am your elder. In that moment, Du Jian seemed utterly flabbergasted by Ji Jiuye's provocations, his words slipping into a poetic vernacular. Ji Jiuye, growing impatient, cupped his ear. What raucous dog is barking so loudly? Du Jian paused for 2 seconds, then charged at Ji Jiuye, ready to strike. It took the intervention of Yi Shi and several of his companions to restrain him, preventing a brawl. In the adjoining room, Qingxin, while washing up, overheard their childish banter and couldn't help but chuckle. These two are truly good friends, she remarked to Zissou. Hey Susu, there's a man outside who claims you like him. Initially jesting, she was taken aback when Zissou's face instantly flushed. Your Highness, please do not joke. I have no feelings for him, none at all. Zissou appeared on the verge of tears. Qingxin hastily reassured her. All right, I was just saying that. No, Susu does not like him. Hearing this, Zissou gradually regained her composure and continued to assist her with her grooming. Once attired, Qingxin leisurely exited her room, only to find a man in purple robes, grasped by several dark guards, confronting Ji Jiuye. The scene was chaotic, yet Ji Jiuye remained unfazed, sipping tea with an air of nonchalance. Upon noticing Qingxin had emerged, he rose and approached her, smiling. Qingxin, you look exquisite today. Qingxin placed her hand upon Ji Jiuye's outstretched one, beaming, and Yu Bao looked splendid as well. The two embraced and shared a kiss, oblivious to the stunned expressions of the dark guards and Du Jian. What was this display of affection so early in the morning? The guards, sensing the awkwardness, swiftly retreated, leaving Du Jian as the sole witness to this heart-wrenching scene. Without fail, Du Jian erupted in expletives. Ji Jiuye, you scoundrel! Ji Jiuye pulled away from Qingxin's lips, licking them provocatively as he glanced at Du Jian. My woman is simply delightful, sweet, and fragrant. Du Jian could only exclaim, curse it, your catchphrase is truly beyond redemption. TSK, Ji Jiuye, accompanied by Qingxin, approached Du Jian step by step, expressing her disdain for him. Zissou quietly withdrew, casting a final glance at Du Jian before leaving. Once seated, Du Jian still wished to confront Ji Jiuye, who, however, leisurely sipped tea, completely ignoring Du Jian's provocations. Although Qingxin found the scene amusing, she worried about the potential consequences of Du Jian's frustration if she did not intervene. My good sir, she began, prompting Du Jian to straighten his appearance upon realizing someone was addressing him. With a flourish of his folding fan, he charmingly declared, I am Du Jian. You may call me Jian or young Master Yan. Oh, Du Jian, I have heard you are merely a tool spirit for my night treasure, tasked with running errands without any compensation? Qingxin inquired with a composed elegance, crossing her legs. Huh? What do you mean by tool spirit? And what do you mean by no salary? What is this all about? Du Jian, perplexed, asked Ji Jiuye, his expression one of confusion. Ji Jiuye stifled a laugh and replied, she is complimenting your handsomeness. Oh, ha. Thank you, fair lady, for your praise. May I inquire your esteemed name? Du Jian, oblivious to any ulterior motive. Asked with a foolish grin. However, he was puzzled as to why Mu Qingxin praised him while Ji Jiuye remained unperturbed. I am Mu Qingxin, daughter of the Mu family. She explained. Oh, greetings, Miss Qingxin, he said, bowing slightly, while his eyes flickered towards the departing Zissou. Pray tell, Miss Qingxin, who is that young girl? What is her name? Where does she reside? How many members are in her family? Du Jian bombarded her with questions, causing Zissou, blushing, to quicken her pace in an attempt to escape this place of gossip. That night, Zissou penned a brief entry. September 22nd, clear skies. Today, a peculiar yet handsome young man appeared. He seems to have taken an interest in me. His gaze makes me feel as though he wishes to devour me. He appears quite irritable, clashing with the prince, clearly not one to be trifled with. I fear he may bully me. Woo, my lady, if he seeks to torment me, you must rescue me. Mu Qingxin chuckled, teasingly remarking, What, have you taken a liking to my little maid? My maid's name is Zissou. She is an orphan, her parents having long passed. But do not harbor any thoughts about her. She will accompany me for life. You shall have no opportunity in this lifetime. Upon hearing her declare that Zissou would be with her forever, Ji Jiuye grew anxious. Qingxin, what am I, an insufficient companion for you? His implication was clear. Mu Qingxin ought to find Zissou a good match to marry, so she would no longer intrude upon their shared life. Ji Jiuye, step aside. I am conversing with Miss Qingxin. What business do you have here? Du Jian retorted without hesitation. Turning once more to Mu Qingxin, he added, Pray tell, what do you think of me? I am gentle in nature, courteous in dealings, and exceedingly tender towards my woman. If I were to marry Miss Zissou, I would undoubtedly treat her with the utmost kindness and care. Mu Qingxin never anticipated that Du Jian would be so audacious as to propose to Zissou so soon. To propose upon their first meeting? Moreover, given his slick demeanor, it was evident he had not been a stranger to romantic pursuits. No, Zissou must not marry such a scoundrel. Absolutely not. Mu Qingxin firmly rejected the notion. Why? Du Jian, taken aback, pressed for an explanation. The reason being, you just scolded my dear knight treasure. Chapter 38. The overlord Ji Jiuye can indeed exhibit cowardice coughing. Du Jian had not expected such a reason for Mu Qingxin's refusal, leaving him momentarily breathless. Miss Qingxin, could we discuss this rationally? I merely reprimanded Ji Jiuye. I did not scold anyone else. I am quite amiable towards women. Du Jian defended himself, feeling aggrieved. What did his pursuit of Zissou have to do with his reprimanding Ji Jiuye? Furthermore, had Ji Jiuye not scolded him in turn? Why did Mu Qingxin not mention that? Suddenly, a realization struck Du Jian. How infuriating. It seemed those two were colluding to bully him. I am quite reasonable. You scolded Knight Treasure, and you must apologize. Mu Qingxin's expression was stern, her tone unwavering. Ji Jiuye, seated calmly beside them, appeared on the verge of laughter. His heart, aware that this tool-like demon was defending him, swelled with affection for Qingxin. Reluctantly, Du Jian thought if he could extract some advantage from this, he would apologize to Ji Jiuye, but would require a promise that he could marry Miss Zissou afterward. Mu Qingxin feigned contemplation, deciding that if his demeanor was sincere, perhaps it could be negotiated. Very well. Du Jian immédiately acquiesced. He then turned to Ji Jiuye and offered a respectful bow. Your Highness, I beseech your forgiveness for my earlier indiscretion in addressing you. Please show mercy and pardon my transgression. Long live your Highness. Ji Jiuye could not contain himself and burst into laughter. Du Jian's temper flared at the sound. What are you laughing at, Ji Jiuye? Mu Qingxin queried, casting a questioning glance at Du Jian. He instantly cowered. My apologies, your Highness. I was in the wrong. I deserve punishment. Please do not hold it against me. Feeling unsatisfied, Mu Qingxin chuckled lightly. It seems my knight treasure is not entirely pleased. Perhaps you ought to kneel and beg for his forgiveness? Kneel? Du Jian looked to Ji Jiuye for help, his large eyes filled with resistance. Ji Jiuye, seemingly oblivious, remained silent, a grin still plastered on his face. Could it be? Must I truly kneel? For the sake of Zissou, Du Jian, lacking in pride, prepared to submit. Just as he was about to kneel, Ji Jiuye leisurely spoke. Enough. I am magnanimous. I forgive you. Du Jian hurriedly rose, wishing to express his gratitude, but hesitated, considering Mu Qingxin's presence, and swallowed his words. He looked at Mu Qingxin with a sycophantic gaze. Miss Qingxin, see, Ji Jiuye has forgiven me, which indicates my sincerity. So may I marry Miss Sisu? Absolutely not. Mu Qingxin rejected him once more. But why? Ji Jiuye has forgiven me. Your inconsistency is unacceptable. You must adhere to reason. Du Jian exclaimed, anger radiating from him. What you just said was merely deceit. Consider this. As a notorious libertine who frequents places of ill repute, what right do you have to marry my beloved Susu? Mu Qingxin stated unequivocally, revealing her refusal. From a moment she drew near Du Jian, she was enveloped by the overwhelming scent of powder and perfume that clung to him, indicative of his entanglements with multiple women. How could such a fickle heart ever be entrusted with Sisu? That notion was utterly inconceivable. Oh, no, Mu Qingxin. Allow me to explain. My visits to those establishments are solely to attend to matters for Ji Jiuye. I am not there for frivolity. You must believe me. Ji Jiuye, come to my aid in this matter. You used to accompany me there. Have you forgotten? You know I have an aversion to those women. Du Jian, in a fluster, fervently defended himself, pulling Ji Jiuye into his plight. What? Ji Jiuye, you too have wandered into such establishments? Upon hearing this, Mu Qingxin redirected her ire toward Ji Jiuye. The latter, caught off guard by the sudden attention, stiffened momentarily, his previously raised smile faltering into a look of innocent grievance. I only went once. He furtively glanced at Mu Qingxin's increasingly darkening expression. All right, I concede. I shall never return again. Yet, he shot a venomous glare at Du Jian from the shadows. You scoundrel, wait for my wrath. In truth, Mu Qingxin was not genuinely angered. Knowing Ji Jiuye's intentions were business-related offered her some solace. Regardless of his past, what mattered was that at this moment, his heart was solely hers. Du Jian, relishing the spectacle, found it astonishing that the formidable Ji Jiuye, a man of immense power, could display such cowardice. How rare! Ha ha ha! Silence! Be silent! The simultaneous exclamations of two distinct voices rendered Du Jian mute. Bewildered, he questioned what is happening. Shouldn't these two be at odds with each other? Seeing his confused expression, Mu Qingxin kindly clarified, Ji Jiuye is the one I cherish. Thus, I trust him completely. He has done no wrong. Indeed, my lady speaks true. Ji Jiuye eagerly concurred, the two now resembling a harmonious couple. Du Jian could only exclaim in disbelief. What is this? How could they trust each other so deeply after such a brief acquaintance? Truly surreal. Initially, he struggled against Ji Jiuye alone. But now with the addition of the eloquent Mu Qingxin, it seemed he would no longer find advantage in their discourse. Sighing, Du Jian felt the tedium of his existence deepen. Once Mu Qingxin noticed Du Jian's disheartened demeanor, she decided to cease her playful teasing and addressed him seriously. Enough of the jesting. Surely, you have pressing matters to discuss? Is it concerning the recent murder case? Ji Jiuye straightened his expression with a hint of impudence, remarked, Did you hear that? My wife is inquiring about you. He displayed a sense of pride in having a capable spouse. The sight incited Du Jian's irritation, making him want to retaliate. However, considering that Mu Qingxin was still present, he restrained his rising fist. Indeed, when the murder occurred, Ji Jiuye had already tasked me with the investigation. My journey to the place of revelry was merely to extract information. I assure you, I engaged in no frivolous pursuits. Mu Qingxin nodded dismissively. All right, I understand. Du Jian, noting her skepticism, sighed, If you choose not to believe me, so be it. He continued, During my inquiries, I detected a peculiar aura in the vicinity. I was certain a demon was at play. To trace the source of this aura, I spoke with the local populace, who recounted instances of sudden ailments afflicting individuals, only for them to recover and regain vitality thereafter. I also consulted several demon hunters who had ventured into that area. They mentioned sporadic sightings of a mysterious black mist. Black mist? You mean the black demonic energy? Or perhaps it is the dark force of a demon. Ji Jiuye's brow furrowed. It appeared that this incident was not merely a straightforward murder. It might be a conspiracy intricately woven against him. However, who could this hidden adversary be? Chapter 39. Qingxin felt that her prospects for the evening were rather grim. In moments of despair, I had encountered black, demonic energy. At that time, I sensed it eroding my being, siphoning away my ethereal strength. I suspect the entity you speak of is likely the same I encountered. Ji Jiuye idly toyed with a strand of Qingxin's hair, speaking nonchalantly. Qingxin turned her head, perplexed. Could Ji Jiuye also be targeted by forces other than the protagonist? Suddenly, she recalled that she had only read half of the book before transmigrating. After witnessing Ji Jiuye's demise, she had abandoned it. Following his death, a new antagonist must have emerged. After all, the narrative had only progressed halfway when Ji Jiuye met his end. But who was this new villain? What schemes did he concoct against the protagonist? How did the protagonist gradually unravel the antagonist's machinations? She knew none of this. Qingxin began to regret her earlier decision. Why hadn't she diligently finished reading the book? Abandoning it halfway had led her to be misled by the enemy. With this thought, she hung her head, letting out a deep sigh. Regret was indeed too late. Indeed, that dark energy likely thrived on absorbing human essences to bolster its power. It initially did not require the draining of blood. Yet, for reasons unknown, several individuals had perished a few days prior. This incident drew the attention of the populace, prompting them to summon demon hunters to their homes. The public was in a state of unrest, compelling the emperor to issue a decree mandating a thorough investigation by the Ministry of Justice to quell the rising discontent. Not only that, but I personally visited the scene to conduct an inspection. There, I discovered something. Both Qingxin and Ji Jiuye spoke simultaneously, inquiring, "What is it?" Du Zion, having been unwittingly fed a mouthful of dog food, tugged at the corner of his mouth and continued, "It is a black feather." As he spoke, he retrieved the dark feather from within his robes, upon which wisps of black demonic energy faintly emanated. Ji Jiuye immediately recognized that the feather belonged to a crow demon, its entire being shrouded in darkness, exuding an aura of malevolence. The crow demon was not particularly formidable. Du Jiuye could easily handle it on his own. "It is indeed a crow demon," Ji Jiuye said, furrowing his brow. "Indeed, it is a crow demon. If we can capture it, we shall unravel this case." However, Du Jiuye hesitated, wanting to speak yet holding back. "What is it?" Qingxin pressed, eager to uncover the truth and clear Ji Jiuye's name, allowing her to leave this place in peace. However, capturing the crow demon was merely the beginning. Her concern lay with the possibility that the true culprit remained at large. What if, during their next encounter, that individual harmed innocent civilians? As a demon, I fear not their attacks, but those civilians are merely ordinary folks. What fault do they bear? Ji Jiuye voiced his apprehensions solemnly. Although the common people were not particularly fond of him, he still did not wish for them to suffer due to his problems. If that shadowy figure sought to strike at him, he would certainly confront them. Yet, what if they targeted the innocent again? Understanding Ji Jiuye's inner turmoil, Qingxin sought to comfort him. "Night treasure, do not worry. This time, capturing the crow demon will still benefit the people, even if we do not apprehend the true villain. If the real culprit emerges again to wreak havoc, I will ensure we find them. Rest assured, it will not be as dire as it seems." At this moment, the enemy lurked in the shadows while they were exposed, leaving them to proceed cautiously, step by step. "Let us hope for the best." Ji Jiuye nodded, yet unease still gnawed at his heart. He sensed that a significant event loomed on the horizon, one that could lead to lifelong regret. Regarding the recent murder case, Ji Jiuye had discreetly provided a few leads and enlisted several high-ranking demon catchers to assist the Ministry of Justice, effortlessly capturing the crow demon. In the realm of Qingxin Kingdom, humans and demons coexisted. To foster harmonious relations between the two, a profession known as the demon catcher had evolved. Demon catchers cultivated unique methods to confront malevolent demons and bring them to justice. However, such cultivation relied on innate talent, rendering demon catchers a rare breed on this continent. highly sought after by royalty and nobility alike. Yet, as a well-known demon, Ji Jiuye found that no demon catcher dared to serve the royal family, fearful of being captured and killed by him, given the inherent competition between their races. During the interrogation, the crow demon, true to its nature, confessed to all its misdeeds, including plans to murder several individuals to tarnish Ji Jiuye's reputation. Yet, just as the mastermind was about to be revealed, a sudden demise occurred, and the demon elixir dissipated, ensuring that they would never be reincarnated again. Such an ending was, indeed, within Ji Jiuye's expectations. It seemed that there truly existed a formidable puppet master, covertly fixated on Ji Jiuye, intent on tarnishing his reputation. One might ponder the intent of this shadowy figure. Ji Jiuye surmised that it was likely an endeavor to eliminate him, the regent, in a bid to seize control. Throughout the entirety of the Western Wind Kingdom, there were numerous individuals eager for his downfall. Even his dear nephew had exhausted every means to dispatch assassins against him. With the truth of this assassination revealed, Ji Jiuye's innocence was preserved. The ministers who had wrongfully accused him felt a twinge of guilt, and even Emperor Ji Jiuye offered a rare commendation, suggesting a banquet at the palace to invite Ji Jiuye. Upon hearing this, Ji Jiuye was filled with ire, declaring to those old codgers and his unfilial nephew that he had no time for them. If he had any time, it was to spend with his beloved consort. Yi Shi hesitated, uncertain if Ji Jiuye's words were sincere, and dared not report back recklessly. Qingxin, sensing Yi Shi's predicament, instructed him to leave, saying, "Yi Shi, the prince has consented to this matter. Inform the messenger that the prince will undoubtedly attend the event punctually." Yi Shi hurriedly took his leave. "Qingxin, I have no desire to attend the palace banquet. What delights could the palace offer? I wish to be with you, to savor the dishes you prepare." Ji Jiuye, seeing Yi Shi depart, turned and laid his head on Qingxin's shoulder, playfully expressing his reluctance to attend the banquet. Gazing at Ji Jiuye, who resembled a small puppy nuzzling her, Qingxin smiled and gently stroked his soft silver hair. "Night treasure, I suspect that among the attendees at this banquet, there lies that puppet master. This occasion presents a perfect opportunity to observe and discern who among them is the most suspect. Moreover, I can accompany you to the banquet. It was never stated that I could not attend." Ji Jiuye wholeheartedly agreed with Qingxin's reasoning, appearing quite pleased. "All right, I shall heed Qingxin's wishes. If Qingxin beckons me, I shall go." Finally, Qingxin exhaled a sigh of relief, although her heart grew increasingly heavy, devoid of joy. Several days had elapsed since the last system online, and her life force had dwindled to a mere sliver. After tonight's midnight hour, her life force would reset to 0. Upon reaching 0, Qingxin would face obliteration. Yet, the system still remained offline. Qingxin sensed that her prospects for survival tonight were grim. Chapter 40. If one day I wrong you, may Ji Jiuye not die a good death, nor shall I enter the cycle of reincarnation. Although Qingxin felt that she might soon meet her end, she still wished to do something for Ji Jiuye before departing. Ji Jiuye possessed strength, yet was all too easily misunderstood. When misunderstood, he refrained from explanations, and when he did explain, no one believed him. At the very least, she hoped that after her departure, he would feel less constrained. However, after much contemplation, she found no one who could stand resolutely by Ji Jiuye's side as she did. Leaning against Ji Jiuye's embrace, Qingxin couldn't help but chuckle at her own self-deprecation. In this world, how many individuals possess the unwavering resolve to believe in another, to stand resolutely by their side, regardless of the circumstances? Qingxin mused that perhaps in this lifetime, only Ji Jiuye could truly be that person for her. Once she returned to her original world, she would inevitably be alone again, a prospect she found disheartening. Nestled in Ji Jiuye's embrace, she murmured, "Ji Jiuye, would you accompany me to the Mu residence for a meal today?" The Mu family represented her kin in this realm, and after thousands of years, she yearned to experience the warmth of familial bonds once more. Noticing Qingxin's melancholy, Ji Jiuye, despite his own reluctance, consented, "Very well, I shall accompany you. But you must promise not to be sad. Understood? Thank you for agreeing to come with me," Mu Qingxin replied. Her spirits seemingly lifted as she went to change her attire in preparation for their departure. Ji Jiuye, sensing her wishes, also donned appropriate clothing and joined her in the carriage. Throughout the journey, Mu Qingxin remained nestled in Ji Jiuye's arms, and the two shared a serene silence, not uttering a single word until they alighted from the carriage. Ji Jiuye had an inkling that Mu Qingxin was contemplating something significant, regardless of her intentions. He was determined to accompany her. Upon their arrival at the Mu residence, having not announced their visit in advance, they found no special arrangements made for their meal. Sister, why didn't you inform us of your return? I was hoping to prepare a gift for you. Mu Jiuye greeted them boisterously. However, upon noticing Ji Jiuye, he maintained his brusque demeanor, snorting dismissively before guiding Mu Qingxin inside. Ji Jiuye trailed closely behind her, his handsome visage shadowed by a cloud of discontent. Brother, it was my ignorance before. Please do not hold it against me, Mu Qingxin said, her cheeks flushed, reflecting on her previous actions to defend Ji Jiuye. She recognized she may have overstepped. To her, they might have been strangers, yet to them, she was undeniably their blood relative. That day, she had raised her voice in a quarrel over someone deemed an outsider. Surely, they must have felt hurt by her actions. As she prepared to leave, Mu Qingxin increasingly appreciated the presence of her blood relatives, especially since her family had long since departed in her previous life. Dear sister, how could you say such a thing? We are family, her father reassured her. You have grown, and you have your own thoughts now. If you wish to pursue something, it must be of careful consideration. Although we may not have understood at that time, we would never harbor such unpleasantness in our hearts for a lifetime. Mu Jiuye affectionately patted Mu Qingxin's head as they walked. Thank you, brother, she smiled, feeling grateful. Indeed, her brother was as kind to her as described in the original tale. Noticing her smile, Mu Jiuye cast a disdainful glance at Ji Jiuye behind them and leaned closer to Mu Qingxin, whispering, Sister, do you truly have feelings for Ji Jiuye? Yes. I hold a deep affection for him. He treats me with such kindness and tenderness, she replied. He is the gentlest man I have ever encountered in my life. Mu Qingxin glanced back at Ji Jiuye with a smile, her voice imbued with tenderness. It seemed that merely mentioning him could evoke a gentle demeanor in anyone. Ji Jiuye was momentarily taken aback and smiled back at Mu Qingxin, but his expression turned cold as he glanced at Mu Jiuye beside them. Upon witnessing Ji Jiuye's demeanor, Mu Jiuye felt an overwhelming urge to leap up and strike him. However, considering that Ji Jiuye was his younger sister's beloved, he suppressed this thought. If Ji Jiuye were to be harmed, his sister would undoubtedly be heartbroken. Sister, you need not defend him. If he ever treats you poorly, do let me know, and I shall risk my life to ensure he pays dearly for it. Mu Jiuye huffed coldly, then leaned in to whisper to Mu Qingxin. Though his whispers were entirely audible to Ji Jiuye, Mu Qingxin responded with a smile. Understood, brother. She paused, grasping Ji Jiuye's hand, and gently inquired, Yabao, you will always treat me well, won't you? Ji Jiuye's heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively replied, Of course. I swear that if I ever wrong you, Ji Jiuye, shall not deserve a good death, nor shall I enter the cycle of reincarnation. Very well, brother, you can rest assured. Ji Jiuye will treat me well. Mu Qingxin turned back, proudly raising their clasped hands for Mu Jiuye to see. Upon witnessing their affectionate display, Mu Jiuye felt a pang of envy. All right. He treats you well. He treats you the best. I shall check on the dishes mother is preparing. You should hurry and savor her culinary skills while you can. With that, he dashed off. Mu Qingxin watched her brother's retreating figure, smiling helplessly. Yabao, my brother is quite good as well. Let us go inside. Indeed, Ji Jiuye agreed. Though he mused inwardly, Mu Jiuye is rather considerate, allowing us a modicum of privacy. It appears Mu Jiuye is a good person, at least a bit better than others. Following the descriptions in the book, Mu Qingxin expertly led Ji Jiuye to the main hall in the backyard, where they found Mu Yuankai seated in the principal position. His countenance dark and brooding, clearly displeased. He was not happy to learn that his daughter had returned to the Mu residence with the formidable demon lord. It would have been preferable if she had returned alone, without bringing such a figure. The moment Ji Jiuye laid eyes on Mu Yuankai, he tensed up, his expression grim. At that moment, it seemed as though a confrontation was imminent. Sensing the discord in the atmosphere, Qingxin quickly interjected, "Father, your unfilial daughter has returned to see you. Are you not pleased?" With that, she released Ji Jiuye's hand and dashed into Mu Yuankai's embrace like a little bird. This gesture caused Mu Yuankai's tense demeanor to soften. You still remember to come back. I fear your heart has run off with that demon lord." Mu Yuankai's words were harsh, yet he gently patted Mu Qingxin's back. Understanding that her father was not truly angry with her, Mu Qingxin felt a sense of relief and whispered softly in his ear, "Father, Ji Jiuye treats me quite well. You need not hold such a strong prejudice against him. He just swore to me that if he treats me poorly, he would meet a terrible end, never to be reborn. So rest assured, I have been quite well during these days at the Ji residence." Her words were intended to change Mu Yuankai's perception of Ji Jiuye. Chapter 41. At worst, I shall be his son-in-law. Although the recent murder case has been proven not to be his doing, it does not change the fact that he is indeed a killer. If you ever suffer even the slightest grievance at his hands, you must inform your father. I will ensure he pays for it. Mu Yuankai scoffed and glanced at Ji Jiuye before speaking. "All right, father." At that moment, the original Mu Qingxin's mother, Nangong Rushui, entered with a radiant smile, followed by several young maidservants carrying dishes. "Come, my dear Xener, let your mother have a good look at you." Mu Qingxin bypassed the maidservants and leapt into Nangong Rushui's embrace, playfully calling out, "Mother, it had been quite some time since she last uttered that word." Nangong Rushui, true to her name, was a gentle woman, well-versed in literature and arts since childhood, renowned in the capital for her talents. After marrying Mu Yuankai, their life together was harmonious, filled with love, and they rarely quarreled. She was immensely affectionate toward her daughter. "My dear Xiner, why do you seem to have lost weight? Have you not been eating well at the Ji residence? Or has Ji Jiuye mistreated you?" Nangong Rushui chided, her tone as gentle as water, devoid of any sense of reproach. Hearing these words, Mu Qingxin felt a lump in her throat, burying her head in her mother's arms and crying. Mother, though the Mu family held biases against Ji Jiuye, they respected Mu Qingxin's choices. Like any concerned parents, they worried about her well-being after marriage. Noticing her daughter's apparent distress, Nangong Rushui quickly patted her back, soothingly saying, "Xena, did you miss your mother? The last time you returned, I was away on a pilgrimage and couldn't attend to you. Why do you come back this time? If Ji Jiuye has treated you poorly, do not hesitate to tell your mother. Though I may not possess martial skills, I will certainly seek justice for you if he dares to bully you. My daughter shall not be wronged by anyone." Even with her gentle demeanor, Nangong Rushui remained resolute when necessary. "Yes, Ji Jiuye treats me well. You all must not bully him. Truly, mother, I speak the truth. My tears are solely because I miss you so much, and have nothing to do with Ji Jiuye." Mu Qingxin sobbed, crying in her mother's embrace while still defending Ji Jiuye. Ji Jiuye, witnessing her tears, felt a pang of sorrow but found himself at a loss for a suitable reason to pull her into his arms. He understood that, as an outsider, he had no right to take the little one away from her mother. All he could do was watch her cry, his heart aching painfully. "Mother, I am hungry. I want to eat. I want to eat the meals you make by hand." Mu Qingxin quickly ceased her sobs, her swollen eyes pulling Ji Jiuye to sit beside her at the dining table. "Yes, come, let us eat. My dear, this deep-fried river shrimp is your favorite. Do indulge in it. These shrimp were caught by your elder brother a few days ago and have been kept fresh, awaiting your return to be enjoyed. And here is the scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Knowing your aversion to tomatoes, I took the liberty to cook them until they were soft and tender, allowing them to meld beautifully with the eggs, making it quite delectable. You have always been a picky eater, yet it is essential for you to consume more vegetables. And these meat buns, another of your cherished delights, are freshly made and utterly fragrant." Nangong Rushui meticulously served each dish to Mu Qingxin, deeply moving her. "Mother, please eat as well. Let's all enjoy this meal together." Mu Qingxin reciprocated, diligently serving her mother and remembering to offer some dishes to Ji Jiuye, who sat quietly without touching his chopsticks. "Indeed, let us eat," responded Mu Yuankai and Nangong Rushui, engaging in light-hearted conversation. However, Mu Yijian sat sulking, enviously observing the affectionate bond between Nangong Rushui and Mu Qingxin. You both appear to be so close. Do you not remember your elder brother, your dutiful son? Noticing Mu Yijian's melancholic gaze, Mu Qingxin couldn't help but tease him. Brother, are you not hungry? If not, could you tend to the horses? We shall need a ride back to Ji Mansion shortly. This remark infuriated Mu Yijian. Sister, how can you? Before he could finish, Ji Jiuye swiftly placed a meat bun into Mu Yijian's mouth, forcing him to utter a single word, eat. Though Mu Yijian wore a look of disdain, he took a substantial bite of the meat bun, realizing that their mother's cooking was indeed delightful. How fortunate for someone to enjoy such exquisite flavors. Thanks to our dear heart. Ji Jiuye quietly savored the dishes Mu Qingxin had served him, finding them to be nothing short of culinary treasures. It dawned on him that their mother's cooking was exceptionally delicious. Throughout the meal, Mu Qingxin felt a profound sense of satisfaction, with laughter and joy resonating around the table. Ji Jiuye secretly thought that sharing a meal like this, surrounded by family, was genuinely blissful. After the meal, Mu Qingxin engaged in many heartfelt conversations with Nangong Rushui. As they prepared to depart, Mu Yuankai finally remembered to exchange a few words with Ji Jiuye. Ji Jiuye, when I first entrusted my daughter to you, I admit my considerations were insufficient. Now that I see Qingxin so blissful, I can finally breathe easy. However, should I ever discover that you have wronged her, I shall undoubtedly storm your Ji Mansion. His words dripped with veiled threats. Ji Jiuye, undeterred, replied, In this lifetime, I vow never to betray Qingxin. With that, the two men exchanged a profound glance, raising their brows, and fell into silence, the level of Mu Yuankai's belief remaining uncertain. As they settled into the carriage, Mu Qingxin nestled comfortably in Ji Jiuye's embrace, chattering away. Ji Jiuye, what do you think of my parents? I feel they have treated me quite well. Was I too harsh on them before? Mother's cooking is simply divine. Do you not agree? I could never get enough. I wish to savor it every day. I long to be by their side daily, for having family nearby is an immeasurable joy. Oh, how I wish to see them every single day. Ji Jiuye responded with a nonchalant hum. He harbored a profound envy for Mu Qingxin. Her parents were alive, her family harmonious, and everyone doted on her. Indeed, she lived far more blissfully in the Mu residence than when she was with him. If Mu Qingxin desired to leave him, to return to the Mu household, to be with them every day, he would fully support her. At worst, he could resign himself to being a son-in-law. Ji Jiuye, you must remember to visit the Mu residence more often. They're aware of my affection for you and will not treat you poorly. Rest assured, my parents are your parents too, so there is no need for excessive formality. Do not always wear a stern expression. It is detrimental to your health and can be quite harmful. Henceforth, take good care of yourself. Remember to dress warmly as the weather cools. And do not frequently lose your temper. Yi Shi has his own challenges as well. Yi Shi, who lurked in the shadows, felt profoundly touched by Mu Qingxin's words on his behalf. Yet, Ji Jiuye harbored the unsettling sense that her words resembled farewells. His heart felt inexplicably hollow, and he instinctively embraced Mu Qingxin tightly, fearing that the little figure in his arms might vanish at any moment. Chapter 42, Little Girl. Call me brother. Upon returning to the Ji residence, Zissou obediently followed behind Mu Qingxin and Ji Jiuye. Suddenly, she was startled by the unexpected appearance of Du Jian. So you three have gone out without me for a delightful meal, have you? Which place did you visit? The tavern on the west side of the city? No, wait. Could it be the Royal Chui Xian Pavilion on the east side? No, that is not it either. Du Jian circled around the group, guessing incessantly. Yet most of the time, his gaze remained fixed on Zissou. Zissou blushed under his stare, lowering her head heavily, resembling an ostrich burying its head in the sand. You guessed wrong. We went back to the Mu residence for dinner. Let me tell you, my mother's culinary skills are superb. If you missed out this time, it would be a significant loss. Mu Qingxin concealed her sorrow and boasted to Du Jian. Du Jian feigned indifference, pouting, I'm not envious. What's so great about it? What is so special about mother's cooking? He instinctively glanced at Ji Jiuye. Unexpectedly, Ji Jiuye merely smiled defiantly, seemingly indifferent to the mention of his mother's cooking. Mu Qingxin chose not to engage with Du Jiuye further and took Ji Jiuye towards the bedroom. However, Zissou was swiftly halted by Du Jiuye. Hey, little sister, they are heading to the bedroom. Surely they have something intimate planned. Why are you following them? Huh? Zissou, bewildered, blinked and looked at Du Jiuye with confusion. Her innocent and naive demeanor sent Du Jiuye's heart racing. Ahem. Well, it's quite dark now. They are undoubtedly going to do what couples do. Just trust me, do not follow them in. Du Jiuye cleared his throat, attempting to mask his accelerated heartbeat. Oh, the little girl seemed completely oblivious to such matters. According to Mu Qingxin, she was only 14, a tad too young. Nevertheless, he could afford to wait. With this thought in mind, Du Jiuye's lips curled into a mischievous smile. Little girl, call me brother. Let me hear it. The young girl appeared timid and easily intimidated. Huh? Master, I, Zissou, still remember that I am merely a servant, a maid, and I dare not address you as Dezin. Moreover, she felt that such a title seemed rather peculiar to her. She refused to comply. In my presence, you need not refer to yourself as a servant. You're simply Zissou, a young girl. Dezin suddenly spoke with solemnity, correcting Zissou's address. Yet, he did not forget to add, good girl, call me brother. Upon hearing Dezian's words, Zissou became even more hesitant to speak. She stammered, caught in indecision, silently praying for Mu Qingxin to rescue her. Dezian, noticing Zissou's bashful demeanor, found the situation increasingly amusing. He slowly approached her, cornering her against the wall, executing a playful wall slam. Do you not understand? Call me brother. His teasing tone suddenly turned serious, prompting Zissou to instinctively respond, brother. The soft and sticky sound tugged at Dezian's heartstrings. Oh no, this little girl possesses enchanting powers. Realizing that his heart was no longer under his control, Dezian hurriedly retreated, leaving Zissou dazed and bewildered in his wake. What has happened? Back in the room, Ji Jiuye noticed that Mu Qingxin seemed troubled and melancholic. Xin, what troubles you? Ji Jiuye leaned closer, sitting beside Mu Qingxin on the bed. Startled, Mu Qingxin realized that her own discontent had affected Ji Jiuye, and she felt a twinge of regret. She had intended to bear her burdens alone, but inadvertently caused him concern. It's nothing, I'm fine, really. What could possibly trouble me? Mu Qingxin forced a smile, attempting to appear carefree. As perceptive as Ji Jiuye was, he could easily see through her facade of cheerfulness. However, he chose not to confront her directly. Instead, he replied with a playful grin, since my dear wife is well, why not take advantage of the early evening to engage in activities we both enjoy? If Mu Qingxin wished to keep her troubles to herself, he would not press her. He was willing to wait until she chose to confide in him. Ji Jiuye had thought that his words and his transformation into a silver-haired beast-man would pique Mu Qingxin's interest. However, to his surprise, she turned her head away and forced a smile, saying, Today my monthly cycle has arrived. Strangely, the cycle of this body coincided perfectly with her own. Coupled with the fact that this body bore an uncanny resemblance to her, Mu Qingxin's suspicions deepened. She began to wonder if she had not merely entered a story, but had instead traversed into a real world. Yet, the settings of this world mirrored the book she had read so closely that it left her utterly perplexed. Uncertain of the truth, Ji Jiuye set aside his thoughts and embraced Mu Qingxin. All right, let's rest well today. Does it hurt? Noticing her furrowed brow and discomfort, Ji Jiuye gently placed his hand on her lower abdomen, massaging it softly. Mu Qingxin was taken aback. Ji Jiuye should have had minimal contact with women, so how could he possess such an understanding of their menstrual pains? Remarkably, he even knew about the discomfort. Thankfully, it wasn't painful. Yebao, is there a woman by your side? How do you know that women experience abdominal pain during their periods? Mu Qingxin nestled her head against Ji Jiuye's chest, asking softly and sweetly. Ji Jiuye hesitated for a moment, gathering his courage before he spoke. When my mother gave birth to me, she suffered from severe hemorrhaging, which deeply affected me. To comprehend the complexities of childbirth, I perused numerous medical texts concerning women. At this point, Ji Jiuye gently kissed Mu Qingxin's cheek, his voice filled with concern. Qingxin, the medical books state that childbirth is akin to traversing the gates of hell. My mother did not return from that journey, which led to her demise. Therefore, Qingxin, I believe we should take precautions. I cannot bear the thought of you enduring such suffering for the sake of a child. Mu Qingxin felt a warmth envelop her heart. Ji Jiuye genuinely cared for her well-being. Hearing that childbirth could be fraught with pain, he simply wished to avoid it altogether. Yet, she yearned for a baby, a child that belonged to them. If the opportunity arose. Fool, childbirth is not terrifying. It is the fruit of love, a testament to our bond. If possible, I still wish to have children. Mu Qingxin nestled deeper into his embrace, earnestly explaining. Unexpectedly, Ji Jiuye reacted strongly. No, there is no need for anyone else to bear witness to our love. Having you is sufficient. Be obedient. We shall not have children. Ji Jiuye firmly expressed his unwillingness, leaving no room for Mu Qingxin's rebuttal. He did not desire anyone else besides her, nor did he want her affections to be divided by anyone else. Mu Qingxin paused, choosing not to argue. Since he didn't want it, she would acquiesce. After all, she would soon vanish. All right, I will heed your wishes. Following this exchange, both remained silent, quietly holding each other, lost in their own thoughts. Unbeknownst to them, Ji Jiuye drifted into slumber, while Mu Qingxin remained wide awake. The hour of Z approached, and it was time for her to depart from this world. Suddenly, a wave of reluctance washed over her. Ji Jiuye, after I'm gone, you will live your life well, won't you? It's all right. The Mu Qingxin of this world will take my place and stay by your side. Chapter 43. Sister, be gentle. Little Jiuye fears pain. Mu Qingxin reflected on her brief time in this world. Though she had only been here for a few days, she had already gained the man she cherished most and a family that adored her. This world made her realize that life could indeed be beautiful. Family and love were both present here. If she could, she truly wished to remain in this realm. As the hour of Z drew near, Mu Qingxin gazed at Ji Jiuye's profile, filled with nostalgia and reluctance. In these final moments, she resolved to etch Ji Jiuye's image firmly in her memory. The night was eerily quiet, allowing her to hear the rhythmic sound of the man's breathing and the increasingly rapid beating of her own heart. Ji Jiuye, goodbye. Mu Qingxin quietly awaited the arrival of death. Beep. System reboot procedure loading complete. Rebooting. Please wait. Beep. System is undergoing debugging. Beep. System is confirming host information. As the mechanical voice echoed in Mu Qingxin's mind, it signaled the system's activation. The system coming online meant that Mu Qingxin was about to be returned to her original world. She patiently awaited the system's declaration of her fate. Indeed, for Mu Qingxin, who already knew the outcome, it was merely a matter of following the protocol. Upon returning to her former world, she would once again be the solitary, formidable woman executing her missions. Everything would revert to its original course, with no discernible differences. Beep. The system is about to serve the host. Master. Oh, I can see you. I missed you so much. Since our last parting, I haven't seen you in ages. You have no idea how close I came to being initialized after you forcibly disconnected me. Initialization is quite painful, you know. The familiar, pitiful voice of the soft and adorable girl did not evoke any sympathy in Mu Qingxin. She was solely focused on returning to her original world. Master, why are you ignoring me? Let me think. When was the last time I saw you? What mission were we undertaking? All right. Speaking of missions, Master, I have come across something remarkable. Mu Qingxin found the system's chatter particularly grating. She coldly interrupted, do not babble on about irrelevant matters. I only wish to know when you will transport me back to Blue Star. If this drags on, I might cease to exist. Is this a joke? Midnight is approaching, and you still haven't sent me away? Are you truly intending to obliterate me? The system paused momentarily before weakly responding. Master, I am afraid you cannot return just yet. My readings indicate that Ji Jiuye's level of infatuation with you is at 100. All right, I understand. Hurry and send me back. Otherwise, I will perish at midnight. I do not wish to die. Mu Qingxin expressed her thoughts to the system in her mind without any emotional fluctuation. No, Master. Ji Jiuye's level of infatuation has far exceeded 100. It has now reached 9999, 999, 9999. This revelation left Mu Qingxin utterly astonished. What? How many nines is that? Has it truly gone off the charts? She widened her eyes, staring at the multitude of nines on the screen in her mind, utterly incredulous. What is happening? Ji Jiuye is so infatuated with her? Indeed, master, due to Ji Jiuye's extreme level of infatuation, the system has determined that your mission completion conditions have not been met, and thus your mission cannot be considered accomplished. Therefore, you must remain in this world until Ji Jiuye's infatuation level returns to 100 for the mission to be deemed successful. The system's soft voice continued to explain to Qingxin, imbued with a sense of regret. It is truly unfortunate that they were so close to achieving success before. I wonder what the esteemed one has been up to these past few days to have stirred such profound feelings in Ji Jiuye. Yet, Qingxin paid no heed to the system's words. Her focus was solely on the phrase that indicated she could continue to remain in this world. The notion of remaining in this world was utterly astounding, leaving Qingxin momentarily stunned, unable to react for several seconds. Once she regained her senses, a smile of uncontainable joy spread across her lips. How wonderful it was that she could continue to accompany Ji Jiuye in this world. This news was the most delightful she had ever received in her life. As long as she could be with Ji Jiuye, she would gladly do anything. In that instant, all shadows dissipated, and every grievance, reluctance, and sorrow that had entangled her for days vanished without a trace. Qingxin felt as though she had finally received the long-awaited rain after a parched drought, achieving the result she desired most. Overwhelmed with excitement, she could not help but weep. At that moment, Ji Jiuye, awakening as Qingxin cried, was taken aback, seeing the tears welling in her eyes. He tenderly kissed her tear-streaked face, asking gently, "What is wrong? Why are you crying? Who has upset you? Please don't cry." Qingxin clung to Ji Jiuye tightly, enveloped in overwhelming joy, yet sobbing, "Yay, woo-woo, I don't have to leave you anymore, woo-woo. I've decided to stay by your side for a lifetime. Woo-woo, this is wonderful. Ji Jiuye, it is truly splendid to be by your side. You can stay with me forever. I am so happy. Woo-woo, Ji Jiuye. We could be together endlessly." Listening to the little one in his arms laughing and crying simultaneously, Ji Jiuye found himself somewhat bewildered. However, one thing was certain. The little one in his embrace would not be leaving him again. Ding! Congratulations, esteemed one. You have triggered a random task. Hold Ji Jiuye and say, "I really like you 10 times. Upon completion, you shall be rewarded with a point of life value. Would you like to accept?" Before the system could finish, Qingxin gazed intently into Ji Jiuye's enchanting eyes and earnestly declared, "Ji Jiuye, I truly like you. I like you every moment. I like you today, and I will like you tomorrow too." She repeated this heartfelt sentiment 10 times, each utterance sincere and devoid of any pretense. The system recognized that Qingxin had accepted the task and quietly declared it complete. Instantly, Qingxin was awarded a point of life value. Just then, the hour of Z arrived. Everything was perfectly timed, neither too early nor too late. Wishing the esteemed one a delightful evening, I shall take my leave now. Yawning, "Good night, esteemed one." With that, the system, just awakened, slipped back into a dormant state. The bewildered Ji Jiuye, upon hearing Qingxin's confession, felt his desires ignited by her words. "Qingxin, I reiterate my previous sentiment. Since you hold such affection for me, it is time for some tangible actions. Would you not agree?" With a swift movement, Ji Jiuye turned over, pinning Qingxin beneath her, beginning to shed her garments. Qingxin responded with a charming smile, relying on her formidable strength to reverse the situation, placing Ji Jiuye beneath her instead. "Rest assured, dear sister, I shall cherish you well." In that moment, Qingxin seemed to merge with the celestial sister, who also referred to herself as sister. "Sister," she mused, "you remain unchanged. Still fond of calling yourself sister." Ji Jiuye chuckled derisively, teasingly remarking, "Then, dear sister, do take care, for little Jiuye fears pain." Chapter 44. Sister, will you help me? Qingxin paused, then smiled seductively. "Be good." Unlike before, she now appeared intent on embracing her queenly role, exuding an aura of conquest. Ji Jiuye's eyes glistened with a hint of red, as though she had endured some grievous slight. Everything was prepared, yet Ji Jiuye, a voice, tender and laced with apology, emerged softly, leaving Ji Jiuye's heart in a state of bewilderment, unsure of what her heart yearned to convey. What does sister wish to say? Her hands, however, remained restless. Mu Qingxin's voice lowered, nearly a whisper. My moon phase has just begun. To be candid, Mu Qingxin had truly forgotten this detail in her prior excitement, feeling a wave of guilt wash over her. Indeed, upon hearing this, Ji Jiuye seemed to recall that Mu Qingxin had mentioned it earlier. Suddenly, Ji Jiuye halted, her body racked with discomfort. Sister, what shall we do? You cannot tease me and then abandon me. You must take responsibility. She sounded aggrieved, akin to a modest wife who had been playfully toyed with. How about I cook you something delicious tomorrow? Mu Qingxin offered, knowing full well Ji Jiuye was in distress, though it was unintentional on her part. Seeing Ji Jiuye struggle, Mu Qingxin felt a pang of sympathy and promised to make amends. Ji Jiuye pouted, remaining silent. Her gaze filled with unspoken sorrow directed at Mu Qingxin. Then perhaps we could simply share a kiss or an embrace. Qingxin flüsterte Jiuye's gaze, yielded slightly. Ji Jiuye's eyes dimmed as she pressed Mu Qingxin's head against her chest, softly murmuring, Sister, do you truly wish to evade responsibility? Once Mu Qingxin was released, she beheld Ji Jiuye transformed, her hair a silvery hue adorned with beastly ears. Those delicate pinkish-white ears, influenced by emotions, appeared even more vibrant, utterly enchanting. Mu Qingxin found herself captivated, her hand reaching out instinctively. Ji Jiuye, quick-witted, seized Mu Qingxin's other hand before it could touch her ears. Her voice imbued with a playful plea, Sister, will you help me? Losing her balance, Mu Qingxin fell onto Ji Jiuye, instantaneously grasping the meaning behind Ji Jiuye's words. The realization that Ji Jiuye had changed because of her ignited a wave of guilt within Mu Qingxin, coupled with Ji Jiuye's current appearance. It was impossible for her to refuse. Very well, she conceded softly. I shall accept this as the consequence of my actions. On this night, the moon seemed to grow bashful, retreating behind the clouds, whispering secrets with the stars that, in turn, shyly concealed themselves. The weather at the end of September had gradually turned cooler, especially in the land of the western wind, where the chill was palpable, seeping into one's bones. Ji Jiuye gently covered Mu Qingxin with his fluffy tail, ensuring her warmth. He tenderly called her name, encouraging her to place her hand on her heart, a testament to his affection for her. In this moment, Mu Qingxin felt an overwhelming sense of happiness, a feeling that would persist in every moment to come. As the sun climbed higher, Mu Qingxin remained nestled in bed, lazily sprawled in Ji Jiuye's embrace, her small face resting against his broad chest, seeking comfort. Qingxin, are you tired? Ji Jiuye asked, observing her languid demeanor with a twinge of concern. Exhausted, utterly spent. I don't wish to move, Mu Qingxin replied, her voice muffled, her mind drifting back to the events of the previous night. Regret washed over her as she pondered why she had acquiesced to Ji Jiuye's demands. Her hands bore the brunt of it. Ji Jiuye, with an apologetic smile, reassured her, I promise, I shall refrain next time. All right? He leaned down to kiss her forehead, continuing, next time, I will exercise restraint. Mu Qingxin felt a shiver run down her spine. Really? Are you certain? She thought, doubting the sincerity of his words. Last night, she had indeed fallen for Ji Jiuye's charms. He seemed to possess an irresistible allure, transforming into a silver-haired, beast-eared form, which always compelled her to comply with his wishes, an infallible tactic. Now, he still bore that enchanting appearance, suggesting he had further intentions. It was only upon waking that Mu Qingxin fully grasped the implications. Ji Jiuye captured her crimson lips in a kiss, silencing her questions. Yet once more, he took her hand, drawing her in. You. Mu Qingxin attempted to resist, but once again, the allure of Ji Jiuye's silver-haired, beast-eared guise ensnared her. Ji Jiuye. Just wait. The sun continued its daily journey across the sky, while the moon graced the night, and the two individuals remained entwined in bed. In 2 days, a grand banquet would be held at the palace in honor of Ji Jiuye. Although he was reluctant to attend, he heeded Mu Qingxin's wishes and prepared to change attire. As was customary, Ji Jiuye exited first, leaving Zissou to assist Mu Qingxin with her grooming. Inside the room, Mu Qingxin inevitably heard the infuriating voice of Dojian. "Oh, you wretched fox, cooped up in here for 2 days. Have you spoiled yourself rotten?" Ji Jiuye scoffed, his words dripping with pride. "What? Are you envious?" Dojian jumped up, indignantly retorting, "Envious? Not at all. I'm quite content on my own." Ji Jiuye laughed. "Forgive me, a married man cannot comprehend the thoughts of a lifelong singleton." "Singleton? Ji Jiuye, what do you mean? Are you calling me a dog? Mocking my single status is one thing, but to insult me is another." Dojian fumed. Ji Jiuye continued to chuckle, recalling that the term lifelong singleton was a lesson imparted by Mu Qingxin. She remarked that a single demon like Dojian must find it unbearable to witness others flaunting their affection before him. At that moment, uttering the term single dog would be an exquisite jab. Observing Dojian's reaction, it was evident that her heart's intuition was indeed astute. Her heart, without a doubt, was the wisest in the world. "No, single dog is merely a colloquial term for those who are single. It is not an actual insult," Ji Jiuye kindly clarified. Dojian remained skeptical. "Really?" Ji Jiuye suppressed a chuckle and nodded emphatically. "Indeed, my wife herself assured me." The emphasis on wife and spouse seemed to carry a deliberate weight. Although Dojian longed to strike Ji Jiuye, such an action would only underscore his status as a single dog. Reluctantly, he lowered his fist, his mouth twitching in irritation as he glared fiercely at Ji Jiuye. "You wait. Once I win over Miss Zissou, I shall flaunt her before you every day. I'll make you witness my conjugal bliss." "Oh," Ji Jiuye replied nonchalantly, provoking further annoyance in Dojian. "I speak the truth." "Oh." In the room, Mu Qingxin, overhearing Dojian's words, cast a curious glance at Zissou, tilting her head slightly. She observed Zissou's flushed cheeks and inquired, "Went over Miss Zissou?" Zissou froze momentarily, her face reddening even more, stammering, I don't know. Young Master Du. I would never abandon you, my lady." "Oh." Mu Qingxin noted Zissou's reaction, sensing that she likely harbored feelings for Dojian. If their affections were genuine, she would not oppose it. However, Dojian was a demon, and Zissou was human. The chasm between humans and demons could not be bridged. The most significant disparity lay in their lifespans. Humans live but a few decades, while demons can endure for centuries, some even millennia. When a human inevitably passes away, what becomes of the demon left behind? Must they endure a life of solitude? Unlike her and Ji Jiuye, who shared a bond of nearly 10,000 years, Ji Jiuye, as a demon, could accompany her for an eternity. Chapter 45. Every first time leads to a second. "Your Highness, I assure you, I mean it sincerely. You have treated me with such kindness. I would never forsake you." Zissou quickly explained, sensing Mu Qingxin's doubt. For the past few days, Mu Qingxin and Ji Jiuye had remained indoors, affording Dojian ample opportunity. Each day, Dojian cornered Zissou, coaxing her to call him brother. With every first occurrence, a second was bound to follow. Zissou, lacking the fortitude to resist, found her heart racing uncontrollably at even the slightest proximity to Dojian. Thus, she repeatedly succumbed to his enticements, calling him brother time and again. Each time Zissou uttered the term, Dojian felt a surge of joy, grinning like a fool. Over these past few days, Zissou penned a small entry. "Today is September 27th, sunny. Young Master Du cornered me again today. He is exceedingly handsome, and I am quite fond of him. However, the lady said that young Master Du often lingers among women and is not a good person, advising me to avoid him in the future. However, when young Master Du speaks to me, his tone is truly gentle, akin to that of an elder brother. I find myself increasingly fond of calling him brother. Although my status does not quite align with his, I shall quietly address him as such in my heart. To secretly call him brother and harbor feelings for him should pose no trouble, right? Today marks the 5th day since I became acquainted with Brother Dojian. Yes. Susu, you must understand that regardless of the decisions you make, once you have resolved upon them, I will undoubtedly support you. Is that agreeable?" Mu Qingxin recognizes that the chasm between humans and demons is as insurmountable as a vast gulf. Yet, love is the mightiest force in this world. If two individuals truly wish to be together, nothing can stand in their way. Zissou, in a daze, did not grasp the meaning behind Mu Qingxin's words, but she felt that the princess must possess wisdom. She earnestly took note of it. Yes, I shall heed the princess's counsel. Before long, Qingxin completed her preparations and exited her chamber. Ji Jiuye, as customary, approached to bestow a morning kiss, showcasing their affection. Observing this, Du Jian couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his eyes. These two, constantly flaunting their love under the watchful gazes of others, were truly vexatious. Zissou, however, glanced surreptitiously in Du Jian's direction, only to lower her head abruptly upon meeting his gaze, akin to a child who has erred. Du Jian keenly noticed Zissou's shy demeanor, and his heart raced with excitement. He flicked his folding fan with an air of sophistication, attempting to mask his own emotions. "Good morning, Miss Zissou." Zissou was taken aback for a moment, then respectfully returned the greeting. "Good morning, young master." Her head remained bowed, as she dared not meet his eyes. Observing Zissou's averted gaze, Du Jian felt an inexplicable pang of disappointment. Nonetheless, this did not deter him from his playful banter. "Are you two done yet? It's not as if you're long-lost spouses, constantly clinging to each other. Could you perhaps spare a thought for me and Miss Zissou, two solitary souls?" Upon hearing this, Zissou raised her head and curiously inquired, "Young Master Du, what is a single dog? You may be single, but why do you label yourself as a dog?" She was indifferent to being categorized as a single dog herself, given that Du Jian had just insulted himself. Du Jian, nearly choking on her question, quickly clarified, "Miss Zissou, the term single dog is merely a colloquial expression for single individuals. It does not literally mean I am calling myself a dog." He hastily added, "And I did not imply that you are a dog either. Please do not misunderstand." Zissou paused, and upon hearing Du Jian's explanation, she could not help but chuckle, realizing the underlying meaning. "Ah, so that is what it means. I thought young master Du had lost his wits." Du Jian was at a loss for words in rebuttal. "All right, Du Jian, do not pursue my Susu any further. If you wish to marry her, then you must demonstrate sincerity. Steer clear of those brothels in the future, lest my Susu becomes jealous." As they laughed together, they noticed that Qingxin had finished her affectionate exchange with Ji Jiuye and was preparing to step outside. Upon seeing this, Zissou hurriedly followed behind Qingxin and quietly retorted, "Your Highness, I am not jealous." "Oh, where are you all going? Are you headed to the palace for a feast? Is Miss Zissou going as well? Could you possibly take me along?" Seeing several people preparing to leave, Du Jian rushed to catch up, eagerly inquiring, "Do you wish to go?" Ji Jiuye countered. Du Jian quickly replied, "If Miss Zissou goes, then I shall go too." Ji Jiuye glanced at Qingxin, seemingly seeking her approval. He was well aware that his beloved was not fond of Du Jiuyen's close association with her maid. Now, with Du Jiuye so brazenly wishing to accompany them, he felt it necessary to consult Qingxin. Qingxin turned to look at Zissou and then at Du Jiuye, feeling a pang of sympathy. "Yi Bao, you are a prince. I defer to your judgment." Du Jiuye then cast a hopeful glance at Ji Jiuye. Receiving that look, Ji Jiuye promptly picked up Qingxin in his arms and strode outside, leaving behind a remark, "Then you must keep up. I haven't arranged a carriage for you." Upon hearing this, Du Jiuye knew Ji Jiuye had acquiesced and exclaimed, "Thank you, brother. I have my own carriage prepared, so no need to worry." Ji Jiuye moved briskly, causing Zissou to trot along behind. As Qingxin seemed to recall something, she turned back to Zissou and instructed, "Susu, please fetch my cloak. I shall need it when we enter the palace." Zissou, somewhat puzzled, replied, "Your Highness, did you not say you dislike wearing so many garments?" Noticing Zissou's hesitation, Qingxin added, "Please go get it. I wish to wear it." Ji Jiuye appeared to understand Qingxin's intent and quickened his pace. "Miss Zissou, do not worry. I will accompany you. Go and fetch it. I will wait for you here," Du Jiuye chimed in, encouraging Zissou to follow Qingxin's request. Zissou had no choice but to comply. However, upon returning with the cloak, she found no sign of Qingxin or Ji Jiuye. Even the carriage had vanished. What was she to do? How could she catch up with her mistress? Why did the princess leave without waiting for her? Just as Zissou was at a loss, Du Jiuye appeared like a savior, saying, "Miss Zissou, your princess did not wait for you. How about you accompany me in my carriage?" Zissou, preoccupied with thoughts of Qingxin, did not contemplate the impropriety of sharing a carriage with Du Jiuye and readily agreed. It was only when Ji Jiuye pulled her onto the carriage that she sensed something amiss. A solitary man and woman, confined within the same space. This would not reflect well if it were to spread. Zissou instinctively wanted to maintain distance from Ji Jiuye and even suggested getting off to walk alongside the carriage. However, Ji Jiuye was adamant against this. Unlike his usual playful demeanor, he deliberately kept his distance from her, fearing she might perceive him as a predator. He admired her and respected her feelings. He could sense Zissou's reluctance. Nevertheless, he was willing to wait. Wait until she recognized his virtues. Wait until she was ready to draw near. Thus, the four of them separated into two carriages, journeying towards the palace. Inside Ji Jiuye's carriage, he inquired, Qingxin, are you intentionally trying to bring them together? Ji Jiuye held Qingxin closely, planting a gentle peck on the corner of her lips, inquiring playfully. Qingxin responded with a radiant smile, returning the kiss. You are truly clever, night treasure. I reward you with another kiss. One is insufficient. I desire more. Ji Jiuye seized the opportunity to draw nearer. In chapter 46, he yearned to conceal her heart. Ji Jiuye continued to nibble at Qingxin, seemingly unable to satiate his longing for her embrace. He was utterly captivated, wishing to remain by her side at all times, clinging to her, showering her with affection. He pondered if he had perhaps lost his sanity. My dear, your hand. Reluctantly, they parted, yet Ji Jiuye brought up the subject of Qingxin's hand. This reminded her of the past few days spent indoors, coinciding with her monthly cycle. Ji Jiuye had to exercise restraint, feeling utterly exhausted. I truly don't wish to think about it anymore. Qingxin murmured, burying her head in his chest, seemingly shy. My dear, I apologize for causing you such fatigue. I shall not do this again. Ji Jiuye, realizing he had perhaps overstepped, contemplated how he might make amends. Qingxin fell silent, clearly unconvinced. She recalled the last time he had promised not to repeat his actions, only to turn around and, let's not dwell on it. The carriage continued to creak forward, its occupants lost in their own thoughts. Meanwhile, in a mysterious realm, a woman clad in black conversed with a radiant orb of light. Her delicate brows knitted in confusion, she questioned, Master, I fail to comprehend why you wish for Qingxin to remain there. If she returns to her original world, will your objective not be fulfilled? Why permit their continued companionship? The orb flickered before responding with an elegant, detached tone. The deeper the love, the more profound the pain upon discovering the truth. Is it not so? Upon hearing this, the woman in black feigned understanding. I see now. The orb continued, you must journey to the Western Wind Kingdom. There is a task I require you to undertake. Indeed, I assure you I will accomplish this task. The woman in black accepted her mission and departed. The orb flickered ominously several times before emitting a sinister chuckle. A woman and a fox? I hardly believe they can stir any significant turmoil. Before long, the two carriages arrived at the gates of the imperial palace. As both Qingxin and Zissou accompanied Ji Jiuye, the gatekeepers did not question their entry. Ji Jiuye, holding Qingxin, strode swiftly to the Seven Stars Hall, placing her upon the esteemed seat. This hall was designated for hosting guests within the Western Wind Kingdom's palace. The other ministers, witnessing this, were left seething with indignation but dared not voice their objections. Ji Jiuye, having previously wronged Ji Jiuye, was now too intimidated to express anger towards him and Qingxin, instead resorting to obsequiousness. During the banquet, at the behest of Song Hanmo, Ji Jiuye summoned several dancers to entertain the guests. Song Hanmo believed that Ji Jiuye had previously not surrounded himself with women due to a lack of experience in such matters. In the present day, Ji Jiuye has developed feelings for Qingxin, which undoubtedly suggests he has experienced affection. Once one has tasted such emotions, it is likely they will become enamored. When one embraces that sentiment, it matters not which woman it is. As long as she is a woman, there ought to be some form of connection. After all, the men that Song Hanmo knows are of this nature. Thus, he presumed that Ji Jiuye, who has always been abstinent, would behave similarly. Little did he realize that Ji Jiuye was solely preoccupied with serving dishes to the women around him, not sparing them even a glance. He did not merely serve Qingxin, He even fed her with his own hands, utterly indifferent to the presence of others. His behavior was unabashedly ostentatious. Those present had long grown accustomed to Ji Jiuye's solitary and expressionless demeanor. Yet now, a woman stood beside him, receiving his gentle attention and warm smiles. The onlookers could hardly believe their eyes. They soon comprehended that this woman was the key to balancing Ji Jiuye's temperament. However, they dared not act against Qingxin, left only to witness Ji Jiuye unabashedly pampering her. "Your Highness, we, along with several ministers, previously misunderstood you. This time, I have summoned you specifically to express my apologies." Ji Jiuye spoke demurely, even referring to him as Your Highness. Ji Jiuye was taken aback, requiring confirmation from Qingxin several times to grasp that Ji Jiuye was indeed calling him. A misunderstanding? It is not the first time, and can it truly be resolved with just a meal? You all are well aware of your own deeds behind my back, so there is no need for this pretense. It disgusts me to even hear it. Ji Jiuye harbored little thought regarding Ji Jiuye's address. He still recalled that his dear nephew had once sent assassins to take his life. Humanity is indeed most adept at feigning sincerity. Ji Jiuye was momentarily at a loss for words, unsure how to respond. Previously, he had indeed dispatched assassins against Ji Jiuye. But that had been at Song Hanmo's suggestion. He had no desire to commit fratricide. Now that the deed was done, arguing would be futile, and he could only obediently endure Ji Jiuye's reprimands. The other ministers, witnessing this scene, were filled with indignation yet dared not voice their feelings. This Ji Jiuye clearly held the emperor in disdain. Ultimately, it was Song Hanmo who could no longer bear to watch. "Regent, the emperor's assassination attempt on you was also driven by a desire to protect the people. You cannot solely blame the emperor, upholding his principle of flattering the emperor." Song Hanmo defended Ji Jiuye with little regard for boundaries. Ji Jiuye relied heavily on him. Upon hearing Song Hanmo's words, he suddenly felt a sense of grievance. After all, he had not intended to assassinate Ji Jiuye. Why did Ji Jiuye heed Song Hanmo's words so readily? One might assume that Song Hanmo was an elder of Ji Jiuye. There was something quite amiss with this Song Hanmo. Qingxin glanced up at Ji Jiuye, only to find him silently continuing to feed her while uttering icy words. "Do you still wish to attempt to assassinate me? Your own uncle?" Yifeng, aware of his wrongdoing, timidly fell silent. Observing Ji Jiuye's lack of response, Ji Jiuye coldly continued, "I cannot be bothered to hold you accountable. Just a word of caution. Should you display such insincerity again, there will be no need to summon me. I find no pleasure in conversing with those who are duplicitous. If I am compelled to attend another gathering of this nature, I fear I might lose control and eliminate everyone present." After stating this, he turned to Qingxin with a gentle smile. "My dear, have you had your fill? Once you are satisfied, we shall depart. This place is utterly repugnant, and I wish not to linger here." Qingxin chuckled, understanding that Ji Jiuye was ill-equipped to navigate such insincere social encounters, and she did not press the matter further. "I'm full now. Let us return." No sooner had she spoken than Ji Jiuye embraced her and strode toward the exit, evidently weary of the situation. Jian, who had been quietly eating, noticed Ji Jiuye's departure and hurried after him. "Ji Jiuye, why are you leaving so abruptly?" "I have yet to finish my meal." With succinct words, Ji Jiuye replied, "Return to eat." He wished to be away from the palace, not wanting the woman in his arms to remain there either. He had observed that Song Hanmo's gaze lingered on Qingxin. Should they stay longer, he feared he might not restrain himself from eliminating Song Hanmo. Qingxin was solely his. If it were possible, he would hide her away, shielding her from the eyes of all. Chapter 47. No thoughts of other men aside from me, with Ji Jiuye's departure. Several ministers grew increasingly discontented, lamenting to Ji Jiuye about their grievances. Only Song Hanmo stood quietly to the side, head bowed in silence, lost in thought. Ji Jiuye found the ministers' clamor bothersome and waved them away, choosing instead to consume the remnants of the meal alone. Yet, he pondered, this Ji Jiuye. I have extended him the courtesy of calling him royal uncle, and he dares to reprimand me in front of everyone. Do I not deserve dignity? That royal uncle was in vain. Your Majesty, I believe the regent merely struggles with social interactions, which prompted his remarks. Please do not hold them against him, suggested Song Hamo, unexpectedly returning to offer counsel to Ji Jiuye. Ji Jiuye, appreciating Song Hamo's perceptiveness, felt his opinion of him improve significantly. I understand. I shall not hold it against him. You may take your leave now. You have worked hard today. After a few more words of guidance, Song Hamo departed, a sly smile gracing his lips as he exited. Excellent. The rift between Ji Jiuye and Ji Jiuye widens. If this continues, my grand plan shall soon come to fruition. As Ji Jiuye journeyed back to the Ji residence, he forcibly ejected Zissou from the carriage. He would not permit anyone to intrude upon his intimate world with Qingxin. Zissou, looking forlorn, was about to follow the carriage when Ji Jiuye appeared like a savior, offering, Miss Zissou, why not ride back with me? It's not the first time. Zissou glanced at the departing carriage and then at the inviting Ji Jiuye. After a moment's hesitation, she gritted her teeth and acquiesced to his request. Once again, Zissou found herself in the same room as Ji Jiuye. This time, she seemed to have grown more familiar with him, daring to gaze at him without averting her eyes. This made Ji Jiuye feel a bit uneasy. What was the matter with this girl? Why was she suddenly staring at me? Has she finally come to recognize my merits? Has she finally developed feelings for me? Ji Jiuye's face flushed as he stammered, Miss Zissou, what is it? Why are you looking at me like that? To be honest, it was the first time he had experienced such a gaze directed at him, leaving him momentarily flustered. Unexpectedly, Zissou blinked and softly remarked, Young Master Du, you are actually quite kind. I must admit, I had misunderstood you previously. Ji Jiuye had once told her not to refer to herself as a servant in his presence, insisting that she was merely a young girl to him. Previously, Zissou thought that Ji Jiuye merely enjoyed teasing her, cornering her, and making her call him brother. However, after his 2 recent acts of saving her, her impression of him had improved somewhat. At least Ji Jiuye had not abandoned her. Upon hearing her compliment, Ji Jiuye was overjoyed, and in his excitement, he stumbled over his words. I've always been quite good. It's that I've always treated you well. Indeed. Young Master Du is a very good person, Zissou added. Receiving such praise, Ji Jiuye felt a surge of happiness, remaining in an exhilarated state throughout their journey, even humming a tune softly. This inadvertently made Zissou perceive Ji Jiuye's humming as quite melodious. In Ji Jiuye's carriage, Qingxin nestled against Ji Jiuye, playing with his hair and lazily stating, Night, darling, you've noticed that Song Hamo has some issues, haven't you? Ji Jiuye, seeming slightly jealous, scoffed, Indeed. Ever since you entered the palace, his eyes have been glued to you. I almost wish to gouge them out on the spot. Really? Qingxin paused, contemplating whether Song Hamo had indeed been staring at her all along. Xin, you must not think of him. You must not think of any man besides me. Ji Jiuye observed Qingxin's furrowed brow, growing more irate. How could she think of other men? All right. Next time I'll make sure to gouge out his eyes first. Shall I? Please don't be upset. Sensing Ji Jiuye's overwhelming jealousy, Qingxin hurriedly reassured him. However, she acknowledged that Song Hamo indeed posed a problem. On the surface, he pretends to advise me not to hold a grudge against Ji Jiuye, but in reality, he seeks to sow discord between me and the emperor. He has always employed such tactics, so it is not surprising. Ji Jiuye, recognizing the opportunity, chose not to pursue the matter further. Are you saying that Song Hamo has always been trying to drive a wedge between you and the emperor? Qingxin seized upon the crux of the issue. This indicated that Ji Jiuye had been aware of Song Hamo's ill intentions from the start, yet instead of eliminating him as he had in the past, he allowed him to remain close to the emperor. What could he possibly be plotting? Ji Jiuye gently rubbed Qingxin's small hands and whispered, I've always known. I just couldn't be bothered to deal with him. Moreover, I cannot kill everyone I find unsatisfactory. In the vast realm of the West Wind Kingdom, it is imperative to have several administrators. Relying solely on my own capabilities proves insufficient. Thus, even though I harbor thoughts of eliminating them daily, I must allow them to retain their wretched lives. It sounds rather unjust indeed. Upon hearing this, Qingxin genuinely empathized with Ji Jiuye's plight. He had already been scorned by the human world, yet he continued to endure for the sake of others. The individuals he had slain were all those who sought his life or were utterly nefarious villains. When will the world's prejudice against Ji Jiuye finally dissipate? Rest assured, Night Treasure, one day humanity's misconceptions about you will be dispelled and the demon race will eventually embrace you. I shall bring this to fruition, ensuring you no longer feel aggrieved. Is that agreeable? Qingxin straightened her posture and expressed her earnest desire to Ji Jiuye. She sincerely wished for him to receive fair treatment, like anyone else, rather than being subjected to ulterior motives. Very well. Ji Jiuye gazed at the woman before him, akin to witnessing a dazzling ray of light. At that moment, his heart brimmed with warmth, filled by Qingxin's concern for his thoughts and her desire for him to be treated justly. For reasons unknown, Ji Jiuye felt that perhaps Qingxin could indeed accomplish this. Yet, for Ji Jiuye in his current state, merely having her by his side was sufficient. As for others, he cared not. Let them do as they pleased. He only desired Qingxin. At that moment, a small, entirely black wildcat stealthily crept into Ji Jiuye's residence, sneaking along the walls to the back mountain. The back mountain of the Ji residence was, in truth, a modest hill. When the estate was constructed, Ji Jiuye had taken a liking to this hill and commanded the erection of several meter-high walls around it to prevent the wild beasts from escaping. Those who had attempted to assassinate Ji Jiuye and failed found themselves with broken limbs, cast into the back mountain to serve as prey for the beasts. On most days, Ji Jiuye would instruct Yi Shi to procure fresh meat for these creatures, resulting in their robust and ferocious nature. Thus, a frail little black cat venturing into the back mountain appeared rather pitiful and weak. Perhaps it would not survive the night, or perhaps, come dawn, it might emerge from the back mountain, battered and bruised, collapsing before Qingxin. Chapter 48. He could not bear to see Qingxin at risk upon returning to the Ji residence. Qingxin remained inseparable from Ji Jiuye, akin to conjoined twins, never parting for a moment. Douyin seized the opportunity to draw Zissou aside, sharing amusing anecdotes that elicited soft giggles from her. The night passed without incident. The following morning, Zissou discovered an injured little black cat lying breathlessly in a corner of the courtyard. Its body, cloaked in dark fur, lay in a state of despair, its damp coat stained with blood, revealing mottled wounds, exposed flesh, and a hind leg severed, yet still attached by a patch of skin and fur. The cat's black fur concealed the blood that had nearly soaked through, leaving its tragic condition obscured from view. At first, Zissou mistook the small creature for a lost wildcat. However, upon closer inspection, she realized that it was soaked and covered in blood. As a mere maidservant who had long resided in the secluded quarters of Qingxin, she had never encountered such a gruesome sight, and it startled her immensely. Not daring to disturb Qingxin, she discreetly sought out Du Jiuye, hoping he could assist her. The little black cat was filthy and bloodied, gravely injured, and the immediate priority was to cleanse its wounds before bandaging them. Although Du Jiuye had never engaged in such tasks, he could not refuse Zissou's request. He rolled up his sleeves and busily attended to the little black cat alongside her. During their joint effort to tend to the wounded creature, physical contact was unavoidable. Each touch sent a jolt through Du Jiuye's heart, akin to an electric shock. The little cat, gravely injured and weak, offered no resistance during the treatment, behaving remarkably well. Before long, they had successfully cleaned the cat's body, applying medicine and bandaging its wounds. At that moment, the little black cat was peacefully sleeping, purring softly. Zissou and Du Jiuye exchanged glances at the sleeping cat, both unable to suppress their joy. In that fleeting instant, Du Jiuye felt somewhat dazed, believing that he and Zissou resembled a pair of devoted parents, watching their child sleep contentedly, filled with an overwhelming sense of happiness. Just as Du Jiuye was lost in his thoughts, Yi Shi rushed into the courtyard, hastily making his way to Ji Jiuye's door, exclaiming loudly, "Master, there has been an incident in the back mountains." After a brief pause, Ji Jiuye responded, "What has happened?" Reporting to the master, "The wild beasts in the back mountains have inexplicably gone mad overnight. My brothers have sustained injuries while attempting to subdue them." The urgency in Yi Shi's voice suggested that the situation was far more dire than he had conveyed. Qingxin could no longer afford to linger in bed. Hastily rising to investigate the situation in the back mountains, she recalled Ji Jiuye mentioning that he had paid a handsome sum for those wild beasts, feeding them fresh meat daily. Additionally, given the vast expanse of the back mountains, densely populated with trees, Ji Jiuye had only constructed a few iron cages symbolically. The beasts were, in fact, free-range. Typically, the guards responsible for feeding them merely placed the food at designated locations, and the beasts would approach to eat, having recognized the guards and refraining from attacking humans. However, this morning, as the caretaker went to feed them, he was ambushed by a powerful wolf, which bit him severely due to his lack of vigilance. Had the caretaker not been agile, he might have become the wolf's meal, as it had previously savored human flesh. Qingxin followed Ji Jiuye to the back mountains. Although Du Jian and Zissou intended to accompany them, Qingxin stopped them, deeming the back mountains an exceedingly perilous place, particularly for a delicate girl like Zissou. Thus, Du Jian stayed behind to keep her company. At that moment, no one noticed that the little black cat had subtly opened its eyes a crack, casting a meaningful glance at a few individuals before closing them again and drifting back into slumber. In the rear mountains, a vast expanse of dense jungle unfolded before the eyes, with trees of varying heights standing tall, some of their leaves already tinged with yellow, fluttering down in the chill of autumn winds. Looking further into the distance, various wild beasts crouched, baring their teeth in a menacing display. Upon closer inspection, one might discern traces of blood at the corners of some beasts' mouths, their fur matted and disheveled, with patches missing, revealing raw flesh beneath. They appeared as if they had just emerged from a fierce battle. Ji Jiuye regarded the predatory beasts, eyeing him with an icy demeanor, radiating an aura of gloom and agitation. He then transformed into a form with silver hair and beastly ears, unlike his usual demeanor in front of Qingxin. At this moment, Ji Jiuye exuded a palpable killing intent. The once ferocious beasts, upon witnessing his menacing presence, instantly wilted, tucking their tails and retreating into the depths of the forest. Ji Jiuye understood that this was merely a temporary suppression. If he were to retract his spiritual energy, those beasts, perceiving no threat, would undoubtedly emerge once more to wreak havoc. Such a strategy was not sustainable. Qingxin glanced at the cold man beside her, feeling anxious and wishing to alleviate his burden. Suddenly, she recalled that upon her arrival in this world, she had acquired a passive skill. The description of that skill read, a 100 affinity with all beasts. From the literal interpretation, Qingxin surmised that all beasts would hold a high regard for her. If utilized against these ferocious creatures, it might yield unexpected results. Night Treasure, I have something to discuss with you. I believe I have a way to calm those agitated beasts. The thought of her passive skill potentially being effective against these wild animals emboldened her to speak without hesitation. Ji Jiuye turned to her, intrigued. Really? Xin, what do you propose? Previously, I mentioned that I am not originally from this world. Upon my arrival, I bound myself to something called a system. The system granted me a passive skill that ensures a 100 affinity with all beasts. This means that all beasts should inherently feel a sense of familiarity with me, and they are unlikely to attack me easily. I intend to use this skill to soothe those raging beasts. Qingxin earnestly explained to Ji Jiuye, uncertain of whether he believed in the system she spoke of or the passive skill itself. Deep down, she too lacked confidence. Yet her intuition suggested that such a powerful claim of 100 affinity must have significant utility. Upon hearing her words, Ji Jiuye's eyes darkened. He was unaware of what the system was or what passive skills entailed. All he knew was that his Qingxin seemed determined to personally pacify those beasts. The beasts now find themselves in a frenzied state, poised to attack humans at any moment. How could Ji Jiuye permit Qingxin to confront such peril? Although Qingxin possesses considerable strength, he could not bear the thought of her venturing into danger. Moreover, with a complete affinity for all beasts, Ji Jiuye glanced at his own silver hair, beast ears, and 9 tails, undoubtedly placing him in the realm of a half-beast. Thus, he pondered whether this passive skill, heart, would be effective for him. He recalled the moment he first laid eyes on Qingxin, when he was unwittingly captivated by her charm, a fascination that deepened over time, leading him to engrave her name upon his very skin. In that moment, he found himself perplexed. Was it truly this passive skill that bound him to Qingxin? Or did he genuinely harbor affection for her that made him reluctant to depart? Chapter 49. Heart needs a good wash. Observing Ji Jiuye's hesitance, Qingxin understood that he was reluctant to see her take risks. She stepped forward, smiling to reassure him. Knight treasure, do not worry. I would never jest with my own life. I will accompany you. Despite her words, Ji Jiuye remained uneasy about Qingxin embarking on this solitary adventure. Should danger arise, he wished to be the first to whisk her away to safety. Very well. Qingxin ceased her protest, allowing Ji Jiuye to take her hand as they slowly ventured deeper into the forest. Her vibrant red attire billowed in the breeze, and the bells adorning her ankles chimed melodiously, resembling a soul-consoling bell that quieted all the beasts that heard its sound. At that moment, Qingxin noticed an injured wolf ahead, its hind leg wounded and unable to move, curled up within a thicket. She resolved to use this wolf as her first test subject. Gently, she tugged Ji Jiuye closer to the wolf and reached out her other hand, intending to rest it upon its head in a gesture of comfort. The wolf, still baring its teeth and growling in warning, crouched low, appearing ready to attack at any instant. Ji Jiuye, fearing for Qingxin's safety, quickly pulled her behind him, anxious to halt her advance. Qingxin, he exclaimed. Qingxin softly patted the back of Ji Jiuye's hand, her tone gentle yet resolute. Be calm, I will be fine. Trust me, if I cannot handle it, then you may intervene, all right? She understood that if these beasts continued to pose a threat, Ji Jiuye would not hesitate to eliminate them. While slaying a few beasts might seem inconsequential, surely there existed a better solution than resorting to death. Ji Jiuye hesitated for several seconds, gripping Qingxin's hand tightly, unwilling to release her. What if the wolf truly eluded her control and harmed her? No, he must hold on to her hand. Very well, he conceded, though his expression remained grave. Simultaneously, his other hand prepared to strike, ready to eliminate the wolf at the first sign of aggression toward her. Qingxin must not be harmed by this creature. Qingxin smiled lightly, then solemnly approached the wild wolf, her idle hand cautiously reaching toward its head. At that moment, both their hearts raced with anticipation. Ji Jiuye, even more so, was poised and ready for action. Initially, the wolf bared its teeth, as if intent on devouring Qingxin whole. However, as she drew nearer, the wolf seemed to sense something. It instinctively tilted its head, its fierce gaze softening into a bewildered expression, as if pondering a question. How strange! Why does this human appear so affable? A sudden urge surged within the wolf. It yearned to leap into this woman's embrace and nuzzle her. It felt as though she was the closest being to it in this world. Just as Qingxin's hand was a mere inch away from the wolf's head, it could no longer restrain itself and thrust its head forward. Upon making contact with Qingxin, the wolf let out a contented low howl, its eyes narrowing in bliss as it nuzzled against her. Ji Jiuye, who had initially prepared to slay the wild wolf, was profoundly shaken by this turn of events. Is this skill of Qingxin's truly this effective? Seeing the success of her endeavor, Qingxin joyfully turned to Ji Jiuye, exclaiming, Knight treasure, look! This little wolf truly adores me. It seems my guess was correct. This passive skill is remarkably powerful. Observing the wolf happily rubbing against Qingxin's hand, Ji Jiuye felt a pang of discomfort in his heart. He instinctively withdrew her hand, then took his own garment and meticulously wiped her hand several times before finally holding it in his own. Since it had already recovered, she ought not to touch it any longer. His tone sounded almost sulky, as if he were jealous. Qingxin found this amusing and leaned closer to Ji Jiuye, teasingly smiling. Knight treasure, are you really jealous, a little wolf? How adorable you are! Ji Jiuye, having been caught in his feelings, candidly admitted anyone, be they human, animal, or otherwise, who tries to take you from me deserves punishment. I will not allow you to be so tender with it. With that, he shot a fierce glare at the wild wolf. The wolf, upon receiving Ji Jiuye's menacing look, was immediately terrified, its fur bristling as a chill ran down its spine. It let out a fearful whimper and swiftly darted away, anxious that Ji Jiuye might suddenly change his mind and slay it on the spot. Qingxin found the situation even more entertaining. After all, it was merely a beast. How could it possibly take her away from him? Hearing this, Ji Jiuye straightened his posture and looked earnestly at her, saying, "Qingxin, do I not resemble a beast in my current form? Silver hair, beast ears, and 9 tails. Surely I could be considered a beast man. Yet that does not quite fit either. You are a demon, not a beast." Qingxin corrected him with a smile. However, Ji Jiuye stubbornly insisted, "I am a beast demon, and I cannot tolerate other beasts being affectionate in your presence. That wolf clearly sought to take advantage of you, wanting you to caress it more." At this, Qingxin was left speechless. Indeed, Ji Jiuye seemed prone to jealousy whenever anything came too close to her. Previously, there was Zissou, followed by Song Hanmo, and now the wild wolf. Regardless of the species, there always seems to be a reason for jealousy. All right, night treasure. It has already been frightened away by you. Must you continue to harbor jealousy? Qingxin felt a deep headache. Then let us heed Xin's wishes. Ji Jiuye, albeit reluctantly, complied, yet his heart remained unsettled. Why should that beast receive Xin's affection? He, too, yearned for such attention. Noticing Ji Jiuye's lingering discontent, Qingxin hastened her efforts to soothe the wild creature. However, with each caress bestowed upon a beast, Ji Jiuye's eyes grew darker. These beasts deserve their demise. In a few days, he would ensure that all of them perished. Lost in his thoughts, Qingxin spoke, "Night treasure, I have taken quite a liking to these beasts. Please do not harm them, for they are of use to me." It was as if she had seen through Ji Jiuye's inner turmoil. His deep-set eyes flickered with alternating shades, and he pressed his lips together, reluctantly uttering a single word, "Oh," understanding that Ji Jiuye was still envious. Qingxin quickened her pace in comforting the creatures. She planned to offer Ji Jiuye a proper recompense once everything was settled. "All right, the last one. Let us depart." No sooner had Qingxin spoken than Ji Jiuye swiftly embraced her and took flight from the contentious surroundings. After having touched so many beasts today, Xin felt unclean and needed a thorough wash. He would assist her in this endeavor. Chapter 50. Xin do behave. Ji Jiuye, in a fit of anger, carried Qingxin back to their chamber and promptly commanded Yi Shi to prepare warm water. Yi Shi, perceptive to Ji Jiuye's demeanor, noted his sullen expression and furrowed brow, indicating his displeasure. He quickly prepared the hot water and thoughtfully arranged milk and rose petals before swiftly departing. Given Ji Jiuye's demeanor, it was evident that Qingxin had likely incurred his wrath. Indeed, once Yi Shi left, Ji Jiuye impatiently stripped the little one of her garments, tossing them into the bath. Though he tossed, he still moderated his strength, ensuring that Qingxin's descent caused only a minimal splash. Observing Ji Jiuye's continued brooding demeanor, Qingxin felt a twinge of fear. Since she had defended Ji Jiuye at the Mu residence, he had always treated her with gentleness. This was the first instance he had displayed such ferocity toward her. "Night treasure, you have hurt me," she pouted, still struggling to comprehend why Ji Jiuye was jealous of the wild beasts. She attempted to soften her tone, hoping to elicit a gentler response from him. Ji Jiuye, his eyes narrowed, remained silent, yet his hands began to wash Qingxin. He meticulously scrubbed her hands, then repeatedly massaged them with rose petals, nearly wearing her skin raw before he concluded. At that moment, he quietly declared, "Xin's hands are clean now. You are forbidden from touching them again." His tone was domineering, laced with intense jealousy. Qingxin was taken aback, realizing how much Ji Jiuye cared about her affectionate gestures toward other creatures. She was about to say something when she caught sight of Ji Jiuye's drooping pink beast ears, devoid of vitality, which inexplicably tugged at her heartstrings. In an instant, her heart softened. "Be good, from now on I won't touch them. Only you, all right?" Ji Jiuye had exhibited an overwhelming possessiveness since the moment he had been with her. Now that she had petted so many beasts, was he bound to be consumed by jealousy? This statement from Qingxin seemed to activate Ji Jiuye's emotional switch, causing his eyes to well up with tears. He slightly pursed his lips, attempting to appear strong, as if he were afraid to show too much sadness. All right. He then lowered his head, his 9 tails swaying gently, reminiscent of a little beast seeking a reward. Qingxin hesitated, bringing her damp hand to stroke Ji Jiuye's hair, gently smoothing it as a form of comfort. Ji Jiuye, like a calmed wild creature, narrowed his eyes in bliss, a smile involuntarily gracing his lips, lifting his head high, yearning for more affection. The longer Qingxin looked at Ji Jiuye, the more he resembled a small beast. Noticing his hair had become damp, she mischievously turned to him and teased, "Night treasure, would you like to join me for a wash?" Ji Jiuye, who was blissfully lost in comfort, instantly opened his eyes in excitement. "Can I?" Just then, the adorable little system activated. "Ding! Congratulations, esteemed master. You have triggered a random task. Bathe with Ji Jiuye. Completing this task will grant you 5 life points. Friendly reminder, your current life points are 10. Ever since the system reactivated a few days ago, Qingxin had triggered numerous random tasks, receiving 1 or 2 daily. Each random task offered life points ranging from 3 to 5, allowing her to accumulate 10 points without worry. Moreover, Qingxin would promptly choose to complete each task, as they aligned with her desires. For instance, inviting Ji Jiuye to bathe with her was precisely what she wished to do. All right, however, your tails are a bit too many. Could you tuck them away? Qingxin suddenly rose, ready to remove Ji Jiuye's outer garment. Ji Jiuye quickly acquiesced. Okay. Then, she watched in amazement as the 9 fluffy tails vanished into thin air. Ji Jiuye leaped into the water, enveloping Qingxin in a tight embrace. The closer he drew to her, the more he yearned to meld her into himself. He sensed an immense allure emanating from Qingxin, irresistibly drawing him near, compelling him to crave her warmth. "Night treasure, you're holding me too tightly." Qingxin had barely begun her protest when Ji Jiuye silenced her with his lips. This time, Ji Jiuye was exceptionally domineering, as if punishing Qingxin for having petted so many beasts. Previously, he had been gentle with her, but now he seemed intent on devouring her lips, as if to consume her entirely. Qingxin noticed that Ji Jiuye was acting unusually this time. She wanted to resist, but found herself unable to push him away, forced to endure his presence. Fortunately, Ji Jiuye's behavior did not persist for long, as a metallic taste of blood filled the air, prompting him to check on Qingxin's injuries. Vivid red blood stained her lips, resembling a blooming rose, alluring and enchanting, causing Ji Jiuye's throat to constrict with desire. His heart stirred. A long, elegant hand brushed against Qingxin's crimson lips, tainting his fingers with the same blood. He withdrew his hand, touching his own lips, now adorned with a hint of her scarlet essence. In that moment, he resembled a creature from the depths of hell. "Does it hurt, Qingxin? I promise I won't do it again next time," Ji Jiuye said with a teasing smile, yet his words were laced with regret. However, Qingxin had little faith in his promise of next time, for in previous encounters, he had always declared he wouldn't repeat his actions, only to do so again in the blink of an eye. She chose to ignore him once more. Unexpectedly, Ji Jiuye felt a surge of irritation because she disregarded him. He sensed that Qingxin was becoming rebellious, and he resolved to punish her again. Even if she was his sister, she deserved to be reprimanded. Thus, the next round began. Like a tempest, he aimed to tear her apart. Despite Qingxin's pleas for mercy, Ji Jiuye remained indifferent, continuing his relentless pursuit until she lay limp in his arms, surrendering to his whims. Qingxin, be good, do you understand? I'm afraid I might lose control again and hurt you." As the water turned frigid, he effortlessly lifted her out, draping a large towel over her and meticulously drying her off. Observing the marks scattered across her delicate form, Ji Jiuye suddenly perceived Qingxin as a fragile porcelain doll, deserving of tender care. He began to regret his earlier actions, pondering whether he had indeed gone too far. Choosing his words with care, he spoke softly, "Qingxin, I'm sorry. I promise I won't do it again." Chapter 51. Opening new doors to Ji Jiuye's world. Qingxin, utterly exhausted from Ji Jiuye's relentless teasing, felt weak and simply wished to lie still in peace, ignoring him entirely. Seeing her unresponsive, Ji Jiuye grew anxious. What's wrong? Yes, sin angry. Does she not want to talk to me? No, please don't. He implored. Xin, don't be mad at me. Okay? When I saw you touching so many beasts, my heart ached terribly, so I may have been a bit harsh. But truly, I didn't mean to. Xin, my dear, please don't be upset with me. I promise, next time, I absolutely won't behave like this again. Will you talk to me? I feel so sad when you ignore me. Ji Jiuye spoke in a nearly pleading tone, nuzzling her cheek in search of comfort. Though Qingxin had intended a rest, she could not resist as he nudged her head gently, reminiscent of a large, affectionate dog seeking attention. Upon hearing Ji Jiuye's humble pleas, I could not bear to let him continue wallowing in self-reproach. I gently spoke, "Be good. I do not blame you. Do not be sad." Qingxin felt that Ji Jiuye's emotions were truly capricious. One moment he was domineering and fierce, and the next he transformed into a docile, affectionate creature. This fluctuation in mood hinged solely on Qingxin's demeanor. Yet, this was also a good sign, for it indicated that Ji Jiuye deeply cared for her. Even though his actions were somewhat extreme, Qingxin found herself enamored by his possessiveness. She cherished it immensely. Upon hearing that Qingxin bore him no ill will, Ji Jiuye's spirits seemed to lift considerably, and he nestled against her, radiating joy. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, Ji Jiuye pushed Qingxin onto the bed and cradled her delicate feet in his hands. He leaned down, reverently kissing the tops of her feet. The soft touch of his lips against her tender skin felt like a feather brushing against her heart's core. What was Ji Jiuye doing? Kissing her feet? As Qingxin pondered this, she caught his earnest gaze as he declared, "Qingxin, the foot kiss is the most formal expression of loyalty among the demon tribe. I hereby vow my absolute loyalty to you, Ji Jiuye, and I shall never betray you." A foot kiss, how intriguing. She recalled her days lost in romance novels on Blue Star, particularly captivated by the myriad of kisses employed by domineering male protagonists, especially those like Ji Jiuye, the dark and brooding type, who exhibited an array of seductive techniques. Among these, the foot kiss stood out. The way it was depicted in the novels was far from a mere peck. It was laden with meaning and passion. However, considering Ji Jiuye's apparent ignorance of its profound significance, Qingxin chose not to dwell on it. Instead, a bold idea suddenly sprouted in her mind. She resolved to write her own romance novel. She had already envisioned the protagonists, herself and Ji Jiuye, using their love story as the central theme. The story's allure would revolve around a clash of hearts between the love expert Ji Jiuye and the innocent maiden Qingxin. Ji Jiuye, the master of seduction and various kissing techniques, would leave the naive Qingxin utterly spellbound each day. She planned to divide this magnum opus into dozens of chapters, each featuring a new seduction technique. After completing a chapter, she would present it to her beloved night treasure. Yes, that was settled. Night treasure. Await as I unveil the doors to a new world for you. That day, Ji Jiuye lingered with Qingxin in the room for most of the day, engaged in unknown activities. Meanwhile, the little black cat that had been rescued by Zissou and Du Jian opened its eyes, gazing towards the door of Ji Jiuye and Qingxin's chamber. Its slit pupils brimmed with disbelief and reluctance. It had expended immense effort the previous day to inject all the beasts on the back mountain of the Ji estate with a frenzy-inducing agent, and without the antidote, they would remain in a bloodthirsty and frenzied state. Since the inception of this concoction, no beast had ever returned to normal without the antidote. What on earth had that woman Qingxin done? Is it possible that the commands issued by the master to her are flawed? Given the master's profound understanding of Qingxin, could it be that he was aware from the outset of her ability to heal the rampaging beasts? With such thoughts swirling in her mind, the little black cat grew increasingly resentful. Was the master deliberately toying with her? Indeed, this little black cat is none other than the enigmatic woman in black who had conversed with a glowing orb in the mysterious realm, known as Mo Yin. The directive bestowed upon Mo Yin by that orb was unequivocal. By any means necessary, administer the frenzy serum to all those beasts, driving them into a frenzy. The command itself was impeccably sound. However, the predicament arose when Mo Yin entered this world, transforming into a diminutive black cat. Faced with the ferocious beasts, she was soft and vulnerable, utterly powerless to retaliate. In order to fulfill her mission, she had no choice but to muster her courage and, ultimately, through her remarkable agility, she managed to escape from the treacherous mountainside, albeit with grave injuries. Fortunately, her mission was successfully completed. Now, Yin needed only to recuperate thoroughly before returning to the master to report. After contemplating her next steps, the little black cat curled up in a corner and drifted into slumber. At this moment, Yin had yet to realize that the passive skill Qingxin employed against the beasts of the mountainside posed a lethal threat to her as well. The following day, the sun soared high in the sky, and Qingxin finally roused from her slumber. At this time, Ji Jiuye was no longer by her side, his whereabouts unknown. As per usual, Qingxin summoned Zissou to assist her in her grooming. While Zissou attended to her, their conversation meandered idly. As they chatted, Zissou mentioned the little black cat that she and Du Jian had rescued the previous day. The little black cat had been unusually lethargic these past 2 days, and its injuries had shown some improvement. However, it still could not move its hind leg. The little black cat? Are you referring to the one that was so badly injured yesterday? Upon hearing about the wounded little black cat, Qingxin's interest was piqued. The beasts on the mountainside had suddenly exhibited a drastic change in temperament, becoming violent and brutal, inflicting severe injuries. Coincidentally, a severely injured little black cat had appeared within the Ji residence. Could it be that this little black cat had inadvertently wandered into the mountains, engaged in a struggle with those fierce beasts, and sought refuge in the Ji residence? Indeed, my lady, you were in such a rush to the mountainside yesterday that I had no opportunity to inform you, Zissou replied softly, fastening a white flower hairpin in Qingxin's hair. Completing her attire. Regarding the unexpected appearance of an injured little black cat in the residence, Qingxin felt that this matter was far from simple. Why? At the very moment the beasts went mad, did a seemingly innocent little black cat wander in? It was indeed peculiar. Regardless, she resolved to first assess the condition of the little black cat. If it had truly been an unfortunate victim, once healed, it could serve as a beloved pet. At that moment, Qingxin recalled Ji Jiuye's jealous demeanor from the previous night, and she shook her head, quickly suppressing that thought. No, it would be best to send it away once it recovered. Upon arriving in the courtyard, Qingxin unexpectedly discovered Ji Jiuye standing before the little black cat, looking down at it from a height. The stray wisps of hair on his forehead obscured his gaze, rendering the emotions within his eyes indistinct. Chapter 52. From the first encounter, I found favor in you. Ji Jiuye furrowed his brow as he fixated on the small black cat peacefully slumbering in its cozy nook, an overwhelming surge of jealousy welling up within him. Whence did this little wildcat arise? It was one thing to contend with the many beasts in the back mountain vying for his affection, but how could a small black cat suddenly appear? Could it be here to vie for his beloved's heart? Unthinkable, utterly unforgivable. It must be eradicated. As Ji Jiuye contemplated this, he found spiritual energy gradually coalescing in his hands, his expression growing increasingly frigid. This insignificant creature deserved its fate. Just as his assault was poised to descend upon the small black cat, the light, melodic footsteps of Qingxin approached, accompanied by the cheerful chime of bells. Night treasure. So you are here, she exclaimed. Unbeknownst to her, Qingxin was oblivious to Ji Jiuye's intentions, assuming he had come to check on the little black cat. Ji Jiuye hesitated, slowly retracting his spiritual energy. His beloved would surely disapprove of him harming such a feeble creature. It would be best to refrain from violence for now. He masked his dark thoughts and greeted Qingxin with a smile as she awakened. Night treasure, how is the little black cat as condition? You seem to have been standing there for quite some time, Qingxin inquired, trotting over to embrace Ji Jiuye and planting a gentle kiss on his cheek before asking. It's nothing. It should be recovering soon. Let us hasten to our breakfast and not linger here, Ji Jiuye replied, pulling Qingxin away, ensuring she did not cast another glance at the cat. Perplexed, Qingxin was led away by Ji Jiuye, only realizing midway that he was likely envious of the small black cat. Was he truly so possessive as to deny her even a glance? Nevertheless, she acquiesced, for she held little interest in the black cat herself. Once they had departed, the little black cat cautiously opened its eyes, its tense body gradually relaxing. It had been terrified moments ago, fearing it might perish at Ji Jiuye's hands. Thankfully, Qingxin's arrival had spared its life. With a sigh of relief, the little black cat, Ma Xian, settled its nerves, casting a lingering glance at Qingxin's retreating figure. A sudden impulse surged within it, a yearning to leap into Qingxin's embrace as she drew near. Curse it! How could that woman disrupt its composure? No, it must swiftly regain its focus. Only then could it return to its master's side. Such gentle women held no allure for it. The presence of its master was more than sufficient. During breakfast, Ji Jiuye wore a furrowed brow, lost in thought. Qingxin, sensing his unease, inquired with concern, "Night treasure, what troubles you?" Yet Ji Jiuye remained taciturn, his focus solely on his meal. Inside, he wrestled with frustration. Why, despite knowing that Qingxin belonged to him alone, could he not quell his anger at the multitude of creatures drawn to her? Moreover, he found himself irresistibly drawn to Qingxin, enchanted by her presence. Longing only to be close to her, he felt akin to a forlorn pet, perpetually yearning for the tender caress of his beloved. Moreover, given how effortlessly Qingxin had quelled the restless beasts around them, Ji Jiuye began to doubt whether his affection for her stemmed from her passive abilities rather than genuine feelings. He grappled with his confusion, preferring to believe that his fondness for Qingxin was rooted in love rather than any skill she possessed. Unbeknownst to Ji Jiuye, Qingxin, noticing his silence, continued to eat, contemplating when to inquire about his distress once his mood improved. Unexpectedly, Ji Jiuye broke the silence, his voice tinged with grievance. "Qingxin, please don't pay attention to that wild cat. You know how easily I get jealous. Yesterday, I had to deal with so many beasts." His words faltered, choking on his emotions. Qingxin was taken aback. What was happening? Why was Ji Jiuye so emotionally volatile? However, recalling his past struggles, she found understanding. Ji Jiuye was a creature plagued by insecurity. Having finally found companionship, he was distressed by her recent encounters with numerous beasts. "All right, I want to look at it. I will stay by your side, okay?" Qingxin resolved to devote the next few days to comforting his fragile heart. True to her word, she remained inseparable from Ji Jiuye, though most of the time she was engrossed in writing while he admired the handsome portrait she had drawn for him. That portrait had emerged after she received a random task from the system. Ji Jiuye was thoroughly satisfied, taking the time each day to scrutinize it, praising her talent. "Qingxin is truly remarkable. You've captured my likeness even better than I." Qingxin merely laughed at his playful banter. Yet, Ji Jiuye, sensing her disbelief, insisted earnestly, "I mean it truly. It's even more beautiful than what I could create." This time, Qingxin decided to play along. "All right, I concede that my drawing surpasses yours. But tell me, when did you create this piece? The handwriting suggests it was done quite some time ago. Could it be that you have harbored feelings for me since our first encounter?" As she spoke, she felt a surge of pride, realizing that Ji Jiuye had liked her for so long. Ji Jiuye paused, swallowing his words, contemplating her insight. Indeed, he had cherished her from the moment they first met. Over a century ago, in a previous life, his affection had always been steadfast, although the circumstances of their reunion in this world remained a mystery. His feelings for her had not wavered. In that moment, Ji Jiuye understood a profound truth. His affection for Qingxin was not born from any passive skill, but rather from the essence of who she was, her very soul. When they first encountered each other, Qingxin did not possess this passive skill, yet from that very moment, he found himself enamored with her. Realizing this, Ji Jiuye's mood brightened considerably. He gazed at Qingxin with delight, increasingly enchanted by her. "She is truly remarkable." Observing Ji Jiuye's silly grin, Qingxin couldn't help but be affected by his joy, breaking into a smile herself. It is often said that if one cannot help but smile upon seeing another, it signifies a profound affection. If both share this sentiment, it indicates they are indeed a match made in heaven, destined to be together for eternity. Night Treasure, I have completed the first chapter of my book. Come take a look. They exchanged smiles, and Mu Qingxin handed him the draft of her first chapter. The first page read, "Help. Jia's little fairy is blushing again." Ji Jiuye was left bewildered. One odd title. Chapter 53, The Eye Kiss. Nestled in Ji Jiuye's embrace, Mu Qingxin reviewed her freshly penned first chapter. In summary, the chapter narrated the tale of the domineering CEO, Ji Jiuye, who, while contending with nefarious forces intent on usurping him, was unexpectedly interrupted by an innocent girl, Qingxin, who nearly fell victim to the conflict. Ji Jiuye, the gallant hero, rescued her against overwhelming odds, sustaining grave injuries in the process. Qingxin, in a state of panic, was utterly helpless. Just as Ji Jiuye was on the brink of unconsciousness, he tenderly cradled the innocent girl's head, pressing his alluring lips against her closed eyes. Startled, the innocent girl shut her eyes tight. Ji Jiuye successfully kissed the closed eyelids of Qingxin. This kiss became known as the eye kiss. A gentle peck in such a sensitive and vulnerable place was enough to stir the pure-hearted Qingxin's emotions. The more Mu Qingxin read, the more her heart swelled with joy, her lips curving into a loving smile. Ji Jiuye, however, was perplexed by the plot. Why would the male protagonist kiss the female lead in such a dire situation? Was he not concerned for his own life? Mu Qingxin, exuding a sense of exasperation, declared that this tactic could elicit countless squeals from young girls. Moreover, my focus is not merely on the plot, but on the eye kiss. You understand the concept of a kiss, right? As Ji Jiuye listened to Mu Qingxin's animated chatter, he found himself drawn to her, his body moving closer, and he gently covered her eyes with his hand, compelling her to close them. The moment he released his hand, Ji Jiuye's cool, soft lips brushed against her still-closed eyelids, replicating the eye kiss from her narrative. With a playful smile, Ji Jiuye mused, "Is this how it is?" Mu Qingxin felt her heart racing, fluttering wildly. Upon opening her dreamy eyes, she met Ji Jiuye's affectionate gaze, which sent her heart into a whirl. Ji Jiuye is truly a treasure, possessing such remarkable skills. I must hasten to write the second chapter. Night Treasure, you're amazing, Mu Qingxin exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Ji Jiuye appeared to be quite pleased, his lips curling upwards as if striving to touch the heavens. He found the situation amusing. Crafting a tale featuring himself and Qingxin seemed rather delightful. Thus, he urged Mu Qingxin to continue writing. He was eager to witness how the so-called domineering CEO, Jiuye, would woo the innocent maiden Qingxin, leaving her blushing day after day. Under Ji Jiuye's insistence, Mu Qingxin completed the second chapter. In this installment, Ji Jiuye gleaned no romantic techniques, as the domineering CEO was rendered unconscious due to excessive blood loss, leaving no opportunity for flirtation. Only the pure-hearted maiden Qingxin tirelessly cared for the male Ji Jiuye for 3 days and nights. Consequently, Ji Jiuye's anticipation was in vain, as there was no interaction between the protagonists. He pressed Mu Qingxin to write a third chapter. Mu Qingxin glanced at the darkening sky outside, rubbed her wrists, and sweetly pouted at Ji Jiuye. "Darling, I'm utterly exhausted. Must I continue writing? My hands feel like they might break." Although Ji Jiuye was eager to see the unfolding narrative, he felt a pang of sympathy for Mu Qingxin and readily declared, "Then, my dear, take a rest. You must write tomorrow." With her hands clasped together, Mu Qingxin solemnly promised, "I shall certainly do so next time." However, the implication of her promise was delightfully ambiguous. That night, silence reigned. On the following day, Mu Qingxin awoke to find Ji Jiuye gazing at her with eager anticipation, seemingly wishing for her to resume the tale of the domineering CEO's love for Qingxin. Pretending not to notice, she stretched lazily, intending to linger in bed. Yet, Ji Jiuye was undeterred by her antics, firmly pulling her from the bed and leading her to the writing desk, where he prepared the ink and brush, placing them in her hands, urging her to write. Mu Qingxin wore a look of discontent. Reluctantly grasping the brush, she lamented, "Night, darling. Can I please not write today? My hands are still so sore." Noticing Ji Jiuye's unwillingness to relent, Mu Qingxin's temper flared. She tossed the brush aside, crumpled the paper into a small ball, and crossed her arms with a sulky expression. Ji Jiuye stared at her in confusion for a few seconds before breaking into a smile. "My dear, are you pouting at your husband? Come here." He approached and gently embraced Qingxin, asking, "Do you truly wish to avoid writing?" Naturally, Qingxin was not genuinely angry. She merely felt stifled by being forced to do something she did not wish to at that moment. She remained silent, her lips pursed defiantly, insisting, "I won't write. I'm exhausted." It was Ji Jiuye's first encounter with Qingxin's temper, and he was unsure how to appease her. He resigned. All right, we shan't write anymore. Please don't be upset, my dear." His tone resembled that of soothing a child. Qingxin relished this attention, obediently embracing Ji Jiuye and planting a kiss on his cheek, saying, "This is a reward for understanding my plight." Unexpectedly, Ji Jiuye turned to grasp her chin, locking eyes with her. "One kiss is insufficient. Xin, teasing me by withholding your writing is quite mischievous. You must make it up to me." Qingxin chuckled. "Very well." She only ceased when she felt her lips had grown tired. Ji Jiuye held the little one in his arms with an expression of pure contentment, grinning like a fool. 2 days later, on October 8th, Qingxin had intended to continue writing her romance novel, but she learned of an extravagant festival approaching, necessitating her to venture out for supplies. Instantly intrigued, she cast her novel aside. In fact, she had encountered references to this festival in the original narrative, where the original heroine had attended it with Ji Jiuye. This was the Monster Clan Carnival of the Western Wind Kingdom, scheduled for October 10th. A celebration specially designed for both the Monster Clan and the Human Clan. In the Western Wind Kingdom, these two races coexisted harmoniously. On this day, all humans could don unique attire and adornments, masquerading as members of the Monster Clan, reveling freely. Qingxin was keen to persuade Ji Jiuye to accompany her in procuring the necessary items for their festive disguises. Although Ji Jiuye held little interest in such celebrations, he could not dampen Qingxin's exuberance and reluctantly agreed to join her in shopping for the festival. Upon arriving at the bustling marketplace, Ji Jiuye furrowed his brows in impatience. The throngs of people were not to his liking. He preferred the solitude of Qingxin's company. In contrast, she was exhilarated by the lively atmosphere, releasing his hand to dash forward, her voice ringing out in delight. Even Zissou, who had accompanied them, was left far behind. Fortunately, Du Jian was there to follow. Otherwise, Zissou's petite frame might have been swept away by the crowd. While Du Jian remained calm and composed, Ji Jiuye felt increasingly anxious and frustrated as he noticed Qingxin had vanished from sight. Though he was aware of her formidable prowess, the thought of her encountering miscreants and sustaining harm filled him with dread. He struggled to suppress his unease and strode forward purposefully, determined to catch up with her. However, after a few hurried steps, he realized she had completely disappeared from view. Damn it, how could I lose Qingxin? He thought, anxiety gnawing at him. Was she attempting to escape again? Chapter 54. Little one, do you have many questions? In a panic, Ji Jiuye promptly summoned his shadow guard, Yishur, instructing him to lead the others in a thorough search of the entire capital, insisting they find her within the hour. Hearing that the princess was missing, Yishur responded with urgency, bowing in acknowledgement before setting off. Ji Jiuye raced through the streets, desperately searching for Qingxin, his heart racing. He was reminded of 100 years ago when he realized that his fairy sister might never return to him. A feeling of helplessness and impending doom weighing heavily upon him, nearly suffocating him. It was akin to his current state. Even though he knew that Qingxin would never abandon him, fear gripped him. He dreaded the day he might no longer see her. He feared that today might be that day. "Qingxin, where have you gone? Please return to my side swiftly." As Ji Jiuye and his companions anxiously searched for Qingxin, she found herself ensnared in a dark void, confronted by a strikingly handsome young man clad in elegant black attire. Despite his exquisite features, there was an almost enchanting allure to him that bordered on the excessive, an aesthetic that the inhabitants of Blue Star might deride as effeminate. Qingxin shared this sentiment. She had little tolerance for such alluring figures, especially one who had abducted her to this shadowy realm and restrained her completely, harboring nefarious intentions. Pray tell, what is the purpose of bringing me here, you effeminate fool? Is this some sort of amusement for you? Do you wish for me to teach you the ways of a woman? Qingxin retorted without reservation. The handsome young man, who had hitherto regarded himself with a sense of flamboyant charm, instantly darkened at her words, his demeanor shifting to one of malevolence. What did you say? That I wish to become a woman? Let me warn you, this is my domain, and should I desire your demise, it would be but a trifling matter. Upon hearing this, Qingxin displayed no trace of fear. Oh, your domain, is it? If you are so capable, why not hasten to end my life? I have encountered many like you, all obscured in mystery. If you wish to kill or maim me, do so swiftly, without the pretense of hesitation, she declared boldly, her disdain palpable. The handsome young man was visibly incensed, his chest heaving with agitation. With a swift motion, he approached and seized her chin roughly. You truly fear not for your life, do you? He questioned, his voice low. Qingxin winced at the pain, but her predicament left her powerless to retaliate. Within the space, he was the master, and she merely a pawn. Fear? I am utterly terrified, but do you think that my fear will compel you to release me? Hardly. Her tone was exaggerated, yet she recognized that he would not kill her, allowing her to speak with unrestrained audacity. Indeed, he refrained from striking her down, instead fixing her with a long, penetrating gaze. After a prolonged silence, he suddenly smiled. You seem quite fond of that half-demon fox, do you not? Knowing you are on the brink of death at my hands, you still refuse to yield to me? I have stated, if you agree to be with me, I shall set you free. Before he could finish, Qingxin spat defiantly. I would never, you insipid dandy, to resort to such despicable tactics to bind me, and yet expect me to be with you? You are a frog dreaming of eating swan meat, utterly deluded. And as for my beloved Ji Jiuye, what half-demon are you talking about? You are the true half-demon, a grotesque blend of human and demon, if you will. My Ji Jiuye is 100 times, 1,000 times stronger than you. You ought to take a good look in the mirror and see that your effeminate visage would repulse any woman. Qingxin's words left the handsome young man momentarily speechless, rooted in place. This woman, though known for her sharp tongue, had delivered a tirade so profound that he found himself bewildered. Terms like half-demon and effeminate dandy were foreign to him, leaving him perplexed. However, he was acutely aware that these words were far from benevolent. He felt an overwhelming urge to bind Qingxin immediately and teach her a lesson. At that moment, Qingxin held an irresistible allure for him. He yearned to possess her without delay. With a sinister smile, he placed his hand on her shoulder, musing that although he could not comprehend her words, she dared to suggest that Ji Jiuye was superior to him. He was determined to demonstrate who was truly the stronger of the two. With that thought, he made to remove Qingxin's clothing. Meanwhile, Ji Jiuye was frantically searching for Qingxin outside. Panic surged within him as he feared she might be encountering peril at that very moment. He needed to find her swiftly. Upon witnessing that effeminate man was intent on taking serious action, Qingxin felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. In desperation, she reached out to the system. Little system, I need your assistance. Is there any way to break this effeminate man's restraints? The system promptly activated. Esteemed Master, would you like to utilize the function, break spatial restraints? Break spatial restraints? Though she did not fully grasp the concept, the literal interpretation suggested it could liberate her from this man's bindings. Qingxin hastily responded, yes, I wish to activate this function immediately. In her urgency, she neglected to inquire about the life force required for this activation. Once the transaction was complete, she was left dumbfounded. 50 life points. Those 50 life points were painstakingly earned, one task at a time. To lose them in an instant was devastating. Qingxin channeled her anguish entirely onto the effeminate man before her. Seizing the moment while he was preoccupied with removing her clothes, she grasped his collar and delivered a solid punch to his face, exclaiming, "How dare you lay hands on me? You must be tired of living." She followed up with several more punches, leaving him dazed and seeing stars, as if two little birds were swirling above his head. The effeminate man shook his head to clear his vision and, finally grasping the situation, covered his face in terror, exclaiming, "How can you move? You actually broke my spatial restraints? This is the Black Phoenix space. How could you possibly break it? Who are you?" A barrage of questions overwhelmed Qingxin. "Are you a walking encyclopedia? Why do you have so many questions? Just accept your fate." She landed a few more punches, rendering him a pitiful sight, utterly defenseless. Yet, he remained relentless, still curious about how Qingxin had managed to breach his Black Phoenix space. How could her strength be so formidable? With just an ordinary punch, she had inflicted such grave injuries upon him. It was unthinkable, considering he was a Black Phoenix demon, one of the upper echelons of the demon race. How could an ordinary human like Qingxin possibly overpower him? Observing the confusion in the effeminate man's gaze, Qingxin felt an unexpected surge of compassion. She approached the effeminate man, casting her gaze downwards towards him. "Little one, do you find yourself laden with questions? Are you pondering why this enchanting beauty possesses such prowess?" Chapter 55. "Do hold my hand," though the effeminate man was reluctant to admit it. A profound sense of familiarity surged within him as Qingxin drew closer. It was reminiscent of the many occasions he had encountered her before. This woman undoubtedly exuded an undeniable charm. Indeed, a woman of such caliber was worthy of being claimed for oneself. "Ji Jiuye, is it? Just wait. I shall seize this woman from your side." Aware that he could not match Qingxin's strength, the effeminate man adhered to the principle that a wise man does not seek immediate conflict. He chose to retreat strategically, promising himself that he would seize her when the opportunity arose. This time I may not prevail, but I shall not allow you to escape next time." After uttering these fierce words, the effeminate man withdrew from the Black Phoenix space, dissipating into a wisp of dark smoke. Meanwhile, Qingxin suddenly materialized amidst the bustling street, yet the throngs around her seemed oblivious to her abrupt appearance, displaying no signs of surprise. This effeminate man, one wonders what his origins are, possessing the ability to confine someone within the Black Phoenix space. Qingxin pondered the implications of these words, intending to inquire further with Ji Jiuye at a suitable moment. Just as she contemplated this, Ji Jiuye suddenly spotted her, leaping forward and instantly enveloping her in a tight embrace. "My dear," the intensity of his grip nearly threatened to crush her. Qingxin was momentarily taken aback. Although she felt a twinge of pain, she recognized that her recent disappearance must have caused Ji Jiuye considerable worry. She reciprocated his embrace, softly reassuring him, "It's all right, my dear, I'm perfectly fine." The crowd surged around them, bustling to and fro. Ji Jiuye remained silent, holding Qingxin tightly, fearful that if he released her, she might vanish once more. During her absence, his heart had been tormented by anguish and despair. From now on, he vowed to safeguard Qingxin diligently, never to let her go again. Even if she found him bothersome, he would hold her hand steadfastly. After experiencing such a harrowing separation, Ji Jiuye no longer wished to continue wandering. The outside world was fraught with danger. It was far better to remain safely within the Ji residence. "My dear, let us return. I do not wish to roam any longer, if you would permit it." He buried his head in the crook of her neck, speaking in a muffled tone, almost pleading. However, to Qingxin, this vibrant marketplace was a rare delight she was reluctant to forego. She longed to fully immerse herself in the festive atmosphere, having not experienced such lively celebrations in a long while. "Ji Jiuye, shall we finish our shopping before we return?" "Fear not. The one who abducted me has already been chased away and will not return. I wish to purchase a pair of plush ears. Once we have done so, we shall go back, all right?" She gently patted Ji Jiuye's back, offering her comfort. Ji Jiuye remained apprehensive, hesitating for a moment before reluctantly responding. "Qingxin, you must not run too quickly. You must hold my hand." "All right, I won't let go of you again." Upon hearing Ji Jiuye's agreement, Qingxin quickly grasped his hand tightly, providing him with a sense of security. This time, Qingxin had lost her desire to continue shopping. After purchasing what she needed, she hurried back to the Ji residence. Upon their return, Ji Jiuye continued to hold Mu Qingxin's hand firmly, his expression darkening as he asked, Qingxin, do you know who abducted you? I will kill him. Who would dare to snatch away Ji Jiuye's beloved? I don't know who he is, but he mentioned something about the Black Phoenix space. Do you know anything about that? Black Phoenix space? The Black Phoenix demon? Why has he set his sights on you? Ji Jiuye's expression grew grave as he examined Mu Qingxin for any signs of injury. He didn't harm you, did he? Mu Qingxin smiled reassuringly. Don't worry. He didn't have a chance to do anything to me. I knocked him down easily. He was quite weak. Jiuye's surprise deepened. Qingxin, are you serious? You actually defeated him? Indeed, I am quite formidable. I easily brought him to his knees, begging for mercy. Mu Qingxin declared with pride. However, the more casually she spoke, the more perplexed Ji Jiuye became. The Black Phoenix demon was the staunchest opponent of Ji Jiuye's return to the demon realm, believing that those who could not transform into their original forms did not deserve to be called demons. He even labeled Ji Jiuye as a half-demon, a disgrace to the demon race. Not long ago, before Mu Qingxin's arrival, Ji Jiuye had engaged in battle with the Black Phoenix demon and had nearly been bested. Now, hearing Mu Qingxin claim she easily overpowered him, he wondered just how powerful she truly was. Could it be that she had reincarnated with the strength from a past life? Mu Qingxin had mentioned that she traversed from another world, although he did not fully comprehend if she were indeed the Mu Qingxin from another realm. Might she also be the celestial sister from over a century ago? Or perhaps her arrival was not a reincarnation, but rather a reunion that had taken place over 100 years prior. Ji Jiuye found this notion nearly impossible. He understood well the brevity of human life and the frailty of the human body. No human could possibly live for over a century. What secrets lay hidden within Mu Qingxin? Noticing Ji Jiuye's evident concern, Mu Qingxin inquired, What troubles you, Night Treasure? Is something amiss? Is it because I'm too powerful and have left you in shock? Ji Jiuye kissed her forehead softly and replied, It's nothing. You disappeared for so long, and I was quite anxious. Today, let us stay at the Ji residence and not go anywhere else, shall we? All right. Mu Qingxin understood Ji Jiuye's profound insecurity and willingly agreed to stay by his side. Meanwhile, the cowardly man, after being soundly beaten and forced to flee by Mu Qingxin, had retreated to a secluded forest to nurse his wounds. As he applied medicine to himself, he cursed vehemently. This little lady has quite the temper. I nearly met my end at her hands. Had it not been for my swift escape, I would have long since become a mere corpse. Ah, Ji Jiuye, brace yourself. In just a few days, during the festival of the Demon Clan, I shall deliver a surprise. Furthermore, Ji Jiuye, the power you wield in the Western Wind Kingdom shall eventually be mine. Just wait for the festival of the Demon Clan, you scoundrel demon. Bah! After applying the best salve on my wounds, I chanted a few incantations, and my visage underwent a remarkable transformation, as did my attire. Before long, the effeminate young man had metamorphosed into an amiable, portly middle-aged gentleman. Should anyone have been present, they would unmistakably recognize this seemingly kind uncle as the current Grand Tutor. Song Hanmo. No one would suspect that the esteemed Grand Tutor of the Western Wind Kingdom, second only to the Emperor, had infiltrated as a demon. It would be one thing to be a demon, but he was not content. He sought to usurp Ji Jiuye's power and plunge the Western Wind Kingdom into chaos. He glanced at the wounds now concealed by illusion, furrowing his brow. Given the present circumstances, it would be prudent to return home for a few days of recuperation. Otherwise, I risk revealing my identity and being discovered by Ji Jiuye. That Ji Jiuye is not easily deceived. Moreover, he has the ever-watchful Mu Qingxin by his side. But come the festival of the Demon Clan, it shall be your demise, Ji Jiuye. Ha, ouch, it hurts. And Mu Qingxin, you too shall become my pawn. Just wait and see. Song Hanmo muttered curses as he made his way. Chapter 56. Night Treasure, I Desire a Lollipop Time, flows swiftly. Today marks the annual festival of the Demon Clan. On this day, all may don specially crafted attire and adornments, applying a smoky makeup of the Demon Clan, allowing them to strut through the streets and engage in friendly interactions with other demons. Naturally, one might also encounter true demons amongst the revelers. However, rest assured, for on this day, there exists no prejudice or discrimination between the demon and human races. All partake as equals in joyous festivities. Thus, the streets today buzz with extraordinary liveliness. Ever since Ji Jiuye lost Qingxin right under his nose a few days ago, he has been engulfed in feelings of guilt, anxiety, and restlessness. He clung tightly to Qingxin's hand, refusing to relinquish it, even as she attempted to move. It was as though someone had adhered Ji Jiuye's hand to Qingxin with glue. In this moment, Qingxin, wishing to relieve her constrained hand, beseeched him, "Knight treasure, my hand is nearly incapacitated. Might I have a moment of freedom?" Ji Jiuye remained resolute, solemnly declaring, "No, if I let go, you will vanish. I cannot release you." "Is it truly impossible?" Qingxin's eyes shimmered with desperation, yet Ji Jiuye remained steadfast. Observing the glimmer of tears in her eyes, his heart softened, and he ultimately relented. "Very well, I shall massage your hand, but I shall never let you go." With that, he began to tenderly knead her hand. Qingxin cast a speechless glance at Ji Jiuye, who was earnestly rubbing his hands. She sighed inwardly. The scene before her appeared to resemble that of an elderly individual unable to rise from bed, with a handsome young man attending to them. However, Ji Jiuye's behavior seemed to indicate an excessive sensitivity, bordering on paranoia. In a cozy corner lay a small black wildcat, curled into a tight ball, its head nestled in the center of its body. Its eyes barely opened a slit, observing the affectionate exchange between the two in the courtyard, feeling a pang of jealousy. These two were constantly flaunting their love in front of others. How exasperating. Mo Yin thought. She had merely come to execute a task, and not only was she grievously injured, but she was also compelled to witness their daily displays of affection. She felt an uncomfortable sensation tightening in her chest. At that moment, Ji Jiuye seemed to sense something amiss. A glint sparked in his eyes as he abruptly turned to scrutinize the small black cat in the corner. Almost simultaneously, the black cat shut its eyes, pretending that nothing had occurred. Ji Jiuye fixed his gaze on the creature for an extended period, his expression dark and menacing. If his glare had any physical harm, the black cat would surely be left in tatters. Nevertheless, despite the intensity of Ji Jiuye's gaze, the black cat, Mo Yin, remained perfectly still, her body tense, fearful that he might discern anything unusual. This was a battle of endurance. Qingxin observed Ji Jiuye's demeanor. What was wrong? Did the black cat pose some sort of problem? Just as she thought this, she turned to look at the small black cat. "Don't look." Ji Jiuye immediately turned back, pressing Qingxin's head against his chest to shield her from viewing the black cat. He was convinced that this little creature might one day divert his affection from her. To prevent this from happening, he felt it imperative to eliminate the threat at its source. She must not see it, nor develop any fondness for it. Qingxin was left utterly speechless. She wished she could pry open Ji Jiuye's mind to uncover his thoughts. It was merely a small cat. Why was he so protective? To her surprise, Ji Jiuye's grip was so firm that she found it difficult to breathe, managing only to protest weakly. "Qingxin, I apologize. Ji Jiuye. Realize I may have exerted too much force," he said, hastily releasing her, yet still holding onto her hand. Qingxin regarded Ji Jiuye. Recognizing that he was experiencing a late-stage obsession with paranoia, there was no saving him. Sighing inwardly, she looked at Ji Jiuye's anxious demeanor, feeling that her future would likely be spent hand-in-hand with this man. While not entirely disagreeable, it could be somewhat inconvenient to always have a hand to hold. No, today she must find a way to free herself from his grasp. Thus, she began to employ gentle persuasion. "Yabao, I want a lollipop." Ji Jiuye immediately instructed, "Yes, sure. Quickly peel a piece of candy for the princess." Yesher was bewildered. "My lord, you wish for me to peel candy for the princess? Are you certain you want to feel jealous?" Though she harbored such thoughts, Yesher obediently approached, trembling as she accepted the lollipop handed to her by Qingxin. At that moment, Yesher perceptively sensed a murderous impulse emanating from Ji Jiuye. Startled, she nearly dropped the lollipop in her hand. Swallowing hard, She handed the freshly unwrapped treat back to Ji Jiuye and swiftly made her escape. The prince was truly terrifying, watching Yi Shi flee in haste. Mu Qingxin couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy for her. Ji Jiuye accepted the lollipop and turned to Mu Qingxin with a beaming smile, akin to a child seeking praise after accomplishing something remarkable. Obediently, Mu Qingxin opened her mouth to take the lollipop, mumbling her gratitude. "Thank you, Night Treasure." However, that was still insufficient. Ji Jiuye firmly held onto her hand. She had to employ another tactic. "Night Treasure, do you wish to taste the meal I prepare with my own hands? It's quite fragrant." Mu Qingxin continued to entice Ji Jiuye, her words dripping with a sweet strawberry essence that made one yearn for a taste. Indeed, Ji Jiuye found it irresistible. "Xin, I wish to have a taste of the candy first," he declared, unceremoniously pulling the lollipop from her mouth and savoring it with delight. Mu Qingxin stared blankly at Ji Jiuye, finally managing to utter, "Night Treasure, if you wish to eat. You can ask Yi Shi to help you unwrap one." To her surprise, Ji Jiuye withdrew the lollipop from his mouth and firmly declared, "No, I prefer the ones Xin has tasted." The two were enveloped in a thick, sweet strawberry aroma, stirring something within them. Unable to resist, Mu Qingxin provocatively asked, "Night Treasure, do you think I taste good?" The moment the words left her lips, she regretted them. Why did she have to ask that? Did it not imply she wished to pursue something further? No, that wouldn't do. The primary objective today was to free herself from Ji Jiuye's grasp. Ji Jiuye's atoms apple bobbed as he inhaled the scent that was uniquely Mu Qingxin, a sensation like a little bug scratching at his heart. Xin is the most delectable. I must have her, he thought, as Mu Qingxin realized she had successfully dug her own grave. 1 hour later, on the large bed, Mu Qingxin gazed at their intertwined fingers, tears of despair welling up. Not only had she committed herself, but Ji Jiuye was also holding her hand tightly. "Oh, what loss," she lamented. This approach was futile. She could not be so flirtatious anymore. It was time to adopt a tragic route. While Mu Qingxin contemplated her strategy, Ji Jiuye regarded her with a gentle smile. It was his first time experiencing the sweetness of Mu Qingxin, and he found it immensely delightful. He caressed her silky hair, twirling a strand and inhaling deeply. Xin truly smells divine." Mu Qingxin dared not speak, fearing that any word might provoke Ji Jiuye. Having resolved to take a sorrowful path, she thoughtfully pondered her next words. Soon, inspiration struck her. "Night Treasure, it is truly wonderful to have you by my side. Do you know that? In the previous world, I had always been alone, and my words carried a hint of grievance. Little did I know that this was merely an act put on by Mu Qingxin to escape the clutches of Ji Jiuye. In that prior world, Ji Jiuye pondered over her words, and coupled with his earlier speculations, he felt an answer was on the verge of revealing itself within his heart. "Rest assured, I will be with you forever," he declared, though hesitated midway. "But what?" Mu Qingxin inquired with curiosity. "Qingxin, do you know? Though I am the offspring of a human, I possess innate demonic power, rendering me half-demon. Are you aware of the most distinct difference between humans and demons?" Ji Jiuye kissed the corner of Mu Qingxin's lips and softly elucidated. "The most apparent disparity lies in the difference in lifespan. Humans have a relatively short lifespan, merely a few decades, with 90 years considered a long life. However, demons can live for thousands of years. If a human and a demon were to marry, it would be impossible for them to grow old together and spend a lifetime side by side." For Ji Jiuye, Mu Qingxin was merely an ordinary human. Decades later, as she aged, he would be left alone in this world, which was a tragic thought. "Qingxin, I am half-demon. My lifespan, while not as long as a typical demon's, exceeds 1,000 years. Yet you, Qingxin, are merely an ordinary human. I fear." As he spoke, Ji Jiuye's voice trembled with emotion. He dreaded the thought of Mu Qingxin being an ordinary human, unable to accompany him for a lifetime. The mere contemplation of this filled his heart with anguish. Upon hearing Ji Jiuye's words, Mu Qingxin realized the folly of her earlier actions. Knowing how much Ji Jiuye cherished her, She had uttered words to escape his grasp that only served to hurt him. It was truly wrong. She looked at Ji Jiuye, who held her hand tightly, and suddenly felt a sense of relief. Holding hands like this was not so bad. Who could predict when circumstances might change? And there might come a day when such simple gestures would be impossible? Qingxin was uncertain how long she would remain in this world, nor did she know when the task at hand would be deemed complete. However, as long as she was beside Ji Jiuye, she intended to cherish every moment. With this thought, she gently caressed Ji Jiuye's face and reassured him, "Don't be afraid, my dear. I will always be with you. As long as I am alive, I will certainly be by your side. You know, in another world, my lifespan was remarkably long, an entire 10,000 years. If possible, I would like to take you back to that world." At this, Qingxin suddenly became serious. "My dear, if you could return with me to that world, would you be willing?" "I would," Ji Jiuye answered almost without hesitation, even before fully grasping Qingxin's words. As long as Qingxin did not leave him, he was willing to go anywhere. Qingxin was momentarily taken aback, completely unprepared for Ji Jiuye's swift response. She hesitantly asked, "My dear, do you understand what I mean by another world? And my original lifespan? I do not know. I only wish to be with you. Where you go, I shall follow." Unwavering and steadfast, Ji Jiuye replied without a moment's hesitation. Qingxin was momentarily taken aback. To be able to blindly follow someone without understanding their words speaks volumes of trust. Why does Ji Jiuye place such immense faith in her? Unable to fathom it, Qingxin chose to set aside her thoughts. She resolved that if the day ever came when she had to return to her original world, she would insist on taking Ji Jiuye with her. "All right, my dear Yi, we have promised each other, unwavering and steadfast." Qingxin no longer contemplated escape. She desired nothing more than to remain closely entwined with Ji Jiuye, unyielding to separation. As evening approached, Dojian had already adorned Zissou and taken her out to the bustling marketplace. Initially, Zissou intended to stay with Qingxin at the Ji residence, but she could not withstand Ji Jiuye's frosty gaze nor Dojian's charming allure. As they strolled through the streets, Zissou felt a pang of guilt for abandoning Qingxin to indulge in merriment alone, and her mood soured. Dojian, noticing Zissou's despondency, felt a surge of concern. He wished for Zissou to be joyous each day rather than fretting over others. He merely desired her to be a carefree young girl. "Susu, look ahead, there are lanterns. Do you like them? Brother will buy one for you." To uplift Zissou's spirits, Dojian employed his usual charm. Yet this time, it stemmed from a genuine desire to see her happy. He resolved that henceforth, he would refrain from venturing to places of frivolity, reserving his affections solely for Zissou. Zissou was momentarily taken aback by the shift in address. She had just heard Dojian call her Susu. Previously, he had always referred to her as Miss Sis or simply Zissou, and this was the first time he had called her Susu. For reasons unknown, she found the moniker delightful. "I believe that rabbit lantern complements your attire splendidly. Do you like it? Brother will gift it to you." Without allowing her a chance to respond, Dojian took her by the hand and led her to the lantern stall, purchasing the rabbit lantern and presenting it to her. Zissou, dressed as a rabbit spirit with fluffy faux rabbit ears, one standing upright and the other flopped, carried the lantern, truly resembling a playful rabbit spirit. "Thank you, brother." Zissou shyly expressed her gratitude. As for the term brother, Zissou reasoned that since Dojian had modified her address to Susu, she too could refer to him as brother. It seemed appropriate. Upon hearing Zissou call him brother, Dojian's demeanor shifted, becoming somewhat awkward. Ahem, no need for thanks, it is only fitting. He mused that they were destined to be together. So what need was there for gratitude? At that moment, a few shadowy figures lurked in the dimness of a street corner. Cloaked in dark garb and oversized robes that concealed their faces, rendering their identities indistinguishable. They stood silently in the shadows, patiently awaiting the arrival of the two individuals. Chapter 58. I accompany you to the night market. Zissou was not one to revel in the hustle and bustle. After following Doyen for a while outside, she purchased a few lanterns and some delightful snacks favored by Qingxin before returning. Upon her return, Zissou, bearing the immense pressure imposed by Ji Jiuye, resolutely presented the snacks before Qingxin. Once back at her room, Zissou penned a brief entry. Today is October 10th, the festival of the Demon Clan. The prince has grown increasingly fierce of late. Even when I delivered snacks to the princess, he watched me as if I were a thief, glaring menacingly. I am truly frightened. However, the rabbit lantern is beautiful, and I adore it. Also, there's my brother. Qingxin and Ji Jiuye remained in the room together. Growing weary of the confinement, Qingxin invited Ji Jiuye to step outside and admire the moon. The moonlight was sparse, perfect for moon gazing and exploring the night market. It had been an eternity since she celebrated a festival with anyone, so long that she had forgotten the joys of such occasions. This time, she had finally caught a festival, yet due to recent events, Ji Jiuye kept her firmly by his side. Nevertheless, being with Ji Jiuye, even if it merely involved casual conversation, was a comfort. The tranquil night was always conducive to heartfelt conversations. At this moment, Qingxin found herself seated on the rooftop, hand in hand with Ji Jiuye, the gentle breeze caressing them as they exchanged whispers. Xian, are you cold? The night air is chilly. If you feel cold, we can return indoors. Your hands are so cold, Ji Jiuye remarked, holding her hand and sensing its coolness. It's nothing, night treasure. I'm not afraid of the cold, Qingxin replied nonchalantly. Afraid of the cold? Not all. She had long been impervious to toxins, untroubled by the harshness of winter or the swelter of summer. A mere whisper of a breeze was insufficient to chill her. Very well, Ji Jiuye mused, observing Qingxin's exposed legs with a thoughtful expression. Why did Xian refrain from wearing trousers daily? Why did she always expose her legs? Although he had cast an illusion to shield her legs from prying eyes, he still found it perplexing. Did she not fear the cold? His gaze descended to her delicate feet adorned with golden anklets, their tiny bells chiming melodiously with her movements. Ah, dear fairy, do you perhaps not realize? These anklets are the very ones you left behind years ago. I wonder when you will remember me. Yet, regardless of whether you recall or not, this time, you shall not escape from my side. Ji Jiuye's eyes darkened with contemplation. He pondered a suitable place to conceal Qingxin. The previous iron cage would not suffice. Her strength was formidable enough to shatter it easily. What then could he use to hide her? As Ji Jiuye lost himself in thought, a soft voice disrupted his musings. Night treasure, what are you thinking? You seem rather unhappy. Qingxin tilted her head, gazing at Ji Jiuye. She had just sensed a fleeting moment of discontent in his mood, unsure if it was merely her imagination. Ji Jiuye snapped back to reality, dispelling the unwelcome thoughts that had plagued him moments before, and smiled. I was wondering why you, my dear, seem utterly unbothered by the cold. I, on the other hand, feel a chill. Are you afraid of the cold, my precious? The temperature, after all, hovered around a mere 10 degrees, and Ji Jiuye was clad in several layers of clothing, hardly susceptible to the cold, one would think. Could it be that Ji Jiuye was physically frail and sensitive to low temperatures? Qingxin, harboring doubts, embraced Ji Jiuye tightly, assuring him, it's all right. I'm not cold at all. If you feel chilly, we can return. No, Ji Jiuye declared assertively, clearly resolved not to retreat indoors. I wish to remain outside with you, admiring the moon. The allure of her embrace under the open sky was far too enticing to relinquish, especially after spending the entire day in her presence. Qingxin paused, momentarily taken aback, realizing that Ji Jiuye was throwing a minor tantrum, which she found inexplicably endearing. Then let us linger outside for a little while longer before heading back, shall we? She held him close, anxious that he might truly succumb to the cold. At that moment, a subtle smile graced Ji Jiuye's lips, unnoticed even by Qingxin. Sharing the moonlight with a beloved companion was indeed a blissful affair. As Qingxin embraced Ji Jiuye and gazed at the myriad stars above, her spirits lifted, and a wave of sentiment washed over her. Ji Jiuye. Yes? His quick response revealed that she was not addressing him in her usual affectionate manner, but rather by his full name, igniting a sense of unease within him. What did she wish to express? Celebrating with you brings me such joy. I hope that from now on, you will spend every festival with me. All right? Mu Qingxin whispered, her eyes fixed on the starry sky. Certainly. As long as it is your wish, I shall oblige. Mu Qingxin smiled and continued, seemingly inspired. You know, my dear, it has been ages since I last celebrated a festival. To be precise, it has been long since I shared such moments with anyone. I have often told you that I do not belong to this world, and I have mentioned my long lifespan. I wonder if you believe me. Yet, every word is true. In that distant realm, all my kin and friends departed due to their fleeting lives. I can scarcely recall how many years I've lived alone. Thus, dear Ji Jiuye, it is truly wonderful to have come to this world and encountered you. These words resonated deeply within her, a heartfelt confession. Had she not fortuitously found herself within this narrative, she would never have met the living Ji Jiuye, nor would she have discovered that someone could cherish her so profoundly. Hence, being by Ji Jiuye's side was indeed a blessing. Listening to her, Ji Jiuye felt profoundly moved. She spoke of years spent in solitude, of the long absence of shared celebrations. How lonely must that have been? Was it akin to his own feelings during the quest for the fairy sister? Qingxin merely wishes to celebrate a festival. Surely, there should be no issue with that. It seems she has been anticipating this moment for quite some time. Why not indulge her desire? Even if unforeseen events were to arise, he would risk his very life to protect her. Ji Jiuye, pondering this, softly spoke, Qingxin, go put on that outfit and the pair of ears. I shall accompany you to the night market. Huh? What? Where are we going? What outfit? Ears. Mu Qingxin momentarily felt as if she had misheard. Ji Jiuye, who typically exuded such insecurity, had consented to accompany her on an outing? Oh, night treasure is truly magnificent. Mu Qingxin was utterly moved. It appears that only genuine affection can yield genuine affection. If one constantly harbors ill intentions, they shall only bring about contrary outcomes. At this moment, Mu Qingxin remained oblivious to the fact that the event about to unfold would far exceed her expectations. Chapter 59. Those who hurt the heart shall perish. Receiving Ji Jiuye's approval, Mu Qingxin excitedly clasped his hand. Really? Are you speaking the truth? Can I wear that outfit and go out? Yes, but you must hold my hand and not wander off, Ji Jiuye replied with a smile, gently ruffling her hair. All right, night treasure, I promise I will not let go of your hand. Upon hearing Ji Jiuye's affirmative response, Mu Qingxin was overjoyed. How wonderful to go shopping with night treasure and celebrate the festival together, especially during such a lively occasion. Let us go. I will take you to get ready. With that, the two returned indoors, retrieving the costumes they had previously purchased to adorn Mu Qingxin splendidly. Meanwhile, in a shadowy corner of the night market, several cloaked figures dressed in black huddled together, whispering furtively as though engaged in a scheme. What should we do? Those two have yet to arrive. Should we continue waiting for them? One of the cloaked men appeared impatient, unwilling to remain on guard any longer. Fool! Of course we must wait. Do you dare defy Lord Song's orders? Do you wish to meet your demise? Indeed, Lord Song instructed us to wait for those two to appear, and to act in the most bustling area. We must obediently await their arrival. The other cloaked men chimed in, successfully persuading the one who had considered abandoning their post. Now, they simply needed to wait for the two individuals to make their appearance. Within the Ji residence, Mu Qingxin had completed her transformation, donning a pair of fluffy pink and white cat ears that matched Ji Jiuye's own plush ears. In her words, this was referred to as couple ears. Although they belonged to different species, their color scheme allowed for this affectionate nomenclature. Mu Qingxin was dressed in a flowing red gauze skirt, while Ji Jiuye wore a robe of dark woven brocade. The contrasting colors of black and red exuded an air of nobility and harmony. To blend into the crowd, Ji Jiuye had intentionally manifested his plush ears, and together they stepped out of the Ji residence, entering the bustling streets. Naturally, the shadow guards accompanied them discreetly. As they walked, Mu Qingxin playfully reached out to touch Ji Jiuye's ears, murmuring, "Night treasure's ears are so delightful to touch. They are soft and incredibly comforting." As Ji Jiuye heard Mu Qingxin extolling his virtues, he unabashedly responded, "Indeed." The two meandered leisurely through the bustling market, which today was particularly vibrant. A plethora of stalls showcased an array of festive trinkets, perfectly aligning with the celebratory atmosphere. There were also flamboyant performances by the demon folk, with drums and gongs resounding through the air. The crowd surged, filled with a cacophony of joyous sounds, rekindling the long-lost spirit of festivity within Qingxin. "Yabao, I am so happy today," she exclaimed, nearly shouting to be heard above the din. Ji Jiuye merely lowered his gaze and smiled. Festivals were not particularly to his liking. They were too raucous for his taste. "Ji Jiuye, I want to celebrate every festival with you. Every single day, every year, together with you." Qingxin continued to shout. Ji Jiuye responded with a smile, his lips parting slightly, yet his words remained unvoiced, leaving her uncertain of his response. Just as Qingxin was about to inquire once more, several men clad in dark cloaks suddenly descended from above, encircling Ji Jiuye and Qingxin amidst the throng. Ji Jiuye instantly comprehended that they had drawn unwanted attention. Frowning, he glared at the cloaked figures, poised to act at a moment's notice. Qingxin too became aware of the situation. Although the cloaked men appeared to communicate amongst themselves like any other passerby, they exuded an aura of imminent danger. They were clearly targeting Ji Jiuye and Qingxin. The surrounding crowd remained blissfully unaware, engrossed in their merriment, singing and dancing, completely oblivious to the unfolding tension. Despite the festive atmosphere, Qingxin firmly grasped Ji Jiuye's hand, demonstrating remarkable composure, unaffected by the chaos around them. Who were these individuals? Or rather, what kind of demons were they? Wait, could they be those effeminate men from before? Hadn't Yabao mentioned something about a black phoenix demon? A mere black phoenix demon. A defeated foe of mine. How audacious to send mere lackeys to stir trouble. Do they not believe that I could easily dispatch them all? Qingxin scoffed at the thought, eagerly awaiting the moment the cloaked figures would charge, ready to strike them down one by one. Observing the scene, Yi Shi, accompanied by several shadow guards, swiftly approached Ji Jiuye, confronting the cloaked adversaries. Both parties assumed a stance of readiness. After a tense pause, it was the cloaked men who initiated the attack, revealing glimmering, chilling blades aimed directly at Ji Jiuye and Qingxin. With a deft motion, Ji Jiuye and Qingxin evaded the strike, and once they regained their footing, his expression turned grave as he declared, "Those who harm my beloved shall face death." Yi Shi, not one to remain idle, led the shadow guards into battle. As the cloaked men sprang into action, the once lively crowd scattered like a receding tide, creating ample space for the impending confrontation. Although these cloaked figures were indeed demons, their strength paled in comparison to Yi Shi and his guardians, who soon had them in disarray. Just as they contemplated retreat, Ji Jiuye raised his hand, and in an instant, the cloaked men fell lifeless, their bodies exploding in a gruesome display. Crimson blood sprayed across the ground, painting it in a horrific shade. This scene was witnessed by those around, leaving them trembling in fear. What was once mere hearsay now unfolded before their eyes. A man, merciless and ruthless, committing acts of murder. Some keen observers recognized the cold and somber figure as the most powerful regent of the West Wind Kingdom, Ji Jiuye. Whispers began to circulate among the crowd, discussing the recent events. Although the cloaked men met a deserved fate, the onlookers remained indifferent to their guilt. They could only trust the reality laid bare before them. Ji Jiuye had killed, and it transpired during the lively festival of the demon race, a celebration meant to bridge the divide between humans and demons. A demon had slain several who masqueraded as one of their kind. The eyes of the spectators were filled with fear and an unsettling sense of vindication. Surely, these foolish humans could not have misconstrued the situation. Qingxin sensed a conspiracy lurking among the shadows. The intent was to showcase Ji Jiuye's cold-bloodedness at the moment of murder, deepening the misunderstanding surrounding him. This method felt hauntingly familiar, a memory just out of reach. No, the priority now was to protect Ji Jiuye, to prevent the crowd from misjudging him. Everyone, the situation is not as you perceive. My Ji Jiuye does not kill innocents. Those men sought the life of Yibao, and he acted in self-defense. Qingxin hurriedly explained to the gathering crowd. Yet, they seemed deaf to her words, gazing at Ji Jiuye and Qingxin as if they were monsters. They pondered why anyone would defend such a bloodthirsty demon. Seeing their disbelief, Qingxin wished to continue her explanation, but was interrupted by Ji Jiuye, who had been observing silently. She heard him softly beseech her, "Qingxin, please, no more." There had been explanations before, yet none had been believed. He had no desire to squander time on these foolish individuals. As Qingxin looked at Ji Jiuye's unyielding expression, her heart was suddenly flooded with compassion. She understood the pain of being misjudged all too well. However, swallowing one's grievances was sometimes necessary. It was precisely because she understood this feeling that she wished to shield Ji Jiuye from further misunderstandings and injustices. "We should return. It is perilous outside." Ji Jiuye regretted bringing Qingxin into this situation. He had believed that her outing would bring her joy, only to realize it had caused her distress instead. He was indifferent to others' beliefs, yet here he was, troubled by the consequences of his actions. All right. Qingxin recognized Ji Jiuye's inner turmoil and understood that the prejudice within human hearts was akin to an insurmountable mountain. Her words alone could not alter perceptions. To truly change humanity's bias against Ji Jiuye, it seemed imperative to unearth the puppeteer behind the scenes. The previous slanderous incident had yet to reveal its orchestrator, and now the shadowy figure had moved once more. Qingxin resolved that this time she would uncover the mastermind, ensuring that they would pay dearly for their transgressions. "For harming my Yi Bao, you shall face the consequences." As the two individuals contemplated retreating hand in hand, an unexpected figure cloaked in a dark garment emerged from behind Ji Jiuye, making a swift motion as if to assassinate him. What audacity to attempt to slay this king! Ji Jiuye reacted with remarkable speed, turning to deliver a fatal blow to the cloaked man, who fell lifeless at once. Despite the illumination provided by lamps in the night, the scene remained shrouded in obscurity. The onlookers, positioned at a distance, could scarcely discern how the cloaked figure had approached or the nature of his actions. All they witnessed was Ji Jiuye, expressionless, having taken a life once more. This incited a flurry of discussions among the crowd, predominantly labeling Ji Jiuye a merciless killer. The cacophony of their chatter infiltrated Ji Jiuye's ears, aggravating his already tumultuous state. How could such a swarm of ants inflict such profound anguish upon others? He harbored a desire to eradicate all those who dare to observe. "Night Treasure, are you unscathed?" Qingxin inquired, noticing Ji Jiuye teetering on the brink of fury. "He managed to hide behind you for so long, seeking to harm you when your guard was down." Her concern was palpable, yet a multitude of questions gnawed at her mind. The cloaked assailant must have witnessed Ji Jiuye's extraordinary prowess. Why then did he recklessly advance to attack? Was the hand of the puppet master more brutal than death at Ji Jiuye's hands? Knight 10 hastily stepped forward, accepting blame. "My subordinates were negligent. I implore you to punish me, my lord." His words implied that he had permitted the enemy to approach Ji Jiuye beneath his very nose. However, Ji Jiuye had no time to spare for Knight 10. An overwhelming sense of agitation surged within him, accompanied by an insatiable thirst for blood that beckoned him to annihilate everyone in his vicinity. Seeing that Ji Jiuye ignored her, Qingxin felt a surge of anxiety for his well-being. She intended to ask him again, yet she was taken aback to find his eyes had transformed into a crimson hue. Simultaneously, his hair began to shimmer with a silvery sheen under the lights, flowing smoothly. To her astonishment, 9 fluffy tails materialized behind him in an instant. In that moment, Ji Jiuye resembled a frenzied, bloodthirsty beast, his demonic power surging forth. Even the white spiritual energy he typically wielded now swirling around him in a vibrant red, exuding a formidable presence imbued with a sense of impending slaughter. Qingxin sensed something was amiss with Ji Jiuye. She grasped his hand urgently. "Night Treasure, what troubles you? Please do not frighten me. Shall we return home?" Yet, Ji Jiuye remained oblivious, fixated with cold intensity on the surrounding murmuring ants, contemplating how to eradicate them all in one fell swoop. The crowd, witnessing Ji Jiuye's monstrous demeanor, was struck with terror. The last time he had exhibited such a visage was upon ascending to the position of regent. In that instance, he unleashed his demonic power and eliminated several dissenting ministers, forcing those who opposed him to yield. Now, Ji Jiuye had once again revealed this fearsome side, signaling his intent to unleash a massacre anew. The onlookers scattered in panic, desperate to escape the clutches of this malevolent fiend. Night treasure? Ji Jiuye? What ails you? Please do not slay them. Let's return home first, shall we? Regardless of how much Mu Qingxin implored Ji Jiuye, he appeared oblivious, allowing his demonic power to radiate unchecked. Ye Shi, what on earth is wrong with your master? Why is he ignoring my words? Does he have some hidden ailment? Noticing Ji Jiuye's indifference, Mu Qingxin turned to Yi Shi, who stood there equally bewildered, realizing her inquiry was in vain. She endeavored to recall the narrative from the original book, searching for any mention of Ji Jiuye's affliction. Yet, no matter how hard she tried, she could not remember where it had been discussed. With Yi Shi in a state of confusion and Ji Jiuye losing his sanity, Mu Qingxin recalled her own adorable yet incompetent system. The system, born from the book itself, must surely know what was amiss with Ji Jiuye. Were his current symptoms indicative of an illness? System, please assist me in determining whether the original text mentioned any symptoms associated with Ji Jiuye. Hurry, lives are at stake. The system promptly replied, please hold on, esteemed master, I am conducting a search. A minute later, the system hesitantly spoke, laced with regret. I apologize, esteemed master. Since the moment you entered the narrative, the storyline has altered, rendering all original events null and void. Consequently, I possess no records of the original plot. I regret that I am unable to assist you. What sort of nonsense is this? What use is this faulty system if it exists solely for the purpose of undertaking random tasks to gain vitality? To hell with it. Before Mu Qingxin could uncover any clues regarding Ji Jiuye's condition, he suddenly unleashed his power. The fierce surge of demonic energy erupted in an instant, creating a tremendous shockwave that toppled numerous onlookers, leaving many severely injured. Even Yi Shi and the hidden guards were brought to their knees, spitting blood from the overwhelming force. Those citizens who could still move scrambled to their feet, frantically fleeing the scene. Ji Jiuye had gone mad. The word must be spread swiftly to alert everyone, urging them to unite against this monster. Fortunately, due to her formidable strength, Mu Qingxin remained unscathed and undeterred by the demonic force. Witnessing the chaos wrought by Ji Jiuye, her worry intensified. He had already been misunderstood by many, and now, with this upheaval, it would be impossible to clarify the situation, even with 1,000 voices. Ji Jiuye, can you still hear me? Ji Jiuye, wake up. It's me, Xin, your beloved Xin. Ji Jiuye. Mu Qingxin disregarded the injuries of the onlookers, her sole concern fixated on Ji Jiuye. What had caused him to lose control and resort to violence? Even if he harbored disdain for humanity, he would never strike out without provocation. It had to be that cloaked man. He must have done something to Ji Jiuye. Chapter 61. This woman is truly captivating. Do I know you? Ji Jiuye glanced down at the ant-like figure before him, her frantic cries grating on his nerves. He felt an overwhelming urge to swat her away. Ji Jiuye, you made me promise to hold your hand tightly when you left today, not to let go. Do you remember? Upon encountering Ji Jiuye, Mu Qingxin was met with an expression of utter unfamiliarity, as if he had suddenly lost all memory of her. In a desperate attempt to revive his recollection, she raised their intertwined hands before him. What? This demon lord is actually holding hands with this insignificant being? How utterly absurd. Ji Jiuye did not conceal his disdain, flinging Mu Qingxin's hand away with a dismissive gesture, coldly asserting that no one in this world could ever entice him. What has happened to Ji Jiuye? Could it be that he truly has lost his memory? Mu Qingxin stood frozen in disbelief. Has he genuinely forgotten her? How could he not remember others, yet fail to recall her? As these thoughts swirled in her mind, a wave of injustice washed over her. How could he forget me? Ji Jiuye, you kissed me just before you left today. Do you not recall? Your chest bears my name, and you promised eternal loyalty. Have you truly forgotten all of this? If you have, I shall never forgive you. What was initially meant to be a rebuke of Ji Jiuye transformed into a plaintive lament, carrying a hint of tears, rendering her words irresistibly endearing. Even the self-proclaimed cold and proud demon Lord Ji Jiuye found his heart aching at the sight of Mu Qingxin's distress. What is this? Had he genuinely done what she claimed? Had he truly etched her name upon his heart? Ji Jiuye's blood-red eyes, shrouded in ambiguity, lingered upon the woman before him for a considerable time, only to realize that she was indeed quite pitiable. Perhaps he should allow her to remain by his side. Woman, having provoked this demon lord, you cannot escape your fate. Have you thought this through? With an air of danger, Ji Jiuye leaned closer to Mu Qingxin, his breath warm against her face, causing her already tearful countenance to flush. As she blinked, the tears that had pooled in her eyes cascaded down her cheeks, striking Ji Jiuye's heart with a sudden pang of pain. Alas, his heart ached once more. Could this woman truly be the one he loves? Why does her sorrow inflict such torment upon him? No, this woman possesses sorcery. She must be a demon skilled in bewitching hearts. Very well. If you are so adept at ensnaring others, then it is time for you to face some trials. Ji Jiuye, please do not act this way. Are you not the one with violet eyes? Why they turn crimson? Please revert to your former self. No matter where you go, take me with you, will you? I shall not flee. Mu Qingxin's voice remained filled with grievance. Why has Ji Jiuye forgotten her? Why must such a melodramatic turn of events unfold in her life? Is this yet another pitfall devised by the original author, the cunning nine-tailed cat? No. The system has already informed her that the narrative of the original story has been completely disrupted. The outcome is now uncertain, contingent solely upon Mu Qingxin's actions. What should she do? What has become of Ji Jiuye? Why has he forgotten me? Quite obedient, Ji Jiuye remarked softly, choosing to ignore her further. He surveyed the scattered remnants of the insignificant beings around him, scoffing disdainfully. Merely insects, daring to threaten this demon lord? How laughable! Though he could not fathom the reasons. Ji Jiuye felt as if he had lost some significant memory. Yet, such matters were of little consequence. Ultimately, he could never truly integrate into the realm of humanity. As for the demon clan, they were but a swarm of insignificant ants. Only that black phoenix demon could pose a challenge to him. That little black chick was utterly feeble. In this world, nothing held any allure worth clinging to. He yearned to obliterate everything. Ji Jiuye's mind was consumed solely with frenzied thoughts, devoid of any other considerations. Ah, and there was the woman before him, seemingly fragile, yet tantalizingly enticing. How vexing! Ji Jiuye scooped up the woman beside him and transformed into a perfect arc, soaring towards the depths of the forest. The human world was repugnant. The forest felt far more appealing. Ji Jiuye had entirely embraced his identity as a demon, his true nature unleashed, becoming a bloodthirsty and frenzied beast. He remembered nothing, save for the thrill of slaughter. Before him, everything was merely fodder. Mu Qingxin gazed at the man's flawless profile, though it pierced her heart. She understood that he had utterly forgotten her, completely and thoroughly forgotten. Yet, she believed that Ji Jiuye must be unwell, temporarily suffering from amnesia. Once he recovered, he would love her again as he once did, fiercely and recklessly. However, such hopes were soon shattered by the harshness of reality. Ji Jiuye brought her to the mountains, and as they neared the ground, he carelessly tossed her onto a patch of grass. Caught off guard, Mu Qingxin fell hard, landing unceremoniously, her bottom stinging with pain, prompting her to rise and confront Ji Jiuye. However, bound by the limitations of her existence in this world, she could not retaliate against him, forcing her to endure the pain in silence. Just as she prepared to reason with Ji Jiuye, he pounced on her once more, pinning her to the grass. With four tails ensnaring her wrists and ankles, he confined her in a star-like formation, rendering her immobile. His eyes glowed crimson, devoid of any human rationality, embodying the most primal essence of a demon. Madness and bloodlust consumed him. He gazed hungrily at the woman's alluring form, licking his lips and thinking with a sinister delight that she seemed to possess an exquisite flavor. He edged closer to Mu Qingxin. Ji Jiuye, what are you doing? You've forgotten me, yet still wish to do such things? You are truly a beast, she exclaimed, her voice trembling as Ji Jiuye's tails restrained her, leaving her utterly helpless. Fear gripped her as she realized what might transpire. Ji Jiuye paid no heed to her words, driven solely by his most primal instincts. He intended to devour this woman who had so willingly come to him. Ji Jiuye, if you do this now, I will hate you forever, she pleaded, her heart racing as his face loomed larger before her. If Ji Jiuye truly followed through with his intentions, her hatred would be unfathomable. Despairing, Qingxin shut her eyes tightly. Ji Jiuye savagely swept aside her delicate hair, exposing her slender, fair neck. He gazed upon her slender neck, so delicate it seemed it could snap with a mere touch. Swallowing hard, his hand instinctively reached out, grasping it tightly. This sensation, the yearning within Ji Jiuye intensified, and he could no longer restrain himself. He leaned in, revealing his fangs, and sank them into Qingxin's neck. The flesh parted with a crack, and Ji Jiuye greedily drank the flowing blood, his heart swelling with satisfaction. This woman is truly intoxicating. Chapter 62. Hush, do you wish for me to feed you? Lost in his ecstasy, Ji Jiuye licked the blood from the corner of his mouth, only to realize that the woman beneath him seemed to be weeping. Crystal tears streamed from her tightly shut eyes, tracing down her cheeks and dampening her hair. Meanwhile, Qingxin's body was rigid, paralyzed with fear. She appeared utterly pitiful. A pang of sorrow struck Ji Jiuye. How could this woman, who had willingly offered herself, be crying? Yet, the sight of her tears stirred a tumult of emotions within him. He could not bear to see her weep. Reluctantly, he withdrew from her neck, instinctively retrieving a white handkerchief from his pocket to cover her wound. At the sight of the handkerchief, Ji Jiuye paused in bewilderment. Where did this handkerchief come from? How could he possess a woman's belongings? Do not cry. This demon lord will not harm you, he said. Do you not realize how unappealing you look when you weep? While applying ointment to her wound, he grumbled in disdain. Yet, Qingxin felt a profound sadness, her tears flowing even more abundantly upon hearing Ji Jiuye's words. How audacious of her to declare the demon lord unappealing. He felt an urge to strike her down. However, as that thought crossed his mind, it swiftly dissipated. This woman was pitiable, mistakenly believing herself to be the object of affection and foolishly chastising him. Clearly, she was not in her right mind. Perhaps it was best not to press her further. In an effort to calm his own tumultuous heart, he soothed Qingxin very well. This demon lord is indeed more unsightly than you, so cease your tears. As he spoke, Qingxin opened her eyes. She beheld the familiar man, his eyes red-rimmed as he comforted her. Though his tone remained unchanged, it lacked the warmth it once held. Had Ji Jiuye truly forgotten her? She cannot accept it. Ji Jiuye, do you truly not remember me? With swollen eyes resembling a frightened fawn, she gazed intently at Ji Jiuye, desperately seeking an answer. Ji Jiuye perceived that this woman was gravely ill, plagued not only by delusions, but also by amnesia. She not only fancied herself to be his beloved, but also failed to recall her own recent words. He did not forget her. He simply did not recognize her. Yet, confronted with this pitiful creature awaiting his response, Ji Jiuye suddenly found himself reluctant to reveal the harsh truth. He feared that her realization would provoke even more tears. Thus, he deceitfully assured Qingxin, this demon lord remembers only fragments. Qingxin stared at the lying man, feeling increasingly aggrieved. He clearly had forgotten her, yet he chose to deceive her. He had never referred to himself as this demon lord before, always opting for titles like this king or simply I. If he retained even the slightest memory of his own identity, he would never have uttered such words. Unable to contain herself any longer, she cried out in anguish. You are deceiving me. You do not remember me at all. Have you forgotten that you once kissed my feet, declaring that the foot kiss is the most formal sign of loyalty among your demon kind? You swore allegiance to me, vowing never to betray me. Have you forgotten all these oaths? I will not permit you to forget. You must remember them at once. Qingxin's voice was nearly hoarse from her desperate cries. She could not accept the painful reality that Ji Jiuye had forgotten her. He had loved her so deeply. How could he simply forget? Initially, Ji Jiuye found the woman beneath him unbearably loud, but when he heard that he had indeed sworn an oath to her and had kissed her feet, he was momentarily taken aback. Such an absurdity could not possibly have occurred with this woman. The foot kiss was indeed the most loyal of gestures among demons. symbolizing an unbreakable vow of devotion. If one failed to uphold it, they would be cast to ashes. How could such a significant event be linked to her? What on earth had he forgotten? Why could he not recall? Wait, the foot kissed the silk handkerchief. Ji Jiuye lifted Qingxin's foot, scrutinizing the golden anklet adorned with tiny bells. Unconsciously, he shook her foot, and the bells chimed softly, resonating within his heart like a soul-capturing melody. He seemed to remember a woman who wore such bells, who would often sit cross-legged on a stone, swinging her feet just to hear the delightful sound of the bells. Could she be that woman? Why could he not remember anything at all? Curse it! The more he pondered, the more his head throbbed, a debilitating pain consuming him. As if he were on the brink of death. He clutched his head, furrowing his brow in anguish. Seeing his distress, Qingxin felt a flicker of hope, believing he might be recalling something. She hurried to comfort him. It's all right, Night Treasure. Take your time. I am here with you. Her eyes glistened with tears, yet her expression was filled with anticipation. Night Treasure? The name warmed him inexplicably, like a gentle breeze on a sunlit day, tickling and soothing his cheeks. No, he must have forgotten something of utmost importance, something more significant than his own life. As Ji Jiuye's frustration deepened, his overwhelming demonic power surged forth once more. How could a dignified, nine-tailed fox demon possibly harbor feelings for a woman? Absolutely impossible. This woman must have employed some enchanting spell. He needed to distance himself from her. With this thought, Ji Jiuye swiftly retracted his tail, releasing Qingxin, his demeanor turning cold once again as he spoke with an icy glare. Woman, do not think you can ensnare me with sweet words. Whenever he was near Qingxin, his heart would be filled with confusion and guilt, as if it no longer belonged to him. Qingxin was momentarily taken aback. Her recently restored emotions suddenly dealt a crushing blow. Did Ji Jiuye truly fail to remember her? Woman, you must understand, there has never existed anyone capable of enticing this demon lord. With a commanding tone, Ji Jiuye proclaimed this fierce declaration and prepared to depart. At that instant, an impulsive surge coursed through Qingxin as she seized Ji Jiuye's collar, forcefully drawing his head downwards. Caught off guard, Ji Jiuye stumbled and fell onto Qingxin. Yet, this was not the end. Qingxin resolutely pulled Ji Jiuye closer and pressed her lips fiercely against his, those very lips that had repeatedly claimed ignorance of her. The woman's scent of roses unexpectedly flooded Ji Jiuye's mouth. A sudden pain gripped his heart. This familiar taste seemed reminiscent of a past encounter. Had he truly shared something with this woman? Before Ji Jiuye could ponder further, Qingxin, with a mixture of resolve and vengeance, bit down on his lip, drawing blood. The pain jolted Ji Jiuye back to reality. He forcefully pushed Qingxin away and coldly shouted, "Do you dare to bite this demon lord?" As Ji Jiuye pushed her aside, Qingxin clung to his collar, using his momentum to tear open his shirt, revealing a broad expanse of his chest. "You dare to strip the clothing of this lord? Do you seek death?" Ji Jiuye seethed with anger, ready to strike the woman beneath him. However, he noticed her holding back tears, her gaze fixated on his chest. Why? Even in her final moments, did this woman still attempt to entice him? Just as he was about to speak, he heard her soft, tearful murmur. "Isn't this the name you carved yourself? Why do you still forget me?" Indeed, there was a name inscribed there. Ji Jiuye quickly glanced at his chest, and to his astonishment, he found the two glaring characters etched into his skin. Qingxin. Who was Qingxin? Was it this woman? Why did he possess no recollection? If her words held truth, then all his previous actions must have wounded her deeply. Yet, why had he forgotten her? Faintly, memories began to surface. There seemed to be a daring woman who had boldly invaded his heart. He recalled a moment when, in the depths of despair, a brilliant light had surged towards him, pulling him from the abyss of darkness. But who was that woman? Was it truly the one before him? Did she go by the name Qingxin? The more Ji Jiuye pondered, the more agitated he became, to the point of wishing to obliterate everything. He glanced at the tear-streaked woman beneath him, gritted his teeth, and transformed into a white arc, soaring away, offering no explanation of his destination. It was as if he intended to abandon Qingxin. She, caught off guard by his hasty departure, did not pursue him, merely watching in stunned silence as he vanished. Instantly, a wave of pain surged from her heart, nearly causing her to faint. Did Ji Jiuye genuinely intend to forsake her? She was unaware of how she would survive in this world without Ji Jiuye at her side. Perhaps returning to the Mu residence was a reasonable choice. Yet, in a world devoid of Ji Jiuye, she felt like a mere shell of herself, devoid of joy. As her thoughts spiraled, she gradually curled her body, wrapping her arms around her legs, huddled in place, small and pitiful. In an instant, Ji Jiuye unexpectedly reappeared beside Qingxin, observing her curled-up form, seemingly sobbing. His heart ached deeply, a pain that was unbearable. He could not bear to leave her alone. Instead, he distanced himself momentarily to vent his frustrations before hastily returning. He tenderly caressed Qingxin's hair, softly coaxing her to stop crying. I truly cannot recall many things. I acknowledge my mistakes. Please grant me a little time to remember. All right? Do not weep, for your tears make me want to cry too. In her profound sorrow, Qingxin felt a surge of joy upon hearing Ji Jiuye's soothing words. How wonderful it was that he still wanted her. She lifted her tear-filled gaze, grasping Ji Jiuye's hand tightly, resolving not to cry as long as he remained by her side. The woman, with her tear-streaked face and affectionate expression, radiated warmth, illuminating Ji Jiuye's heart like a small sun. His crimson eyes blinked in surprise. Unable to resist the impulse within, he lifted her from the ground into his embrace, gently kissing her forehead. Be good. I will not leave you. Do not cry. The fluidity of his actions suggested familiarity, as if he had performed them countless times before. This realization momentarily stunned Ji Jiuye, making him wonder if what this woman said was indeed true. Qingxin quickly wrapped her arms around his neck, fearful of his departure, softly replying, Are you hungry? I will find you something to eat. Will you wait here for me? I will return shortly. Ji Jiuye kissed her forehead once more, whispering gently, Are you leaving again? Qingxin, in a moment of panic, spoke with a tremor in her voice, which softened Ji Jiuye's heart further. This woman was truly pitiable. Then let us go together, he conceded, embracing Qingxin as he flew deeper into the forest. Nestled in Ji Jiuye's arms, Qingxin felt the comforting breadth of his chest, yet her heart was heavy. What had the unseen hand done? Why had it caused Ji Jiuye to forget everything? She longed for Ji Jiuye to recover swiftly, so they could confront that shadowy figure. When they met again, she vowed to make him pay dearly. Upon reaching the sacred hunting grounds, Ji Jiuye gently placed Qingxin on the ground, instructing her to wait there, promising he would return shortly. Before departing, he kissed her forehead. When she witnessed Ji Jiuye mercilessly slay a rabbit, she was momentarily taken aback. It turned out that Ji Jiuye's notion of finding food entailed hunting a small creature, killing it, and consuming it raw. Now, with his silver hair and beastly ears, his eyes transformed into a frenzied crimson, he wielded the bloodied rabbit like a harbinger of death. However, when he gazed at Qingxin, he suppressed the murderous intent within him. He believed he ought to treat her with more gentleness. After all, had he not forgotten her? He could not frighten her any further. Ji Jiuye approached her proudly, holding a rabbit, tearing off a leg, and offering it to her. Be good, eat. Qingxin looked at the bloody, fur-covered rabbit leg in his hand and did not move. It's raw. Ji Jiuye noticed her refusal and pondered. Are you wanting me to feed you? Qingxin waved her hands repeatedly. No, no, no. Ji Jiuye was perplexed. She neither accepted it nor stated that she was not hungry. What on earth did this woman mean? Fearing Ji Jiuye might become irritable again, Qingxin hurriedly explained. Night treasure. The meat is much tastier when roasted. Roasted? In Ji Jiuye's current understanding, the term roasted seemed unfamiliar. He had always consumed wild beasts raw and had never considered cooking them. Seeing his confusion, Qingxin took the dead rabbit from his hands. Night treasure. Wait patiently while I roast it. It will surely taste better than eating it raw. She added, You've had it before. With that, she busied herself with starting a fire. Ji Jiuye lingered on her words. You've had it before. Yet, he could not recall ever tasting food prepared by this woman. A sense of regret washed over him, and he longed to remember. His gaze remained fixed on Qingxin, admiring her profile, the brilliance in her eyes, as if he could never behold enough of her. Suddenly, a realization struck him. He recalled a woman from the past who had made him patiently wait while she diligently cooked something. What was it called? Mengpa soup? Or was it the soup of love? Chapter 63. Woman, you were playing with fire in October. The night was heavy with dew. When leaving the residence, he had not brought any fire starters, and the night air was damp. Qingxin struggled to strike sparks from 2 stones. Without fire, the rabbit could not be roasted. And without the roasted rabbit, Ji Jiuye would miss out on the deliciousness. If he could not savor the flavors, his mood might sour. And perhaps he would abandon her once more, leaving her alone. No, she must not allow Ji Jiuye to depart under such circumstances. Qingxin felt somewhat helpless. At that moment, Ji Jiuye noticed Qingxin appeared to be in distress, her brows furrowed. He inquired, "Be good, what is wrong?" Qingxin explained earnestly that the rabbit needed to be roasted over a fire to taste good. Ji Jiuye instantly understood. Ah, it was about roasting. He pointed to the pile of wood Qingxin had gathered and asked, "Should we ignite that?" Seeing her nod, he raised his right hand. Snap! A sharp sound echoed, and the pile of wood ignited instantly, vibrant red flames dancing wildly, illuminating their faces. The fire was too fierce. Lower the flames, make them smaller. Oh! Ji Jiuye snapped his fingers again, and the flames diminished. Smaller still, make them smaller. Ah, good. Night treasure, wait for me. It will be ready shortly. Qingxin adjusted the heat with precision, skewering the rabbit with a wooden stick to roast it. Ji Jiuye settled himself on the ground nearby, casually finding a patch of earth to sit upon. The wood crackled and popped, the flames casting a warm glow on Qingxin's profile, illuminating her cheeks with a rosy sheen reminiscent of a ripe apple, tempting enough to elicit a desire to take a bite. After a short while, discomfort crept in, prompting her to recline lazily on her side, propping her head with one hand as she watched the industrious woman at work, her heart swelling with warmth. It was a delightful sensation to have someone roast a rabbit for her. Before long, Qingxin had finished her task. She presented a roasted rabbit leg to Ji Jiuye, her eyes sparkling with mirth. "Give it a try," she urged. He took it hesitantly, observing the charred meat on the stick, resembling a burnt limb from a lifeless body. Would it be palatable? He straightened up, skepticism evident as he frowned at the scorched rabbit leg, reluctance etched on his face. Noticing his reaction, Qingxin felt a flicker of irritation. "If you're not going to eat it, then give it back to me," she said, playfully preparing to snatch it away. Perhaps sensing her annoyance, Ji Jiuye quickly bit into the leg, devouring it hungrily. He chewed with wild abandon, the roasted meat, rich with a hint of fat, proving far more appetizing than the previous bloody taste. A glance at Qingxin made him realize that this woman possessed a remarkable skill. Qingxin had never witnessed Ji Jiuye eat in such a manner, and she stood momentarily frozen. The image of her idol had crumbled. His voracious pace was akin to a locust swarm, reducing the rabbit leg to mere bones in a matter of moments, despite the size of the leg being rather modest. Seeing Ji Jiuye relish, it brought a smile to her lips. That smile, however, was perfectly captured by Ji Jiuye's keen eyes. His heart raced at the sight of her bright laughter directed at him, a rapid rhythm that threatened to leap from his chest. "Is it delicious?" Qingxin inquired. "Huh? Yes, it's delicious. The roasted rabbit is truly delightful." Ji Jiuye hesitated, forcing himself to calm his thumping heart before responding. "If it's good, then eat more. In the future, whatever you wish to eat, I shall prepare for you. Just one thing. Remember me fondly after you have eaten." The once tumultuous demon lord nodded obediently, yearning to recall this woman and all the moments they shared. Such a gentle soul should not be forgotten. Once their meal concluded, the night had deepened, and the cold air enveloped them. Qingxin began to persuade Ji Jiuye to return to the Ji Manor. They had ventured away from the town for over 2 hours, and she imagined the hidden guards and Du Jian must be frantic with worry. "I refuse. The human world is too grotesque. I do not wish to return." Ji Jiuye stubbornly plopped down on the ground, unmoved by Qingxin's entreaties. Faced with Ji Jiuye's amnesia and his disdain for humanity, Qingxin felt a surge of frustration. Although he had begun to trust her, his aversion to humans remained strong. Moreover, given Ji Jiuye's memory loss and the harm he had inflicted upon the citizens, returning to the Ji manor would complicate matters with both the populace and the emperor. It was evident that a more prudent approach was necessary. Very well. If you're unwilling to go, then do not. The two sat beside the fire, their backs turned to one another, wrapped in their garments as they slept. Ji Jiuye noticed that Qingxin seemed to be clad in only a thin garment, and he perceived that she might be feeling a bit cold. Thus, he flicked his tail over to cover her, as if bestowing upon her a soft and fluffy blanket. Qingxin, however, dismissively pushed it away, saying, "Night treasure. You cover yourself. I'm not cold." Seeing the apparent disdain on her face, Ji Jiuye felt a wave of displeasure wash over him. Was she repulsed by his demonic nature? He frowned and insisted, "You cover up?" Qingxin replied, "You cover up." At that moment, she found their exchange rather childish. So she endeavored to explain, "I truly am not cold. It is unnecessary." "I want tea," Ji Jiuye retorted, forcefully draping his tail over her once more. Though this time it was only one tail. "Do not remove it. If you do, I shall devour you." He growled fiercely, as if her mere thought of removing his tail would incite his hunger. Qingxin pouted. Though she was not cold, he insisted on covering her with his tail. Yet, Ji Jiuye's tail seemed quite pleasant as well. Uncontrollably, she grasped his tail, rubbing it gently. It was fluffy and soft. "Oh, this is delightful." When Ji Jiuye felt her touch upon his tail, he initially intended to pull her close and devour her, but her unrestrained caresses astonished him. Her touch ignited a yearning within him. She remained oblivious to the fact that his tail and ears were his most sensitive areas. Any touch could awaken an insatiable desire for more. He struggled against the overwhelming urge to succumb to her touch, lying rigidly in place. Qingxin, unaware of any anomaly, continued to play with his tail until her gaze fell upon Ji Jiuye's ears. They were white, pink, and soft. "I want to touch them." "Night treasure? Ji Jiuye? Little Jiuye?" She called his name several times, but he did not respond. Had he fallen asleep so quickly? As they lay with their backs to one another, Qingxin assumed he was asleep and turned to stealthily touch his ear. The familiar texture brought her immense satisfaction. Such delightful ears. She could caress them daily without growing weary. As she indulged herself, Ji Jiuye suddenly turned towards her, embracing the fidgeting woman. In a fierce whisper, he growled, "Woman, you are playing with fire." Qingxin froze in surprise. What was this? The original author had such an affinity for domineering characters? How could Ji Jiuye be assigned such lines? However, before she could fathom this, Ji Jiuye fiercely pressed his lips against hers. This woman was far too alluring, igniting within him an uncontrollable desire to act upon his impulses. Yet he could not bring himself to do so, burdened by guilt. It was a tormenting struggle. Thus, he resorted to kissing her fervently, his kisses reddening her lips, a futile attempt to alleviate the pent-up frustration within him. Qingxin was solely preoccupied with touching his ears, completely oblivious to the fact that Ji Jiuye was a formidable nine-tailed fox whose power ran deep. How could he possibly remain unaware of her antics? Was she now facing punishment? Time passed unmeasured until Ji Jiuye, having released his pent-up emotions, finally let go of the woman, cradling her and placing her hands against his chest, preventing her from moving restlessly. If she continued, their interaction would transcend mere kisses. Qingxin, now compliant, surrendered to the familiar yet foreign embrace of the man and soon fell asleep. Meanwhile, chaos erupted throughout the kingdom of Qingxin. The common folk proclaimed that Ji Jiuye had gone mad, committing numerous acts of violence. Some hastily packed their belongings and fled to the countryside, seeking refuge. The bolder among them gathered in droves before the Ji residence, creating a ruckus with the aim of compelling the emperor to strip Ji Jiuye of his regent title. Only by escalating the situation into a tempest would they persuade the emperor to rid himself of that great menace. Song Hanmo, upon learning of his subordinate's fervent actions, burst into hearty laughter. "My dear lady, your wretched fox has transformed into a bloodthirsty fiend. Do you still harbor affection for him? Ha ha! Fear not. In a couple of days, he shall perish from the depletion of his demonic energy. Ha 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 ha." He reveled in his own estate. envisioning the scene where he would claim Qingxin for himself. Although he could not overpower her, he could wield her most cherished person against her, causing her sorrow and drawing her affection towards himself. What he had inflicted upon Ji Jiuye was the ancient magic used by the demon race to deal with traitors. Those ensnared by this spell would lose every joyful memory, becoming increasingly agitated and bloodthirsty, while their bodies would diminish daily, akin to reverse growth. Typically, within 3 days, they would regress to their youthful form. By the 4th day, they would lose all demonic power and succumb to weakness and death. Of course, this ancient magic had a notable flaw. If the afflicted experienced an overwhelming emotional upheaval, the spell would falter, restoring their normal state. Yet, given Ji Jiuye's current frenzy condition, it seemed unlikely he would ever uncover this weakness. Song Hanmo envisioned Ji Jiuye reverting to a frail, youthful fox, a wave of satisfaction surging within him. But that was not the end. He intended to seize this opportunity to counsel the emperor, urging Ji Jiuye to dismiss Ji Jiuye from his regent position. He observed the relationship between Ji Jiuye and Ji Jiuye, which had become severely fractured. At this juncture, public outrage, coupled with his incitement, would surely persuade Ji Jiuye to make this fateful decision. He resolved to enter the palace the following morning to execute this grand plan. At the Ji residence, the spy Yi Shi reported back to Duo Yan, revealing that Ji Jiuye had gone mad and had left with Qingxin, leaving him astonished. Having known Ji Jiuye for so long, he had never witnessed such behavior or experienced a sudden departure. What could have transpired? Zissou, a delicate young lady, upon hearing the news of her lady and lord's simultaneous disappearance, was instantly overwhelmed with panic. In her distress, tears streamed down her face as she exclaimed, "What shall we do, young master? The lady and lord are missing. Hasten to seek them out," for in Zissou's heart, Du Jian seems to possess boundless abilities. She firmly believes that Du Jian will surely locate Ji Jiuye and Qingxin and bring them back. Du Jian tenderly embraces the young girl, softly reassuring her, "Do not be afraid. I will certainly find them and return with them. Remain here in Ji's mansion and do not venture out. The hidden guards will ensure your safety." At that moment, the voices of the angry townsfolk echoed outside the Ji mansion. Du Jian covered Zissou's ears, saying, "Do not listen. Stay inside the house and do not come out, understand? I shall handle this." With a timid glance, Zissou nodded obediently, preparing to retreat indoors. Before she departed, she whispered to Du Jian, "Brother, please do not get hurt. I will await your return." Her voice was so soft that Du Jian almost missed it. He smiled and assured her, "Rest assured, I shall not allow them to harm me. Be good and wait for me. I shall return within a day." He gently patted Zissou's head, signaling her to enter the house. Zissou turned back several times as she walked away, finally closing the door behind her. Once the door was shut, Du Jian's expression darkened as he resolutely approached the entrance of the Ji mansion. It is unclear what means Du Jian employed, but he successfully persuaded the townsfolk to disperse. Alone, he ventured toward the distant mountains and forests. Uncertain of Ji Jiuye's whereabouts, he relied solely on his intuition to seek him out and bring him back unscathed. As his friend, he could not abandon him like this. Meanwhile, the little black cat in the Ji mansion learned of Ji Jiuye's madness and could not help but widen her eyes in surprise. It appeared that other forces, besides their master, had set their sights on Ji Jiuye and Qingxin. Who could it be? What was their objective in driving Ji Jiuye to madness? The little black cat, Mo Yin, was utterly perplexed. Just as her injuries began to heal, she finally mustered enough strength to cast a spell. In an instant, she vanished from the Ji mansion and materialized before a glowing orb, simultaneously reverting to her human form. Upon seeing Mo Yin return, albeit wounded, the orb expressed its displeasure. It coldly reprimanded, "You cannot even manage such a trivial task. What use have I for you?" Mo Yin felt a twinge of injustice at the remark. She had not anticipated that upon teleportation, she would transform into a small black cat to fulfill her master's orders. She had wreaked havoc among the beasts in the back mountains of the Ji mansion while in her feline form. Yet, who could have foreseen that Qingxin's passive ability was so formidable that every beast quickly succumbed to her, bringing the chaos to a swift conclusion. She felt utterly despondent. I apologize for my ineptitude. Please punish me, my lord. Yin knelt, pleading for retribution. The orb scoffed, then go and endure training in the demon cave. While there, check on that foolish fox and see if he still breathes. If he is dead, the matter will lose its intrigue. Upon hearing about the demon cave, Yin's body went rigid. That place was a den of vile demons. Yet, she could not resist and had no choice but to comply. As for the foolish fox her master mentioned, Yin recalled the injuries he bore, and an icy shiver coursed through her. Surviving such torment, he must possess an extraordinary will to live. She dare not think further. The next morning, Qingxin awoke, feeling solitary, as she did not see Ji Jiuye. A wave of panic surged within her. Had Ji Jiuye abandoned her once more? She hurriedly rose, searching everywhere, and finally spotted him by a small stream. He was crouching at the water's edge, his hands submerged, seemingly engaged in some contemplation. Upon seeing him, Qingxin joyfully rushed over, calling Yabao. Ji Jiuye turned, his crimson eyes fixed on Qingxin, his expression inscrutable. Chapter 65. The sun is warm. She is gentle. Qingxin dashed to Ji Jiuye's side, embracing him and softly chiding. Next time, please let me know when you go out, all right? She had feared that Ji Jiuye might once again disregard her. Ji Jiuye remained crouched by the stream, indifferent to her embrace, turning his gaze towards his reflection in the water, seemingly lost in thought. Yabao, what troubles you? What are you pondering? Qingxin sensed something was amiss with Ji Jiuye and released him, inquiring gently. At her words, Ji Jiuye turned to face her, his crimson gaze filled with anguish. Qingxin, he uttered her name, a stark contrast to how he had addressed her before. He had never called her by that name, leading Qingxin to realize that Ji Jiuye had yet to recall their shared past. Although a twinge of pain lingered in her heart, she empathized with him. They both wished to evade the treachery that had befallen them. I am here, Qingxin replied softly. Qingxin, I am sorry. Ji Jiuye's voice bore a hint of sorrow, instantly softening Qingxin's heart. Had he recalled something distressing? She patted his head, offering comfort. It's all right, I am fine. Please do not blame yourself. The simple gesture enveloped Ji Jiuye in a long-forgotten warmth. He suddenly lunged into Qingxin's embrace, tightly clasping her waist and nestling against her, nuzzling affectionately. Qingxin lost her balance and fell to the ground, transitioning from a crouch to sitting on the earth. At that moment, Ji Jiuye resembled a large dog yearning for his owner's affection, nudging his head against Qingxin. Such a warm embrace felt familiar, yet he had completely forgotten it, leaving him despondent. Sitting on the ground, Qingxin tenderly stroked Ji Jiuye's hair, softly soothing him. It's all right, it's all right. It doesn't matter if you don't remember me. What matters is that we are well now. Is that not so? Do not be sad. Qingxin presumed Ji Jiuye's sorrow stemmed from his inability to recall their shared memories, yet she was utterly unprepared for his next revelation. Qingxin, I do not wish to forget you. Do you understand? When I awoke this morning, I realized I had lost many memories from yesterday. I only recall having treated you unfairly. I bit you, and you cried terribly. I cannot remember anything that followed. All I see in my mind is your incessant weeping. Is our relationship solely marred by such unfortunate events? Have I truly been so unkind to you? Ji Jiuye nestled in Qingxin's embrace, his words muffled and tinged with a hint of sobbing, eliciting a pang of pain in Qingxin's heart. From Ji Jiuye's demeanor, it seemed he had forgotten the joyful moments they shared yesterday, retaining only memories of his frenzied aggression. How could this be? Qingxin gently patted his back, continuing to console him. It's all right. Later you treated me well. After I cried, you even kissed my forehead to soothe me. We shared roasted rabbit together, and you cover me with your tail to keep me warm. Before sleeping, I touched your tail and ears, and you willingly kissed me. Since he had forgotten, she would aid his recollection. As long as she remembered, she would recount these moments to him repeatedly until the day he recalled everything. Upon hearing this, Ji Jiuye visibly trembled. He lifted his head from Qingxin's embrace. His crimson eyes reddened further, glistening with unshed tears. With a sorrowful expression, he gazed at her, He could not recall any of the woman's words. All he remembered was seemingly having harmed many and bitten this woman. Yet, her words suggested that their interactions had been quite pleasant. Why had he forgotten? The thought of losing memories of this woman caused an agonizing ache in Ji Jiuye's heart. He took Mu Qingxin's hand and placed it over his chest. Qingxin, it hurts here. I feel so miserable. I know I've forgotten you, and I understand that you are an important woman in my life. But I cannot remember it all. Qingxin, please hold me tighter. I do not wish to forget you. I long to cherish every happy moment spent with you. I do not want to simply let it all slip away. Qingxin, how can I possibly remember you? As Ji Jiuye spoke, it seemed the anguish overwhelmed him, and tears began to flow uncontrollably from his eyes. Mu Qingxin listened quietly to his lamentations, and when he finished, she gently patted his head. Do not worry. Even if you forget, I will still remember everything between us. It does not matter if you forget today. We have many tomorrows ahead. Let the past be forgotten. We can create countless futures together, and I'm certain we will be happy. Ji Jiuye, wanting to respond, was abruptly interrupted by a woman who approached him. She kissed Ji Jiuye's lips and bit down, causing the metallic taste of blood to spread. Pulling away, the woman cradled Ji Jiuye's face and earnestly said, "Since those joyful memories may fade, the painful ones will surely remain. This time, you must remember that we have shared kisses and an extraordinary bond." Ji Jiuye paused for a moment before replying, "Yes, I will not forget this time." In the next instant, he returned to Mu Qingxin's embrace, wrapping his arms around her waist, his body trembling as if he were silently weeping. Mu Qingxin gently stroked his hair. "It's all right if you wish to cry. Let all out. It must be difficult without a single joyful memory. I understand you. Just let the tears flow." Encouraged by her words, Ji Jiuye finally released the pent-up emotions that had been suffocating him. On that day, the sun rose early, casting a delicate golden hue upon the figures of Ji Jiuye and Mu Qingxin. The sunlight was warm and gentle, offering a modicum of solace to Ji Jiuye's heart. Mu Qingxin gazed at the nascent sun, instinctively squinting her eyes. Whoever dared to make her beloved knight cry so sorrowfully must have considered the consequences of their actions. Just wait. Once she uncovers the puppeteer behind it all, she would ensure they suffered dearly. After Ji Jiuye had wept sufficiently, he looked at Mu Qingxin with his red, swollen eyes, still pitiable and clinging to her, reluctant to let go. His appearance amused Mu Qingxin. How could such a majestic nine-tailed fox, embodied in the form of a 3-foot-tall lad, be so prone to tears, and to cry in such a manner? Although the situation was not one to provoke laughter, she couldn't help but recall that green, sorrowful frog emoji. "Knight, how long do you intend to hold me like this?" Even as Mu Qingxin's legs grew numb from sitting, Ji Jiuye clung to her tightly, refusing to release his grip. She could only inquire. At that moment, Ji Jiuye resembled a large, affectionate dog, unwilling to part from Mu Qingxin. "I haven't had enough of your embrace. I want to hold you until evening," he declared, burying himself deeper into her, unresponsive to her calls. Mu Qingxin's thoughts echoed. What should I do if night is too clingy? Chapter 66. Your heart is yours to keep. Mu Qingxin allowed Ji Jiuye to hold her for an extensive duration, until her stomach growled in protest, prompting her to push him away with some force. "I'm hungry. We cannot remain in each other's arms indefinitely," she protested. Upon hearing her words, Ji Jiuye appeared invigorated, as if fueled by a surge of energy. "I shall hunt a beast for you," he exclaimed, striding away with purpose. As Mu Qingxin observed Ji Jiuye's retreating figure, she fell into profound contemplation. Why did Ji Jiuye seem so different today compared to yesterday? The Ji Jiuye from yesterday was tempestuous, quick to resort to violence. Today, however, he appeared fragile and easily impulsive, lacking the maturity he once possessed and exhibiting a youthful exuberance. Had he suddenly regressed in age? Was this merely an illusion? Unable to fathom this change, Mu Qingxin decided to shift her focus and began inquiring about Ji Jiuye from the system. "Little system, do you have any information regarding amnesia? Specifically, concerning Ji Jiuye's selective amnesia? Why does he forget only joyful memories while retaining all the unhappy ones? It feels fundamentally amiss. The system promptly responded, "Please hold. Esteemed master, the system is retrieving relevant information." Ding! The system has found several pertinent entries and is filtering those that match Ji Jiuye's amnesiac characteristics. Esteemed master, here is a document regarding the spells of the demon clan, which contains a piece of information that aligns perfectly with Ji Jiuye's current condition. Would you like to review it? Without hesitation, Qingxin replied, "Access it immediately." The system paused for a moment and reminded her, "Esteemed master, accessing this information requires a small exchange of life force. Are you certain you wish to proceed?" "I am certain." Qingxin gritted her teeth and replied with a hint of frustration. As expected, to compel the system to perform any task, one must exchange a certain amount of life force. "Very well, esteemed master, your exchange has been successfully completed. Please check." The system's cheerful voice faded, and a luminous screen, the size of a mobile phone, materialized in Qingxin's hand. It displayed, "Comprehensive Guide to Demon Clan Spells." Qingxin stared at the screen, unable to suppress her astonishment. What the heck? Is this even possible? A screen can just appear like this? This system indeed had a knack for surprising her at every turn. Oh dear system, how many more wonders are yet to be revealed to me? Despite her musings, Qingxin diligently began to explore the contents of the screen. Just as she would when browsing on her phone back on Earth, she held the screen with her right hand and quickly scrolled through it with her thumb, searching for the information she desired. Esteemed master, you may utilize the search function on the screen," the system gently suggested, perhaps sensing its host's momentary lapse in judgment. Indeed, Qingxin paused, slightly embarrassed, and coughed. "I know there is a search function. I just didn't feel like using it." Yet, her finger obediently tapped the search feature, holding it down for a second before speaking to the screen. Amnesia. Upon releasing her finger and clicking search, the screen promptly filtered several pieces of information. Qingxin perused the entries and soon zeroed in on a relevant detail about a spell that reverted individuals to their childhood. Among the keywords were, "Loss of joyful memories, body gradually diminishes. The spell takes effect after 3 days, reverting the individual to their juvenile state. And, on the 4th day, their demonic power will deplete, leading to death." As she read this passage, Qingxin's heart raced with alarm. The demon clan possessed such a spell? She continued to examine the text. Note, this spell has a weakness. Should the caster experience a profound emotional impact, the spell will fail. A weakness? Qingxin meticulously studied the spell and its vulnerability. What could constitute a profound emotional impact? Could it be that Ji Jiuye had been subjected to this very spell? As she continued to browse, another crucial piece of information caught her eye. Anyone afflicted by this spell will bear a black mark on their palm. A spark of realization struck her. When Ji Jiuye returned, she could simply check his palm for the black mark to ascertain whether he had indeed fallen victim to the spell. If she could confirm that he had been affected, she could devise a suitable remedy. Resolute in her decision, Qingxin carelessly tossed the luminous screen aside, which was promptly retrieved by the system. How astute! Just as she returned the screen, she spotted Ji Jiuye sprinting back towards her, leaping with exuberance, seemingly in high spirits. Qingxin noticed that he cradled something in his hands, delicately, as if it were a precious treasure. He approached her, lifting a golden fruit triumphantly before her, grinning widely. "Qingxin, you must try this. I just found this golden strawberry. It's incredibly sweet. Hurry, have a taste." Qingxin, somewhat skeptical, picked up the petite golden fruit. It indeed resembles a strawberry, albeit slightly larger in size and adorned in a golden hue. She carefully placed it in her mouth, taking a delicate bite to savor its flavor. Ji Jiuye stood nearby, brimming with anticipation, awaiting Qingxin's appraisal. His demeanor mirrored that of a child eagerly awaiting a reward. Qingxin couldn't help but smile. It was truly delightful. Night Treasure was remarkable. Upon hearing this compliment, Ji Jiuye lowered his head, his ears drooping backward, yearning for Qingxin's gentle touch. Understanding his unspoken request, Qingxin reached out to caress his silky long hair, also fondling his ears. This simple gesture sent Ji Jiuye's 9 tails into a frenzy, swaying vigorously and stirring up clouds of dust. In a hurry, Qingxin covered the golden strawberry with her hand, fearing that the dust might settle upon it. However, it was too late. The fruit was quickly shrouded in a layer of grime. All right, hurry and wash the strawberry. Oh, where are your shoes? Qingxin exclaimed, surprised to discover that his shoes were missing, leaving his feet bare, just like hers. Ji Jiuye glanced at his own feet, and then at Qingxin's, noting, "You're barefoot too." Qingxin was momentarily taken aback by his observation. Well, she had grown accustomed to foregoing shoes. But why had Ji Jiuye discarded his as well? Yet, seeing his reluctance, she chose not to inquire further. Going shoeless was not a significant issue after all. Ji Jiuye cradled the golden strawberry and approached the stream, intended to wash it once more. Qingxin crouched down beside him, softly stating, "I will wash it with you." "All right," he replied, though they claimed to be washing together. Qingxin's thoughts were solely focused on Ji Jiuye's hands. Once they finished washing, she eagerly grasped his hand, examining it closely. She wanted to see if there was a dark mark in his palm. Qingxin, Ji Jiuye stood frozen in place, bewildered by her intentions. What was she up to? Holding hands? "Night treasure, stay still. I wish to inspect your hand." As Qingxin held onto Ji Jiuye's hand, he promptly extended both of his, generously offering them for her scrutiny. "You may look as you please. They are all yours." Chapter 67. No one shall take you away from me. Qingxin scrutinized Ji Jiuye's hand and discovered a somewhat inconspicuous dark circular mark. Upon seeing that mark, she was filled with a mix of astonishment, joy, and sorrow. It was hard to believe that Ji Jiuye had indeed fallen victim to a juvenile curse. Given the current circumstances, it seemed that today, Ji Jiuye was even younger than he had been yesterday, less mature than before. Tomorrow would mark the third day since he was cursed, and, according to her research, he was to regress into his juvenile phase. On the fourth day, Ji Jiuye would perish due to the depletion of his demonic energy. The key to resolving this curse lay in uncovering significant moments from Ji Jiuye's emotional history. If she failed to find them, Ji Jiuye might very well. How infuriating! Who could possibly wish harm upon Night Treasure? Or perhaps upon herself? In the realm of the demon clan, there existed a deep-seated enmity, either toward the Night Treasure or perhaps even towards oneself. Qingxin pondered relentlessly, her thoughts drifting back to the peculiar black chick demon that had been fixated on her days prior, a creature exceedingly effeminate in demeanor. Could it be that he was the one responsible for this predicament? Ji Jiuye noticed Qingxin's gaze, lost in contemplation as she stared at her own hand. Her expression a tumultuous blend of conflict and anguish. He immediately grew concerned, wondering if something had befallen her. "Qingxin, what is the matter? Why do you appear so troubled?" His mind raced back to their earlier conversation, where he had lamented forgetting all the joyful memories they shared, leaving only the painful remnants. Could it be that Qingxin had gleaned some insight into his amnesia? His excitement surged. "Qingxin, do you know the cause of my memory loss? Please, tell me. Am I on the brink of death?" His grip tightened, inadvertently causing her discomfort, prompting her to furrow her brow slightly. Realizing his unintentional harm, Ji Jiuye quickly loosened his hold, tenderly massaging the area he had grasped, his voice softening with an apology. "I am truly sorry. I became a bit too agitated. I assure you, it shall not happen again." Qingxin reflected on his words, catching a phrase he had often uttered but was now a bitter reminder. It shall not happen again. Truth be told, she felt a flicker of fear, apprehensive that divulging what she knew would provoke another emotional upheaval from Ji Jiuye. Yet, she resolved not to conceal the truth from him. He deserved to understand the events that had transpired and the potential consequences that lay ahead. He had every right to be informed. However, before revealing the truth, she aimed to stabilize his emotions. Gently, she clasped Ji Jiuye's hand with her small yet tenacious grip, intertwining her dainty fingers with his larger palm. "Night Treasure," she murmured softly, "I am indeed aware of what has transpired within you. Rest assured, I will disclose everything. But prior to that, I need you to promise me, do not let your emotions spiral out of control. You must ensure that you can uphold this promise. Is that agreeable?" Ji Jiuye's crimson eyes widened in astonishment. Qingxin truly comprehended the turmoil within him. You need not worry. I will adhere to your request, he solemnly vowed. With his assurance, Qingxin unveiled the entirety of her knowledge. The dark circular mark upon your palm is the most prominent characteristic of the rejuvenation technique, a punishment devised for those demons who betray their kin. Ji Jiuye's gaze fixated intensely on the black mark on his palm, his expression darkening as he clenched his teeth, evidently struggling to contain his emotions. The rejuvenation technique was something he had encountered by mere chance. It was a punishment tailored specifically for traitorous demons, designed to ensure that during their final moments of existence, they would be haunted solely by the sins they had committed and the accompanying sorrow, while all memories of joy would vanish completely. Ultimately, this technique served as a means to control the inner demons of one's heart. A subtle undercurrent of turmoil surged within Ji Jiuye's scarlet eyes. The individual responsible for bestowing this curse upon him could only be his former arch-nemesis, the Black Phoenix Demon. Night Treasure, do you know who would be so ruthless against you? Qingxin observed Ji Jiuye's expression, sensing he must know something, and thus inquired. Ji Jiuye blinked, inhaled deeply, seemingly striving to calm his emotions. After a moment, he spoke softly. It is likely the Black Phoenix Demon. I have harbored grievances against him for a long time, and it appears he wishes to eliminate me this time. Qingxin nodded. Indeed, that aligns with my suspicion. You may have forgotten, but before you fell under this spell, that Black Phoenix Demon had already abducted me once. He sought to possess me, yet he fled in defeat. I surmise that this time, he intends to strike at you, hoping to make you forget me, and thus sow discord between us, creating a rift that allows him to intrude. Initially, Qingxin merely intended to share what she knew. But Ji Jiuye's reaction was one of heightened agitation. You say he once abducted you? From my side? Infuriating. I must slay that demon, he exclaimed, clenching his fist and striking the ground, which instantly fractured and trembled violently. He then placed both hands on Qingxin's shoulders, gazing at her with utmost seriousness, and declared earnestly, Qingxin, rest assured, I shall never allow you to stray from my side again. No one shall take you from me, though my time may be limited. I vow to protect you while I still draw breath. As he spoke, Ji Jiuye's tone grew somber. Observing this, Qingxin quickly offered comfort. Night Treasure, do not worry. I will save you. If you perish, I shall not survive either. I will slay the Black Phoenix Demon and follow you. Wait, slay the Black Phoenix Demon? Qingxin suddenly entertained a bold hypothesis. If we kill the Black Phoenix Demon, would the spell cast upon you cease to be effective? Her eyes sparkled with hope as if grasping a lifeline. Night Treasure, if we were to confront and eliminate that demon, would your curse be lifted? In other words, if we vanquish him, you would be saved. Is there such a stipulation within the demon's magic? Ji Jiuye's crimson eyes gleamed with renewed vigor. If we slay the spellcaster, the Black Phoenix Demon, perhaps this curse can indeed be undone. I believe it is worth a try. Qingxin, I still recall the location of the Black Phoenix Demon's lair. Let us make haste to confront him. Agreed. We shall dismantle his stronghold. Qingxin and Ji Jiuye were in perfect accord. Seizing the day, they resolved that the anniversary of the Black Phoenix Demon's demise would be the following year. However, Qingxin pondered aloud, but where is the Black Phoenix Demon's lair? She picked a golden strawberry, popped it in her mouth, and then offered one to Ji Jiuye, filling his mouth as well. Ji Jiuye scratched his head, hesitating. His lair resides in the demon realm. The demon realm? Are we to venture there to confront him? Qingxin queried, perplexed. But just recently, the Black Phoenix Demon was in the human realm. How can we ensure we will encounter him and eliminate him in the demon realm? Therefore, we must pursue him there? Is he not in the human realm? She tilted her head, expressing her confusion. Ji Jiuye smiled awkwardly, silently picked up a strawberry, and placed it in his mouth as he leaned closer to Qingxin, effectively silencing her desire to inquire further. Meanwhile, in the palace of the Western Wind Kingdom, a tumultuous scene unfolded. Your Majesty, Ji Jiuye has rampantly killed during the Monster Clan festival and has injured numerous commoners. A multitude of citizens has petitioned for the removal of Ji Jiuye from his position as regent. We implore your Majesty to apprehend and convict Ji Jiuye swiftly, to pacify the populace and stabilize the realm. Song Hanmo, exhibiting a countenance filled with disappointment, vociferously condemned Ji Jiuye's reckless endangerment of the people before Ji Chongning. The actions of Ji Jiuye were deemed unforgivable, warranting an immediate dismissal from his regent post. Several other ministers echoed Song Hanmo's sentiments, joining in the denunciation of Ji Jiuye. Your Majesty, I second this motion. I too lend my support. I concur. In the council hall, a chorus of ministers knelt in unison, demanding the removal of Ji Jiuye from his regent position and his subsequent arrest and conviction. Among them stood Mu Yuankai, Mu Qingxin's father, silently observing without voicing either support or opposition. Seeing the ministers rallying behind him, Song Hanmo felt a swell of pride. However, upon noticing Mu Yuankai's nonchalant demeanor, his expression darkened. Why was Mu Yuankai unconcerned about his daughter's abduction? How could he abstain from denouncing Ji Jiuye? Had it not been for the fact that he was Mu Qingxin's father, he would have discreetly dealt with him by now. Curiously, despite having encountered that woman before, why had he only recently become infatuated with her? Nevertheless, these were trifles. The paramount concern was to await Ji Jiuye's demise once he lost his powers. And then he would seek Mu Qingxin. Once he located her, he would comfort her, showcasing his masculine strength. Even if Mu Qingxin continued to despise him, he would still be a better choice than Ji Jiuye, who had harmed her. Alternatively, he could take advantage of Mu Qingxin's absence to eliminate Mu Yuankai, and then falsely claim that Ji Jiuye ordered her father's assassination. This plan would be foolproof. Song Hanmo felt exceedingly pleased with his strategic decisions and had already begun plotting the downfall of Mu Qingxin's father. The ministers continued their incessant chatter. In times past, with Ji Jiuye present, these ministers would have dared not to be so boisterous. Now that Ji Jiuye was missing, the situation spiraled out of control. Seated upon the dragon throne, clad in a robe ill-suited to his stature, he rested a hand on his forehead, his brows nearly entwined in knots. Who will rescue me? He internally lamented. At that moment, he caught sight of the silent Mu Yuankai, and it felt as though he had discovered a lifeline. While all others pressed him for a decision, only Mu Yuankai remained aloof. A sense of favor blossomed within him towards Mu Yuankai. Straightening himself, he called out, Mu Taifu, what is your opinion on this matter? Mu Yuankai, with a flick of his sleeve, expressed his disdain for those eager to curry favor with Song Hanmo. Since the last time Mu Qingxin made her remarks at the Mu residence, Mu Yuankai has pondered over the words she expressed. If Ji Jiuye managed the Western Wind Kingdom during a period of prosperity and tranquility, it stands to reason that his decisions were sound. One should not dismiss him based on his status or the rumors surrounding him. Moreover, Mu Yuankai finds it hard to believe that the daughter he refers to would possess such poor judgment as to fall for a ruthless villain who revels in slaughtering the innocent. However, the fact that Ji Jiuye has indeed caused harm is undeniable and witnessed by all. It is imperative that the truth be ascertained first. Clearing his throat with a light cough, Mu Yuankai clasped his hands and addressed, Your Majesty. We still remain unclear about the events that transpired on the night of the Demon Clan Festival. I believe it is necessary to uncover the truth before reaching any conclusions. Furthermore, Ji Jiuye is also considered a son-in-law of the Mu family. Should he have wronged my daughter, I wish to personally seek justice for her. Upon stating this, Mu Yuankai respectfully knelt, beseeching the emperor for his grace. Upon hearing this, Song Hanmo immediately grew displeased and was about to retort when Ji Chongning slammed his hand on the table and declared, I grant it. As the father-in-law of Ji Jiuye, Mu Taifu possesses the most authority to speak on this matter. I entrust you with this entire affair, hoping you will soon bring Ji Jiuye and Mu Qingxin back to ascertain the truth. Mu Yuankai knelt once more, affirming, I accept the decree. The entire exchange unfolded seamlessly, leaving those who opposed utterly speechless. Song Hanmo, still unwilling to concede, attempted to persuade Ji Chongning further, but was taken aback when Ji Chongning resolutely declared, I have made my decision. Court is dismissed. With a sweeping gesture, Ji Chongning disregarded Song Hanmo and departed with a multitude of attendants. This cacophony of voices was quite unbearable, and it was imperative to escape swiftly The other ministers, witnessing this, had no choice but to depart reluctantly. Only Song Hamo remained undeterred, pursuing Ji Jiuye while calling out, "Your Majesty! Your Majesty!" Hearing Song Hamo's calls, Ji Jiuye quickened his pace. Yet Song Hamo managed to catch up. He gritted his teeth, adopting a forced smile, and asked coolly, "Is there something else you wish to discuss?" Upon catching his breath, Song Hamo replied, "Your Majesty, I believe a decision regarding Ji Jiuye should be made promptly. Many commoners have suffered casualties due to him, and public anger is mounting. The foundation of a nation lies with its people." Listening to Song Hamo's words, Ji Jiuye felt an increasing headache. This persistent fly was exceedingly bothersome. Growing impatient, he no longer feigned a smile and retorted, "Then tell me, what should I do?" Song Hamo quickly responded, "I believe your Majesty should first pacify the populace by dismissing Ji Jiuye from his regent position." Ji Jiuye narrowed his eyes, contemplating. Did Song Hamo truly think him foolish? From his tone, it seemed as though he had already made up his mind. Did he presume that the emperor lacked the capacity for thought and would rely solely on his counsel for decisions? Ji Jiuye had previously warned him that Song Hamo was not a man of pure intentions and could not be a trusted minister. In the present moment, it appears that after encountering significant events, Song Hamo not only fails to contemplate solutions to the problems at hand, but also seeks to manipulate the decisions made regarding them. Although Ji Jiuye has not faced many tribulations, he possesses a certain cunning to deal with such individuals. He feigns a state of inner turmoil, struggling to articulate his thoughts. "My dear minister, I understand your patriotic fervor and your desire to eradicate evil for the nation. However, I have already issued an edict, determining that we must first ascertain the truth before making any decisions, and it would not be appropriate for me to retract it. Therefore, I propose that you and Master Mu conduct your investigations along two parallel lines, one overt and one covert. Surely, my dear minister, you would not wish to make my position overly difficult?" The implication being that should Song Hamo continue to press the matter, it would be tantamount to disrespecting the emperor, casting suspicion upon his loyalty. Indeed, upon hearing the young emperor's words, Song Hamo stood there, eyes wide in disbelief, seemingly taken aback by Ji Jiuye's unexpected rationality, as he was accustomed to having his every whim followed without question. With a shadow passing over his gaze, he reluctantly acquiesced, "Your servant shall obey," and withdrew in frustration. Meanwhile, Dojian wandered through the dense woods, independently seeking the whereabouts of Ji Jiuye and Mu Qingxin. Chapter 69. A dilemma of desire having been thwarted by Ji Jiuye. Song Hamo increasingly regarded Mu Yuankai as the greatest obstacle to his ambitions for dominance over the Qingxin kingdom. It was time to eliminate Mu Yuankai. Since the intent was to remove Mu Yuankai, it would be more advantageous to attribute the blame to Ji Jiuye. Thus, this endeavor would be carried out under the guise of the demon clan to eliminate Mu Yuankai. Before taking action, Song Hamo resolved to return to his stronghold within the demon realm to seek out a few white-furred fox demons. After Song Hamo departed, Ji Jiuye's expression darkened, and with a cold snort, he led a large contingent of individuals away. He decided to employ the secret guards left behind by Ji Jiuye. These guards had been placed by Ji Jiuye at Ji Jiuye's side long ago, but due to Ji Jiuye's previous biases against him, they had remained unused. Now that Ji Jiuye faced widespread public condemnation, he had become a target for all. Song Hamo was adept at sowing discord and, at such a critical juncture, continued to present Ji Jiuye with challenges, proving to be utterly unreliable. The leader of the secret guards, named Qingxin, was loyal solely to Ji Jiuye. He and his fellow guards approached Ji Jiuye, bowing respectfully, "My lord." Ji Jiuye cleared his throat, attempting to assume an air of maturity. "Rise. What do you know about Ji Jiuye? What is your perspective on the Demon Clan's festival?" Replying to "My lord," the incident occurred quite suddenly, and we received no prior notice. Qingxin reported with utmost respect, then stood silently, awaiting Ji Jiuye's next command. The secret guards were unaware. Thus, it seemed that Ji Jiuye's violent outburst must have been a result of being framed. Furrowing his brow, Ji Jiuye issued a command. "You are to investigate Song Hamo immediately." Gather all information pertaining to him and conduct this inquiry discreetly. No one must be informed. Understood. We shall obey. Ningxi responded without hesitation and promptly set off. There were significant issues surrounding Song Hanmo. As for Ji Jiuye, Ji Chongning could never bring himself to believe that his uncle would truly commit such heinous acts. Otherwise, his little aunt would not have reacted so vehemently to the wrongful accusation against Ji Jiuye. In critical moments, he still wished to have faith in his kin. Within a certain mysterious cave, in a secluded and desolate corner, a massive beast was cruelly bound by numerous chains. This creature possessed 9 tails, each stained with dark, grimy blood, dragging helplessly on the ground in a filthy manner. The chains encircled its entire body, with some areas already torn and raw, the iron links embedded into its flesh, becoming one with its blood and sinew. It was a 9-tailed fox. The injuries it bore had accumulated over a long period, with old wounds never fully healed before new ones emerged, a relentless cycle that drove the creature to the brink of madness. Even after enduring a century of torment, it still clung to life, gasping for breath, as if waiting for someone to rescue it. It did not know when that person would return, but it was certain that she would come. At that moment, Mo Yin stood before it, gazing at the massive beast with a complex expression. Why did the master fixate on this creature? Mo Yin shook his head in confusion, unable to comprehend, and proceeded to undergo the trial of the demon cave. After Ji Jiuye had silenced Mu Qingxin with strawberries, he devoured several himself. Mu Qingxin, tired of being fed, finally pushed him away with reluctance. Night Treasure, I'm serious. Are we really returning to the demon clan? Just a few days ago, the Black Phoenix demon was causing trouble in the human realm. If we head to the demon clan now, it might not be wise to encounter him, she remarked, touching her slightly sore lips with a tone of complaint. Though Ji Jiuye barely remembered her, this biting habit of his was indeed just as it had been before, as long as she didn't say stop. Ji Jiuye intended to keep indulging. It was truly a conundrum. One wished to push him away, yet also wished to keep him close. Ji Jiuye wiped his lips, seemingly still craving more. Let us first take down his lair. If he is not there, then my fate is sealed. If he is there, wouldn't that be just perfect? After all, I'm not far from death anyway. I might as well take a gamble. What do you think? Compared to yesterday, Ji Jiuye was filled with even more impulsive fervor and pride, brimming with youthful vigor. Mu Qingxin observed the fearless Ji Jiuye and pouted. I don't want to gamble with your life. If you die, it's all over for you, and I'd have to endure widowhood until I could avenge you. That is not something I'm willing to do. She was daring enough to gamble, but not with Ji Jiuye's life. Seeing her reluctance, Ji Jiuye pulled her close, pressing her against him, and whispered enticingly in her ear, "Trust me, I have a feeling he will return to his lair. Perhaps he is already on his way back to the demon realm. Just believe me this once, all right?" His warm breath brushed against her ear, causing Mu Qingxin to feel flustered. Yet, she still did not wish to gamble with Ji Jiuye's life, shaking her head with a blush and softly saying, "I don't want to gamble with your life." With that, she turned her head away, intending to ignore Ji Jiuye. Upon seeing her demeanor, Ji Jiuye chuckled softly, resting his head against her neck and gently coaxing, "All right, dear, I've already calculated everything. If we set off for the demon realm now, we shall arrive by nightfall. Upon our arrival, we will rest for the night, and the following day we shall directly assault his lair. Should he be there, our mission will succeed. If not, we shall devise another plan to seek him elsewhere. I have but 2 days left to live, which is sufficient." Murong Qingxin turned to look at him. Despite the gravity of life and death, he seemed unfazed, conversing with her in a cheerful manner, even making wagers. Did he not realize that if he were to perish, it would cause her immense sorrow? Murong Qingxin was unwilling to engage further, resolutely shaking her head. No matter what, she would never agree to gamble with his life. Qingxin, Xinbao. Ji Jiuye, noticing Murong Qingxin's refusal, nuzzled her with his head, alternating his endearments in hopes of persuading her. Xinbao, Murong Qingxin chuckled softly, recognizing Ji Jiuye's cleverness. He called her Xinbao in return for her calling him Yebao. He likely had no understanding of what treasure truly meant. Seeing her smile, Ji Jiuye became emboldened, embracing her and lowering his head, presenting his ears to her hands. Xinbao, you may touch these. They're soft, fluffy, and utterly adorable. Unable to contain herself any longer, Murong Qingxin succumbed to his charm. Indeed, it was evident that she was utterly captivated by Ji Jiuye's ears. This time, she once again, almost dazedly, acquiesced to his request. By the time she regained her senses, Ji Jiuye was already swiftly carrying her through the forest, heading towards the demon realm from his memories. Meanwhile, Duo Yan was still traversing the deep mountains in search of Ji Jiuye and Murong Qingxin. Chapter 70. The lively and adorable cat, Demon Ji Jiuye. Put me down. Are you truly taking me to the demon realm? Are you really willing to gamble? Release me at once. We might still find him in the human realm. Murong Qingxin exclaimed, glancing at the rapidly passing scenery beneath her feet, striking Ji Jiuye's chest in frustration. She believed that their chances of locating the Black Phoenix demon in the human realm far surpassed those in the demon realm. There was no need to risk such a perilous journey. Ji Jiuye, however, paid her no heed, resolutely pursuing his own path towards the demon realm. Murong Qingxin, feeling ignored, became somewhat irate. Ji Jiuye. Her voice turned cold, tinged with annoyance. Ji Jiuye momentarily halted, letting out a barely audible sigh, slowing his pace and gently alighting on the edge of a cliff. He gazed at Murong Qingxin with a hint of exasperation, tousling her hair softly. Xinbao, what troubles you? I assure you, I have a premonition that the black chick is surely near his lair. Trust me this once, will you? Murong Qingxin's hair became somewhat disheveled from his affectionate ruffling, yet she found it difficult to muster any anger towards him, turning her face away in silent protest. Why could he not choose a less perilous course of action? Ji Jiuye shifted to face her, noticing her sulking expression, and coaxed gently, Xinbao, believe in me. His crimson eyes shone with warmth and a glimmer of anticipation, gazing tenderly at her. In that instant, Murong Qingxin found herself wavering. If indeed, this time we are to lose Ji Jiuye, should we not allow him to fulfill some of his desires before his demise? Mu Qingxin also gazed at him and softly inquired, Night Treasure, how confident are you about encountering Song Hanmo in the demon realm? Upon hearing this, Ji Jiuye lowered his head, his expression unchanging as he uttered two words, 90%. 90% truly? Mu Qingxin observed Ji Jiuye's bowed head and instantly comprehended everything. If this is what you wish for, then so be it. All right, Night Treasure, I shall accompany you. Let us hasten our journey and aim to return by dawn to deal with that black chick. Very well. Ji Jiuye awkwardly lifted his head, continuing to hold Mu Qingxin close as they soared toward the demon realm. Mu Qingxin scrutinized their path and discovered that they were heading deep into the dense forest. Could it be that the demon realm is concealed within? Ji Jiuye's demonic power surged forth, and their speed reached its zenith. Merely 2 hours passed before they reached the heart of the forest, where they paused before a stone tablet. The tablet was modest in size, inscribed with 4 prominent characters, entrance to the demon realm. Ji Jiuye gently set Mu Qingxin down, grasped her hand, and with his other hand pressed against the stone tablet. Just as Mu Qingxin was engulfed in confusion, the surrounding mountains and ground began to tremble violently, as if the earth itself were about to collapse. Mu Qingxin, caught off guard, nearly lost her balance. Ji Jiuye stood beside her, exerting his strength to pull her into his embrace, holding her firmly. Before Mu Qingxin could utter a word, she beheld the stone blocks before the tablet rising from the ground, revealing an archway. The interior was shrouded in darkness, leaving the situation uncertain. Mu Qingxin instinctively tightened her grip on Ji Jiuye's hand. Be calm, do not fear, I will guide you inside. Ji Jiuye whispered softly as he led Mu Qingxin onward. Upon entering the stone doorway, they were enveloped in complete darkness, rendering the surroundings invisible. Mu Qingxin remained silent, obediently following Ji Jiuye deeper within. After an indeterminate passage of time, a faint glimmer of light appeared ahead. The deeper they ventured, the brighter this light grew. We are about to enter the demon realm. Do not be afraid, Ji Jiuye reassured Mu Qingxin, glancing back before continuing onward. Mu Qingxin nodded gently and murmured an acknowledgement, refraining from further words. As the two traversed through the darkness, they emerged into a wide expanse. Here, towering trees still reached for the heavens. Alongside structures reminiscent of the human realm, houses, streets, and an array of market stalls. Apart from the trees, being more abundant than in the human realm, everything else appeared strikingly similar. By the time they arrived, dusk was settling, the sun having dipped below the horizon, leaving only a trace of twilight. The streets bustled with demons, some calling out in sales pitches, while others wandered in small groups. Qingxin observed that atop some of the towering trees, peculiar tree houses had been constructed, their designs markedly different from the houses on the ground. Pointing to one of the tree houses, Qingxin asked, "Night treasure, do those tree houses up there belong to the demons?" Ji Jiuye lifted her gaze and let out a cold hum. This was the domain of the avian demons, who fancied themselves formidable due to their wings that allowed them to soar through the skies. They constructed their abodes high in the trees, mocking those of the ground-dwelling demon clans. The black phoenix demon we must eliminate belongs to this avian species. Qingxin eagerly inquired, "Is the lair of the black phoenix demon also among these tree houses?" "No," Ji Jiuye replied, shaking her head as she looked at Qingxin. "The black phoenix demon is an upper-tier demon, residing in the inner realms of the demon world. What you have just witnessed are lesser demons of low magical power, confined to the outskirts of the demon realm. Resources here are exceedingly scarce, and the living conditions are quite dire. We must venture deeper to reach the domain of the higher-tier demons, where abundance reigns, plentiful food, exquisite taverns, and various shops await." As they walked, Ji Jiuye elaborated for Qingxin's understanding. Everything around her felt both familiar and alien. "Yabao, did you once reside in the demon realm? Where did you stay? With your formidable powers, you must have lived in the inner realm, right?" Listening intently, Qingxin grew curious about Ji Jiuye's past. Ji Jiuye, born with immense demonic power, had inadvertently claimed his mother's life at birth. The world deemed him an ill omen, exiling him to the demon realm, suggesting he had, at one time, dwelled there. Ji Jiuye's gaze darkened momentarily before he quietly responded, "No, I previously resided in the outskirts." His tone was somber, hinting at memories best left unspoken. Sensing his discomfort, Qingxin refrained from further inquiries, instead offering him comfort by gently squeezing his hand. Ji Jiuye reciprocated the gesture, softly assuring her, "I am fine. This is the demon realm, where the demons here harbor a strong aversion to humans. Thus, I must help you disguise yourself." Oh, Qingxin comprehended Ji Jiuye's intent and, in an instant, conjured a pair of petite, plush, pink-white cat ears, adorning her head with grace. She also produced a white faux cat tail, fastening it around her waist in a secluded spot. Ji Jiuye gazed at Qingxin with a mix of exasperation and admiration, uncertain of when she had prepared such whimsical accessories. "Yabao, how do I look?" Once dawned, Qingxin twirled joyfully, resembling an exuberant little cat demon. "Yabao, do I resemble a cat demon?" she playfully asked, curling her arms and forming little fists, mimicking the stance of a kitten while adorably pouting at Ji Jiuye. She even let out a playful meow. Meow, her voice, already enchanting, became irresistibly beguiling in this playful tone, rendering all who heard it, including Ji Jiuye, utterly captivated. Ji Jiuye felt his heart quiver in response to her charm. This little sprite truly possessed a mastery of allure, not merely enchanting mortals but demons alike. He swallowed hard, suppressing his thoughts, and gently took her small hand, leading her onward. "Come now, we have an important matter to attend to." Qingxin gently set down her petite front paws, following Ji Jiuye with a hint of bewilderment as they strolled into a narrow alleyway. The path chosen by Ji Jiuye was rather secluded, seldom traversed by other creatures. Before long, they arrived at the deepest recesses of the alley. Assuming Ji Jiuye had significant intentions, Qingxin curiously inquired, "Yuebao, what important matter are you attending to? Why must we venture into such an unfrequented alley?" At that moment, Ji Jiuye halted his advance, pressing Qingxin against the wall, one hand supporting himself, while the other lifted her chin. His grip was somewhat firm, compelling her to gaze upward. "You about what are you planning?" she questioned, unaware that his intentions were far from what she anticipated. "To kiss you," Ji Jiuye replied candidly, moving in without hesitation and savoring the moment. A fox spirit and a cat spirit entwined in an embrace. Strangely, despite having shared countless kisses before, none had ever stirred her heart quite like this one. Qingxin's tiny paws rested against Ji Jiuye's chest, feeling the strong rhythm of his heartbeat, which inadvertently quickened her own. Unbeknownst to her, she was succumbing to the moment. Suddenly, the previously tranquil alley was interrupted by a few inebriated beasts staggering past. Upon hearing their approach, Qingxin instinctively attempted to push Ji Jiuye away. After all, she felt a twinge of discomfort at the thought of being seen kissing by strangers. However, Ji Jiuye remained as steadfast as an immovable tree, unyielding despite her gentle nudges. Qingxin protested quietly. Ji Jiuye, however, seemed impervious to her objections. When it came to expressing affection, there was no way he would shy away. Among the passing creatures, a burly bear spirit noticed the fox and cat in their intimate embrace and jested, "Oh, look at you two, wishing you both a swift arrival of little ones. Aim for 2 in a year, 10 and 2. The laughter of the other spirits echoed, and they swayed away. Hearing their remarks about having multiple offspring left Qingxin blushing furiously. Did they truly believe that she and Ji Jiuye were akin to their kind, capable of having numerous offspring in a lifetime? Yet, it appeared that their comments had little effect on Ji Jiuye, who was inwardly delighted. Noticing Ji Jiuye's lack of response, Qingxin playfully nipped at his tongue in embarrassment. Startled by the sudden action, Ji Jiuye paused, turning to the flushed little creature before him and teasingly asked, "What is wrong, my dear? Why did you bite me? Do you truly wish to bear foxes with me?" Qingxin's face glowed with a rosy hue, resembling a ripe apple, vibrant and alluring. Her lips glistened with a hint of moisture, appearing translucent and inviting. Ji Jiuye's throat involuntarily moved as he gazed at her. "At a time like this, and you're still jesting about having foxes?" Qingxin reproached, her tone lacking any real severity, unable to deter Ji Jiuye in the least. With a fond smile, Ji Jiuye patted her head and said, "Don't worry, I was merely teasing. How about we have little kittens instead? Can we even produce kittens?" She retorted playfully, "Oh, you dare challenge me?" Qingxin felt a surge of urgency, glaring at Ji Jiuye, feigning anger. All right, we won't be angry anymore. Not for a lifetime. Please don't be upset." Ji Jiuye, soothing her, leaned in once more towards her full, vibrant lips. Qingxin pushed him away again. "We should focus on our important matters. Aren't we attending to important matters right now?" Ji Jiuye softly countered before kissing her lips yet again. Qingxin pushed him away once more. Ji Jiuye. At this point, Ji Jiuye grew somewhat impatient. Why did she repeatedly push him away? He gazed at Qingxin with a sullen expression, his mood darkening, his brows knitting into a frown. After a moment, he bit down on his molars, resting his head against her neck, murmuring in a low voice, "My time is running short. Why can't I be closer to you for a little while?" This plaintive complaint instantly softened Qingxin's heart. She understood that Ji Jiuye's venture into the demon realm was a gamble. If the black chick was not in the demon realm, then this journey would have been in vain, and he would face the peril of losing his soul. All things considered, Ji Jiuye's time was indeed limited. Therefore, it was essential to comfort him during this low period. "Do as you wish," Qingxin resolved, preparing to indulge Ji Jiuye fully. "Yabao, do what you desire. This time, I will not push you away. After all, Yabao's time is running out." With determination, she closed her eyes, resembling a lamb awaiting its fate. Seeing his success, Ji Jiuye couldn't help but smile slightly, then brushed Qingxin's hair aside and gently bit her delicate ear. Qingxin felt a jolt of excitement. Her body involuntarily tensed. Did Ji Jiuye intend to take immediate action? How thrilling! Fortunately, Ji Jiuye retained some restraint and refrained from overstepping. He merely kissed her. The autumn evenings always passed swiftly, and darkness enveloped the sky. Every household lit their lamps, filling the air with a warm, homely atmosphere. Not all demons enjoyed raw food. It was merely Ji Jiuye's memory loss that led him to only consume his prey raw. Finally, having indulged enough, Ji Jiuye released the now limp Qingxin, seemingly uneasy, and directly lifted her in his arms, striding purposefully towards the exit. Tonight was not suitable for action. Everything needed to wait until the morrow. That night, Ji Jiuye sought refuge in an ordinary inn, requesting a room. Meanwhile, Tuyen had found Ji Jiuye's lost shoes by a stream, holding the drenched and muddy footwear. Deep in thought, what had Ji Jiuye gone through to lose even his shoes? He gazed into the distance, a flash of inspiration illuminating his mind, and then soared into the air, swiftly heading towards his objective. Meanwhile, Song Hanmo had already reverted to his true form as the Black Phoenix Demon, hurrying back to his lair in the demon realm throughout the night. Chapter 72. The miniature Ji Jiuye cradled Qingxin as he arrived at the inn's room, instructing the attendant to prepare a large tub of hot water. The attendant, quick to act, soon returned with a hefty bucket of water. Ji Jiuye generously rewarded him with a few coins, causing the attendant to beam with excitement, expressing his gratitude while discreetly closing the door behind him. The attendant understood the subtlety. After all, a couple would surely indulge in some intimate activities post-bath. The generous tip signified a request for privacy, and he certainly wouldn't overstay his welcome. Qingxin, unembarrassed, removed her cat ears and tail, beginning to disrobe. Ji Jiuye's eyes widened in astonishment. Ji Jiuye, do you wish to join me for a wash? What? Ji Jiuye stammered, his delicate, pink ears flushing crimson. What's this, Ji Jiuye? Are you feeling shy? Qingxin mused, a sly smile playing at her lips. She reflected on the fact that, in Ji Jiuye's memories, they had never shared a bed before. For him, this was a first, a tender innocence. With a playful lilt, Qingxin called out, "Night treasure, could you help me scrub my back? I can't quite reach." Unable to suppress a gulp, Ji Jiuye hesitated. That might not be appropriate, even as he began to slowly undress. Qingxin couldn't help but chuckle once more at his earnestness. He protested with his words while his body was undeniably honest. Night treasure is truly adorable. Once they finished bathing, they both laid down on the spacious, comfortable bed, covered by a soft, fluffy quilt. Ji Jiuye's 9 tails swayed wildly over the edge of the bed, almost tangling. He lay flat, staring fixedly at the ceiling, his throat constricting with nervousness. Seeing his anxious demeanor, Qingxin couldn't help but laugh. Night treasure, do you know? You were far more daring during your first time before. You were quite valiant. At her words, Ji Jiuye froze, a flicker of anger igniting within him. How could he have forgotten such a pivotal moment? No, he must reclaim his dignity. He couldn't allow her to mock him. In a mere heartbeat, Ji Jiuye flipped over, a roguish grin on his face as he locked his gaze on the woman beneath him, teasingly declaring, "Even now, I am still quite fierce." Just then a soft, adorable voice from the system interrupted, announcing, "Congratulations, esteemed master. You have triggered a series of random tasks that must be completed tonight. Completing all tasks will reward you with 100 life points. Do you accept?" The peculiar series of tasks perplexed him. For previous minor tasks yielded only a few life points as rewards. What bizarre undertaking was this that promised such a generous bounty? Qingxin sensed that this was a significant trap. This is utterly inconsistent with the system's previous trait of being unreliable. This task must certainly harbor some pitfalls. Qingxin cautiously inquired, "What series of tasks are there? You must disclose that to me first, right?" "Ahem, esteemed master, this task is rather exhilarating. Allow me to elaborate for you." Blah, 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 blah. The system elaborated on 10 tasks, each of which made Qingxin exclaim with exhilaration. If anyone knew how to entertain, it was certainly the little system. Qingxin was nearly ready to beat drums in celebration for it. "Esteemed master, the tasks have been published and completed. Do you choose to accept?" Qingxin's gaze fixated on Ji Jiuye, her eyes gleaming brighter, akin to a predator fixating on its long-desired prey. Without a trace of hesitation, she declared, "I accept." "Very well, esteemed master. All tasks have been fully accepted, and you may utilize the items at your convenience. Wishing you a delightful evening." Good night, esteemed master. After the little system exchanged pleasantries, it fell silent and logged off. He. Ji Jiuye remained oblivious to the fact that Qingxin had undertaken a formidable task, only noticing her increasingly bright eyes as she gazed at him, even licking her lips. Ji Jiuye felt as though he had become the target of a hunter. However, rather than feeling trepidation, he found himself filled with anticipation. My dear, regardless of success tomorrow, shouldn't we seize the opportunity to indulge tonight? Qingxin coaxed, her voice naturally alluring, making it difficult to refuse her request. Ji Jiuye blinked, slightly confused by her words. How does my darling wish to play? I shall accompany you. Even in ignorance, it did not deter his agreement. Look, my dear, what is this? Qingxin exclaimed, as if performing a magic trick, revealing a bundle of hemp rope from beneath her. Upon seeing this, an inexplicable emotion surged within Ji Jiuye. Is she intending to bind me? This scene seemed oddly familiar to him. However, the scenario he recalled involved chains instead. How is this to be used? My dear, come, let me teach you. Moments later, with Qingxin's actions, Ji Jiuye found his hands and feet securely bound. His gaze darkened with realization. So, Qingxin enjoys this? Quite to his taste. That night, Qingxin tirelessly engaged in her tasks, switching between 10 different styles before completing the series. Both were utterly exhausted and soon embraced in sleep. Thus, they overlooked a significant detail. The next morning, Qingxin awoke early. As before, she found Ji Jiuye absent. What was going on? Did Ji Jiuye enjoy playing hide-and-seek? Frustrated, Qingxin resolved to dress before contemplating her next move. Wait a moment, what is this lump beneath the covers? Qingxin noticed an inexplicable bulge within the blanket. A large question mark suddenly popped into her mind. Tilting her head, she cautiously lifted a small corner of the blanket, then gradually continued to unveil it. When she beheld the curled-up figure nestled within, her pupils dilated in shock. Who is this? How did I suddenly find myself in my own bed? Where is Ji Jiuye? What is this little bundle? Before me is a small, glistening creature with a head of silver hair that falls to its ears, adorned with a pair of adorable, pinkish-white beast ears. At its waist, there are 9 short, fluffy tails. Who on earth is this? Could it be that Ji Jiuye has transformed into this little bundle? Goodness! Qingxin couldn't help but pick up the small creature, scrutinizing its face in an attempt to discern whether this truly is Ji Jiuye. After exerting considerable effort, she finally recognized the small creature's face. This is simply too fantastical. This little bundle is undeniably a miniature version of Ji Jiuye. At that moment, the little creature rubbed its eyes, yawned, and gradually awakened. Upon seeing the beautiful sister before it, it inexplicably felt an affection towards her. The little creature smiled brightly at Qingxin, greeting her with, "Good morning, sister." Chapter 73. Sister, I want milk. Good morning, sister. What do you mean, good morning? Wait, Ji Jiuye has truly turned into such a little creature? Qingxin gazed at the child, letting out a heavy sigh. Is this the consequence of being affected by the childhood spell for 3 days? Has he reverted to his childhood? She wondered how much Ji Jiuye still remembered. Placing the little creature neatly on the bed, she looked at him with eyes full of hope and asked, "Night treasure, do you remember the way to the Black Phoenix demon's lair?" She clung to a minuscule thread of hope that little Jiuye might recall. However, upon seeing the bewildered expression on little Jiuye's face, she knew it was hopeless. Ji Jiuye had completely forgotten. Little Jiuye blinked his crimson eyes, innocently asking, "What is the Black Phoenix demon?" Perhaps due to his juvenile state, Ji Jiuye began to suck on his own finger, making delightful sucking sounds. Seeing this, Qingxin couldn't help but roll her eyes in exasperation. Ji Jiuye had indeed transformed into a little brat, devoid of any memories. How could she confront that black chick now? Qingxin pounded her chest in frustration, lamenting for quite some time. It was all her fault. Last night, she had been so greedy for 100 points of health that she had completely forgotten about Ji Jiuye reverting to his childhood on the 3rd day. They should have gone to the black chick's lair first. Sigh. Qingxin sighed deeply, feeling utterly melancholic. Seeing her distress, little Jiuye couldn't help but ask, "Sister, why are you sighing? Don't be unhappy, let's go play." Go play? Are you out of your mind? We're about to face death, and you want to play? Mu Qingxin rolled her eyes again in disbelief. This little rascal, who evidently remembered nothing, seemed utterly unafraid of her, instead feeling quite close to her. How bizarre. Night treasure. Do you recognize me? Why do you call me sister? Are we familiar? Little Jiuye blinked his eyes, sweetly responding, I don't know, sister. But the moment I saw you, I really liked you very much. I like you, sister. Subsequently, he tilted his head, his two pitifully large eyes fixated on Mu Qingxin, filled with a sense of grievance. Doesn't sister like Xiao Jiuye? Xiao Jiuye implored, I promise to be good. Please don't dislike me. I will obediently listen to you. As he spoke, his agitation grew, and tears streamed down his face like a faucet left running. When his sorrow reached its peak, he began to hiccup between sobs, truly the picture of distress. In that instant, Mu Qingxin's defenses crumbled, and she scooped Xiao Jiuye into her arms, gently patting his back. All right, I never said I didn't want you. Please stop crying. To her surprise, this only seemed to amplify his sense of grievance. He wailed even louder, leaving Mu Qingxin utterly bewildered. What is happening? Why is he crying even more? She hurriedly tried to console him, employing every tactic she could think of, kisses, hugs, lifting him high, but little Jiuye continued to weep. Ultimately, Mu Qingxin surrendered, having exhausted all her strategies. She merely continued to gently pat his back, repeatedly assuring him, it's okay, don't cry. Sister wants you. Perhaps it was the sheer exhaustion from crying, but eventually, Xiao Jiuye ceased his tears. He wiped his tear-streaked face, smearing both tears and snot onto his tail. Then, clutching Mu Qingxin's garment, he timidly spoke with a soft and quivering voice. Sister, I'm really hungry. I want to drink milk. Due to his recent crying, his voice carried a nasal tone, sounding adorably muffled. His originally crimson eyes were now tinged pink from the tears, rendering him both sweet and pitiable. Oh, help! Little Jiuye was so adorable back then, with his tiny ears, little tail, and being such a helpless creature. How could those people have been so cruel to him? But no, that was not the pressing issue at hand. The real concern was how to infiltrate the lair of the Black Phoenix demon. Sighing once more, Mu Qingxin began to dress. Night treasure. Be a good boy and wait a moment. I'll get dressed and then take you to drink milk, all right? Xiao Jiuye complied eagerly, responding with a soft okay. He then sat upright on the bed, watching Mu Qingxin intently as she dressed. However, the little one's head began to tilt more and more, as if pondering some profound question. He glanced at Mu Qingxin's chest, and then at his own, feeling that something was amiss. Pointing to his own chest, he inquired with a hint of a whine, Sister, why do you have two big lumps there? Is there something delicious hidden? His eyes sparkled with hunger. Mu Qingxin widened her eyes, staring at the spot Xiao Jiuye was pointing to, rendered speechless. Sweetheart, sister doesn't have any milk to share with you, she replied, continuing to dress with an impassive expression. Was this considered teasing? Oh, I thought there might be something tasty there, Xiao Jiuye said, sounding slightly disappointed. Yet he continued to gaze in disbelief. This little rascal. Once Mu Qingxin finished dressing and turned to look at the tiny Xiao Jiuye, she noticed he was still bare, not wearing a stitch of clothing. Glancing down at the garments on the floor, she realized they were all adult-sized clothing for Jiuye, broad and ill-fitting for his small frame. Oh well, I suppose any attire will do. Mu Qingxin picked up a pair of scissors and carelessly snipped Ji Jiuye's clothes, creating two pieces of fabric which she hastily sewed into a few small garments to adorn the little Ji Jiuye. This would suffice for taking him out. Mu Qingxin planned to take Ji Jiuye for breakfast first, then inquire with other demons about the whereabouts of the Black Phoenix demoness lair. It was indeed a perfect plan. The Black Phoenix demon belonged to the higher echelons of demons, and surely many would be aware of its location. Carrying little Ji Jiuye, Mu Qingxin exited the room and descended to the first floor. After checking out, she found a table and chairs near the window where she settled down. She placed Ji Jiuye on a nearby stool, instructing him to sit patiently while she took her seat. Shortly, a diligent waiter approached, inquiring what Mu Qingxin desired. She ordered a bowl of fresh milk for Ji Jiuye, along with various other delicacies. Before long, her orders arrived. Mu Qingxin, feeling the rumble of her already hungry stomach, was about to eat when she suddenly remembered little Ji Jiuye beside her, observing that he appeared to be 2 or 3 years old. She thought he should be able to drink milk on his own, right? Little Ji Jiuye sat there, pitifully staring at the table that was level with him. Even with his little arms stretched out, he could not reach the bowl of milk, let alone drink it himself. With a sigh, Qingxin lifted Jiuye on her lap. One arm held him securely while the other scooped a spoonful of milk, blowing gently on it before feeding it to little Ji. He seemed ravenous, gulping it down eagerly. My, this child can eat quite well. Before long, the bowl was nearly empty. Would you like more? Qingxin asked softly, wiping the milk stains from Jiuye's mouth with a cloth. I want more, he replied. Chapter 74. Aren't both of you children rather grown up now? Qingxin ordered another bowl and fed Jiuye spoonful by spoonful. Do you want more? Jiuye patted his little belly and burped, content. I'm full now, you drink, sister. Qingxin still found it hard to adjust to Jiuye being a little baby, the once gloomy and formidable demon king. Who would have imagined he was such a soft and adorable little creature in his youth? She couldn't fathom what Jiuye had gone through to become that way. Sighing once more, Qingxin continued her breakfast. At that moment, Jiuye, having traveled overnight, was parched and famished. He arrived at the nearest inn and, without hesitation, ordered a mountain of food. Starved, he devoured his meal with reckless abandon, utterly lacking in decorum. This sight was inadvertently observed by little Ji. Sitting in boredom, waiting for Qingxin to finish her meal, tugged at her sleeve, pointing towards Jiuye. Sister, look at that person eating, it's so unattractive. Qingxin followed Jiuye's gaze and saw a handsome man in purple at the next table, hastily shoveling food into his mouth. She could only see his profile, which seemed somewhat familiar, yet she did not dwell on it. She gently patted the head of Xiao Jiuye and said, be good. That uncle must have been hungry for a long time before finally having a meal. It's perfectly normal for him to eat quickly, so don't laugh at him. With that, she resumed her meal in silence. Xiao Jiuye paused for a moment, then continued to gaze at the man in purple beside her. Eventually, unable to bear it any longer, she turned to look at her elegant sister, Qingxin, and exclaimed, Sister, he's too ugly. I can't look anymore. All right, dear, I will finish eating soon. Please be patient with me. Okay? Okay, sister, I will be good. Take your time. Good, my little treasure. Qingxin patiently coaxed her before continuing to eat. At that moment, the familiar term little treasure caught the attention of Jiuye, who was indulging nearby. Upon hearing Xiao Jiuye's name, he froze, his hand poised midair with food. Mechanically, he turned his head towards Qingxin. Upon recognizing her, his pupils dilated in shock, and the chopsticks in his hand slipped from his grasp and fell onto the table. Qingxin, Jiuye exclaimed, his voice trembling with excitement as he rushed over. Grabbing her arm, is it really you? Qingxin, is it truly you? I don't care who you are, Qingxin responded swiftly, sensing someone gripping her wrist. Reacting instinctively, she sent him flying. Jiuye's body crashed into several tables before finally coming to a halt. The other diners, witnessing the commotion, hastily fled. After all, those residing on the outskirts of the demon realm were low-powered creatures, and when trouble arose, they preferred to avoid confrontation. The shopkeeper hurried out to mediate, saying, Gentlemen, what happened here? Let's discuss this calmly. We are a small business and cannot afford to have you use this place as a training ground. Jiuye stood up from a pile of debris, coughed a few times, and reassured, It's nothing at all. We know each other. Qingxin, it's me, Jiuye. Don't you recognize me? The last part he nearly shouted, frustrated by the brief separation. Ah, it's you, Jiuye. Why did it take you so long to find me? I thought you were some lecher. Qingxin, upon realizing who he was, did not apologize but instead sat down and continued to eat. Seeing this, the shopkeeper sighed in relief and signaled to a worker to clean up the overturned tables. Oh, it's you. Where's Jiuye? Why haven't I seen him? Jiuye dusted himself off and approached with curiosity, still puzzled about Jiuye's absence. Jiuye? Ah, where is Jiuye? Qingxin pointed with her chin at the young Jiuye, indicating for Jiuye to look. Following her gesture, Jiuye exclaimed, What the heck? Who is this child? No way, Qingxin. In just a couple of days, has he grown this much? He was astounded, nearly jumping in disbelief. Is childbirth this rapid? Qingxin rolled her eyes in exasperation at his remark. Du Jiuye, are you foolish? Your family has children this quickly? This is Jiuye, the genuine Jiuye. Huh? Du Jiuye felt as if he had just heard a fantastical tale, his entire being enveloped in trepidation. Ji Jiuye has transformed into a child. Indeed, this is Ji Jiuye. Have you ever heard of the infant spell? On the night of the Demon Clan's carnival, Ji Jiuye inadvertently fell victim to this enchantment, resulting in his current juvenile state. He is destined to perish by tomorrow. Qingxin, her face a mask of despair, consumed her meal with a heavy heart, devoid of hope. She must eat well. Only then will she have the strength to seek vengeance against the black chick. Du Jiuye gazed at Ji Jiuye, still seemingly in disbelief, staring at the diminutive figure before him with a look of utter astonishment. Observing Du Jiuye's apparent inability to comprehend the situation, Qingxin chose to disregard him and continued her meal. Uncle, do you perhaps have a crush on my sister? You seem at a loss for words upon seeing her. Young Ji Jiuye blurted out unexpectedly, causing Du Jiuye's blood pressure to soar. He approached and playfully tapped Ji Jiuye on the head, exclaiming, "Little brat, you should call me brother, not uncle. How can you address Qingxin as sister and me as uncle? No way. I demand to be called brother. What are you doing?" Qingxin interjected, her tone sharp as she observed Du Jiuye's playful antics towards Ji Jiuye. "Why are you hitting my precious Yabao?" Perhaps Du Jiuye had been a bit too forceful, as young Ji Jiuye winced in discomfort. His little mouth pouted, and his eyes drooped as he burst into tears. "Cease. The bad guy is bullying me. Wah, save me. It hurts," he cried, extending his tiny arms towards Qingxin, yearning for her embrace. "No, I swear I didn't use any force. Ji Jiuye is just too delicate. I barely touched him," Du Jiuye protested, utterly bewildered by the tears. "You claim you didn't exert force? How could Yebao cry if you didn't? I suspect you are merely seeking revenge." Qingxin quickly scooped up Ji Jiuye, placing him on her lap, gently massaging his head and soothing him. There, little Ji Jiuye, don't cry. Uncle is the big bad guy. I'll help you deal with him." With that, she playfully delivered a couple of light punches to Du Jiuye. At that moment, Du Jiuye felt as if his arms might fracture from the impact. The pain made him grimace, and, after a while, he finally inquired, "Have you figured out who cast the infant spell on him? If we find the one responsible and eliminate them, perhaps this enchantment can be undone." Upon hearing this, Qingxin sighed deeply. It was the Black Phoenix demon. We initially planned to ambush him at dawn, but who would have thought Ji Jiuye would suddenly end up like this, with no recollection of anything? I don't even know where the Black Phoenix demon's lair is, let alone how to confront him. Alas, the Black Phoenix demon? Du Jiuye echoed, contemplating the name. Being a demon himself, he likely knew the location of the Black Phoenix's lair. Realizing this significant fact, Qingxin's eyes sparkled with hope. "You must know where his lair is. Quickly take me there. I must vanquish him." Chapter 75. Little Ji Jiuye, understanding, Du Jiuye nodded. "I am aware of its location. I will guide you there shortly." As she spoke, she summoned the waiter once more, instructing him to bring another serving of each dish she had just ordered, urging him to be swift. "The money will not be an issue. Your tables and chairs, along with the losses incurred today, will be taken care of. I simply require prompt service." The waiter, upon hearing this, was overjoyed and exclaimed, "Yes, esteemed guest, please wait a moment." He hurried away. Qingxin looked curiously at Du Jiuye, asking, "Are you truly going to eat that much? Must one not fill their stomach before engaging in a brawl?" Du Jiuye, Qingxin, turned his gaze toward the still sniffling Ji Jiuye and teased, "Isn't it true, little Jiuye? We ought to eat well before we fight, right?" The previously composed Ji Jiuye, upon seeing Du Jiuye's face suddenly close to him, was once again overwhelmed with emotion and burst into tears. "Wah, uncle is so ugly. Wah, so frightening, so frightening." Qingxin quickly embraced Ji Jiuye, soothing him gently. "Don't cry, dear. I will help you vent your frustrations." With a swift motion, Du Jiuye, having learned from his previous encounter, leaped aside to evade Qingxin's punch. Even after dodging, he felt a lingering apprehension. "Thank goodness I can run fast. This woman is simply too tempestuous. Consider yourself fortunate to have escaped." Qingxin teased playfully, refraining from striking Du Jiuye again. Instead, gently patting Ji Jiuye's back to calm him. Du Jiuye cautiously approached, taking a seat on the farthest corner of the bench, wary of Mu Qingxin's potential intentions to strike him. "TSK, you little brat," always crying at the slightest provocation, Du Jiuye muttered under his breath, chastising Ji Jiuye. Mu Qingxin glanced at him, causing Du Jiuye to fall silent immediately, replacing his remarks with a smile. "I was just praising him for being sensible." "Wah," Du Jiuye lamented. "I wish I could cry too. That is more like it. One must set a good example for the child. If matters can be resolved with fists, there is no need to gossip behind others' backs," Mu Qingxin stated earnestly. Du Jiuye was rendered speechless. Is this what a good example entails? Throwing punches at the drop of a hat? Oh well, I will comply. After all, your fists are formidable. Before long, the food arrived, and Du Jiuye indulged in a frenzied feast. He thought to himself, preparing to confront that black phoenix demon would require considerable effort. He needed to eat his fill. Meanwhile, Mu Qingxin was focused on comforting her little Ji Jiuye, pondering that bringing him along while fighting the black phoenix demon might be somewhat inconvenient. Du Jiuye resembled a burden, as he would have to ensure Ji Jiuye remained in a safe place. It would be essential for Ji Jiuye to establish a good rapport with Du Jiuye soon. Soon enough, Du Jiuye had eaten his fill, and the group prepared to set off. On the way, Mu Qingxin playfully asked Ji Jiuye, "Little Jiuye, would you let this uncle hold you for a moment? My hands are quite weary." Upon hearing this, Ji Jiuye's face contorted in terror as he glanced at Du Jiuye, instantly bursting into tears again. "Wah, but this uncle is truly so frightening," Du Jiuye exclaimed. "Do I appear that hideous? Am I that old?" He suspected Ji Jiuye was doing this on purpose. Mu Qingxin stifled her laughter. "What should we do then? Sister is truly exhausted holding you. Might you allow her a brief respite?" As the little Nine-Night sobbed softly, she tilted her head in confusion and uttered, "Sister, I'm so tired. I want Uncle to hold me." Little Nine-Night was quite understanding. Tears shimmered in her crimson eyes, yet she opened her arms towards Du Jiuye, exclaiming, "Ugly uncle, hold me." Du Jiuye realized at that moment that she had already grasped the situation. He understood that this couple was destined to torment him for a lifetime. Reluctantly, he took Ji Jiuye into his arms, his face displaying a look of disdain. "I'm so ugly. Be careful not to cry for my looks," he jested, playfully pinching her smooth little cheek. To his surprise, this gesture made little Nine-Night giggle. She laughed heartily, clutching Du Jiuye's clothing, wrinkling it in her grasp, which earned her a scowl from him. "Little rascal." He glanced at her tear-streaked eyes and damp lashes, and she truly looked pitiable. Perhaps it was best not to hold a grudge against a little child. Thus, Du Jiuye carried little Nine-Night for quite a distance, and their relationship improved significantly from its initial awkwardness. In Du Jiuye's company, little Nine-Night even laughed merrily. Mu Qingxin observed the two, finally feeling relieved. It seemed that when the time came to fight, Du Jiuye would be able to keep little Nine-Night safe. Maybe little Nine-Night had grown weary of being held by Du Jiuye. She began to fuss and leaned toward Mu Qingxin, reaching out her arms, pleading, "Sister, hold me." "All right, sister will hold you," Mu Qingxin replied with a smile, lifting Ji Jiuye into her embrace and playfully rubbing her cheek. So smooth. She gently patted little Nine-Night's head and tickled her ears, pulling her closer as they walked, snuggling affectionately. Du Jiuye felt a chill run down his spine at the sight. This couple, even in their current state, did not forget to flaunt their affection. After walking for a while, they came upon a towering tree, beneath which stood an enormous treehouse. Mu Qingxin looked up at the structure. "Is that it?" Du Jiuye nodded, affirming, "Yes, this is the only one in the area. It cannot be mistaken." "As long as we're sure," she replied. "I'll hold you. I'm going to smash that nest," Mu Qingxin declared, and without hesitation, she tossed little Nine-Night into Du Jiuye's arms. He caught her, puzzled about how Mu Qingxin intended to ascend the tree. Could she possess some form of levitation? Before he could voice his thoughts, Mu Qingxin took several steps back and prepared for a running leap. As she approached the colossal tree, she maintained her speed and even accelerated further. To his astonishment, she began to run vertically up the tree trunk. Du Jiuye watched in utter disbelief. Without any magic, she could still ascend in such a manner? This truly reshaped his understanding of possibilities. Upon nearing the treehouse, Qingxin executed a backflip, hooking one foot onto the edge of the treehouse with effortless grace. Easily landing inside, she didn't bother to examine the interior decorations. She merely noted the absence of any monsters. Without hesitation, she stomped down, creating a gaping hole in the treehouse. The structure lost its balance, swaying precariously, and seeing this, Qingxin elegantly delivered another kick. Boom! The entire treehouse collapsed with a thunderous crash, splintered wood transforming into lethal shards that plummeted toward the ground. As Du Jiuye glanced at Qingxin, witnessing her formidable combat prowess, he promptly embraced little Jiuye and sought refuge in a secure location, a wave of trepidation washing over him. This was not merely a beast, but a raw strength surpassing that of any demon. What could possibly be the explanation? At that moment, Qingxin was exceedingly vexed. There was not a trace of the Black Phoenix demon in sight. Where on earth had that wretched creature scurried off to? Ah, Sister Qingxin. When you were climbing the tree house was so eerily quiet, it clearly indicated that the Black Phoenix demon was not here, Du Jiuye remarked, sounding like an afterthought. Qingxin furrowed her brow and shot him a glance, prompting him to immediately fall silent. That cursed sense of oppression. The woman accompanying Ji Jiuye was not like this at all. Could it be that Ji Jiuye had sealed away this domineering side of her? Chapter 76. Where's my nest? Ahem, do not fret. The Black Phoenix demon cannot possibly remain in its lair forever. Let's sit for a while and await its return. Du Jiuye, clutching little Jiuye, timidly approached Qingxin, still shaken by the earlier events. It was fortunate that he had not opposed this woman. Otherwise, the outcome would have been catastrophic. They had no choice but to wait. Qingxin sighed lightly, taking little Jiuye in her arms, playfully pinching his cheek. Were you scared, my dear? I shall be gentler next time, all right? Little Jiuye, unperturbed, clapped his hands and laughed heartily, exclaiming, Sister is amazing. Du Jiuye interjected, Please do ignore me. I am merely a tool demon. The three sought a concealed spot, intending to wait for 2 hours. If the Black Phoenix demon did not appear within that time, they would depart and seek alternative methods to resolve their predicament. During the wait, Du Jiuye recounted the history between the Black Phoenix demon and Ji Jiuye. Over 20 years ago, Ji Jiuye was marginalized within the royal family of the Western Wind Kingdom, scorned by the prince and unloved by the emperor. The young Ji Jiuye often played alone, immersing himself in studies and solitude. When he reached a certain age, the emperor sent him away to the fringes of the demon realm, abandoning him on the ground before turning away. A passing demon, upon discovering the curled-up Ji Jiuye in tears, took him back to the demon realm. Upon arrival, the Black Phoenix demon realized he was a human imbued with innate demon power, thus not truly part of the demon race, leading to his unwelcoming reception. At that time, Ji Jiuye was still quite naive, yet he sensed that the demons of the realm were not pleased with his presence and contemplated leaving. However, a kind-hearted demon, Du Jiuye, took Ji Jiuye in and nurtured him within the demon realm. The Black Phoenix demon frequently harassed Ji Jiuye, bullying him relentlessly. Du Jiuye, unable to bear the sight of Ji Jiuye's suffering, occasionally retaliated, only to provoke the Black Phoenix demon into even harsher torment. Wait, did you not adopt Ji Jiuye? Could you not hold your own against him? Why allow him to be bullied? Qingxin interrupted Du Jiuye's reminiscence, voicing her doubts. When Du Jiuye was posed with the question, his face flushed with embarrassment as he stammered, I have only been a demon for a few decades. While that Black Phoenix demon has existed for a millennium, how could I possibly compete with him? Upon hearing this, Qingxin felt a pang of sympathy for Du Jiuye. You have indeed faced considerable challenges. It takes courage to confront him alongside me. Clearing his throat, he continued, Ji Jiuye, despite his youth, exhibited extraordinary talent and rapidly surpassed Du Jiuye in strength. Soon, he was able to engage the Black Phoenix demon in a few rounds whenever it came to provoke him. This caused the Black Phoenix demon to regard him with apprehension, and he secretly sought to create trouble for Ji Jiuye. Eventually, during a serious altercation, Ji Jiuye nearly faced expulsion from the demon realm. Although he was not banished, he found it intolerable to remain and returned to the human realm. At this juncture, the Western Wind Kingdom was beset with both internal strife and external threats, plagued by numerous shortcomings. Ji Jiuye, having lived there for a brief period, quickly discerned these latent dangers, proving to be an exceptional talent for governance. As you are aware, following the death of the former emperor, Ji Jiuye declared himself regent and, through ruthless measures, seized control of most of the power in the Western Wind Kingdom. Recently, he clashed with the Black Phoenix demon near the human realm. Their strengths were nearly equivalent, and they ended in a stalemate, both sustaining injuries. Subsequently, after your marriage, the Black Phoenix demon once again targeted him. However, this time, he inflicted a particularly heinous curse upon Ji Jiuye, a punishment intended for demons who betray their kin. I am determined to report such vile actions to the elders of the demon clan once we capture the Black Phoenix demon, Dou Jian declared with indignation. Qingxin, hearing this, shook her head. So, are we to allow him to continue his carefree existence? Dou Jian, exasperated, retorted. What do you mean? Should we not eliminate him on the spot? Do you think he can comprehend reason? Qingxin rolled her eyes at him. You're not only foolish, but also rather unattractive. I merely wish for Ji Jiuye to have a position of standing among the demons, Dou Jian protested. Feeling quite wronged, Qingxin playfully teased little Ji Jiuye, who understood nothing and simply gazed at her with a silly grin. Oh, you silly child, she couldn't help but jest. Little Ji Jiuye, still not comprehending much, giggled in response. Please, do not regard me as one of your kind, Dou Jian exclaimed. You need not worry so much. I have come here to eliminate the Black Phoenix demon and avenge my night treasure, while also lifting this vile curse. However, your point is valid. Given all the misdeeds the Black Phoenix demon has committed against Ji Jiuye, he ought to be held accountable. Rest assured with my presence, night treasure will not suffer any indignities. Everything shall be resolved in my company. Qingxin gazed at little Ji Jiuye's joyful smile, unable to suppress her own mirth. Ji Jiuye, you must thank me properly once you recover. Very well then. Your word is law, Dou Jian replied. After waiting for less than an hour, Qingxin grew weary and yawned when a completely black bird demon swiftly flew in. Where's my nest? Which little imp has disturbed my abode? Step forward at once. From a great distance, the Black Phoenix demon spotted that its nest had been destroyed, instantly erupting into a cacophony of cries. Who could have done such a thing? If it were to catch the culprit, it would ensure a fate worse than death. Ah, the little black chick has indeed returned to the demon realm. Night Bao's instincts proved remarkably accurate. Dou Jian, whole night Bao while I make a brief excursion. Upon seeing the little black chick, Qingxin was filled with joy. She tossed the Ji Jiuye she had been holding into Dou Jian's arms and strode forward. Are you prepared to meet your end, little chick? Standing firmly on the ground, she gazed up at the Black Phoenix demon perched on a branch. Despite her upward glance, there was no trace of fear. Instead, she radiated an aura that sent shivers down the demon's spine. This woman was Qingxin. How could she have arrived in the demon realm? If she was here, did that mean Ji Jiuye had also come? Today marked the third day. So had Ji Jiuye already entered his juvenile phase? If they could just endure one more day. Tomorrow Ji Jiuye would vanish into thin air. Ha ha, the Black Phoenix demon thought, in high spirits, completely oblivious to Qingxin's true purpose for appearing in the demon realm. A visit from a beauty. What a delightful surprise. It descended to the ground, transforming back into a delicate-looking man, intending to ingratiate himself with Qingxin, only to be met with a flying punch that sent him hurtling away. Puff! The delicate man flew, blood erupting from his mouth in a graceful arc across the air. Today, I shall take your life. Chapter 77. Qingxin, do not cry, I have returned. Just as the delicate man was about to hit the ground, Qingxin swiftly followed, delivering a precise kick that shattered his jawbone. His body was forced upward once more. Qingxin pursued relentlessly, leaping above him to deliver a crushing stomp to his chest. She continued this relentless assault, forcing the delicate man to endure her furious barrage mid-air. With remarkable speed, her fists connected with him, each strike resonating with power, seemingly a cathartic release of her fury, rendering him breathless and howling in agony. After executing a total of 199 consecutive strikes, on the 200th blow, Qingxin summoned all her strength, knocking the delicate man into unconsciousness. She kicked him lightly, confirming his stillness, then shrugged her shoulders and dusted off her hands, disdainfully remarking, "TSK, so useless to faint so quickly. Du Jian, Hammy Knight Bao, you carry this delicate man, and we shall seek out the elder of the demon clan for a discussion." She dusted off the dirt from her hands and walked over to the now terrified Du Jian, cradling the little Ji Jiuye in her arms, affectionately nuzzling him. "Little Ji Jiuye, have you been waiting impatiently?" Sister was wrong. Little Ji Jiuye seemed to revel in the spectacle, clapping his hands in admiration for Qingxin. "Sister is truly remarkable." Du Jian swore that Qingxin was undeniably the strongest woman he had ever encountered in his life. After such a relentless onslaught, even a burly man would feel exhausted. Yet, Qingxin showed no signs of fatigue whatsoever. Truly, she and Ji Jiuye were a match made in heaven. "Dear Miss Qingxin, allow me to guide you. Please follow me." Du Jian nodded exaggeratedly, bending low as he led Qingxin towards the direction of the elder of the demon clan, all the while not forgetting to drag along the feeble man. Qingxin merely smiled and continued to follow Du Jian deeper into the demon realm. Upon encountering the elder of the demon clan, Qingxin recounted the events that had transpired. Although the elder harbored a disdain for humans, he approached to assess the condition of Ji Jiuye. Residues of the Black Phoenix Demon's spell lingered, and the elder confirmed that it was indeed the spell of eternal youth cast by the Black Phoenix Demon. Given the notorious reputation of the Black Phoenix Demon, the elder promptly decided to take charge of the matter and administer a fitting punishment. Qingxin was displeased. She seized the body of the Black Phoenix Demon, holding it firmly, and declared, "Elder, you must understand that my husband has fallen victim to your clan's spell of eternal youth and has now regressed to infancy. He may perish by tomorrow, and yet you still protect this wretched creature?" Her expression was stern, her words laced with frost. The demon clan indeed showed favoritism. The elder's face flushed with embarrassment, and he stammered, "My young friend, you misunderstand. I merely intended to use this incident to warn our clan against such heinous acts in the future. Other spells dissipate upon the caster's death, but the spell of eternal youth is peculiar. Once cast, it cannot be undone unless a profound emotional upheaval occurs. Even if the caster were obliterated, it would be of no avail." The elder continued, "We are acutely aware of the debt we owe Ji Jiuye, including the grievances he faced during his time among us. We feel immense remorse and are at a loss as to how to recompense you. However, please rest assured that should you encounter any difficulties in the future, you may always seek our assistance." With a sigh, the elder seemed to lament Ji Jiuye's fate. A once promising demon now faced imminent demise through a cruel twist of fate. Qingxin, incensed by the elder's words, felt her blood boil. She glared fiercely at the elder, tightening her grip on the feeble man, and with a swift motion, snapped his neck, extinguishing his life. "Elder, do you comprehend what you just stated? You claim my husband is beyond salvation? Surely you know how to lift the curse, do you not? Quickly, release my husband, or I shall demand the entire demon clan pay for his funeral." In that moment, Qingxin resembled a vengeful specter, her eyes ablaze with ominous intent. Having just slain the Black Phoenix Demon, and witnessing Ji Jiuye's infantile form, she realized the elder's words bore truth. Ji Jiuye truly seemed irretrievable. No, he must not perish. Even in death, the demon clan, the true perpetrators, must face retribution. "Please, temper your wrath. We, too, are dismayed," the elder of the demon clan implored hastily, defending his kin. They were unaware of the intricacies surrounding the spell of eternal youth. Du Jian now perceived that Qingxin was poised to upheave the entire demon realm. Should it merely be a brawl, he would not be apprehensive. However, if Qingxin were to act today, it could very well incite a large-scale war between humanity and the demon race. Although Ji Jiuye's predicament was grave, he was even more averse to initiating a conflict between the two factions because of Qingxin alone. He intercepted Qingxin, saying, Qingxin, perhaps we could explore alternative methods. Alternative methods? Do you believe Ji Jiuye still has a chance at survival? Mu Qingxin's eyes had become misty, and her voice carried a hint of sorrowful tremor. Little Jiuye, nestled in Mu Qingxin's embrace, was the most attuned to her emotional shifts. He instinctively sensed that his beautiful sister appeared exceedingly angry and heartbroken. He wished to alleviate her distress. With his chubby little hand, he gently caressed Mu Qingxin's face, patting it softly as he cooed, "Sister, please don't be upset. Little Jiuye is very obedient and will not make you angry." Mu Qingxin turned her head, her expression mournful, gazing vacantly at little Jiuye, remaining silent. According to her research, the only flaw in the restoration spell was that it was essentially unsolvable. She was aware that even summoning an elder of the demon race to unravel this spell would be futile. Hope had evaporated. Did Ji Jiuye truly have to perish? The more she pondered, the more sorrowful she became, unable to restrain herself from holding Ji Jiuye tightly in her arms, pressing him close. Their foreheads touching as she wept softly. She recognized the helplessness of the demon elder. She did not wish for war between the two races due to her own plight. She longed for Ji Jiuye's swift recovery. Yet what could she do? Slaying the Black Phoenix demon was Ji Jiuye's sole hope for restoration. However, that last glimmer of hope had just been irrevocably stripped away. As the final thread of hope dissipated, all of Mu Qingxin's pretense of fortitude crumbled in an instant. Ji Jiuye was truly on the verge of death. Little Jiuye, affected by Mu Qingxin's sorrowful demeanor, sniffled and began to cry heartily. This development left Dou Jian in a state of exasperation. After much effort to calm Mu Qingxin, now little Jiuye chose this moment to contribute to the chaos. Wasn't this merely complicating matters further for Dou Jian? Ji Jiuye, please stop crying. Everyone is quite troubled. Dou Jian couldn't help but exclaim. Unexpectedly, Mu Qingxin immediately shielded little Jiuye, fiercely retorting, "You must not be harsh with my precious Jiuye, even if he is crying. You cannot scold him." Dou Jian, feeling utterly at a loss, could only remain on the sidelines, brooding over a solution. At that moment, the elder of the demon race weakly spoke up. "Young friend, I believe you could attempt to exploit the weakness of the restoration spell. When the caster experiences immense emotional turmoil, it may automatically unravel." Observing Mu Qingxin's profound sorrow and hesitant to utter any comforting words, he could only suggest that she try to identify the shortcomings of the restoration spell. Mu Qingxin paid him no heed, continuing to weep softly, her cries intertwining with little Jiuye's wails. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to anyone, a wisp of faint black spiritual energy emanated from the corpse of the Black Phoenix demon. The black aura was enigmatic, flickering in and out of sight, managing to escape under the very noses of several individuals. Dou Jian felt that this was not a viable solution and decided to first encourage Mu Qingxin to regain her composure. He grasped her arm and gently pulled her away, suggesting they seek solace elsewhere. Mu Qingxin offered no resistance, allowing Dou Jian to lead her out, all the while soothing the little Jiuye, who eventually fell asleep in her embrace. As they journeyed halfway, Mu Qingxin suddenly spoke, "Dou Jian, I am truly heartbroken. Ji Jiuye is on the verge of death. Do you understand?" Dou Jian froze momentarily, gritting his teeth. "I know, I am equally sorrowful." Mu Qingxin fell silent again, tightly cradling Jiuye and nuzzling his head. "Dou Zion, where do you think Ji Jiuye will go after he dies?" she asked, her question seemingly devoid of coherence. After a brief hesitation, Dou Jian replied, "I do not know. Regardless of where he goes, I will follow him," Mu Qingxin continued, understanding her implication that she wished to pursue Ji Jiuye into the afterlife. Dou Jian hastily urged, "Please, don't." Yet, he knew his words were feeble and would not dissuade her. He chose not to press the matter further. As the trio continued their path, they arrived at a forest and sat in a daze until darkness enveloped them, swiftly reaching the midnight hour. Mu Qingxin remained in a stupor, holding Ji Jiuye, her eyes devoid of any sparkle, numbly waiting for the arrival of death. Dou Jian felt helpless, merely standing vigil beside the two. The formidable regent of the Western Wind Kingdom was on the brink of death. Would the young emperor rejoice at this news? Perhaps he would, for there were many in the Western Wind Kingdom who had little faith in the regent, and even more who sought Ji Jiuye's demise. Du Jiuye chuckled mockingly. People often believe that what they see with their own eyes is the truth, unaware that the reality they perceive is merely what others wish for them to see. Alas, few in this world can truly comprehend another's essence. Rest assured, my brother, when you depart, I shall strive to safeguard your reputation in the Western Wind Kingdom. Du Jiuye mused, smiling once more. What reputation could a tyrannical regent possibly possess? With the passage of time, the diminutive Ji Jiuye began to undergo a gradual transformation. His entire body sprouted white fur, and he completely lost his magical prowess, becoming an ordinary fox cub. The little fox lay quietly in Mu Qingxin's arms, his breaths growing faint, signaling the imminent end of his life. Ji Jiuye, please do not leave. Mu Qingxin clutched the white cub tighter, weeping inconsolably, nearly fainting from grief. At that moment, a handkerchief, washed to a dull whiteness and lacking luster, fell from the air, landing at Mu Qingxin's feet. She recognized it as something Ji Jiuye cherished deeply and picked it up, intending to place it back in the little fox's embrace, sobbing, "Night treasure. Hold on to your most treasured possession. Do not let it slip away." Though Mu Qingxin had seen this handkerchief before, she had never taken the time to examine it closely. Now, as she clutched the handkerchief, a sense of familiarity washed over her. It suddenly dawned on her that an intricate character was embroidered upon it. Despite its age, with threads fraying in places, the stitching and the technique were unmistakably akin to her own style. What could this mean? Where did Ji Jiuye acquire this handkerchief? Had he forgotten something, or had she? Mu Qingxin gripped the fabric tightly, her mind racing through countless memories spent with the little fox. Her heart began to race, a peculiar sensation stirring within her. Where did these memories originate? They surged forth, breaking through a hidden seal, flooding her consciousness like a tidal wave, leaving her with a splitting headache. Mu Qingxin, what is wrong with you? How did you end up in trouble with Ji Jiuye? The observant Du Jiuye, who had been quietly watching, noticed her distress and rushed over to investigate, only to be halted by Mu Qingxin's raised hand. I'm fine. Du Jiuye had no choice but to remain still, his gaze filled with concern for the two. As the memories settled, Mu Qingxin looked down at the fox cub cradled in her arms, her eyes brimming with remorse. At that moment, she recalled that the treasured handkerchief Ji Jiuye cherished was once used by her to bandage the wounds of an injured little fox during a mission years ago. Moreover, the anklets adorning her own ankles were also remnants she had left for that very fox, perfectly adjustable to fit around its delicate neck. After completing her task, she had been forced to return to Blue Star without bidding farewell to the little creature. Upon her return, those cherished memories had been sealed away without her knowledge. It was only now that they had resurfaced. The handkerchief, the anklets, the little fox, and the small notch on its ear. All these elements corroborated that Ji Jiuye was indeed the little fox she had once spent her days with. Little fox, is it truly you? Have you waited for me all this time? Fear not, your fairy sister has finally come to find you. Mu Qingxin felt a wave of regret. She should have recalled everything at the very sight of the anklet. Yet, it mattered not. She had remembered now. However, even with her memories restored, numerous questions remained unanswered. Who had sealed her memories? What was their purpose in doing so? How had she entered this world? Was it truly the literary realm she had envisioned? How had Ji Jiuye arrived in this world? And how much did he remember of their shared past? Had his memories also been sealed? A torrent of questions overwhelmed Mu Qingxin, intensifying her headache. She wished to cease pondering. Ji Jiuye's life was hanging by a thread, and she too needed to prepare for the journey ahead. Little fox, once you depart, I shall follow you. In the next life, I shall not forget you. What significance did a lifespan of millennia hold if one forgot the little fox with whom they share their days? As a form of penance, and to be with Ji Jiuye, she felt compelled to accompany him. Despair enveloped her. Uncertain whether it was the delicate little fox that responded to Mu Qingxin's words, its frail body suddenly erupted with a blinding radiance, rendering Mu Qingxin and Du Jiuye unable to open their eyes. After a considerable time, as the brilliance faded, the little fox remained nestled in Mu Qingxin's embrace. However, before them emerged the ethereal apparition of a colossal, nine-tailed demon fox. This majestic creature was ensnared by numerous chains, its body marred by countless fresh and old wounds. Its 9 tails hung lifelessly to the ground, sullied with blood and grime, a clear testament to prolonged torment. Who could this be? The 9-tailed fox? Is it Ji Jiuye? Where's this place? Mu Qingxin's heart tightened with apprehension. What on earth was happening? The 9-tailed demon fox held its head high, undeterred by the injuries that marred its form. In its violet eyes shone an indomitable spirit, a belief that one day that person would come to rescue it. Ji Jiuye? Is it you? The sight of the blood-soaked, 9-tailed fox filled Mu Qingxin with profound sorrow. Before she could contemplate further, the fox's apparition vanished. The little fox in her arms began to transform gradually, maturing until it ultimately regained the form of the adult Ji Jiuye, silver-haired, with beastly ears and 9 tails. He slowly opened his violet eyes, gazing at the woman he cherished, his voice hoarse. Qingxin, do not cry. I have returned. Chapter 78. Sister, do you want to pamper me? Upon hearing that familiar address, Mu Qingxin could no longer contain herself and threw herself into Ji Jiuye's arms, weeping bitterly. Oh, Ji Jiuye, you frightened me. Why did you take so long to return? I was nearly driven mad with worry. Only in Ji Jiuye's embrace could Mu Qingxin dare to cry so unabashedly. There, Qingxin, do not weep. I am fine now. I did not mean to cause you distress. Hearing this, Mu Qingxin wept even more violently, struggling to catch her breath. Ji Jiuye had no choice but to gently soothe her back, hoping to bring her some comfort. Ji Jiuye, you have recovered? Is this true? Du Ziyong, who had witnessed the entire scene from the side, observed the chained 9-tailed fox and heard Mu Qingxin refer to it as a little fox, conjuring an epic romance between a human and a demon in his mind. He could hardly believe that Ji Jiuye would return to normal under such circumstances. Ji Jiuye tenderly caressed the hair of the little one in his arms, twirling a strand and bringing it to his nose, inhaling the familiar scent. It was still the sweet fragrance of rose milk. With a smile, he inquired, what has transpired over these past few days? His other hand continued to gently pat Mu Qingxin's back. For these days, his consciousness had remained in a muddled state, only occasionally catching whispers from the outside world. While most of the time, he was enveloped in silence, utterly alone in the void. Fortunately, he had returned back to Mu Qingxin's side. These past few days, so much has happened that it cannot be conveyed in just a few words. But could you please put on some clothes before we talk? Du Ziyong cast a sidelong glance at Ji Jiuye, who was still unclothed, his lips twitching in dismay. Only Mu Qingxin seemed unbothered, rushing toward him eagerly. Oh! Ji regained his senses and glanced down at himself, realizing he was indeed unclothed. He tightened his embrace around Mu Qingxin, using 2 of his tails, one to cover himself and the other to shroud Mu Qingxin. Once adequately concealed, he lifted his gaze towards Du Ziyong, signaling for him to undress. Du Ziyong was momentarily taken aback, but soon grasped Ji Jiuye's intention. He wanted him to remove his clothing in order to lend it to him. Ji, you truly are audacious. If you wear my clothes, what shall I wear? Du Ziyong exclaimed, indignantly jumping to his feet in protest. Ji Jiuye chuckled lightly. What do I care about what you wear? Hurry and take off your clothes. Fuming, Du Ziyong retorted, it's no wonder you covered Mu Qingxin. You're afraid she'll witness me undressing? Just wait. I shall summon someone to deal with you. After declaring his threat, Du Ziyong showed no intention of undressing and stormed away in a huff. Mu Qingxin, having overheard their exchange, lifted her head from Ji Jiuye's embrace. Her brow furrowed with concern. Is Du Ziyong really going to call for help? Are you two going to fight? Ji Jiuye smiled again, wiping away the tears on Mu Qingxin's face. P1T. Oh, what will you do without clothes? Although it is rare for demons to venture here, you cannot remain like this indefinitely. It is my fault. I cut your clothes to make a small outfit for little Jiuye, inadvertently leaving you without anything to wear. Mu Qingxin continued to nestle against Ji Jiuye, quietly berating herself. Do not fret. If you dress little Jiuye, will he behave? Ji Jiuye replied, playfully stroking Qingxin's hair. Uttering a random thought. Huh. Well, he has quite well behaved. Qingxin responded without a second thought, failing to sense anything amiss. Ji Jiuye merely chuckled softly at her. Why does it feel off? After a moment, Qingxin finally processed his words, her face flushing with embarrassment. You've just recovered, and yet you're so brazen. Ji Jiuye found it even more amusing. Am I the shameless one? Clearly, it is you who is bold. You brought me to this secluded grove, stripped me of my clothes, and now you lie in my embrace, taking liberties. Qingxin was momentarily stunned by Ji Jiuye's words, stammering, "I." Seeing her flustered, Ji Jiuye pressed on, his ears drooping in feigned innocence. I know, dear sister, you would rather not admit it. Very well, I shall take the blame for you. I am the one without shame, insisting on having you lie in my embrace, touching my body. I confess, I am indeed a seductive fox spirit. His exaggerated admission of guilt caused Qingxin to laugh involuntarily. A male fox spirit, nonetheless. Ha! Indeed, I am a male fox spirit, constantly plotting to entice my sister. It seems my efforts have borne fruit. You have fallen under my spell. Ji Jiuye nodded in satisfaction, clearly pleased with himself. Qingxin laughed so heartily that her eyes squinted into crescent moons. I initially thought you were merely a fox spirit, but I did not expect you to be a performer as well. Ji Jiuye gazed at her with tender affection, a faint smile gracing his lips, as if the mere sight of Qingxin's laughter brought him immense joy. Unbeknownst to her, Qingxin was still chuckling at Ji Jiuye's theatrical antics from earlier. Today, Ji Jiuye seemed perfectly suited for a comedic show, and the audience would surely erupt in applause. When Qingxin finally paused her laughter, her cheeks sore from the exertion. She feigned regret. I was so caught up in my laughter that I forgot you have no clothes to wear. Wait here. I'll go to town and buy you a couple of pieces to tide you over. With that, she attempted to rise. However, in the process, she inadvertently brushed against something, prompting Ji Jiuye to emit an unnatural grunt. Alarmed, Qingxin asked, "What's wrong? Are you unwell anywhere?" She anxiously scanned his body. Suddenly, Ji Jiuye's playful response caught her off guard. I hurt all over. Shouldn't my sister soothe me? His demeanor remained charmingly unrefined, realizing he had been teasing her. Qingxin felt a flicker of irritation. Ji Jiuye, you've only just recovered. You must learn to exercise restraint. Do you understand? All right, I acknowledge my misstep. Please don't be upset. Qingxin. Ji Jiuye continued, pondering how best to articulate his thoughts. What do you mean by a bit? The tone of her voice hinted at a growing danger. She swore that should Ji Jiuye dare to call her ugly, she would undoubtedly retaliate with a punch. A bit ugly. It was as if Ji Jiuye anticipated her reaction, for as soon as he uttered those words, he swiftly enveloped her in his embrace, rendering her immobile. Ji Jiuye, you truly are asking for it. Chapter 79. I will definitely refrain from crying out, oh, my sister is about to strike. Go ahead. I promise I won't cry out. Ji Jiuye held Qingxin close, continuing his playful banter, fearful that she might actually hit him. Initially, Qingxin intended to scold him, but his comedic performance was too infectious, and she found herself laughing uncontrollably in his arms. Ji Jiuye, you are the very essence of a performer. What a pity you don't pursue acting. She had completely forgotten her initial intent to reprimand him, lost in merriment. Acting? I've never heard of it. Ji Jiuye then fell silent, simply holding the petite figure in his arms, his head bowed as he nuzzled against her hair. Once Qingxin had laughed to her heart's content and settled into a serene stillness, Ji Jiuye spoke again. Qingxin, do not be sad any longer. I have returned, and you should always wear a smile. His deep, husky voice resonated through their shared space, sending a shiver through Qingxin's heart. Ji Jiuye's intention was solely to uplift his own spirits, to alleviate his own sorrow, yet she only now comprehended this. Qingxin replied softly, continuing to nestle in Ji Jiuye's embrace, savoring their tranquil moment together. The fact that he had recovered was truly wonderful, and she felt nothing but happiness, her heart free from sorrow. Ji Jiuye gently caressed Mu Qingxin's hair, smoothing it with tender strokes, murmuring softly, "We shall never part again." He continued, "Once we return to the Ji residence, you must recount all that has transpired over these past few days. All right?" "All right," Mu Qingxin replied, nuzzling closer in his embrace. They fell into a comfortable silence, lingering in each other's presence for an indeterminate time, until Mu Qingxin gradually drifted into slumber. Suddenly, the boisterous voice of Dou Jiuye pierced the tranquility. "Ah, you two, taking advantage of my absence to indulge in your sweet nothings. Thank goodness it's me. Had it been anyone else, they would have turned their backs on you." He continued, "Hurry up and dress. The garments I painstakingly procured for you deserve some care." Soon after, Ji Jiuye's low reprimand followed. "Keep your voice down. Be mindful not to disturb my wife." Mu Qingxin rubbed her eyes and rose from Ji Jiuye's embrace. "Night treasure, what are you discussing?" she inquired. "Oh, Dou Jiuye has returned with clothes for you? I thought he was a heartless rogue who abandoned us." Dou Jiuye, hands on his hips, retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting?" After Ji Jiuye donned the clothes, he lifted his gaze and asked, "Procured?" Dou Jiuye, exasperated, replied, "Brother, at this late hour, where would one find a tailor? I merely managed to snatch a couple of pieces and left the payment in the drawer. Do you think I am devoid of integrity?" Puffed. "Ah, well, at least you were somewhat considerate. It seems my efforts in guiding you have not gone in vain," Ji Jiuye remarked, putting on the last garment with a sigh. Dou Jiuye then recalled something and, in a fit of indignation, declared, "Now I understand what you meant by tool, demon and tool person. You truly regard me as mere utility, don't you? Umph. Just wait. If anything happens to either of you next time, I shall not intervene. Seek help from whoever you wish." Ji Jiuye and Mu Qingxin exchanged knowing smiles and replied in unison, "All right." Dou Jiuye, feigning fear, said, "I concede. Knowing you two has surely cursed me with bad luck for 8 lifetimes." With that, the group ceased their playful bickering and prepared to return to the Ji residence. Ji Jiuye, carrying Mu Qingxin, rose nimbly and soared towards the mortal realm. Although he had little recollection of the events of the past few days, he was acutely aware of the myriad efforts she had made for him, and he felt compelled to compensate her appropriately. With this thought, he could not resist leaning down to plant a gentle kiss upon her forehead, which still bore the familiar fragrance he cherished. Their pace was brisk, and before dawn broke, they arrived back at the Ji residence. The moment they entered, Dou Jiuye dashed towards the inner courtyard, eager to reunite with the girl who occupied his thoughts. Zissou had been patiently waiting indoors during his absence, fearful that if she left, Dou Jiuye might return and worry over her absence. During these 2 days, Zissou had penned a brief piece. October 11th, fierce winds. Today marks the 2nd day since Dou Jiuye ventured to seek the prince and princess. I do not know where he is searching for the princess, but I am certain he will confront many dangers. Thus, I have resolved that from this day forth, I shall embroider a sachet. Once everyone returns, I will visit the temple to seek a talisman of safety, placing it within the sachet to carry with me at all times. This way, they shall remain safe and sound. I shall stitch one for my elder brother and another for the princess. As for the prince, perhaps it is best to refrain, for he may not wish for my handiwork, and the princess might grow envious. Therefore, I shall only create one for the princess and my brother. I sincerely hope that my brother, the princess, and the prince will return safely. Now, it seems that I have longed for their return." Zissou, upon learning of the princess's arrival, rushed out of her room to greet them. "Princess, Prince, young Master Du, you have finally returned." The fragile young girl stumbled forth, throwing herself into Mu Qingxin's embrace. Unexpectedly, Ji Jiuye did not prevent Zissou from approaching Mu Qingxin this time. Perhaps he felt a pang of compassion for her and could not bear to separate her from Mu Qingxin's warm embrace. He discreetly glanced at Dou Jiuye, discovering the unmistakable excitement shimmering in his eyes. With a gentle smile, he stepped forward, taking Mu Qingxin's hand. "My dear, let us return to rest. The air outside is quite chilly." "Huh?" Mu Qingxin, caught off guard, momentarily paused before following Ji Jiuye back into the room. Simultaneously, a thought lingered in her mind. How could he remain unbothered by the cold while bare in the deep forest? Yet now, fully clothed at Ji's residence. Feel the chill? Upon returning to the room and witnessing Du Jiuye cradling the young girl, she felt a sudden unsteadiness. Like a thief, she leaned against the doorframe to peer outside. Oh dear, Ji Jiuye, are they progressing so swiftly? It appears to be on par with our pace. Look, Du Jiuye dares to embrace my dear Zissou. Qingxin lowered her voice, sounding like a gossiping matron, whispering to herself. Oh, is that so? Their progress cannot surpass ours, Ji Jiuye replied, displaying little interest in others. Focusing solely on his own beloved, with a lackluster demeanor, he strolled towards the bed. Noticing him leaving, Qingxin hurriedly caught up, wrapping her arm around his. Indeed, their advancement is not as swift. At the very least, they have yet to share their true feelings. Ji Jiuye interjected, indeed. Therefore, I am the victor. He raised his head with pride. What a strong sense of competition Ji Jiuye possesses. Chapter 80. Not tired. How could I be tired with my wife by my side? In the courtyard, Du Jiuye embraced the petite form of Zissou, wishing to hold her tightly, yet fearing to frighten the young girl. Thus, he could only grasp her with the gentlest touch. Zissou remained timid, even when cradled by Du Jiuye, hesitant to extend her arms in return. Did you miss your brother? Du Jiuye inquired softly, mindful not to startle the little girl. Yes, Zissou replied shyly. Upon hearing this, Du Jiuye's heart trembled. His little girl remained as endearing as ever. A mere word from her could profoundly stir his emotions. Unconsciously, he tightened his hold on her. He would ensure her protection, come what may. As the tender-hearted maiden found herself embraced by a man whose every thought revolved around her, how could she not be moved? He took her through bustling markets, purchasing lanterns adorned with blossoms. Yet, deep within, Zissou understood her position as a servant to the princess, while he was an immortal being. They belonged to disparate worlds. If she were to regard him merely as an elder brother, it would not be so bad. With this thought, Zissou summoned her courage, returning his embrace and softly murmuring, Brother, I have truly missed you these past few days. Du Jiuye's pupils dilated in surprise. His little girl had responded. What should he do now? If he were to marry, residing in the Ji residence would seem inappropriate. With children, one would require separate rooms. Imagine 10 children. It would be wise to seek out a suitable dwelling soon, allowing the mother of his children to settle in first. But what if she did not wish for so many? No matter, he would cherish however many she bore. What should they name their offspring? Would it bear the surname Du or Zissou? No, Zissou is not a surname. Is it not better to use Du? In that fleeting moment when Zissou embraced him, a multitude of thoughts raced through his mind. Ultimately, he resolved to find an opportune moment to inquire about Zissou's intentions regarding marriage and their future abode. He would ensure Ji Jiuye knew that he, Du Jiuye, was indeed a man with a wife. He would not yield. Within the confines of their dwelling, Qingxin expressed her bewilderment. Do you men possess such a fierce competitive spirit? She tilted her head towards the proudly postured man. Ji Jiuye chuckled softly, lifting Qingxin effortlessly and whispering warm breaths against her ear. It is not as intense as you might think. Compared to Du Jiuye, I prefer to compete with you. Huh? Qingxin was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? Ji Jiuye offered no further explanation, maintaining his smile as he carried her towards the bed. Upon reaching the bed, Ji Jiuye gently placed Qingxin down, then knelt, lifting one of her feet and bestowing a delicate kiss upon it, an emblem of his loyalty. Ji Jiuye, what are you doing again? You've already sworn this to me before. Qingxin questioned, her confusion evident as she attempted to assist him in rising. Ji Jiuye stood, taking her small foot and resting it against his heart. His voice suddenly tinged with emotion as he reiterated his vow. To signify my unwavering loyalty to you. Xin, have I wronged you in some way? During that tumultuous time, I was engulfed in a haze, oblivious to the world outside. I sense your sorrow these past few days. Did I cause you to weep? Please do not be angry with me. It was unintentional. Hearing Ji Jiuye's remorseful words, Qingxin felt a pang of compassion. She pulled him onto the bed, cradling his face in her hands, soothing him. It's all right. Look, we are together now, are we not? At that moment, Ji Jiuye's gaze fell upon the bite mark on Qingxin's neck, and his expression darkened. I am sorry. Does it hurt? Let me tend to your wound. Ji Jiuye slightly restrained his emotions and turned to fetch the medicine, carefully applying it to Qingxin. After administering the treatment, he felt an increasing sense of guilt for his previous actions. Climbing onto the bed, his ears drooped softly, resting against his head. Before he threw himself into Qingxin's embrace, his arms wrapping around her like iron chains, binding her securely. Nestling against her slender waist, he murmured an apology in a faint voice. "I'm sorry, XNXN. It's all right. We're doing well now, aren't we?" Qingxin said, tenderly stroking Ji Jiuye's soft hair and his fluffy ears, her heart filled with contentment. No matter what, Ji Jiuye had returned to her side, seemingly intact. Yet, the enormous illusion of the nine-tailed fox that had appeared earlier was still a mystery. Was that fox truly Ji Jiuye? Ji Jiuye replied softly, refusing to lift his head. "All right, Ji Jiuye, I'm fine now. You really don't need to feel guilty anymore." Xin, could you call me Bao? I would like to hear it. Ji Jiuye continued to nuzzle against her, seeking affection. "Okay, Yi Bao, if you want to hear it. I'll call you a few more times. Yi Bao, Yi Bao, Yi Bao." Qingxin indulged Ji Jiuye's whims, but after just a few calls, he silenced her with a kiss. With one hand cradling her head and the other firmly around her waist, he deepened the kiss passionately, as though he wished to consume her entirely. The kiss was long, fervent, and intense, allowing Ji Jiuye to release the pent-up darkness he had carried for days. When Qingxin was on the verge of fainting, he finally let her go, resting his head against her chest and whispering, "XNXN, I miss you so much. I miss you terribly. Do you know? In these past few days, I was alone in a dark place, devoid of anything, and without you. I thought I was going mad. I cannot imagine what I would do if this world truly had no you." Qingxin gently patted the back of the little fox in her arms, feeling a twinge of guilt. "I know. I'm sorry, little fox. I once forgot you." At her words, Ji Jiuye's body stiffened slightly. Did she recognize him? He suddenly lifted his head, his eyes brimming with excitement, his voice trembling. "Fairy sister, you remember me? You truly remember me?" "Yes, I remember everything," Qingxin replied, stroking Ji Jiuye's ears softly, explaining gently, "Once while on a mission in another world, I saved a little fox and lived with it for a time. After completing my mission, I was abruptly forced back to Blue Star without the chance to say goodbye. Moreover, upon returning, those memories were sealed away. It was only when I saw the handkerchief you dropped that I broke the seal and recalled that time. I believe you are that little fox." "Yes, I am. Fairy sister, you finally came back to find me." Without waiting for Qingxin to finish, Ji Jiuye eagerly nodded in affirmation. "He is indeed that little fox. Ah, little fox, I apologize for keeping you waiting. This time, I shall not vanish without a trace. However, Ji Jiuye, since you are that little fox, how did you enter this world and reincarnate through a human? How did you accomplish that?" At this moment, Ji Jiuye had released Qingxin and lay down, one arm positioned beneath her head, while the other rested upon her slender waist, firmly securing her within his embrace. Qingxin's delicate face was pressed against his chest, listening to the rhythmic thumping of his heart, which stirred within her a myriad of concealed emotions. Once he had her securely in his grasp, Ji Jiuye began to explain, "Ever since you left me, I have searched for you frantically. Yet, I scoured the entire kingdom and the vast continent, only to find no trace of you. I felt as though the heavens were collapsing around me." Upon hearing this, Qingxin gently clawed at Ji Jiuye's chest, as if to scratch an itch, expressing her guilt. Ji Jiuye let out a barely audible chuckle before continuing, "In time, I devoted myself to cultivation, striving until I finally managed to open a rift in the void, enabling me to traverse the time-space tunnel to seek you in other realms." However, he paused momentarily, a hint of regret coloring his tone. "When I opened the rift, my spirit suffered immense shock, causing me to lose consciousness. When I awoke again, I found myself reincarnated as a baby imbued with demonic energy, born of my imperial parents. Not only did my physical form fail to cross over, but my very soul was forcibly torn apart, leaving only a fragment to arrive here. Thus, although I possess innate demonic energy, I am unable to restore my true form as a nine-tailed fox, rendering me a half-demon, scorned by the demon race, and a half-human, despised by humanity. Ji Jiuye's deep voice resonated in Mu Qingxin's ears, awakening within her an inexplicable sense of compassion. She had not anticipated that her abrupt departure years ago would lead Ji Jiuye to endure such tribulations. With a gentle gesture, Mu Qingxin wrapped an arm around Ji Jiuye. He tightened his embrace and continued, "After arriving in this world, I have persistently searched for you. 2 years ago, I thoroughly explored the entire West Wind Kingdom and its surrounding lands, yet I uncovered not a single clue regarding your whereabouts. I had intended to reopen the rift in the void, but I soon realized that with my current strength, not only was opening the rift beyond my grasp, but even defeating that Black Phoenix demon proved to be quite the challenge. I was on the brink of madness. Recently, my nephew, along with your father, conspired to arrange a marriage for me, namely you. Initially, I thought to send away or eliminate whoever came my way. To my astonishment, it turned out to be you. Thankfully, I refrained from taking action. Otherwise, I would have been consumed by regret." Upon finishing his tale, Mu Qingxin finally grasped the essence of it. Ji Jiuye was indeed that little fox. Ever since her departure from that world, he had been in relentless pursuit of her. Eventually, he managed to open a void rift in hopes of traversing to another realm to find her, only to inadvertently bring along a fragment of his soul, leading to his reincarnation as a half-demon, despised by both demon and human alike. Later, he was forsaken by the human race and found himself in the realm of demons, where he fortuitously came under the guardianship of Du Jian. As Ji Jiuye matured, he departed from the demon clan and returned to the human world, establishing himself as the regent and wielding supreme authority over the kingdom of West Wind. However, who was that colossal nine-tailed fox? Was it Ji Jiuye? As Mu Qingxin pondered this, she lifted her gaze from Ji Jiuye's embrace and inquired, "When you broke the youthful spell, an illusion of a gigantic nine-tailed fox, bound by iron chains and tormented, appeared. Was it you?" To her surprise, Ji Jiuye shook his head. "I cannot ascertain. I am unsure if my physical form still exists in the original world, or whether my remaining soul is intact, or if it possesses any consciousness. These are mysteries to me. The only knowledge I possess pertains to the events that transpired after my arrival in this world. The nine-tailed fox you mentioned, bound by chains, could potentially be me, or it might be another. I truly do not know." How can this be?" Mu Qingxin exclaimed. "Could it be that the remnants of Ji Jiuye's soul in this world have no connection with other residual souls? If that nine-tailed fox is not Ji Jiuye, why would his illusion manifest upon breaking the youthful spell? Therefore, that nine-tailed fox must indeed be Ji Jiuye. Yi Bao, I firmly believe that the fox, ensnared and shackled, is undoubtedly you. Think again. Surely there must be a way to return? We must rescue him at the earliest opportunity." Mu Qingxin felt a surge of urgency. The thought of Ji Jiuye's original form suffering torment compelled her to act swiftly to alleviate his suffering. Ji Jiuye offered a wry smile. "I truly have no means. If I did, I would have departed from this world long ago." Is that so?" Mu Qingxin's countenance instantly fell, and her brows knitted together. Observing her dismay, Ji Jiuye chuckled softly, playfully pinching her small nose, and reassured her, "Worry not. I am quite content in this world. As for that imprisoned nine-tailed fox, we shall rescue him together when the opportunity arises. Your anxiety is of no consequence at this moment." "Very well." Mu Qingxin reluctantly pouted and nestled back into Ji Jiuye's embrace. For now, this was the only course of action. When the chance to return to that world presented itself, she would ensure the nine-tailed fox's rescue without fail. "Qingxin, Mu Qingxin responded, unsure of why Ji Jiuye suddenly called her name again. "Fairy sister, Do you prefer me to call you Qingxin or fairy sister?" Ji Jiuye inquired. "Is there a difference?" Not at all. Qingxin is you. Fairy sister is you. You are the sole light of my life. You speak truly. You are the little fairy sent by the heavens to save me," Ji Jiuye said solemnly, holding the little one even closer. "Indeed, I have always proclaimed that I am the little fairy dispatched by the heavens, destined to rescue you." Mu Qingxin's sentence was abruptly interrupted by Ji Jiuye's deep voice. Qingxin, shall we engage in a duel? A duel? What do you mean? Mu Qingxin was perplexed. To determine a victor, Ji Jiuye declared, releasing Mu Qingxin and eyeing her with mischievous intent. In use gaze, Muyinjin perceived a potent desire. It seemed she began to comprehend the essence of a duel. Rest assured, my dear Qingxin, I shall strive to delay my surrender. Ji Jiuye uttered these words in a deep voice before swiftly shedding his garments. The notion of a delayed surrender seemed rather ominous. Ji Jiuye's movements were rapid, and in scarcely a second, he had divested himself of his clothing, prompting Mu Qingxin to ponder where he had acquired such an extraordinary skill. Ji Jiuye, are you not weary? Mu Qingxin recalled that their little one had only just returned to normalcy. Not at all. How could I tire with my beloved by my side? Ji Jiuye grinned mischievously, then leaned in to kiss her. His kisses fell upon Mu Qingxin's body like a gentle rain, leaving behind an array of marks, akin to a proclamation of ownership to the world. He intended to etch his presence onto her very skin. Mu Qingxin endeavored to reciprocate, leaving numerous strawberry-like impressions upon Ji Jiuye. The night unfolded with tenderness and intimacy, their bodies entwined in a soft embrace. Chapter 81. I wished to rise from bed today that evening. The shadow guard Yi Shi concealed himself in the darkness, boasting to his comrades, "Did you see? I foretold that our master and his companion would soon be ensnared in the web of a woman." The other shadow guards nodded in agreement, exclaiming, "Truly, Brother Shi is remarkable. How did you predict that?" "Indeed, learn from our master. When you encounter a beloved maiden, seize the moment. Do you understand?" Yi Shi imparted his wisdom with utmost seriousness. The others nodded in compliance. One shadow guard timidly raised his hand and inquired softly, "But Brother Shi, you're still single yourself. You misunderstand. My master requires my unwavering support. I cannot allow personal matters to interfere with his affairs." Yi Shi hastily defended himself before interrupting their whispers. "Enough. Return to your posts. Our master has just returned and surely has many matters to attend to. During such times, we must fulfill our duties with utmost diligence. Do you comprehend?" "Yes." The other shadow guards abandoned their frivolous banter and dispersed, resuming their vigilant watch over the night, ensuring that not even a fly could infiltrate the Ji residence. Meanwhile, in the Song residence, chaos reigned. Song Hamo, the esteemed Grand Tutor of the West Wind Kingdom and a member of the demonic Black Phoenix clan, had narrowly escaped utter annihilation at the hands of Mu Qingxin the previous day. In the final moments, he managed to retain a flicker of his soul and stealthily slipped away beneath the watchful eyes of several individuals, returning to his abode in the West Wind Kingdom. He had initially believed that, although his identity within the demon clan had been revealed, he still concealed himself well among the human populace. With sufficient time to recuperate and regroup, he could exact 1,000-fold vengeance upon Mu Qingxin. Yet, to his utter dismay, upon his arrival at the Song residence, a group of masked men clad in black emerged from the shadows, swiftly subduing and binding him without a word. At that moment, Song Hamo was left with but a fragment of his soul, his combat prowess reduced to nearly nothing. Faced with the well-trained Qingxin and his companions, he was rendered a mere lamb awaiting slaughter. Even so, he still harbored the delusion that he could leverage his status as Grand Tutor to intimidate the assassins. "Do you know who I am? How dare you bind me? Do you believe I want to inform the Emperor, ensuring you face dire consequences? Before you even take a step outside the Song residence, your lives will be forfeit." Song Hanmo found himself restrained, his face pressed against the frigid ground. His body nearly sprawled upon it, yet his mouth remained defiant, spewing arrogant words. Qingxin stood silently beside him, a knife in hand, gazing coldly at this arrogant traitor, devoid of any compassion, were it not for the Emperor's explicit orders to spare his life. The treacherous deeds he had committed against his sovereign would warrant a fate far worse than this. "Silence him. His incessant clamor is intolerable," Qingxin commanded coldly. Instantly, a shadowy guard stepped forward, brandishing a foul-smelling bundle of socks. "You cannot do this. I am the Emperor's most trusted minister," Song Hamo shouted, desperation in his voice. The guard, swift and efficient, disdainfully stuffed the wretched socks into Song Hanmo's mouth. The noxious odor invaded his nostrils, provoking relentless retches, yet in doing so, he inhaled a substantial amount of toxic air, caught in a predicament. Bind him securely and escort him to the palace, awaiting the emperor's judgment. Ningshi instructed his comrades with an icy tone. Yes. Meanwhile, all other servants and maids within the Song residence were also taken to the dungeon, awaiting the emperor's personal interrogation. During the investigation of Song Hanmo, Ningshi collaborated closely with Yi Shi, uncovering numerous secrets, many of which tarnished their master's reputation. To execute him on the spot would be far too lenient. Before his demise, he must confess all his sordid deeds and clear their master's name. Time flies swiftly in moments of joy, and soon the next day arrived. News of Ji Jiuye's return to Ji Manor had not yet spread, leaving the household shrouded in quietude. The chill of mid-October had already settled in, with the crisp autumn winds beginning to rise, hinting at an intensifying gust. Inside, Ji Jiuye cradled the little one he had longed for, tenderness radiating from his features. Regardless of their past tribulations, they were now together. The person he had sought for decades was peacefully slumbering in his embrace. Outside, the autumn wind stirred, yet within the room, an atmosphere of warmth and intimacy prevailed. Uncertain if it was due to his recent recovery, he felt invigorated rather than fatigued. In contrast, the little fairy in his arms appeared weary. Ji Jiuye chuckled softly, running his fingers through Qingxin's hair, curling a strand and bringing it to his nose, inhaling the familiar scent of rose and milk, finding solace in it. Little fairy, last night, I still emerged victorious, he murmured, unable to resist kissing her lips, stirring the slumbering Qingxin awake. Please no. Qingxin mumbled, still dazed. Resisting him. Is my heart not obedient? Is my heart refusing to let me kiss her? No, Ji Jiuye, why won't you let anyone rest after all this time? I've only slept for a little while, and I'm utterly exhausted. Please, I beg you, stop tormenting me. Is that too much to ask? Qingxin, her eyes still closed, playfully tugged at Ji Jiuye's embrace, pleading for him to cease his antics. Qingxin, we have finally rekindled our memories of the past. Allow me this indulgence, Ji Jiuye insisted, not only kissing her lips, but also letting his hands wander with increasing boldness. It's already been an entire night. I can't bear this any longer. Qingxin found her pleas falling on deaf ears, as Ji Jiuye remained obstinate. Just before she succumbed to slumber once more, she resolved internally to never indulge Ji Jiuye again. Spoiling him was trivial, but the consequences would be hers alone to bear. After an indeterminate amount of time had passed, Qingxin finally felt sufficiently rested and slowly awoke. Upon opening her eyes, she was met with the sight of Ji Jiuye, his silver hair and beastly ears framing a face filled with affection as he gazed at her. With an irresistible allure, she leaned in and kissed him, the sound echoing in the air. Sister Fairy, the sun is already high in the sky. Why are you still so insatiable? If you desire it, I could oblige. Ji Jiuye replied, returning her kiss and following it with playful banter, clearly eager for more. Absolutely not. I wish to get out of bed today. Qingxin firmly rejected his advances, vowing never to indulge Ji Jiuye again. Ji Jiuye regarded the somewhat irate fairy with a contemplative gaze, before a smile crept across his lips. Very well, let us bathe and get ready. Chapter 82. Little Jiuye is being naughty. Can I coax him? As usual, Yi Shi brought in a large tub of warm water, along with the rose petals and fresh milk that Qingxin desired. After adjusting the water to a suitable temperature, Ji Jiuye gently lifted the small figure from the bed and carefully placed her into the bath. How's the water? Is it too cool? Too hot? Ji Jiuye inquired, concerned that the temperature he had tested might not suit her. I'm not that delicate. The water feels just right, Qingxin replied, splashing some water onto herself as she began to wash. She couldn't help but notice that Ji Jiuye seemed to have changed quite a bit, becoming more attentive than before. In my heart, Qingxin is like a delicate flower that must be pampered. Ji Jiuye smiled, joining her in the bath. The once spacious tub suddenly felt cramped. Ji Jiuye, could you step aside for a moment? I want to wash Qingxin. You cannot refuse, he insisted, taking charge and scrubbing Mu Qingxin without allowing any resistance. Stunned, Mu Qingxin stared at Ji Jiuye, bewildered by his sudden fervor. Call me Yebao, he corrected her with a grin. Oh, Yebao. She allowed him to wash her, hesitating as she tried to gather her thoughts. What is it, Qingxin? Ji Jiuye asked, his hands continuing their work. Honestly, I quite like your devoted husband demeanor. Mu Qingxin teased, casually draping her arm over the edge of the tub, exuding a sense of languidness. It appears that Ji Jiuye is quite enjoying the service of Mu Qingxin. Ji Jiuye's body stiffened slightly, but he soon continued to smile. If you wish to be the husband, then I shall embody the role of the wife. He leaned forward, lifting Mu Qingxin's chin and drawing closer, stating, we are married. It matters not who is the husband and who is the wife. Regardless of how many times Ji Jiuye suddenly approached her, Mu Qingxin could never resist the fluttering of her heart when gazing upon his enlarged handsome visage. Each encounter sent her heart racing like a startled deer. All right, I shall heed your wishes. Upon hearing Mu Qingxin's response, Ji Jiuye broke into a broad smile, thinking to himself how obedient she was. However, a shadow flickered in the depths of his eyes. Mu Qingxin's agreement to follow his lead made him wonder if he could continue his advances. Ji Jiuye meticulously attended to Mu Qingxin, ensuring that not a single corner was neglected, even assisting her when necessary. After the washing was complete, Mu Qingxin felt utterly drained, allowing Ji Jiuye to lift her from the bath and dry her glistening skin. The newly bathed little one emanated a familiar scent of rose milk, her fair skin radiant and captivating, stirring a restlessness within Ji Jiuye. As he beheld Mu Qingxin's affectionate gaze, he acknowledged his desire once more. Recalling her previous words, Ji Jiuye hesitated, tentatively speaking, Qingxin, little Jiuye is misbehaving. May I indulge him? Huh? Mu Qingxin paused, slightly taken aback by his seemingly nonsensical statement, before replying, no. I must get out of bed today. Oh, then I shall make him behave, although it is difficult. Upon being rejected, Ji Jiuye's ears, which had been perked up, drooped dismally. It matters not how uncomfortable he feels. My ears are equally distressed and can no longer stand upright, he lamented, burying his head in Mu Qingxin's embrace and offering his ears to her. Ji Jiuye knew she would be unable to resist, and once she became captivated, she would acquiesce. True to his expectations, the moment Mu Qingxin touched his soft, plush ears, she succumbed completely. She transformed into an innocent little rabbit, gradually falling into the trap laid by hunter Ji Jiuye, unable to escape. A triumphant smile curled at the corners of Ji Jiuye's mouth as he devoured this naive little rabbit, savoring every moment. By the time Mu Qingxin regained her senses, it was already too late. Ji Jiuye, yes, I have already said that I must get out of bed today. Oh, fairy sister, I was wrong. I shan't do it again. Yet his actions showed no sign of slowing down, revealing that he did not take her words seriously. Qingxin inner totsekod. Woe is me, I have given myself away completely. As expected, Mu Qingxin felt her waist was about to break, her legs weary beyond measure, rendering her unable to rise from the bed. She resolved to ignore that scoundrel Ji Jiuye for the entirety of the day. With a determined effort, she maintained a stern expression, refusing to show him any kindness. Observing her demeanor, Ji merely chuckled, wrapping her in clean bedding, swaddling her like a zongzi, and setting her aside as he commenced the cleanup of the battlefield. The sheets and blankets required a thorough washing. After all, wrapped snugly in her blanket, Mu Qingxin watched intently as Ji Jiuye carried the discarded bedding away. Time passed slowly, and he did not return. Hunger began to gnaw at her. Anger bubbled up within her. Had he exhausted her only to leave her starving? What a rogue. After a while, Ji Jiuye finally returned, bearing a bowl of porridge and some snacks. The white rice porridge was adorned with bits of minced meat and sprinkled with finely chopped green onions. He propped her up gently, saying, Qingxin, come have some porridge. Although it may not be perfect since it's my first attempt, I had truly poured my heart into making it. Would you like to try? Initially, Mu Qingxin intended to ignore him, but upon hearing that it was his first effort, her curiosity was piqued. She had never seen Ji Jiuye in the kitchen before. As she attempted to extend her hand from the cocoon of blankets, Ji Jiuye pressed it down gently. "You needn't move. I will feed you." He scooped a spoonful of porridge, ensuring it wasn't too hot, and brought it to her lips. Obediently, she opened her mouth and took a bite. The porridge, perhaps not simmered long enough, was slightly grainy, yet the minced meat was cooked to perfection, savory and tender. Overall, it was quite delightful. A flicker of happiness sparked within her. Ji Jiuye had personally cooked for her, a first in his life. Yet this did not absolve him of his previous actions. The gravity of his misdeeds could not be undone by a mere bowl of porridge. After finishing, she turned her face away, deliberately ignoring Ji Jiuye. He placed the bowl aside and shifted to face her, his voice warm and teasing. "Don't be upset, Qingxin. I acknowledge my mistakes. I truly promise I won't do it again. Please don't be angry with me, will you?" His tone, laced with a hint of petulance, began to soften the hardened walls around her heart. After all, this little fox was rather endearing, wasn't she? Chapter 83. Ji Jiuye, let the battle begin thus. Qingxin remained nestled in her blanket until evening, her strength gradually restored. She snuggled against Ji Jiuye, her tiny hand tracing circles on his chest. Softly, she murmured, "Yabao. We have vanished from the West Wind Kingdom for several days. My father must be quite anxious. Let us return to the Mu residence quietly tonight." The news of Ji Jiuye's public outburst, injuring many and disappearing with Qingxin, had spread throughout the West Wind Kingdom. Additionally, it was learned that Mu Yuankai was investigating the events surrounding them. To reassure her father of her safety and to convey that Ji Jiuye was not a reckless person, Qingxin resolved to visit the Mu residence and share the recent occurrences with her father. Despite some previous misunderstandings between them, when faced with significant matters, she still wished to trust her kin. Ji Jiuye found her reasoning sound and promptly agreed. After dinner, he took Qingxin to the Mu residence. In an effort to avoid drawing the attention of the populace, Ji Jiuye resolved to carry Qingxin alone, opting not to take a carriage. Ever since his recovery, an inexhaustible vitality surged within him, allowing him to traverse dozens of miles on foot while cradling Qingxin without the slightest hint of fatigue. As she nestled in his embrace, Qingxin found herself marveling at the exuberance of youth, particularly that of a young fox. Aside from her own minor tribulations, everything else was splendid. Lost in her thoughts, a smile unconsciously spread across her face, accompanied by a soft chuckle. "What is making you smile so joyfully?" Ji Jiuye, soaring through the skies, noticed her mirth and, unable to resist, inquired with a playful grin. A blush crept across Qingxin's cheeks as she replied in a hushed tone. "You know, in Blue Star, there's a term called younger partner." "Younger partner?" Ji Jiuye expressed his confusion, seeking clarification. Qingxin giggled once more, explaining, "It refers to situations like ours, where you're younger than me, and, well, it's just us." "Is that so?" Ji Jiuye pondered her words, sensing there was more she wished to convey, yet failing to grasp the entirety of her meaning. You don't need to understand it fully. It's just a delightful term," she said, not wishing to elaborate further. Ji Jiuye, sensing her reluctance, playfully chided, "I see you're teasing me." Understanding her half-spoken words were perhaps not the best way to elicit curiosity, Qingxin nestled closer, gently rubbing her cheek against his chest in a gesture of seeking forgiveness. Before long, Ji Jiuye discreetly descended into the rear courtyard of the Mu residence. As they landed, the guards immediately surrounded them, their vigilance palpable. Upon recognizing the pair, disbelief swept through the ranks. "Isn't that the mad Ji Jiuye from that day? Why has he returned with a young lady? Does this malicious creature intend to threaten our lord with her life?" Absolutely not. Though the guards were weak in strength, their courage swelled as they attempted to confront Ji Jiuye. Sensing the impending confrontation, Ji Jiuye too began to channel his spiritual energy, prepared to act should they attack. After all, one cannot simply stand by and endure blows without retaliation. Noticing the escalating tension, Qingxin quickly interjected. "Ji Jiuye has fully recovered and poses no threat to you. Please, take me to see my father. I have important matters to discuss." The guards found themselves at an impasse, hesitant to escort her to Mu Yuankai, while simultaneously unsure about apprehending Ji Jiuye. Just as they deliberated, A resonant and commanding voice rang out. "Who goes there?" As the words echoed, a tall and robust figure descended from the heavens. It was none other than Mu Qingxin's brother, Mu Yijian. Spotting his sister in the embrace of the formidable Ji Jiuye, a wave of discomfort washed over him. Having only recently revised his opinion of Ji Jiuye, he was dismayed to see the monster's true, cruel nature reemerge, inflicting harm upon countless innocents. Had he known, he would have struck first. "Hey, you villain, release my sister," Mu Yijian bellowed, his voice reverberating throughout the estate. Naturally, Mu Yuankai was soon apprised of the return of Mu Qingxin and Ji Jiuye. Without waiting for Mu Yijian's unruly antics, Mu Yuankai summoned the individuals to the study. In recent days, Mu Yuankai had developed some audacious hypotheses and sought to validate them through Mu Qingxin. Their timely return was indeed fortuitous. Mu Yijian, still unwilling to concede, attempted to enter the study but was thwarted by the butler. "Young master, you cannot enter at this moment." "How dare you stop me, Butler Li?" Mu Yijian fumed, his temper flaring. He was eager to hear how Ji Jiuye would explain his behavior from that day. "Butler Li's lips wisha. I must not only prevent you, but also keep the regent lord at bay." Ji Jiuye cast a cool glance at Mu Yijian before moving to follow Mu Qingxin, only to be halted by Butler Li's outstretched hand. "Regent Lord, you too cannot enter. The master has decreed that only our miss may enter alone." Butler Li delivered his message with trepidation, his legs trembling. He had witnessed Ji Jiuye's formidable nature and feared that an irate Ji Jiuye might strike him down on the spot. Ji Jiuye shot a cold glance at Butler Li and then at Mu Qingxin, who had already entered the study, his demeanor shifting to one of muted resentment. "Wait here, my dear knight treasure. I will be out shortly," Mu Qingxin coaxed, prompting Ji Jiuye to suppress his forlorn expression and obediently await outside the study. "Ji Jiuye, care for a spar?" Mu Yijian, feeling defiant upon seeing Ji Jiuye also barred from entry, contemplated engaging him in combat. Ji Jiuye disdainfully shook his head, his tone nonchalant. "You cannot possibly defeat me." "Huh, I refuse to believe that. Come on, Ji Jiuye, let us fight. Today, it shall be either your demise or mine," Mu Yijian declared, unsheathing his sword and brandishing it towards Ji Jiuye. Ji Jiuye's eyes narrowed sharply, swiftly evading the lethal strike, his voice icy. "Are you certain you wish to contend with me?" Before Mu Yijian could respond, the study door swung open. It was Mu Qingxin, having overheard their exchange and stepping out to mediate. "Brother, knight treasure, you must behave and refrain from fighting. Especially you, brother. I will explain everything to you. But you must not provoke knight treasure, do you understand?" Mu Qingxin admonished, feigning sternness. Upon hearing her warning, Mu Yijian immediately altered his demeanor, casually draping an arm over Ji Jiuye's shoulder. "Of course not. My bond with knight treasure is the strongest. You can rest easy, little sister." Ji Jiuye struggled to suppress his urge to retch, forcing a smile, indeed. Witnessing this exchange, Mu Qingxin's lips twitched. If these two were to pursue an acting career, they would surely starve. However, Mu Qingxin reassured herself that they would not genuinely come to blows. Thus, she confidently closed the door. Unbeknownst to her, Mu Yijian had forcibly dragged Ji Jiuye to the courtyard, evidently intent on a duel. Ji Jiuye, maintaining his composure behind Mu Yijian, pondered silently. After a moment, he unexpectedly remarked, "You are right. We indeed need to spar." Mu Yijian, exhilarated by this affirmation, brandished his sword once more, exclaiming, "Then prepare yourself. Let the battle commence." Ji Jiuye, with a resolute shout, promptly assumed a stance ready for battle. This ignited a surge of interest in Mu Yijian, who directed the tip of his sword straight at Ji Jiuye. In Mu Yijian's mind, Ji Jiuye would undoubtedly evade his strike. Thus he exerted no restraint. This blow nearly exhausted all of Mu Yijian's strength. To his utter astonishment, Ji Jiuye remained motionless, neither resisting nor defending himself, standing quietly in place. As the sword tip approached a mere inch from Ji Jiuye, he still did not flinch. "Are you courting death?" Mu Yijian realized that Ji Jiuye was not merely putting on a show. He genuinely intended to endure this strike. In a flurry of panic, Mu Yijian hastily withdrew his attack, yet the sword tip struck decisively into Ji Jiuye's chest. You truly do not wish to evade? What do you seek? Sympathy from Qingxin? Such cunning. Mu Yijian cast aside his sword, chastising him, yet turned to summon someone to fetch medicine for staunching the bleeding. This is what I must bear, Ji Jiuye intoned solemnly, not only for the sake of the innocent citizens harmed because of him, but also for the despicable acts he committed against Mu Qingxin during his affliction. Mu Yijian, his eyes steady, ceased to speak, leading Ji Jiuye to his chamber, silently applying medicine to staunch the bleeding and bandaging his wounds. The two men remained silent, the atmosphere heavy with unspoken words. Once the treatment was complete, Mu Yijian took Ji Jiuye's soiled clothing to wash, retrieving a clean outfit for him to wear. Isn't this inappropriate? Wearing your clothes? Ji Jiuye frowned, expressing his refusal. Mu Yijian's garments were form-fitting, and he was not accustomed to such attire. Put on if I say so. No need for so much chatter. If you don't change, my little sister will see your injuries and be distressed. Hurry and change. If you refuse, I'll assist you myself. Mu Yijian, growing impatient, truly began to help Ji Jiuye change his clothing. Once changed, Ji Jiuye awkwardly shifted his body, seeking a better fit. Mu Yijian. This appeared as blatant disdain for his attire, igniting his ire. Stop fidgeting. Naturally, my clothes cannot compare to those of your regent's estate. It's only normal they do not fit well. He longed to strike Ji Jiuye, but restrained himself, mindful of his wounds. Frustration gnawed at him. Ji Jiuye blinked. Bemuset bimuyianis misunderstanding. Brother, things are not as you perceive. Ji Jiuye could not help but defend himself. Wait, what did you just call me? Mu Yijian, taken aback by the title, widened his eyes in disbelief. Ji Jiuye paused momentarily before continuing. Brother, hearing you call me brother is quite uncanny. Please refrain from doing so. It sends shivers down my spine. Mu Yijian expressed his disdain, waving his hand as he stood up, deciding to distance himself from Ji Jiuye. He believed Ji Jiuye must have encountered some unusual stimulus to behave so uncharacteristically. Ji Jiuye had always held himself in high regard. When had he ever humbly referred to someone as brother? Never. Thus, Ji Jiuye must have taken the wrong medicine today. Observing this, Ji Jiuye let out a low chuckle, offering no explanation. Before long, Mu Qingxin concluded her conversation with Mu Yuankai and emerged from the study. She spotted Mu Yijian and Ji Jiuye standing silently in the courtyard. Approaching Ji Jiuye, she took his hand and noticed that he had changed his attire, a faint scent of blood lingering around him. However, she chose not to confront him directly, instead turning to bid farewell to Mu Yuankai and Mu Yijian. Thus it is settled. We shall convene at the palace tomorrow. Father, elder brother, do retire early tonight. Night treasure, and I shall take our leave. Ji Jiuye merely nodded slightly before soaring into the air once more with Mu Qingxin. As they journeyed, Mu Qingxin not only sensed the lingering scent of blood, but also detected a distinct aroma of a hemostatic powder. What could have happened? Was Night Treasure injured? Discreetly, she felt Ji Jiuye's chest, probing gently. Night Treasure, I detect a scent of blood. Ji Jiuye's body stiffened momentarily. Is there? His reaction betrayed him. Perhaps it is merely my imagination. Mu Qingxin lowered her gaze, nestling quietly in Ji Jiuye's embrace, planning to interrogate him thoroughly upon their return to the Ji residence. Once they arrived at the Ji residence, Mu Qingxin eagerly pulled aside Ji Jiuye's garments. The bandages enveloping his wound had already begun to seep blood, almost staining his clothes. Night Treasure, what has befallen you? Did you truly fight with elder brother? With your prowess, he could not possibly inflict any harm upon you. How did you come to be injured? Upon seeing the wound, her heart ached intensely. She hurriedly led Ji Jiuye to a private chamber, fetching an effective medicinal ointment to tend to his injury. I'm fine. There's no need for concern. It's merely a superficial wound. Ji Jiuye dismissed her worry, but upon noticing the slight moisture in Mu Qingxin's eyes, he felt a wave of guilt wash over him. He had initially planned to sleep in a separate room that night, hoping she would not discover his injury. Yet, he had not anticipated her keen sense of smell. But Ji Jiuye, Do you have any idea how important you are to me? How could you inflict harm upon yourself? You intentionally provoked elder brother into striking you without resistance, merely to elicit his sympathy? How could you be so foolish? Do you not comprehend that your injury brings me pain? As she applied the ointment, her eyes grew increasingly red. Watching her distress, Ji Jiuye felt a pang of sorrow and quickly embraced her. All right. I only wish to alleviate your elder brother's concerns. Consider it. I had previously injured many in a fit of rage, and in his eyes, I am a malevolent demon, likely having harmed you as well. If I did not allow him to vent his frustrations upon me, he would undoubtedly continue to oppose our relationship. I acted with our future in mind. Please, do not be angry. I assure you, this shall not happen again. From this moment forth, no one shall have the opportunity to harm me. Agreed? After hearing Ji Jiuye's explanation, Qingxin remained discontent, insisting, even so, you must not hurt yourself. Ji Jiuye gently tousled her hair. All right, I understand. There will absolutely be no next time. After completing the application of the medicine, Qingxin pushed him away and continued her task. Xin, what did you just say to my father-in-law? Chapter 85. Xion's little fists are truly soft, like cotton candy, tempting to taste. Upon hearing this, Qingxin cast a dubious glance at Ji Jiuye. When did he start referring to her father as my father-in-law? He had never called him that before. Hesitantly, Qingxin spoke. Father-in-law? Ji Jiuye smiled at her. You calling me father-in-law is rather inappropriate. Before he could finish his sentence, Qingxin delivered a gentle punch. Frustrated, she wondered why she couldn't use force against Ji Jiuye. He pretended to be in pain, exclaiming, oh, one might think she had truly harmed him. Xion's little fists are so soft, like cotton candy. I want to eat them. Ji Jiuye smirket playfully, feigning a desire to consume Qingxin. Unexpectedly, she punched him again, and he exaggerated his reaction once more. After you finish the medicine, you should sleep in the next room. Qingxin huffed, maintaining a stern expression as she continued applying the ointment, her grip tightening slightly. That Ji Jiuye had grown increasingly mischievous lately. She felt he needed a lesson. As Qingxin increased the pressure, Ji Jiuye involuntarily groaned, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Realizing she had been a bit rough, Qingxin's expression darkened. She did not intend to acknowledge him, but softened her movements slightly. Seeing her fuming, Ji Jiuye began to tug at her arm, coaxing her. All right, Qingxin, I misspoke. It's all my fault. Please don't ignore me. Can I let you hit me back? Qingxin scoffed, turning her head away, still unwilling to engage with Ji Jiuye. Once the medicine is done, you can dress yourself and sleep in the next room. Would he really be sent to sleep in the next room? No, he would miss her terribly. With a playful lilt in her voice, Qingxin said, I don't want to go to the next room. I just got hurt. It hurts a lot. I need your embrace to alleviate the pain. Ji Jiuye, in a shameless manner, held onto one of Qingxin's arms, his voice low and filled with charm, leaving her momentarily flustered. Unconsciously, Qingxin mused that Ji Jiuye hadn't said anything too outrageous. Perhaps she should forgive him. With this thought, her expression softened a little. Then you must not move tonight. If you do, you'll have to sleep in the next room. All right, I promise I won't move. I will be absolutely obedient. Ji Jiuye vowed on the spot, then lay down on the bed. Xien, help me take off my clothes. I just got hurt, and it really hurts. Qingxin bit her lip, resigned to assist him in removing his clothing and ensuring he was comfortable. Xien is so obedient. I really like you. After Ji Jiuye lay down and covered himself with the blanket, he suddenly blurted out something nonsensical. I know, you don't need to say that. Qingxin dismissed it casually, also shedding her clothes and lying down beside him. I mean it, Ji Jiuye reiterated. I know, but I still want to say, I like you, truly like you, and I wish to be with you forever. Ji Jiuye's eyes sparkled with a gentle smile as she gazed at the seemingly impatient little one, once again expressing her heartfelt sentiments. Upon hearing Qingxin's response, Ji Jiuye felt a sense of satisfaction and chose to remain silent, content to simply watch the little one. Under Ji Jiuye's unwavering gaze, Qingxin found sleep elusive and decided against it. Instead, she reclined slightly, propping her head up with one arm, and recounted to Ji Jiuye the conversation she had just had with her father. Mu Qingxin shared the recent events with her father, Mu Yuankai, who had learned that the instigator was a black phoenix demon. The true identity of this black phoenix demon was none other than Song Hanmo, the grand tutor of the Western Wind Nation. Song Hanmo's real identity had been thoroughly investigated by the Emperor's shadow guard, Qingxin. Currently, Song Hanmo was being held in the Imperial Palace prison, under the watchful eye of Qingxin, ensuring that there would be no further complications. They had agreed to reveal all of Song Hanmo's misdeeds to the world the following morning, hoping to change public perception of Ji Jiuye. Rest assured, Ji Jiuye, this time there will be no more disturbances. Once we deal with Song Hanmo, we could be together forever. Mu Qingxin looked at Ji Jiuye, her eyes shining with determination. Ji Jiuye, illuminated by the candlelight, gazed at her beloved's flushed cheeks, replying softly, "Good." Before encountering Mu Qingxin, Ji Jiuye had never imagined that his reputation in the Western Wind Nation could ever be redeemed. "My dear, you truly are my little fairy. Sleep well tonight. Tomorrow will surely be busy." Ji Jiuye set aside his playful thoughts, gently caressing Mu Qingxin's hair. He then pulled her into his embrace, kissing her forehead before finally drifting into a peaceful slumber. Listening to Ji Jiuye's steady breathing, Mu Qingxin nestled within his arms and gradually succumbed to sleep as well. The following morning, Ji Jiuye was already dressed, patiently seated at the edge of the bed, admiring Mu Qingxin's sleeping visage. Why are you up so early, night baby? What time is it?" Mu Qingxin rubbed her eyes, her voice still husky. "Sweetheart, it is already the hour of the snake. We must rise and head to the palace. Come, let me help you get ready." Ji Jiuye took on the role of a devoted spouse, meticulously assisting Mu Qingxin in dressing. Still in a daze from sleep, Mu Qingxin allowed Ji Jiuye to dress her, only processing the situation after a while. "Where is Zissou? Why hasn't she come in? Is your injury healed?" It was customary for Zissou to attend to her grooming, and it felt rather unusual to have Ji Jiuye fulfilling that role instead. "As for Zissou, with me here, it is sufficient. You're not to think of anyone else. My wound is nearly healed as well, so there is no need for concern," Ji Jiuye stated possessively, continuing to assist Mu Qingxin in dressing. Mu Qingxin expressed her confusion. Since Ji Jiuye's recovery, he seemed transformed, increasingly affectionate and clingy towards her. However, she realized he had yet to say he loved her. The nuances between liking and loving seemed almost indistinguishable. Choosing not to dwell on the matter further, Mu Qingxin kept her eyes closed, allowing Ji Jiuye to tend to her. Although his actions were somewhat unrefined, they were imbued with sincerity. After carefully dressing Mu Qingxin, Ji Jiuye lifted her up and embraced her. With one hand free, he dipped it in water to wash her face. Once done, he used a towel to dry her face and then carried her to the dressing table, staring at the array of cosmetics with a furrowed brow. Having never used such items before, he was at a loss regarding how to proceed. Thus, he gently called to the little one in his arms, "Qingxin, why don't you try using these first? I will observe and learn from you, and next time I'll do your makeup." "All right." Mu Qingxin opened her eyes and glanced at the cosmetics on the table. Yabao watched closely. Hearing her consent, Ji Jiuye carefully set the little one down on a chair and attentively watched as she applied her makeup. The little girl skillfully opened the lids of the powders and creams, applying them to her face in front of the mirror. As she continued, her cheeks became flushed, appearing even more vibrant than before. Finally, she shaped her brows and applied lip color. Perfect. Did Yabao learn? Ji Jiuye furrowed his brows, clearly indicating that he had not grasped the techniques at all. Chapter 86. He won again, seeing Ji Jiuye's expression. Mu Qingxin couldn't help but laugh. "It's all right. I will teach you again next time." "Okay." Once the little one was dressed, Ji Jiuye picked her up again and carried her to the dining hall, setting her gently in a chair before pulling up a seat for himself. "Qingxin wants to eat chicken, right? Is it called an egg?" Ji Jiuye picked up an egg from the table, cracking the shell as he spoke. Mu Qingxin sat beside him, picking up her chopsticks to have a bite of pickled vegetables. "Yes, an egg. Breakfast consists of one egg, a bowl of plain porridge, and some pickled vegetables. Perfect match." "You are right, Qingxin. Come, Let us eat while it's warm. As he spoke, Ji Jiuye had already peeled an egg and handed it to Mu Qingxin. Thank you. Yabao. Mu Qingxin received it, instinctively expressing her gratitude before taking small bites. The yolk was slightly thick, so she needed to alternate bites of yolk with the pickled vegetables and sips of porridge to swallow it down. Eat slowly. No need to rush. Don't choke. Ji Jiuye watched her with a face full of affection, not touching his own food. Noticing he wasn't eating, Mu Qingxin directly picked up a piece of pickled vegetable and fed it to Ji Jiuye's mouth. Yabao, eat quickly or you'll run out of energy. If I run out of energy, so be it. As long as I have energy tonight, it's fine. Ji Jiuye chuckled mischievously, lowering his head to sip some porridge. Realizing what he meant, Mu Qingxin's face flushed. She playfully scolded, "You're not being serious. Hurry and eat. If you don't perform well tonight, I'll punish you to sleep in the next room." "All right, Qingxin, I promise to behave." Ji Jiuye half-heartedly pleaded, but inwardly he pondered how to impress Mu Qingxin that evening. As the two were enjoying their meal in blissful harmony, Do Jian swaggered in, accompanied by the timid Zissou. "You too, sneaking breakfast here," Do Jian exclaimed. "Especially you, Ji Jiuye, always thinking of how to be with Mu Qingxin. You've completely forgotten about me, your brother." With that, Do Jian boldly pulled out a chair and plopped down beside the meek Zissou. As if propelled by a spring, Zissou suddenly sprang up, exclaiming, "This servant cannot dine with the princess and the prince. She is but a mere maid. Susu, you can. Trust me, just sit here and eat," Du Jian insisted, attempting to firmly guide Zissou back into her seat. With no choice but to comply, Zissou reluctantly settled down, yet remained visibly uneasy and apprehensive. Qingxin noticed Zissou's discomfort. Her gaze dimming slightly, she observed the way Du Jian was entirely focused on Zissou, and then glanced at Zissou, who appeared timid. What had transpired between the two? Then, she witnessed Du Jian, mirroring Ji Jiuye's earlier actions, first peeling an egg for Zissou, followed by serving her a bowl of congee, watching her eat with a smile. Du Jian totally infatuated. He was almost rivaling Ji Jiuye in his devotion. "Here, Xin, let me feed you." Ji Jiuye seemed undisturbed by the two, growing even more comfortable. He cradled Mu Qingxin on his lap, spooning congee into her mouth. Occasionally, he glanced at Du Jian, a spark of challenge in his eyes. Du Jian immediately grasped the implication. Ji Jiuye was subtly competing with him. While Ji Jiuye could openly embrace his wife, Du Jian could only gaze longingly at Zissou, unable to hold her or feed her congee. Frustration welled within him. Would Zissou grant him a title? He yearned for it. Du Jian's heart cried out in anguish. Yet he dared not voice his feelings to Zissou, fearing it might frighten her. He resolved to seek an opportune moment to declare his affections. Thus, Du Jian watched helplessly as Ji Jiuye flaunted his affection right before him, his fists clenched tightly in his sleeves, knuckles turning white. Realizing the situation, Ji Jiuye smirked, knowing he had triumphed once more, and fed the little one in his arms with even greater care. After breakfast, Ji Jiuye summoned Yishur to arrange a carriage and simultaneously contacted Ningshi to gain a comprehensive understanding of recent events. He felt a sense of relief upon learning that Ji Chongning had activated the secret guards he had entrusted to him. The little rascal has finally chosen to trust him. He carried Mu Qingxin into the carriage, enveloping her in his embrace throughout the journey, his head leaning close to hers, inhaling the fragrant scent that emanated from her. Becoming further entranced, nestled in Ji Jiuye's arms, Mu Qingxin closed her eyes, feigning sleep. Ever since she took the special anti-motion sickness medication he had provided, her symptoms had miraculously dissipated. She no longer suffered from motion sickness. Now, as she leaned against Ji Jiuye, the swaying of the carriage lulled her into a drowsy state. Before long, Mu Qingxin succumbed to slumber, only awakening upon disembarking from the carriage. Ji Jiuye continued to carry her down, striding confidently toward the council hall. Attentive palace servants hurried inside to report to the emperor, while news of Ji Jiuye's grand entrance into the palace spread through the streets and alleys. The common folk have come to realize that the notorious fiend, who once rampaged through the streets injuring numerous citizens, has returned. Not only has he returned, but he has audaciously made his way to the imperial palace. A crowd has gathered, eager to witness how the emperor will punish this malevolent being. Should the emperor's judgment fail to satisfy them, they are prepared to incite a rebellion. Ji Jiuye had anticipated such a scenario and had previously instructed Yi Shi to remain hidden, ready to intervene should anyone attempt to instigate trouble. Swiftly apprehending them and bringing them into the palace as accomplices of Song Hanmo. Within the council hall, Emperor Ji Jiuye sat upon the dragon throne, casting a cold gaze upon the bound and battered Song Hanmo below. With a disdainful scoff, he inquired, "Song Hanmo, do you admit to these deeds?" "Your Majesty, I, Song, shall never confess to actions I have not committed." Song Hanmo maintained his defiant demeanor, convinced that as long as he denied any wrongdoing, they would lack the evidence to prove his culpability. Beside Ji Jiuye, Ji Jiuye sat with Qingxin on a grand chair, his eyes shadowed with contemplation. The formidable aura emanating from him overshadowed even Ji Jiuye. The emperor, feeling ill at ease upon his throne, longed to delegate this troublesome matter entirely to Ji Jiuye. Yet, Ji Jiuye insisted that he handle it himself, much to his annoyance. As Song Hanmo continued to deny his crimes, Ji Jiuye was compelled to summon the entire Song household, numbering over 70 individuals. Faced with the emperor's inquiry and the chilling presence of the regent, there was little room left for denial. Among the 70 individuals from the Song household were many of Song Hanmo's demon subordinates, now stripped of their powers through Ningxi's special techniques, rendering them indistinguishable from ordinary humans. They quickly discerned the balance of power and began to confess everything. They revealed Song Hanmo's interference in court matters, bribing the Ministry of Justice, shielding his own people from justice, his clandestine persecution of the populace, while blaming Ji Jiuye for the atrocities, and his despicable threats against his subordinates' families during the Demon Festival to compel them to obey his orders. Each of these offenses compounded to a point of unforgivable transgression. Tragically, even those who executed his commands flawlessly saw their families slaughtered by Song Hanmo. His heartlessness incited outrage from both gods and men alike. The testimonies from the Song household and various pieces of evidence were presented in succession. The other ministers in the hall listened intently, leaving no room for Song Hanmo's denial. "Song Hanmo, are you aware of your crimes? Given your actions against the Western Wind Kingdom, we cannot allow you to remain. Your slanders against the regent are utterly inexcusable." Ji Jiuye's heart seethed with indignation for Ji Jiuye upon hearing the testimonies from the Song household. It was infuriating that Ji Jiuye, who had done nothing wrong, had been wrongfully accused and framed by the true monster, Song Hanmo, for so many years. Yet, no one had ever thought to speak in his defense. The reason Ji Jiuye has endured such prolonged solitude in this world is solely because he is a half-demon, born to inadvertently cause his mother's demise. Both the human and demon realms harbor disdain for him. However, this chapter of his life is destined to conclude today. Clarity has dawned. No one shall inflict harm upon Ji Jiuye any longer. This is not merely for any other reason, but because Qingxin stands resolutely by his side. She shall forever safeguard him, just as she once descended from the heavens to protect that little fox many years ago. Song Hanmo, still attempting to defend himself, was swiftly rendered unconscious by a decisive kick from Qingxin. The mere recollection of Song Hanmo's actions towards Yi Bao incited within her an overwhelming urge to eliminate him on the spot. Yet, for the sake of revealing Song Hanmo's transgressions to the world and restoring Ji Jiuye's reputation, she chose merely to incapacitate him. Ji Jiuye, with a dignified air, proclaimed loudly, "Let it be known, effective immediately, that Song Hanmo is stripped of his title as Grand Tutor. He shall be imprisoned and closely guarded, to be paraded through the streets tomorrow, unveiling his crimes to the public, thus restoring the honor of Regent Prince Ji Jiuye. As Song Hanmo belongs to the demon clan, conventional punishment will not suffice for his execution. Therefore, I hereby command the demon catchers to execute him by hanging following the public display." Seated nearby, Ji Jiuye embraced Qingxin tightly, whispering 3 heartfelt words in her ear. "Thank you." Understanding his sentiment, she smiled gently and reassured him, as husband and wife. I shall not permit anyone to tarnish your name. Henceforth, you shall no longer face the scorn of the world." Ji Jiuye softly acknowledged her with a low hum, choosing silence as he held her close. Ji Chongning paused, glancing at Ji Jiuye and Mu Qingxin with a hint of reluctance before continuing. "Mu Yuankai, I hereby appoint you as Grand Tutor, with full authority over the handling of Song Hanmo. Furthermore, all rumors regarding the Regent Prince must be eradicated immediately. Any instigators shall be executed without mercy. Yes, your humble servant obeys." Mu Yuankai stepped forward, kneeling to receive the decree. Thus, this tumultuous affair came to a close, allowing Ji Jiuye to reclaim his dignity. The crowd gradually dispersed. As Ji Jiuye and Mu Qingxin prepared to depart, Ji Chongning suddenly displayed an awkward expression, hesitatingly addressing Ji Jiuye. "Your imperial uncle, aunt, please wait a moment." Upon hearing this address, Ji Jiuye could not help but chuckle. He turned back to tease. "What is this? The little rascal finally calls me imperial uncle and aunt? Did you not swear you would never do so? Have you changed your mind so swiftly? Moreover, have you finally dared to utilize the shadow guards I left for you? Have you uncovered so many truths? Well done." Ji Jiuye jested while also offering praise. To Ji Chongning, Ji Jiuye represented the only family member he could trust in this vast world. Flushed with embarrassment at Ji Jiuye's words, Ji Chongning stammered, "I was simply immature back then, wasn't I? You always said I." As he spoke, he fiddled with his fingers, his gaze wandering, feeling aggrieved. "If only you had told me these things sooner, I would not have been deceived by Song Hanmo until now. Had I known you were this kind of person, I would never have disrespected you and aunt." "Oh, now you wish to blame me? Did I not provide an explanation before? I have explained more than once. Yet you persist in your disbelief." Ji Jiuye sought to retort. "I apologize." Ji Chongning lowered his head and earnestly expressed his regret. "What? The young emperor has apologized?" Ji Jiuye increasingly sensed something amiss with Ji Chongning. How had he suddenly learned the art of apology? Glancing around the now deserted hall, he jested, "I cannot accept such an apology." "No, you must accept it." Ji Chongning, overwhelmed with emotion, felt tears welling in his eyes, appearing truly pitiable. Ji Jiuye, taken aback by the sight of the boy on the verge of tears, hesitated before finally conceding. "Very well, I accept. May I ask, Your Majesty, if I may take my wife home? She is rather hungry and difficult to soothe." "Ji Jiuye, I am speaking seriously. Why can't you comprehend that?" Ji Chongning's frustration escalated. He was genuinely apologizing this time. Yet Ji Jiuye seemed so nonchalant. "I don't care. You must accept. If you refuse, I shall cry for you to see. No, you must accept today, or I won't let you leave." The young emperor was equally aggrieved, bursting into tears. While crying, he defended himself. "I am not crying out of grievance. I simply cannot control my tears. It's not because I want to cry. I do not wish to cry at all." Ji Jiuye, with a mischievous intent, turned to cover Mu Qingxin's ears, for the sound of crying was unappealing. Seeing this, Ji Chongning, already halfway through his tears, became even angrier, pointing at Ji Jiuye. "Ji Jiuye, how can you be so cruel? You only know how to bully me." Mu Qingxin, observing the playful banter between the uncle and nephew, was both amused and exasperated by how Ji Chongning had been reduced to tears. Unable to bear it any longer, she decided to comfort Ji Chongning. "All right, Night Treasure, stop teasing him. Look how pitiful he is. Little Chongning, be good now. Your uncle is merely playing with you. Do not take it to heart." As she soothed him, she reached out to gently stroke his hair. This gesture did not go unnoticed by Ji Jiuye, whose eyes darkened with a sudden intensity. Once again, she is caressing another's hair and comforting someone else. He fought against the overwhelming surge of possessiveness within him, gritting his teeth. Moments later, he swiftly reclaimed Mu Qingxin's hand, placing it against his chest. "Little one, do not take advantage of my wife. If you seek comfort, go find your own." Ji Chongning, Mu Qingxin, what on earth is Ji Jiuye thinking? Mu Qingxin observed that this great demon, having shed his gloom, seemed to have adopted a mischievous demeanor, often boasting audaciously. Chapter 88. The most beautiful woman is my wife. Ji Jiuye, I have not yet married a wife. Moreover, how could I possibly take advantage of Annie? Do not slander me. Ji Jiuye, suddenly incensed, ceased his tears and began to argue his case. At 15, a child's intellect is not fully matured, particularly one who has been coddled for so many years, making his disposition inherently less refined than Ji Jiuye's. The youth on the side jumped in protest, while Ji Jiuye, at ease, nestled affectionately against his wife. Before long, the youth deflated, slumping onto the steps beside him, lazily uttering, "Uncle, why don't you take the throne instead? In terms of governance and strength, I willingly concede. I have no desire to be emperor. I only wish to be a leisurely prince." He discarded the dragon robe from his shoulders, carelessly tossing it to the ground, clearly signaling his intent to abandon his role. Upon witnessing Ji Jiuye's actions, Ji Jiuye's eyes darkened momentarily. He bent down to bestow a gentle kiss on Qingxin's forehead and softly said, "Qingxin, wait here for me. I need to have a word with this impudent boy." "All right. No matter what you decide, I will support you wholeheartedly." If Ji Jiuye were to assume the imperial throne, Qingxin would undoubtedly stand firmly by his side. Good. Subsequently, Ji Jiuye approached, picking up the dragon robe that Ji Jiuye had carelessly discarded. He carefully unfolded it and moved to Ji Jiuye's side, presenting the robe to him with a solemn tone. "Once you don this dragon robe, you cannot simply remove it. Do you understand what this robe signifies?" His tone was reminiscent of an adult imparting wisdom to a child. Ji Jiuye straightened his posture, reluctantly accepting the robe, pouting as he muttered, "I know, it symbolizes responsibility. Indeed, it represents responsibility. You are the emperor of the West Wind Kingdom, the celestial being for its citizens. How can you simply decide to renounce such duties?" Ji Jiuye continued to guide him. "You are already 15. It is time to learn to mature. In a few years, we must begin selecting a suitable empress for you. Do you have anyone in mind? But I don't even have a concubine. I certainly don't desire many. Just one empress will suffice." The mention of marrying a wife made Ji Jiuye's face flush instantly, for he had yet to even find a wife. Ji Jiuye checked, "No ruse. Take your time in choosing. There will surely be someone fitting for you. I want to choose someone beautiful." Ji Jiuye began to slowly don the dragon robe. "Very well. I shall select the second most beautiful woman on the continent for your empress," Ji Jiuye said with a hint of amusement. "Huh, I want the most beautiful woman on the continent, not the second." Ji Jiuye protested vehemently. Unable to restrain himself, Ji Jiuye playfully tapped him on the head, then turned to the smiling Qingxin beside them, gently declaring, "The most beautiful woman on this continent is my wife." Standing quietly, Qingxin radiated an ethereal beauty that captivated Ji Jiuye's gaze. "TCH, all you do is flaunt your affection in front of me," Ji Jiuye scoffed, adjusting the dragon robe with a pout. He then bowed deeply to Ji Jiuye, saying, "Uncle, thank you for your protection over the years. Your nephew expresses his gratitude." Ji Jiuye replied nonchalantly, "Is everything settled? If so, I shall take my wife home." His eyes remained glued to Qingxin, never straying. Unable to tolerate Ji Jiuye's infatuated demeanor any longer, Ji Jiuye, with a look of disdain, urged him to leave. "It's fine now, it's fine. Don't be an eyesore in front of me." "Then I take my leave," Ji Jiuye declared, as he lifted Qingxin into his arms and strode purposefully towards the palace exit. Ji Jiuye gazed at Ji Jiuye's departing figure, a sudden emptiness enveloping his heart. Did the words spoken by the royal uncle today imply that he wished for him to stand on his own sooner rather than later? Ji Jiuye felt an overwhelming sense of pressure, his head throbbing. Upon exiting the palace, Qingxin nestled against Ji Jiuye, her small hand tracing circles upon his chest. "Noble knight, do you intend to let Ji Jiuye stand on his own? Are you not concerned that malevolent forces may disrupt him? What if there were to arise any further discord between you two?" Listening to the incessant worries of the little one in his embrace, Ji Jiuye smiled indulgently. "Fear not. He is capable. Moreover, the elite guards I have personally trained remain by his side. Should any issues arise, they will handle them. For now, I simply wish to be with you, without any distractions. Is that not agreeable?" "Yes, it is quite wonderful," she replied, mirroring Ji Jiuye's sentiments. She too desired nothing more than to remain by his side. The following day Song Hanmo was bound and paraded through the streets, his crimes publicly proclaimed. Concurrently, all officials who shared a close relationship with Song Hanmo were dismissed from their posts, facing penalties that ranged from execution to exile, with none escaping retribution. Although the instigator had been dealt with, it was undeniable that Ji Jiuye had caused distress among the populace. To facilitate their acceptance of him, Ji Jiuye resolved to reduce taxes for a year. Additionally, Ji Jiuye instructed his elite guards to deliver substantial sums of silver to every household affected by his actions, ensuring that their wounds could be treated. With the execution of Song Hanmo and Ji Jiuye's periodic visits to comfort the injured citizens, discontent towards him diminished significantly within the kingdom of Qingxin. The relationship between the ruler and the people grew increasingly harmonious, and the lives of the citizens improved. It seemed as though they had forgotten that Ji Jiuye, once perceived as a tyrant, had transformed in their hearts into a benevolent figure. Everything was progressing in a positive direction. Half a month later, on November 5th, the sky had long been overcast, as if brewing a storm. Finally, on this day, the heavens could no longer contain themselves, and a heavy snowfall began. The snow fell like goose feathers, blanketing the courtyard of Ji Manor in a shimmering coat of silver. The trees in the courtyard had shed their leaves long ago, standing bare and forlorn. Thick layers of snow accumulated on the branches, bending them low, as if threatening to break under the weight of yet another falling flake. At that moment, Ji Jiuye and Qingxin were seated in the corridor, engaged in a game of Go. Beside them, a pot of charcoal burned steadily, the steam from the boiling kettle wafting through the air. Ji Jiuye set down his piece, lifted the kettle, and poured a cup of tea for both Qingxin and himself. After placing the kettle down, he moved closer to her, wrapping his arm around her and enveloping her small hand in his, gently rubbing it. "Is your hand cold, my dear? If so, we can return indoors." "No, it's not cold. I'm not afraid of the chill," Qingxin replied obediently. "Oh, not cold." Ji Jiuye furrowed his brow as he gazed at Qingxin's bare legs, expressing his concern. "Not cold. No, I believe you're cold." With that, he unfurled his wolf fur cloak and enveloped Qingxin tightly within it. "Well, now you certainly won't be cold," Ji Jiuye remarked with satisfaction. Qingxin secretly scoffed. "With my physical constitution, I truly fear not the cold. Yet, Night Treasure seems to think I am cold. Very well then, I shall concede that I am cold." In Chapter 89, it seemed that Qingxin was unwilling to part ways, for she had truly begun to feel attached. Ji Jiuye held her close, his large hand warming her small one, enveloping it in gentle heat. Watching the snow fall in the courtyard, cradling a lovely maiden, and savoring a cup of fragrant tea, such a life was indeed delightful. Ji Jiuye found himself rather fond of this existence. Lost in his reverie, Ji Jiuye noticed Qingxin casting furtive glances at the chessboard. This game had been perilous. She had narrowly avoided defeat time and again, her heart racing with anxiety. At that moment, she was but 2 moves away from losing. Her heart raced with a desire to win. Stealing another glance at the board, she astutely recognized a flaw in Ji Jiuye's positioning. If she could subtly make a single move, victory would be hers. Thus, she resolved to act. Qingxin blinked and concocted a brilliant plan. She raised her head and, in a soft voice, began to pout. "Night Treasure, may I have some tea? I would like to drink." Ji Jiuye's head was conveniently resting against hers, and, as she lifted her gaze, his head turned to meet hers. From this angle, Qingxin was treated to the sight of his mesmerizingly handsome face, causing her to momentarily lose her composure. "Huh? Allow me to fetch it for you," Ji Jiuye said, still holding her as he freed one hand to serve tea. Originally, Qingxin had intended to sneak a move on the chessboard while he was away, but in her folly, she became entranced by the handsome figure before her and completely forgot her plan. By the time she regained her senses, Ji Jiuye had already returned with the tea. "A touch warm. Would you like to drink, my dear? Huh? Is it ready?" Just as Qingxin reached out to accept the cup, Ji Jiuye gently interrupted. "Allow me to feed you. Do not move, my dear." "Oh." Enveloped in Ji Jiuye's cloak, only her small head peeked out as she tilted it slightly back. Sipping the tea in small gulps, her heart filled with regret. What a splendid opportunity she had just squandered. Once she finished her tea, Ji Jiuye set the cup aside and inadvertently caught sight of Qingxin's slightly troubled expression. He noted her gaze was fixed on the chessboard and, upon inspecting the current state of play, quickly realized that with just one move, she could secure her victory. Could it be that she had a scheme in mind? No wonder she had suddenly inquired about tea. Even if it was a bit hot, she had a plan brewing within her. Contemplating this, Ji Jiuye stifled a chuckle and feigned sudden urgency, covering his eyes with one hand. Oh dear, why can't I see? It seems like snow has floated into my eyes. I must rub it out. Rubbing snow? What kind of maneuver is this? Qingxin was momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped the crux of the situation. Ji Jiuye could not see. What better time to take action than now? She straightened slightly, calling out, "What's the matter, night treasure? Let me have a look." Yet her hand discreetly pinched the piece she had been eyeing for quite some time, shifting it to a different position. Mission accomplished. Only then did Qingxin turn back with a satisfied grin to check on Ji Jiuye's condition. Ji Jiuye suppressed his laughter, his eyes still narrowed, sounding quite helpless. "Qingxin, please help me." "All right, I'm coming to assist you." Upon uttering those words, Qingxin paused. What was she supposed to do? Blow into his eyes? But if snow had entered, wouldn't it just melt away? With that thought, did Ji Jiuye just tease her? Realizing this fact, Qingxin felt an urge to punch him again. Ji Jiuye seemed to have anticipated the little one's movements. With a swift motion, he enveloped her in his embrace, holding her tightly and gazing intently at her. "Qingxin, don't be angry. There truly is something in my eyes. Please take a look." "Is there really something?" Qingxin pouted before earnestly examining Ji Jiuye's eyes. His phoenix-like eyes had elegantly upward-turned corners, with long, distinct eyelashes that curled slightly, exuding a certain charm. She leaned closer, trying diligently to discern anything within, mumbling, "Night treasure, what on earth is in your eyes? Can't you see? Look more closely." Ji Jiuye said, his gaze unwavering as he looked at Qingxin, his tone gentle. "I genuinely don't see anything. All I can see is my own reflection." Upon saying this, Qingxin finally understood. "You're right. In my eyes, there's only you and nothing else." A smile blossomed on Ji Jiuye's lips, and he softly uttered those words. This phrase was tender, causing Qingxin's heart to flutter. Without heeding Qingxin's